I don't know,
No,
Linda, if
I fully understand,
yeah,
and my opinion is that I am an individual,
sure.
and nobody's going to take that away from me no matter what, because that's what I was born as. I was born alone,
Mm.
and I
You were
will die alone.
well,
So
you were
I'm an
born with your
individual.
mother, so you weren't really alone.
Well, I wasn't alone, but in the moment that I was born,
You were separated from our creator.
yes,
Mhm.
I believe in a creator. I'm not doubting you on that. I
Yeah,
just don't believe the biblical version of it. That's all I'm saying
and
because
that's okay. Yep, you have
yeah,
that right.
that's fine. I'm fine with all you guys talking about the Bible and everything else, but
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, listen, I used to get a little, like, miffed and everything, but I'm finally, to the point where, I read the one-year Bible, so it's, like, in little pieces and then study groups and stuff, and, he says, "I want you to be set apart because I'm set apart." And so, this the I always tell these guys in here, or people, that the most conspiratorial aspect to life is AKA religion, which Messiah didn't come to start. He just said, "Follow me." And I believe the adversary, what is that? It just means, the adversarial spirit against the creator. And
I would
and so
agree with that. Yeah, I
yeah,
would agree with that because I mean, I think that's what everybody does, and it's like they have this connection, they know they have a connection to the creator, but then they go against it because there's physical things that are they think are better.
well, and check this out. And They they're so turned off by religion because it's controlled, and they don't preach what's in the word. Every now and then they'll take a verse here or a verse there. I personally believe that after the Reformation, um, they were the Jesuits infiltrated every politics, medical, religion, seminaries. I
Yeah, but
believe that
I think those I mean, me personally, I mean, you can read those as the Jews in the Bible.
Hebrews. 'Cause there was 12 tribes. Judah is
Well,
one tribe.
yeah, yeah, there's 12 tribes, but I mean,
13-ish, yeah.
I think the Bible is basically explaining how they set up this place
You mean
and
Earth?
who rules it. Yep.
Yeah, well, but don't forget in the back of the book, it says, "Those who say they are," and I'm not gonna say what but that are not, right? So then we forget about
Same.
the battle. They took some scriptures out, which, it makes sense when people are like, "What? I don't understand. Kill the women, kill the children, and what are you talking about?" There's a battle between, um Jacob, who was the twin, and, he was born, moments after Esau. Esau should have had the birthright, but Esau, in another book, killed Nimrod. And then he was running from Nimrod's guards. And then he came in, he's like, "Feed me, feed me." And Jacob said, "Hey, give me your birthright." He's like, "What good is my birthright if I'm going to die?" So he gave the birthright up. And then in the 66 canon that exists now, um, a, it says that his mom said, "Hey," to Jacob, "Go and put on some hairy clothes and act like you're your brother because your father is about ready to die and he's going to bless Esau." But that's not what she was given in prophecy in another book that says that they took out, that that's what she was supposed to do, but it makes it look like she was just deceiving, her husband and, her children, her eldest and stuff. So it's like drama. I mean, it's way more exciting and thrilling because the Bible is like in layers. It's a veil, it's cyclical, it's type, it's anti-type.
I agree with this. I tried to explain this earlier that it's in veils, it's in
Mhm.
layers. I
Yep.
mean, you can start with God, the power structure, and read it through, and you will see how they set up this place. And you can see God as you and see how
Mm.
you set up your place.
I mean, I don't I mean, I know I'm like a recovering new ager. What does that mean? It means Nothing new,
Nothing.
right? It means that, you wanna
Right,
experience
nothing new
things.
under the sun, and like I said, I'm not against the biblical scriptures.
Mhm.
I mean, even though people try to portray me as that or whatever, I'm saying there's truth in those scriptures, but it's not a historical book, in my opinion. And that's just me because the history is us. It goes on throughout time. We are all that. We
Mm.
create our own, um,
Reality?
yes.
Yeah,
I mean, we do.
that's why we have free will, right? So that's what I'm saying. Our creator absolutely gives us free will to choose him or to
Yes,
choose
and we
another
don't
path.
have to worship him and
Mm-mm. No, no,
obey him or anything else.
no, no, no,
That's
no.
not what the scripture says.
Oh, I would
Yes, it
contest you
is.
on that. I would definitely contest you on that. But the thing is, I'm not going to sit here. I don't need to argue with you anymore, or not you. And I'm not saying that I never will with anybody again, but I'm just realizing that it's okay for you to believe what you want because you know, I can't save everybody, right? Like I see something
Yeah,
and
but it's not your job, I don't
I
think, to
know.
save
Thank
everybody.
you.
You see
I
what I mean? It's like you just have
but
to go through your life being you, and
but
if
you know what it
people
is
come
my
on
job?
board with that, that's
But
what the whole thing is about.
but you know what is my job that I
The,
gladly
the
take
whole thing is
on?
what?
And it's not really a job. um, Go and make disciples, right? Go and share the good news because I do believe that he gives us free will for this life so that we can choose to give it to him so that we can be in eternity with him. Would you want to have somebody living in your domain that you didn't agree with and that didn't like you, that didn't respect you and that didn't trust you and all that kind of stuff? You know what I'm saying? So, I'm giving up some worldly things that for the opportunity to live in a place where there's no more tears, there's no more death, there's no more war, and hopefully the animals are gonna talk again, you know? So, I'm convicted because of the word, because I read it and because I'm praying and asking. And with me finding out that the earth is a protected enclosed system just made me even feel closer to him. And I felt, like I make a difference, right? Like before, I just felt like, whatever, I'm in this by myself.
We
And,
make a difference whether it's negative or positive.
well, yeah, you know,
So, I mean, that's the way it is. We make a difference regardless.
right. But
Yep.
but my thing is not to convince people. My thing is to share the good news that this isn't it. There's a coming eternity. We're gonna die. We're appointed to die once, but the second death is kind of optional, is the way that I see it. Yeah. So that's what I'm kind of going at. But are you new here, Linda?
Yeah, I
Oh,
am.
cool. Welcome. Yeah. That's a great place.
Oh,
I love this place. It's fun. Lots of great conversations. Let me see.
I
I didn't.
seem to stir the shit most of the time, but whatever.
I try to stay out of it because, I come out of commercial real estate and it's like predominantly men. So I just really kind of had to watch my place a little bit and I listen to them and I'll ask questions. And if it gets spiritual, I'll chime in or I'll bring something else up. But, anyways, are you into conspiracies or do you have a preference to the shape of the earth?
I don't know the shape of the earth. Do you?
Well, I trust my senses,
It's Earth
and I
shaped.
live in a place where the Gulf of Mexico, and I see like, I what I did was, I
Oh, I
researched
think
the
it's
research.
definitely flat
Okay,
and
gotcha.
unmoving. So,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Fixed and immovable.
But
Okay, right
but
on.
I don't know what its actual shape is, like if it's
Well,
round or
yeah.
square or, whatever. I
Yes,
don't
yeah.
know.
I
Yeah.
do think it's circular because that's what the Bible says, right? He sits above the circle of the earth, and it's pressed like a seal, so I
Yeah,
imagine.
but it also says it's fixed and
Yeah, immovable.
hanging on nothing.
Yeah. Well
Circles
So,
don't have four corners, do they? Though.
but
yeah,
the
but the
outer
news
rims.
has four corners, and this is what I was saying earlier about the layers of because news is north, east, south, and west. Or north, yeah,
Hell yes.
yep. It's
Yeah,
the angles
it's
that
a
they
cross within a
bullshit us with.
circle. Yeah, like a compass, like a cross within a circle with 4 points.
Here, I'll show you.
Which that actually correlates pretty incredibly with the way the AE map, how the continents seem to all be coming out like 4 spokes of a wheel. Like you have the North America, South America, that part of it. You've got the like, Europe and Africa, that part. You've got the like sort of China and the Indonesia and Australia. And then the one that's kind of almost missing is like where Hawaii is, like the South Pacific. There's almost like a huge open area there. So could that land be underwater is one idea. That is what they used to call Lemuria, Mu, the motherland, Mu, Lemuria, which is said to be even before Atlantis, but that it was basically where Hawaii, like under Hawaii. So like Hawaii would be Lemuria land, perhaps also Fiji and some of those other islands would be the only thing above water right now. So if there's a whole nother main continent there, then that would be the 4th spoke of the wheel. Or there's the idea that they're hiding land from us and that they have another continent there in the South Pacific. It's possible too. But those 4 spokes, like it's like if it's a circle with the sort of 4 spokes in that sense, that'd be an interesting layout. And it does seem like the land is coming out from the center like that.
I posted something. It's the way I envision it.
Yo, can I do a completely sidetrack question real quick?
If you're a flat earther, maybe you just joined, so they didn't want to give it to you yet to make sure that you were.
Your mic check.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, people
Just
can
to-
pick their
just-
own roles here.
I just have a quick question for someone. Yo, Issa, are you there?
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, brother?
Yo, I don't want to take away from these lot discussion, but if you're free, do you want to drop down to another room? I want to ask some questions about the thing we were talking about last time.
Oh, hey. You guys can talk here.
No, because it's completely deviation from the topic. I don't want to do that.
No,
It's not fair.
No, you were talking to her, and I kind of just chimed in a little bit. So
No, it's fine. I have a completely random topic.
No,
and
you're
I
fine.
wanna-
Change
I
the
wanna have a
subject if
spec-
you want to. It's fine.
Well, I have a question on topics. I kind of encourage that.
Yeah, keep it on topic. Issa, if you're available.
Yeah, I'm
just
down, man. Go
just
join a
drop-
room. Go pick a room and I'll join it.
Yeah, okay.
There's
Cool.
the chill lounge one right under this one.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for the interruption. I just
Yeah.
something.
I was hoping
Look
you were
out,
going to
man.
say, but okay.
What's up, guys?
Mhm.
So I wanted to ask any of the Christians here, and feel free to say no because it is a difficult question with a detailed answer. But here it goes. I it's fundamental, and I really just care about getting down to the basics. And I'd really love to hear from any of the Christians their like timeline of like spiritual events throughout whatever history you believe in. And I'll stop it there, but if you want me to explain maybe in more detail what my question is really getting after, I will, but go ahead.
No, I mean, I have no idea what you're asking.
Okay, well, I put my
And
socks
I'm not a
on.
Christian, by the way. Because I don't
Okay,
believe any of the disciples were Christians.
Yeah, I
Let's
wouldn't label-
call it a Bible lover then, or
I'm
a Bible
you call me a Bible
enthusiast.
thumper. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. A Bible enthusiast or a Christian God lover, whatever you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, Bible. I love Bible thumper. Go ahead.
So, to some small degree, what I put my socks on this morning, right? Not a very big moment of spiritual significance. So I'm really asking about like your timeline of major sort of spiritual events that have happened throughout history, such as like and I'd ask you to put and listen, you can say no because it is probably an answer that'll take like 5 minutes minimum, but you could say like first there was this dude, his name is Yahweh or God or whatever you want to say, then he was like I feel like doing something, right? And so he did creation, and then that didn't go so well because he made a man and women who made a mistake. I'm saying that would be one of those moments where it's like significant spiritual implications, like the soul of man, was it fell, as we referred to it. Like there was creation, then there was the fall of man, then there was the birth of Christ. And if you could just mention or pinpoint those like significant spiritual like events in a sort of timeline fashion, and really put it in a way that you really stand behind and describe it in a way that would be understood to, I don't know, a 18-year-old or something. I think that'd be fun to really just hear what your view of the world is on these spiritual matters. Because I think it would start out like, all right, there's this dude. Maybe you don't want to call him a dude. Maybe you want to call him a woman. I don't know. I just want to hear it from your perspective. There was this woman called God, and she decided to create a garden with some animals and some people in it, and then they fucked up and cursed themselves. That's a pretty, crucial spiritual moment.
Yeah, that's concise.
Okay, I can try. So, there was creation, and then there was, and it says that everything was created, and then there was man created on the same day as beast, but set apart because we have a soul, right? A little bit of a soul. And so then disobedience happened. He told him, "You can eat from any place here. You could do whatever you want, like right here, but over there, don't do it." So then he has another creation that also was disobedient to him, that enticed man and another disobedient person. So then our creator, I don't know if I should say our creator, my creator, our creator, decided, okay, well, these guys left their first estate that they were supposed to do and decided to do their own thing. I need to take a people for myself and show them how to live righteously and how to be obedient to and be set apart. And um so then he took the people for themselves, and then they decided to be disobedient, and over and over and over again. And then he split the 12 tribes, and he was like, he was done with it. I'm like sick of these disobedient people. You guys are like a minstrel rag to me, and just you're disgusting. But I'm gonna send a Messiah. I will raise up a prophet like Moses, and I will put my words in him, and you will listen to him. And so he sent many prophets over and over to try to get these people before his son was coming, to try to turn back to God and be obedient, be set apart, follow me and you'll get my covering, you'll get my protection. So then he sends his son, and his son is so zealous for his father's word. He's telling people, calling people out. You're putting your traditions over the instructions, the law. And people are mesmerized because he knows the word, and like he wasn't trained by the Pharisees or the Sadducees, right? So they're like, what? And then he was the only egoless person and the last egoless person to ever walk this earth. So he laid down his life because he knew that, like, that's what he was supposed to do, because he's called the second Adam. He did what the first Adam couldn't. The first Adam couldn't protect his wife from the getting beguiled by the serpent in the garden. So then, Messiah he laid down his life for us, his friends, his family, his brothers and his sisters. And then he had to die, because that's the only way he could be resurrected, because like really nobody in heaven is like human flesh, right? It's like a spirit body, but it's a glorified body, because I believe in the garden, they Adam and Eve had a covering, which I believe was light. And when that they ate that fruit, because it doesn't say apple, when they ate that fruit, that light, that covering was taken away from them, and they were like, oh my gosh, Like, I'm embarrassed. Like, why? I'm naked. Like, whoa, I don't have, like, where's my covering? And so Messiah had to die. He laid down his life so that he could ascend to heaven in his resurrected body. And he's the first um, of the dead of the resurrection, right? He's called the first fruits. So he's our high priest up there ministering in the heavenly throne. So I don't believe anybody dies and they go to heaven. I'm not your typical like believer, because that's not what the Bible says. The Bible says that the meek inherit the earth. So and Messiah is coming back for 1,000-year millennial reign to teach the Torah. So I said a lot. So I don't know, I mean, really quickly. So after that 1,000 years, because a lot of people that are like, I don't want to call any particular religion, they believe that they're going to die, they're going to get go to heaven, or you're going to get raptured out of here, which that's not what the Bible says. And they believe that those people over there occupying Jerusalem right now are the people that in the front of the book that were God's chosen people, but they're not. Um, and it's really kind of a fascinating study with that right there. Um, so Messiah's gonna return back for 1,000 years, and there will be mortals that survive the coming tribulation. That's like a last call, and they will have to make the journey to go to Zion, to the mountain, to hear Messiah teach the Torah, the instructions. And if they don't, they're not gonna get any rain, so essentially, famine. And then after the 1,000-year millennial reign, Satan is let loose again, right? That sounds so bizarre. Like, what? You're living in a really righteous kingdom, because that's what Messiah is doing. He's coming and he's doing what those falling angels couldn't do. They were lustful, and that's what guided them. And so after that righteous reign for 1,000 years, Satan is let loose again, right? But why? The reason I think is because people are going to be born into a righteous government where it's just love. Like, we can't even imagine it. You just trust each other. Everything is just so harmonious and da 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 da. But this goes back to, with, like, I was talking to Linda, and free will, right? So you really don't know that option, right? So God already knew that his first creation, the watchers, were going to be disobedient. That's kind of how he had to introduce free will. So Satan's let loose again to test everybody, to give them that free will. Do you want to live a righteous life and want to live in the coming kingdom, eternity? Or do you wanna give in to what you wanna do and your lusts and your beastly, desires, right? Appetite, lust, and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like a beast, but like our soul and our spirit is kind of what distinguish us from
But
animal.
isn't this everybody's daily life? I mean, they fall to the pit of destruction and they rise back up if they want to.
Well, I mean, you could spiritualize the word. That's what's so beautiful about it, because you can spiritualize it. It's called the living word. You could take one verse and create a whole doctrine. And you can make one verse mean whatever you want to mean it to mean, but you have to study it. It's not like we could just take one verse and then just, okay, there you go. No, like you even said, it's in layers, and we agree on that part. So, like, fundamental, that's kind of uh what I would explain. I'm really sorry if that was long, and I'm really sorry if that wasn't very good, but
Yeah,
Well,
but it
yeah, I
basically
got two
what you're
comments on
saying
that. You go
is
ahead first.
it applies to us and it applies to the power structure, which is what I was saying in the beginning. Because you can apply all of this stuff to the power structure all the way down to us and how we think and how we live. And we create our own hell here on earth. I mean,
I
if
think, yeah, sure.
drug addicts are in hell, in my
Yeah.
If you don't
opinion.
mind, if you don't mind, I got two comments on that answer she gave me. Um, first one is just as a critique to your delivery. No offense or anything, but say if someone asks you that in the future, I mean, I got a lot from your answer and all, and I appreciate what you said. I would just as a critique, if you're open to it, is that if you were to like answer that again sometime in the future to someone else, I might include more of an explanation on the transitions of why, you say one thing and then you jump, into the future to the next thing. And I just as for the sake of storytelling or whatever, I would say like maybe include um the bridge of like how the last thing like results in the next thing that comes, like how it leads up into that next event. But then my second thing, this is actually the first thought I've ever had before this specific thought is, if it all starts out with God's creation, that he says, I make man, I make woman, I see that it's good. It seems like if man screws up this good creation, it only makes sense to me that the goal of if there was a fault, if there was a mistake, and like making up for that mistake, it would be to return back to the good position it started out on. Like it almost seems to me like the Bible should start out with the creation of the Garden of Eden, and then man made a mistake and was kicked out. It doesn't seem like man should go to heaven. It seems like man should return to the garden.
Which we do.
Sort of like a, I don't know, sort of like an ecosystem or something that you're living in, and then you accidentally pollute it and the rivers are polluted. And then, well, how do you fix the polluted rivers? You clean them up so that you have clean rivers again, and you live in the pure Garden of Eden once again. It's like you made a mess, clean it up so that you live in a clean house again, or something like that.
Right,
It
right.
seems
But this all portrays to the mind. I mean, it that's why there's layers because I mean, your mind, if it's unclean, that's your fault. Clean it
But,
up.
but why isn't the goal of man to like uh repair the mistake? Like, okay, so there was one man, one woman living eternally in the Garden of Eden. We fucked up, we screwed that for ourselves, and we messed that up. So should the goal not be to return to just a single man and a single woman living in the Garden of Eden?
It should be, but
Like, get back on track,
there's
right?
interference. Right, there's interference with all the propaganda and all the crap that they put out on TV, movies, whatever you want to keep us from going back to that. They're
That
telling you
doesn't
that
sound right.
by the
It,
story.
it doesn't sound feasible though. It's like if God made a creation, right? Say, God makes a creation, and then Adam and Eve, they make a mistake. But the thing is, God made the Garden of Eden. God made the light and the sun and the earth and the animals, and he thought that was good. That's what should be. That's the good thing that should be. He made it for a reason. It's like, okay, so we messed it up. If we repair the damage, if we make up for the mistake, shouldn't it return back to where the good position, like
Okay. Let
where
me
it started from?
Well, you would
Or
think,
some things just can't be taken back. You cross the line of
yeah,
no
but
return, perhaps.
right, but they told us that I mean, to me, the Bible is not it. It has so many layers, right? It's not only the power structure; it's us ourselves destructing ourselves, and we come to the conclusion as an individual to either go along with man, go along with us, right? But in the Garden of Eden, if you're going along with the power structure, this is where global warming comes into. They're trying to correct the earth, which doesn't need corrected because the earth is going to survive with or without humans. Point blank. It's going to survive all of us.
Well, I guess my question is that if, and I'm only trying to speak from like a biblical perspective. I have serious like disagreements about this whole narrative, but I'm just trying to work within the logic of this, right? Because I think it's very entertaining and pretty profound in a symbolic way. But if God makes the Garden of Eden, he's like, all right, I'm gonna make something, and it's good, and then because of the free will humans have, we screw it up. Then obviously, a lot of esoteric, schools call it the redemption of man, right? Man fell, and then we're all concerned in participating in the process of the redemption of man. And so then there's like an end of days biblically, right? Where we all go back to heaven. But then is God ever going to create a Garden of Eden once again? Because it sounds a little bit like a reset. Like once we achieve mission accomplished, and man makes up for his, what do they call it? What do they call that we're born with? Initial sin?
Tuition?
No, that's
Original
Intuition?
sin.
original
And
sin,
yes, if
right?
you make that
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
if you make up for
One
that, you're
once
reborn.
we're forgiven, once
Yes.
the end of days comes, and the piper is paid, the devil gets his dues, God receives, then it's the end of days, it's game over, and then what, right? It seems like God's just
Yeah,
going to
but what
repeat
if
this.
what if this is
It
our
sounds like God's just
portrayal of
it sounds
us
in the
coming back
narrative
and
that
having
God's
to
just going to make
relive
the
it
same
with our
mistake of
knowledge?
making a new Garden of Eden, and the cycle will repeat itself once again, where once all of
Yep.
human souls are returned back to heaven and made one with God, and the other ones are cast into the abyss, he'll say, "Well, what do I do now? I guess it's time to make a Garden of Eden 2.0, and then hopefully the Adam and Eve 2.0 don't make the same mistakes as the originals, but maybe it does.
No.
I don't know."
No. So it's called New Jerusalem. It comes down dressed as a bride, and that's essentially, I believe, the new Garden of Eden. Because I believe once they sinned, he took it back up. He took it up above. Um, so, and then and I appreciate your critique. It's just really hard to kind of explain everything in a nutshell and not take up too much time. So I'll consider that what you said next time. Um, it it's 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 kind of challenging to go from one thing to the other, and then is a little much because
Well,
one thing.
Right, but
Mhm.
I think this also explains our life. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
I mean, I just think it does. I mean, the Bible is a really good explanation of your whole entire life. If you want to read it on a personal level,
I
Here's my
mean,
big
because
I really have
question.
no idea what you're talking about
Here's my big questions for Christians. Um, and from a Christian standpoint, there is a beginning of days, right? That's in Genesis. The creation, Genesis. So there's a beginning of days, and I think there's also from that perspective an end of days, right? So there's a beginning and end of the universe. Or am I wrong about that?
There's no end that I see.
There's no
There's an
end?
end. No, there's meaning the end is eternity.
But
The
there
end
was a
is
so you think there's a beginning but not an end.
well, the end goal, what is going to go on for eternity. That's the end goal. It
But
doesn't
do you think
end
there was a
because
beginning?
yeah, and it says it
So
in
that
Genesis.
so God started something he's never going to finish.
He wants to live with us, but we have to choose him. We've had to go through there's a book called, Second Ezra's, which, First Ezra's is in the 66 canon that we have, and there's, the Second Ezra's, which used to be in, canons, but somehow, they took it out, probably because it has a lot of end time, prophecies, and, Ezra, like, is telling him, like, "Why did you even create us, and why did you do this, and how long are we gonna have to deal with this and da 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 and um the angel that's talking to him representing God, I guess, or it's God, same kind of like representation. He says, I created this earth for a certain amount of souls, and Sheol, right, is not full. So that would be resting in the grave. You know how people say rest in peace? They're resting. And then also in a really, Ezra's chapter 7, it's so freaking cool. It says that when you die, Father sends out the decree. When you die, it's like your spirit goes back to him, and then I guess like your soul or something, it roams around for 7 days, and then you see where the restful sleep is, and it's peaceful, it's lovely, and then you see where the chaotic, unrestful, loud, and just like regretful, and it's just you can just imagine what that would be like, right? And so then after 7 days,
Sure.
you are guided to where you belong to rest. And then the Bible says that there's going to be a resurrection. I think there's going to be two, because it says, blessed are those that take part in the first resurrection. And I believe those people that died believing the Bible and that were obedient and that one as best they could, because nobody's perfect, right? I believe that they're going to be raised and live and reign with Messiah for that 1,000 years. And then after the 1,000 years, judgment for everybody. And I'm not saying people that didn't follow him and are bad people, because there's clearly, it seems like there's people outside of the kingdom. I can't figure out if it's outside of New Jerusalem that comes down, because it kind of says that, and it's perplexing because it says dogs are out there, and like I forget exactly what it says. Men are out there and everything. They're outside of the kingdom. And so I'm shooting for being inside the kingdom, and having a beautiful rest and peaceful, and all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm shooting for.
I get the whole I get the whole description you're giving me on like a personal take of how you think like an individual life will play a part in this timeline. But I mean, I'm really curious about anyone who has a belief that reality began. Like God said, "Let there be light," so there's a beginning, a Genesis, and that at the same time that someone thinks that there's a genesis of reality, that there isn't just like a termination, like an end. You know, like I thought I heard
Yeah,
you
I
say it
would agree
before,
with that because,
but like
I mean, when
it.
the
Mhm.
sperm enters the egg, that's light. Is that when we begin? I don't know.
Well, again, that's
But we
so
do have it.
personal. I'm talking about universal beliefs. Like, did existence begin and will existence end? Is there only a short, brief period of time, in a sense, that existence
Yeah, but
ever
that's
exists?
just a
Or is
pure
this just one cycle
perception.
of it where God says, let there be light, he creates the universe, and then a certain amount of people live within it, they do their things, they pay their costs, they, whatever, they pray, and then boom, and, end of the line, conclusion. And then after it concludes, I mean, I'm asking, do you think existence ever concludes?
No.
Or so
Eternity
so but it
just means
began. So
eternity.
so God began something that will never finish. He made it had a
Well,
starting
I think
point,
he
but it doesn't have
began
an ending
something
point.
with no end in mind.
Well, that sounds correct when it comes to the Garden of Eden, right? Because it'd be
Yeah.
like, here I make Adam and Eve. I started something and I was expecting them to just live happily forever, forever, ever. How do the fairy tales say it? Forever, ever after? Is that how, happily ever after? Forever, ever after?
Where'd you
Whatever, right?
What are you
So
quoting?
it just fairy tales,
Yeah, it
whatever
sounded like it.
trope. I'm just trying to relate to the Bible. So like Christians believe in Genesis, that God is a creator, that he made something that has a beginning. But they're saying that he started something that will never end. So they believe in a beginning, but they believe that that thing that began will never end. I'm just trying to get down to the basics here.
Yeah, well, I
Christian.
mean, don't complicate it. It's like he didn't
Oh, it's not
create
complicated. I already summarized it. It's not complicated. I believe God is a divine being who started reality and will never conclude it. That's all I gotta say. That's
well,
what you feel.
he's gonna conclude the people that didn't want to be set apart. That's gonna be a conclusion
But not
there.
existence, right? But not
Yeah,
existence.
existence. Well, no, not exist. Well, for those people, they will not exist.
I mean, don't say I'm making it complicated. It's very. All you have to do is put it simply. God created the universe, then God created man. Man will conclude, the universe won't, and it'll be an empty universe devoid of humans after the humans have met their termination.
Well,
If
I'm
that's what you
pretty
think, go ahead and say it.
no, but I think
Isn't that the way it started in a void?
he's going to he said he would never flood the earth again, right? With the rainbow, and it's for the animals and for all of us. It's a sign that he would never flood the earth again. And but the next one it's going to be on fire. So this earth is going to be uh destroyed so that he brings down the new Jerusalem. So this earth, so there's a conclusion there of existence for this earth. That's not going to continue going on forever and ever and ever, because that's not what the Bible says anyways. And I believe the Bible is written, inspired by God, by men.
I get that. I don't know. I have a real hard time connecting with people on what they really mean. I really just don't get it. Even at the end of this conversation, it could be me, but I feel completely dissatisfied. I just don't know what you think. I think there's only one point we can agree
If you don't
upon is
want to
that
understand what I think,
there's
you
there's
don't
one thing
relate.
I've tried.
You don't relate.
I relate. No,
No, no, no,
I
no. You
definitely
can't
relate.
imagine.
No,
You
I
can't
definitely relate. There's only
imagine.
one thing we agree on though. God
Yeah, but what you
began
think
reality.
does not make reality. Just
What's
what
that?
I wasn't
what
trying
you
to insult
think does
anyone.
not make everybody else's reality.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He
Sure.
can't imagine what I'm
Oh, I can
saying.
imagine. I got a good imagination. I'm only. I think at the end of
I
this
don't know. You seem like you're
conversation,
talking in circles now. I mean, I'm not trying to
no,
be
no
rude,
Yeah, but
but
circles.
logic has to come into the whole biblical
why?
scripture at some
Why?
point.
As somebody
Because
that
it has
created
to.
all the
I'm only
You
butterflies
trying
and the
to
logically
gain an
and the
you
understanding.
logically
and the
interpret
well,
everything else in this
no,
world. Why
because
wouldn't you
you're a
interpret
woman. You're
that?
a man. You're a woman and a man. You think about this. You are
You
going to
just assume my
question.
gender. I'm just kidding.
Well, sorry. You are going to question a spirit, an entity, a creator that created the birds, the bees, the flowers that pollinate the bees, and this, and then the waters, and then the
This
birds,
has
and then
nothing to do with the scripture itself, though.
well, you're trying to understand it, make it mean, and be logical. That's why Hebrew is not like that. That you're thinking Greek linear
No,
one, two,
I'm fine
three,
with opening
four,
my
five.
mind.
Well,
The
okay, then you have to go
I
back
haven't
to a
even
Hebrew
I
mindset.
haven't even expressed the many options I interpret those words to mean, and
Everybody
the many
can find a
options I think are
creator
possible.
without the
I'm only trying
Bible.
to ask you a question, and the only thing I got a clear answer on was that you think God created the universe, therefore the universe has a beginning. You and I agree that I understand that you think the universe has a beginning. The
Think
universe began. I think I understand that you mean that.
after
I think
everything that I said, that's the only thing that you're taking away is like that.
well, can we at least establish that I understand you, that you really stand by that? The
Of
universe has a
course.
beginning. Okay,
Yes.
so the universe. Okay, so let's keep it simple. Let's keep it real simple. You think the universe had a beginning. Do you think the universe has an end?
It has moments of like ending. Yes.
Do you think that when I say
Universe.
beginning and end, they're like on equal standards? Because like I don't mean just like a recycling point or a rejuvenation point. I mean like a true beginning and a true end.
No, I don't think there's like a true end for everybody. There's a true end to this earth, and there's a true end to people that didn't want to be underneath and have our creator's covering.
But you
They're
think
just
there's a true beginning?
there's not going to be any burning in hell forever. No. That's not what
No,
I see.
but a true beginning is what I just asked you. You think there's a true beginning, but you don't think there'll ever be a true end.
Yeah, there's going to be a true end for people because they just won't exist anymore. That's pretty
No,
finale.
for the universe. Like,
No,
let there be light. Let there be the earth. Let there be the
no,
sky.
because the
Like,
Bible says he's going to tabernacle with us. So he's going to be with us in eternity. Like
so
complete
there's never gonna be a let there not be man. Let there not be light.
exactly. Well, you know what? Bible says that there's not going to be any need for any son anymore because our creator and his son, the lamb, are going to be our light. Doesn't mean that it's not going to be there, but it doesn't seem to be like a functioning, like has to be a situation. I don't know. I don't have that one quite figured out, but
See, this is
uh,
why I said that you and I you can only explain anything. You can only explain one thing clearly to me. You think reality has a beginning, and I can clearly understand you. That's clearly what you mean to me. Other than that, you can't clearly explain what you mean to me about anything else. It has a beginning, straightforward, true beginning. As far as ends, oh, it's a little bit of this, and like this will
see,
end,
I'm
and then
okay.
there's
The difference between you and I is, listen, I'm giving up my control, have to know everything, which I'm a kind of control freak, and I'm learning to let go and have faith and not have all the answers, and I'm okay with that. That finally, I'm getting there, not all the way. I do have to know a lot of different things, but I'm okay with not knowing and not. He does this all the time. Maybe he had another phone call. Whatever. But anyways, I am okay with not knowing. I don't have all the answers, nor am I equipped to even grasp what the creator created. Like I try, but
I've never met I've never met the guy Jesus. I don't know if I would like to spend eternity with this dude I've never met. Eh?
well, it's him. He's the Messiah, and it's God. So, well, I mean, if you read the scriptures, you could get to know him. But if that's not your bag, then God gave us free will, so you don't have to do it. You don't have to like him. You don't have to read his word. You don't have to get to know him. But you also don't have to go against him either. So, I just, it's okay if people don't believe in the scriptures. It's okay, right? You got to live your life now. Enjoy it. Have fun. Be a
Look
good
into
person.
look into syncretism, astrotheology. I can recommend Santos Bonacci's channel, Mr. Astrotheology. You can see that
No.
he used to be some type of a cultistic Christian, and now he understands that the Bible is all true, but they're all tied together. So all of the religious texts, they're all true, but
I just wanted to say back in the day when
Hey, Linda, you got to let people finish their thought maybe. And then I know it's kind of challenging
sorry.
sometimes. No, that's okay. I do it all the time as well. And it gets challenging to do it here.
It does.
It does,
It
because 'cause you're so
does.
excited, and then you don't wanna forget, right? But
Right, I don't
and I'm
wanna
telling
forget.
myself because I'm telling you, I'm reminding myself, so, thanks for letting me remind myself of that too, because I think I've cut you guys off a couple times tonight. Carlos, did you wanna finish that thought, or were you finished? Okay. Linda?
Yeah, just saying, astrotheology can explain a lot about the Bible, and the story about the heavens and the shape of this place and where we are and where we came from and where we're going. Um, so I would just recommend to look into it, and that's all I can say. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of a recovering New Ager, and the scriptures are really against syncretism, right? Because that's where they ended up with the golden calf because they couldn't find Moses or whatever, and they told his brother, "Make us a god," and then they said, "Hey, Yahweh, this is this is, to the golden calf. This is God who brought us out of Egypt. So that's syncretism. And they named it that, and you know what I'm saying? So I know who that gentleman is. And I don't know. I feel it feels good and right reading the scriptures and praying about it and meditating on it, and it makes sense to me.
I was just gonna say, back in the day when I was listening to Santos, and he was a globe earther back then, I
Wow.
told him his model would fit on a flat earth, and I got booted from his YouTube.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Look
And
at you.
then
You were a pioneer.
yeah, and then
OG.
whenever he got into his veganism, I got booted again. So,
Yeah. Well, so you've been at this for a while then, huh?
I have been.
Wow. Have you been on Discord ever before, or are you just finding Discord?
Oh no, I've been on Discord for years.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. That's awesome. Yeah. Well,
I mean, I'm an individual. What can I say?
well, of course you are. That's a beautiful thing, and thank goodness you are. I think we're all
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all finding our own paths through life. And, we agree on certain levels. And I think the DNA strand they talk, because we interact at certain points and be like, oh, yeah, this agrees with me. And then we go off like, okay, I'm not agreeing.
Right. Yes, like we're definitely disagreeing here. Right. But what an art it is to be able to disagree with people and still be okay, still like them, still appreciate them, still respect them, but just simply disagree with one particular thing, maybe two, maybe five. But, um, like I started this, I have a flat earth meetup group, and a bunch of people have been joining lately. And then we started a Telegram group, and then this guy posted something about, like, almost like the zeitgeist, Jesus was, you know, um, an ascended master kind of representing the sun and da da da, and I was super cool about it. I was like, "Yeah, well, I don't really agree with that," and da da da, and I just told him, I'm like, "Look, in this, you know, flat earth community, fixed and immovable, I like to say, we're not gonna agree spiritually, but we're more in alignment with most than most people, like way more in alignment. So, that's what we should focus on. Um, and I should listen to other spiritual perspectives. I'm trying to grow and to do that and be okay with all the differences.
Yeah, and I am too. And like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier when I said that I was raised in Christian, and
Hmm.
that's what got me to look into the biblical scriptures in the first place. And then
Hmm.
I realized they basically told my life.
Wait, what's that?
You know
I'm
what I
sorry.
mean? The scriptures basically tell your life.
Well,
You know,
I
so
don't.
go ahead.
No. I guess I don't understand tell your life or tell a story that's cyclical that you can relate to.
Oh, because the God in the Old Testament is so much different than Jesus, right? Even though
So
they're
they're different
one and the
people.
same.
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
different. Yeah.
right. But I mean, that's what we go through in our lives.
But they're not the same spirit. They're not the same entity, right? It's not like he metamorphosed from the big bad mean God in the front of the book and then it became this loving,
I
you
think we do that because I think we do that. That's
well,
just my perspective.
sure. Well, yeah, because that's what it's all about. We're a new man. The Bible tells us when we start to
Right.
follow,
We're reborn.
yeah, when we follow
Yeah.
him, yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah, but
the God
who's
of the Bible,
him? It Right, but who's him? Is it our internal instincts? Is it our internal compass that's connected to the creator? I think that's what it actually means. But
Well,
that's my perspective. I
you know
mean,
what?
you don't have to believe it or not, but
No, but you know what? You're sitting here talking and something just came up and it's like you just said that you were raised in or essentially Christianity. Is that what you were raised in, Linda?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know what? No wonder because I came with a clean slate. My mom was really young. I didn't have any kind of biblical, spiritual upbringing. So I had nothing. I was like a blank canvas, right? And I'm finding that a lot of people,
But nobody is ever a blank canvas. That's what I'm saying.
well, I
You're
didn't have
you're
any bad
conditioned from
doctrines.
birth to believe certain ideas, certain things or whatever. You're not a blank canvas. So
Well,
you can't even
no, but
say that really.
what I mean by that is I don't have bad doctrines that I gotta break down, because one of the doctrines is that, you know, God came down and stripped his divinity and became Jesus, the Son, the Messiah, and then left and then sent some strange spirit. What? That's not what the scriptures say. And then there's doctrines that, rapture, you're gonna get raptured out of here. You don't have to go through the tribulation. You better repent. Sorry for your luck. Bye-bye. That's one, that's a lie. And I mean, there's just so many. And then there's doctrines about once saved, always saved. It's like, have you read the scriptures? So I can understand someone that grew up with that kind of hypocrisy and, and, people aren't reading the Bible for themselves. They're just going to church and they listen to somebody's interpretation of it, feel good, positive, rah, rah, be a good
Right.
person.
And I read the Bible for my
Right.
so I
But
mean,
how many
this is what I
times?
came out of it.
Yeah, but how many times? Are you doing the Torah
It doesn't
portions?
matter how many times I read it. It
What?
really doesn't matter how many times I read it. I'm not indoctrinatable, in my opinion.
Well,
Because
with
I
the
questioned the globe when I was 6 years old in school, and I got stood in the freaking corner.
yeah, well, you
So I was an outcast my whole life
were mhm.
for not believing bullshit.
Yeah,
So
but it comes at a point where you gotta believe something at some point, right? So I hear you on, like, everything's a lie, and you gotta, ask who benefits and, that
I
kinda stuff.
believe what I can prove for myself,
Yeah, okay.
and I'm okay with that. And nobody else has to believe that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm okay with, I prove it to myself. It's real. Somebody else doesn't have to believe it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, can't argue with that, we're on a spiritual journey throughout this, and I think that we're in a spiritual battle with this. Let me ask you this then. Why do you think they're
Yeah,
lying
we're on a
about the shape of the
spiral.
earth? Why do you think they're lying about the shape of the earth?
Oh, just because I mean, none of their maths add up. I mean, when you actually look into it,
Right, but why do you think they're lying?
because they can. I mean, I think they
Girl,
lie to us about everything, but
you don't think they're hiding more land and our
oh,
creator?
they could be. Absolutely. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
They
because
could be hiding lots of land.
that was my big thing because I avoided the topic for a couple years and then it came around for me from First Enoch and 2017. And I was like, oh my gosh, what
Yeah,
am I
there's
supposed to do
so
with
many
this?
ways in this life for you to find the ability to question what the bullshit they've told us.
Right.
That's my point of view, and the Bible is one of them.
You know, I like what you say there, but at some point, I like I said when the other guy was here, at some point I got to be okay and I have to be able to compare things to what's in front of me, what's existing reality. I need that foundation. That I don't need it. I found a foundation that I now can, because I woke up in like 2008, 9/11 was an inside job. I was like, what? That's ridiculous. And then I literally looked into it. It was super easy back then. I was like, oh my, we're so vulnerable. We're such a society based on distribution. Like I had a gun in less than a week. I bought $1,000 worth of extra food and water just to give me peace of mind. And then, I just started looking into things and I started talking to people and they're like, who cares? What can you do about it? And I was like, well, telling you we should wake up and not let them do it anymore. And then, like you, I didn't fit in and like I just didn't want to watch entertainment tonight anymore. Nothing was movies, nothing was satisfying. And then, you know, I knew about the New World Order and all that kind of stuff, the one world religion, one world government, monetary system, blah, 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 right? And then in 2017, I woke up because of Pizzagate and like spiritually and broken. And and then I started reading the Bible because I was like, if there's evil out there like that, there has to be good. And so then I started reading the Bible and studying it and praying about it. I'm like, holy cow, here's the new world order right now. I mean, I see it, but it's not now, it's not existing, but it's in the Bible. And I see that they get it the last
Yeah, that's
period.
what I said earlier, that if you read one level of God being the power structure, you can see all that of how they're manipulating us all throughout life.
Yeah, but like, it's God's enemies, right? His adversaries that are leading the way right now, unfortunately. It is what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, in the Bible itself, it says God created good and he. I mean, Satan was a angel.
I mean,
You know
how
what I mean? It's like
yeah.
it's all there. You want to read it in
But
that particular manner.
and how do you introduce free will if you don't? Right? So that evil
Right.
side of us,
Right.
that beastly desire, lust, appetite, that how do you introduce that if you're loving, like you want robots loving you and being obedient and everything? No, you want somebody that truly loves you, that listens to you, that likes you, that's all about you. At least that's the way that I like things.
No, and
And
I'm not against the scripture itself, and as far as portraying life as the reality it is.
mhm.
I'm just saying it's not a historical book. But
Oh,
it could be a
It is
historical book
historical.
yes.
but it only because everybody's life is like the Bible.
You have it. You got to look
So,
into it a bit more. It's the most historical accurate book ever. Number one, it's a flat Earth book. Number two, it's the only place that mentions the biblical trees, and they've been hidden from us. They actually exist. You can see the stumps everywhere. You guys have one in America called Devil's Peak. Um, it's matching. Scripture now is matching identical to what they're doing, like Blaze said in the New World Order. They did a study where they traced all mitochondrial DNA of women to one woman called mitochondrial Eve, and they done the same with mitochondrial Adam, but they hid that study. It's a peer-reviewed study, but you can find it. But fact checkers will say, "Oh, no, they didn't do it." But if you actually read the study, not just the conclusion, they did do it.
Oh,
It's the most historically accurate book in existence, bar none.
yes, but this doesn't say that Jesus existed the way he did.
Yeah, they found the Ark of the
That's where
Covenant
I
with his
draw the
blood on it.
line to it as far as historical goes.
You need to look at Ron
I
Wyatt. I'll give you a link to a YouTube channel who was basically, they based Indiana Jones on him, except they twisted everything like Hollywood did, completely out of context. But Ron Wyatt found the remains of Noah's Ark. It exists, historically accurate. Found it. You got to understand the power structures. What does it say in the Bible? Satan will do. He'll cast the biggest deception known to man. So you got to understand these power structures that run the world right now. They worship Satan, Baal. Satan worships everywhere. So they're carrying out his wishes to deceive us. So it is historically accurate. You've just been told it isn't, and they've hidden that from you. Same as the flat Earth and globe, but they've hidden a lot more than just that. They've hidden so much. Evolution's a lie. The whole Big Bang theory was based to cover up the fact that the Bible is truth. The
Can I
world is
respond to
only
you, Jason,
6,000 years.
before you keep monologuing?
Yeah, but we also have a Satan inside of us tell us something's true when it's not. Just
Yeah, we
saying.
have demons. Demons absolutely attacking us all the time.
It's
Yet again,
not
that's
demons,
true.
Hey,
it's just our
Jason,
mind.
can you guys hear me?
It's just our mind. We
I
have
found the
so
opposite.
much programming in our mind that we will believe deceptions even if they're not real.
Exactly, and that's what they've done, and they've done it against the Bible because they are
So,
Satanists.
Jason, you said something about mitochondrial DNA, and there's
Yes.
some people that actually contend that DNA isn't real.
Yeah, I've heard
So
that too. That's quite
who gives
possible.
you DNA? Watch, who gives you DNA? Because it's the scientists and all the people that are making up all these stories. Those guys are the guys who are giving you DNA.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on the mitochondrial. All I know is the study exists and they covered it up. They're not promoting it,
Well,
so I don't know. It could be a double psyop, but
I know that, but there you go. You kind of almost used it as like, hey, we got this mitochondrial DNA evidence that stems all the way back to the first woman and all the first woman, and they call it mitochondrial DNA Eve.
that's what they call it. That's the
If
study.
I would have heard that, I would have been like, you know what? Let's wrap it up, and let's all go home. We got it all figured out.
Well,
So
like I said, I was just quoting the study. Whether you believe it or not is another thing. It is suppressed from the mainstream, even though it is published and peer reviewed. But once again, I also said there's no evidence of evolution. That when you look into that, that's an absolute furphy. Also, the Earth being millions of years old, there's a whole plethora of scientists that are whistleblown on that, saying that the ice cores and the dark patches in the ice core happen with hot days or even hot weeks. Not they don't signify months or years. So they've proven that in just an ice lake that froze for one winter. So
Yeah, but there is evidence of evolution, just saying,
no,
because
there's
there
not.
is. No, there is. Just hear me out. Because when you're in your mother's womb, you take all kinds of forms before you're actually a child. You're
That
an
was debunked. There's
amphibian,
a video
you're
on that debunks
kinds of
that.
things. And I think that's what evolution is actually describing because it's a metaphor for this
There
reality.
was a Freemason. There was a Freemason who did that stupid, making us look like reptiles, and we change in the womb. But there was evidence that he doctored the photos and edited them and made up bullshit. That was completely
He could
debunked.
have, but the reality is we are breathing in water in our mother's womb.
Well, we're not breathing; it's getting fed through the umbilical cord.
Or whatever. But I'm saying it's just a metaphor for how somebody explains how this place works or whatever. That's all it ever is.
Yeah. I'll agree to disagree on that one.
well, I think this is what it is. Everywhere I look, somebody's telling me what they believe is true, but a lot of us that question the globe, we come here and we we question it and we scrutinize it, right? But I feel we fall short all too long, and not criticize like other things as well, like like we were just talking about DNA, Christianity, the Bible, and it's the same power structure that gave us pretty much all our history, including the Bible. So
No,
I
you're
think
confusing Catholic. The Catholic
starting to believe
religion
in another
was Rome.
another story. So like where you got your Bible and the whole Christian story, you got it from basically the Catholics.
No, they stole
So
Christianity and merged it with paganism, and then set up Rome, the whole Vatican control system. So yeah, I know what you're talking about, but that's Catholic, not Christian. And once
Okay,
again,
but how do you know
I
you
don't
got
agree with
how do
any
you know
religion or
you
power
got the
structure.
how do
I
you
don't
know you
agree
got
with any
the
power
right book
structure.
then? How
I
do you know
only
you got
agree
the
with
right
going
book and the
directly
right?
to the source.
Okay, where's the source? Where's the source of the Bible?
Jesus and God directly.
Jesus. Okay, Jesus. Like I said, that was another story created, pretty much, by the Catholic Church too. If you could
No, it
show me
wasn't.
in history, no, if you could show me in history where Jesus was referenced uh, at his origin, or like a current time, not like a book written 50 years or 100 years later, 200, none of that. Like a current uh, evidence of that. I'll be on your side, but until then,
The, the
all these
Satan,
are
the
just stories.
Satanists that run the world control all the institutions. You're not going to get that. But you have
Then
to.
why do you believe? Why do you believe it's true then? If we're not going to get that.
Right, because when you read Jesus' words in the Bible, I recommend doing that because a lot of the time I used to say what you were saying until I used to get his words third hand, and I was raised Catholic, and the priest controlled the interpretation of his word. But if you actually read his words, he's the most biggest truther and awake person that ever existed. Jesus was a truther. He was the first and only truther, and he tells you not to trust man. He tells you to only trust the Father, his Father, God in heaven. He is
Well, that
completely
book,
against. He is completely
the
against
book you're
systemized
reading,
religion.
dude. Yeah, the book you're reading, it comes from the Catholics, dude.
But the message is pure. Whether you agree that it's been written, no, the Catholics don't say that. The Catholics call their priests father against what Jesus says. The Catholics are.
How do
You've got to understand
how
the
do you
Roman
know they didn't
Catholic
change
Church
those
was
books, dude? How do you know
the
they didn't
Roman
change
Catholic.
those books?
The Roman Catholic Church was developed when Rome was losing control of Christians and pagans. They couldn't balance the two, so they created the Roman Catholic Church. It's a mixture of paganism. Jesus' birthday is not on the day that they celebrated. Neither is Christmas. Easter is not the correct dates. They've merged it with paganism. Their ceremonies they do is all pagan. The if you look into the current pope, he's completely satanic. So the Roman Catholic Church was captured by the Freemasons. So
Yeah, but
it's
paganism was all about nature. So
no,
how
it's
more
about
down to
multiple
earth?
gods and sacrificing children and stuff. They believed that you had to sacrifice your first son and things like this, and you'd get the right crops. And yeah, it's pretty sick shit.
Yeah, but isn't
Kind
that
of
what the
all I'm
Bible
trying to
said
say is
in
that
James
that all
Version
I'm
that
trying to
you
say is that everything that we learn and know, it's all stories. Like, I've never witnessed God. Like, even to this day, I've never witnessed spirit. I've never witnessed God. I've never witnessed anything. So all these stories, I have a hard time believing. Just the same way I'm skeptical with the globe Earth. I'm the same way, because there's some things that I can't verify. And you know what? I'm not going to go and have faith in some idea or some book that lays out a potential uh, probable scenario. I'm not going to do that. So
Well,
we do need
exactly what
faith to
you.
believe in God. We do need faith to believe in God, because nobody's ever seen him.
Yeah,
So
and you know the Bible
all
actually.
the stories you've heard, about him, are simply that, just stories.
And Jesus in the Bible actually tells you about that. It tells you that we were entering a period of faith where God would create a veil, and those who are deceived would give their hearts up to evil. So it actually tells you that we're in the period of faith. When Jesus returns, we'll be entering the period of the millennial reign of Christ, and then you'll actually live with Jesus on earth. So it actually, that's one thing people don't know, is that the Jesus himself tells you that you will have to enter a period of faith. So in other words, the veil will be, you will not see God in the sky like in the early days where they communicated with God. And that's why the Satanists who possessed by Satan's spirit. That's why they created science, is to make you believe the world is more physical and scientific, to bring you out of your soul, to bring you out of your spirit, so that you didn't believe in this period of faith. You didn't believe that God was actually a physical being that could appear in the sky, that could literally change the earth if he chose. And all of that was covered up and lost. And half of what you're
So
saying, be
again,
skeptical of man,
the
that's
whole
exactly what
story.
Jesus told you to be.
So, like, the whole story that Jesus is telling you and letting you know beforehand that it's going to be a time of faith, that doesn't somehow make it any better or validate anything. It's just maybe they're saying, hey, look, we got some people over here knocking down our doors saying, look, all these stories and stuff, you keep giving us stories. Why don't you give us a little something more? And then we came up with the Jesus thing, and needed a little faith for it to work. And Jesus is like, okay, well, we'll give you some faith that maybe that'll pacify these critics. All right. So like I
I think
said,
you're
it's just a
misconstruing
story.
Jesus.
It's
If
another
you actually,
story, dude. You don't realize it.
I
You
know you're
can't
saying
even
it's a story,
consider
but
it.
I take it you're commenting on the story you haven't read, because Jesus specifically says, trust no man, call only the Father, and do not give any. He was completely against institutional religion. So you're saying that he was doing it to control people. To control who? What
How do
institution
you
was he
know he
propping up?
said that? How do you know he literally said that? How
Well,
do
it's
you
written
know
in the
that?
Bible.
Yeah,
How
but
do you
even if
know
he
just because it's
literally
written in
said
the
that,
Bible? Wait, hold on.
that's telling you to
Let me
question the
respond to it.
Bible itself.
How do you know for a fact that because he said it makes it true and that it's real, that it's an actual fact? Just
Because I
because you said
combine what
it's
he
in the
said,
Bible doesn't make. Well, now there you go. Now you need faith. You need to believe something.
which is what he said you'll need.
It's
Yes,
just
you need to combine it with your soul, and does it resonate with your heart? So when that's the thing though, but you obviously haven't read much of what he said. What has Jesus said that you disagree with? That's a better question.
I'm skeptical of the same way I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of the Bible the same way I'm skeptical of the globe, because there's going to be some people out there who are going to tell you that there's these asteroids coming and these eclipses and everything you can think of. There's this group called NASA, and they're going to tell you all these stories. Just because NASA said it doesn't make it real. This is the same point I'm trying to make. Just because the Bible says, Jesus said there's going to come a time when it's not going to be a battle of flesh and blood, but a battle of principalities, or you're going to need faith, and the old ways are going to pass away in the new covenant. Not just because he said that doesn't make it real.
Although you
I'm
just
making the
described
same
exactly
equivocation.
what you said about NASA with their great deception is in the Bible. That's exactly what's happening. The Bible warns you about the great deception that they're going to pull, that they're doing right now. Warns you about the monetary system, the
You're
beast system.
telling me that they prophesied this 2,000 years later when it's applicable only to us. But no
Yes,
other time in
he's the
history
Son of
has
God.
there been deception. You're saying it's just for you. Why are you so special? What makes you so special that they prophesied this exact time? You're not that special, dude. There's 8 billion other people kind of just like you.
It's not
If
just
that's
happening to
even
me.
true.
It's not just happening
Now,
to
I don't
me, it's
know if
happening
that's
to everyone.
true. I verified the 8 billion number. So like I said, now I'm not talking out of fact, but what they tell us. There could only be 500 million. I don't know the true number. But like
All I'll
I
say
said,
is, if you sound a little like, obviously I understand because it's we're living in the Great Deception. What will give you clarity is if you actually read, just read the Jesus part. There's, like I said, I think I've said this like 5 times. There's a Bible you can buy that highlights Jesus' words when Jesus was speaking. Just do that to make it faster for you. Read what he said and the
dude,
warnings he gave. It matches
You're not
exactly. It'll give you
understanding
some
me. I
clarity.
have trouble believing in the whole story of the Bible. Regardless of what you tell me he said, or whatever you're going to come with me from the Bible, I am a critic and skeptical about the Bible.
Well, you
So
know how you
any
did the
sort of
research.
evidence or proof.
You know how you did the research into the globe to figure out that it's probably not true, which we all did. All I'm saying is you should do that
Dude, one
same
thing you don't
research
know
with
about me,
Jesus'
dude,
word.
born again Christian, dude. I was a Christian.
Yeah, I know, but
I
that's
know
very
about the
different to
Bible.
reading.
I've read it. You
I
didn't
grew
know
up
that,
Catholic and
but
never
I'm
read it.
kind of telling. No, I've read the Bible, dude, a lot.
Everyone says that. Everyone says that, but can you quote from it willy
Quiz
nilly?
me. Well, yeah, go ahead and quiz me on anything.
Okay, that when Jesus went to the island with the crazy man that was possessed by demons and he cast them out,
Mm-hmm.
what was their name?
Crazy guy. That's not the Melchizedek guy, right?
He was on the island, cast out from the town, and Jesus went across in a boat with his disciples to help him. He was, and he
That's
cast
not
out.
Lazarus.
And what did he
Yeah,
say to
This
the
I
is
don't
the
man?
know.
same thing that the globe earthers do. They
Yeah.
they they
Mm-hmm.
want you to
No, he said he read it.
Yeah.
recite science.
Hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, look, hey, remember that's about quasars and black holes? Cite me that in National Geographic or space.com, right? It's the same thing.
Just you might
You're
have read it a
referring
long
to
time ago, but read it with new eyes now that you know that you've been lied to on this level and you know who the Satanists are. It'll match
not going
directly
to
with
work,
what's happening
dude.
now.
No, it's not.
Well, it does. It
Just
says exactly
another,
what's happening now, to a T. Even to the red
just
heifers that have been
another
produced,
story.
the red heifers that have been shipped to Jerusalem. It literally said that would happen, and it happened. It happened about 3 months ago. It says about the building of the third temple. That's started. That's already started. It says the beast system you cannot buy or sell without it. That's the vax. You couldn't buy or sell without it. It's literally to a
Look,
T explaining what's happening now.
We have
And
never been able to buy
it, look,
with or without
it real quick,
the
and then I'll
beast
shut up.
system
I only need 15 seconds.
because we need
Look,
money. We
I can
need
take.
credit cards. We need all this stuff to buy and sell
yeah, but
within
the,
the
the,
beast
the
system.
vax is inside you. It's inside your body and it changes your DNA. So you got to look into that. It's like the 144,000 that they say will be the elect. That's exactly the amount of chromosomes we have, 144,000. And then if you add a third strand, which the coronation of, I think that Jubilee of the Queen, they did 3-strand DNA going up to the Tree of Life. If you add that in, it's 244,000. Matches
Yeah, but you're
perfectly.
you're applying
Can I
science
respond what you said about
to
that real quick?
this.
Can I respond to the red heifer thing you said real quick? Just because somewhere it's written and then it's been 2,000 years later. Take a book from the Book of Mormon. We all know that book is bullshit, but it's prophesying something, right? Like there's going to be unicorns, and then I go ahead and take a horse and strap a little horn on it and say, look, here's unicorns. It said in this book there was going to be unicorns. Well, maybe a unicorn is not analogous, but something like a sign, in the sky. There's going to be, some sort of eclipse. But the fact is, because it said it, and then maybe somebody went out, because look, heifers did the heifers. So somebody could have said, hey, I want this to be prophesied into actually, I see it in the
You're cutting out.
people to think, hey, look,
Your
how
voice was
about
cutting
now?
in and
Can you
out.
hear me? Oh, sorry, man. The whole thing.
I got the general gist.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying they carry that out doesn't mean that God, like a miracle. Anybody can carry these things out.
Yeah, what came first,
Hey,
the
look,
chicken or
it
the?
came from the Bible.
I know what you're saying. You're saying what came
Neither,
first, the chicken
dude.
or the egg? But whether they're
I'm
making it
not
happen,
saying anything came first. They're making it happen, dude.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
it.
Whether they're making it happen or they're not, or it's just happening because it was going to happen regardless due to God's plan. Either way, it's happening, so it doesn't matter. That's
It
irrelevant. You
does
can't
matter
know that.
because that's irrelevant. That's the heart of the matter. That
Well, no, because it also
is
says it
going
says God will
down.
give them over to a reprobate mind, and God will use them for the great deception. So it does say that. It does say that. So whether God's, you know, allowing them to do exactly what was meant to happen, that's covered in the Bible as well. So anyway, each their own. I understand your skepticism. I was you about 3 years ago, but then when I looked at it with fresh eyes, there's no doubt in my mind. And you weren't a born again Christian. You can't be a born again Christian and then fall backwards. That just means that you didn't quite get there. Because by definition, born again
You
means
can't tell
you,
me
you your old
what
you
I was
dies.
and
You can't
wasn't,
go
dude.
backwards.
You don't know what I was, dude.
I'm just saying, by the very definition, born again means the old you dies. There's no going back. So by the very definition, you didn't quite get there. I'm not saying you can't or you don't want to. I'm just saying, by the very definition of born again, you weren't quite there. There's absolutely zero going backwards for me. My old me is completely dead.
I encourage you to watch the video I just posted of Santos Bonacci. It's only about 10 minutes long or something.
Born again just means you got rid of your old self, started anew.
Sorry, I missed that about born again. What did you say? It just means what?
You get rid of your old self and start anew. We all do that throughout our.
Yeah, it says the old you passes away, and you
Yeah,
you definitely can't go back.
you can't. I mean, after everybody found out that we were, how can you go back from that? You
I agree.
can't.
I'm gonna go check out the 24/7 channel if anyone wants to go. Nice chatting. Bye.
Hey, Zanuck.
Maybe tell him a knock-knock joke.
I'm all out of knock-knock jokes.
You seem like the type to have possibly knock-knock jokes or a book on knock-knock jokes. I'm not sure.
No book on knock-knock jokes. Sorry to disappoint you.
That is somewhat of a disappointment. Oh, disappointment. You said you worked on cinema lenses data?
I worked on what?
Using
What did you say?
expensive
What did you say I worked on?
lenses.
Sure. Yeah.
Cinema lenses.
Cooks. Yep. All kinds of those cooks for sure. Zeiss lenses, cooks, primes, all that stuff. Yep.
Nice. What was your favorite, or what was the prize lens there?
28 mil cook lens.
Nice.
With the fuck, now I'm drawing a blank with the brothers here. Coen brothers shoot with a 28. I think either Cook or Zeiss. I can't remember, but it's a 28 mil lens they like using.
Yeah, it's a good focal. I just got a.
Why are you asking?
I just bought an old Cook Kinnick.
Oh yeah.
And the C mount though, so maybe it would on a micro four thirds that would cover, but it doesn't cover on an APS-C.
Yeah, you need a full fucking sensor, bro, dude, to use those lenses perfectly.
No, this is like a generation 1.
APC is a crop sensor. You're not dealing with 35, right? So when you're dealing with that, it's you're not going to utilize your whole lens, right? When you're dealing with primes, you need a full sensor. You can't use APC.
Well, no, I mean it's still a prime lens. I mean,
yeah, but you don't get the full focal length when you're using a 2/3 or when you're using a 2/3 sensor.
Mismatching formats. So it's a C mount, which is for like I think 60 millimeter film camera from like 1940 or something. So that on an APS-C from 2012 almost covers. You know what I mean?
If you're going to have a 28 and you want a full, you don't want a crop sensor, right?
It's a nice objective. This it just looks so good. It's a Cook 25 millimeter 1.5 lens. It looks super.
But if you have a crop on there and it's 2/3, you're not dealing with a 25. You're more like dealing with a 60.
Yeah, but no, that's not right.
It'd be 25. So it'd be closer to 1.5 is just this. 1.5 is just the stop rate, right? So it's just a fast lens. It's got a good
no, I'm just saying the crop factor is 1.6 times.
1.6. Okay, sorry.
It's fast though because it's teeny weeny and it's just like it's just I don't know.
It was 2/3. I thought you said it was 2/3 sensor.
No. I was
1.6. Right.
The crop factor is 1.6. So it's 25 times 1.6.
Have you ever tried measuring pixel rate? Like you take, for instance, two objects in the distance, and you know the height of one object, and you know it physically because you've measured it, and then you measure, and what you do is you count the pixel rate with your sensor because you know how many pixels there is, right, in your whole sensor. Anyway, you take the pixel rate and you multiply it by the actual size that you know, and then you divide it by the pixel rate of the object that you're trying to measure against. Do you ever do that?
No. No. I basically have a couple different sensors that I've tried different lenses on. I noticed that the sensors themselves have different luminal density, sensitivity, for the size and surface area of the sensors. That's interesting. So different focal lengths respond differently. The camera that I'm playing around with it crops into the image to get higher resolution. So that's
Yeah.
so just doing that.
If you got a high pixel count, you can crop in pretty good. I mean, when I'm used to using, well, I've used 6K and stuff like that, film cameras, Reds and stuff. And I'm telling you, man, you can a lot of like movies that are shot just to save time are shot at a wider focal length, but because the you're shooting at 6K, you can crop in and make all kinds of different frame sizes. Just brilliant. So you can actually, when you're doing like turnarounds and when you're doing like film scenes, you can save like lots of turnaround time. Like if you have to do, three, if you're blocking and you're doing 3 sets, three on each side, right? And yeah, I mean, it just saves a lot of time. I've seen it done time and time again. But you do list you for generic movies, people can't see and notice that stuff. But for like filmmaking, it's such like like when we do it, it's such like a burn because it's no artistic in it whatsoever. It's just to finish the end of the production quick, so that you can save time. You're not fucking having to do different lens changes, right? So you'd shoot, you'd shoot. Fuck, I don't even. Depends on
I'm
the
gonna be
scene, right?
making my own lens mounts pretty soon.
What camera?
It's a modded Canon EOS M
Modded for what?
cinema. It's rehoused.
No kidding, eh? Yeah, right on. Well, it's one way to do it for sure. I mean, what's the dynamic range
But
on that? You're still getting...
honestly, I've only been really at this about a year, but I was starting to experiment with like buying broken lenses because I found that I really like playing around with the glass, so.
Well, dude, have you ever tried?
Anyway, I just want to say, so with this Cook C mount, I was able to take some other two pieces of glass, and make it full frame coverage, and it looks chef's kiss nice.
What are you going to do with it? What do you plan on putting through it?
I don't know. Probably trying to write some shitty script and shoot it and see how I do. Just run through the
Well,
process.
that's fucking great, dude. I got lots of scripts. That's what I used to do. Is probably why my mind can go all over the map when it comes to conspiracies. Because as a writer, as a script writer, right, like wanting to be a filmmaker, because that's how I started out. Like everybody, right? I've actually
You're
written.
such a jack of all trades. I have no idea is it really where you started out? Is this wouldn't it be a screenwriter?
Yeah, so I've actually made like feature films. I've worked with famous Hollywood actors and shit. It's all good, man. I started out playing music and making movies, man. And then life takes a direction. You get kids, you know what I mean? So it kind of puts you in a different pathway. So not a jack of all trades, dude. I've been in film.
No, I just mean you do a little blender, which you're not bad at.
No, I do. That's all basic stuff. Like I don't really go out of my way to memorize all that stuff. If I get into it and I can do it, it's just because a lot of the tutorials online are really easy to do. And I've already, like I said, man, I've worked in film. I already familiar with Fusion, Cinema 4D, After Effects. Like I was fucking around with all that stuff before it even became as good as it is now, right? For like fucking like if you want to make a composition in the scene, put a castle in it and lock frame to it and fucking have people walk around, there's this castle in your scene. Like I was doing all that composition stuff years ago. Right? So I learned my trade by fucking just wanting to do it. And because of, I suppose, the internet, it allowed me to get the software to do it and learn it. So I didn't need to go to school, right?
Yeah, man.
I'm sorry. What impression did I make? Because you did say jack of all trades, so I'm implying that you didn't know I was
I
in
don't know.
film.
It seems like, well, the film stuff. You got the dual computer stuff. Obviously, you're pretty into science stuff to talk about all this stuff. Would be interested enough to talk about it. You do the aviation stuff, but then you're writing books. You know what I mean? Those are, well, maybe
Well,
not a jack of them.
those
I
are
don't
all
mean
the
to
things
call
that
you a
I'm.
jack.
Those are all the things that I'm doing and I've done.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, now it may on a true scale here. The aviation was a few years back when the whole flat Earth thing got in my face because of YouTube and Facebook. I was like, nah, I got to go fucking fly again. So I started in my 20s and I got sick. I had my appendix taken out, so I never finished pilot school or ground school. I had a few hours, and then over the years, like maybe 20 years, I've accumulated maybe 13 hours of flight time. So it's fucking peanuts. And the logbook that I originally had got stolen. So the logbook I have now has, I think maybe the last 2 flights that I did, or 3 flights that I did, which is peanuts. And that's it, man. So no, I put away the aviation, but I had experience in my 20s, and then later on, 20 years later,
All right, cool. Yeah.
Did I tell you what? Did I tell you what the fucking when I went back when this flat Earth thing came up? I was like, fuck, I'm gonna go to fly a plane, right? Did I tell you that what my teacher told me the first day of class? when I walked in, I sat down. There's three or four other people in the class. They had no idea what I was there for, right? I was there to use the simulator, go up in the air. I wanted to gain hours. I wanted to refresh my memory and what to do, right? And the first thing he said, maybe within the first 20 minutes, 15 minutes of the class, he goes, "Don't worry, it's flat." And you had no idea how I felt at that moment because I was super confused because there was no way he was saying it the way I was thinking about it because of what my intention, why I was in that class, right? So the odds are uncanny. That's the first thing he would say in 15 minutes. And I asked him why. And he said people actually think that it's curved and it's spinning and all this other stuff, right? And that's what people think. That's what he said. So I was like, holy fuck, this is just too crazy, right? At least that was my experience, man.
That's pretty awesome.
So what triggered you? What triggered you to turn? Or are you a glober or a flat earther?
What do you mean? I always been flat.
Well, what was the key
I was
factor for
flat
you?
since I don't know. I think I just started questioning like if let's say that there's a world for normie to live in and normie to marry up and normie to live and buy life insurance and do all that stuff. And maybe there's another world that exists where other people are in the know, let's say. And I think it just kind of started from there, as a germ of an idea. And taking it to logical extensions, I've eventually started questioning different things. And but almost seemed like all the hits that I had gotten seemed to be about controlling other people's access, possibly. So like this kind of fits that paradigm of those things. And
You mean controlling
so,
access to what? What do you mean?
authority, I guess, control of.
So like a narrative.
Well, like I mean, I guess a
Because
lot of
you're basically categorizing them as a narrative. Like what you described earlier was a narrative of life. Like it was get a job, get life insurance, whatever, right? You're painting a narrative. So
well,
you're
right.
saying there's
There's a
narrative.
false world, basically, that normally lives in a false world,
So
and
it's a
that
narrative
behind the
they live
scenes,
in,
other
right?
things are happening.
So in other words, what you're saying is their perception is the authority's narrative, essentially.
Or it's, I guess you could say this even away, like this is totally, whatever. But
Totally
like
what?
watch I don't know if this works now, but watching Saturday Night Live, sometimes the scenes are not funny. They're not funny at all. And I think you can agree that you can write better comedy that's on Saturday Night Live. So For what reason does it exist? Is it because bad writers are impossible to avoid, or is it because there's a secondary message that's necessary that they're trying to disseminate amongst the public or amongst a certain intelligentsia, a certain group?
Well, how do they? So first and foremost, if it's agenda driven, it's going to have agenda driven vibe. In other words, you're going to see the same format throughout, right? Or there's going to be patterns of people are doing the same thing using this format, and through the format they use, you find the pattern. In other words, you find the same speech, the same message, whatever, right? Like Build Back Better.
Where I find that there are comedic scenes, there are certainly ones that are not funny, and the ones that are not funny, I tend to think that there's other agenda driven to even propagate that as a scene, to even justify it as something that anybody would spend more than fucking 3 minutes thinking about. And so, given that, I found it like this incredible coincidence that occurred. Like, it was the same night that the MH370 plane disappeared, was a Saturday night. And right after Saturday Night Live happened, it occurred on CNN. And on that Saturday Night Live, there's like a bad Matthew McConaughey impression, like so bad. And I was like, wow, this isn't funny at all. And he's talking about like taking your telescope out and looking up, and it was almost like inside information being tipped off or something like that. You know what I mean? Like gamefully so. And I started to just perceive that might be a way that these things are communicated. You know, that there's like yeah.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Like, as far as if there is
these are the beginnings of it. Yeah, go ahead.
If there's a brotherhood, in other words, that they're going to communicate. So what I was told, they're called cookies. They're leaving cookies. Did you get the cookie? That's one way. That's what editors say anyway, is cookies. And it would be like, for instance, you go to edits of somebody's film. Somebody gives you a job to do, and they leave you cookies inside. And what it is, they're actually speaking to you as the editor, knowing that you're editing, hoping when you'd come across the message, because the idea was to see if you actually edited the material, right? So
yeah.
in the same way, in that logic, in the same way, when people watch things, that it's the same way as they're looking for cookies, is what you're suggesting.
What's like,
and
if every fifth
what
joke
it is,
in a
what it is
late
the what. Yeah, I know, but what it is the editor or the writer paying a homage or a tribute to what you deem to be a secret message, right?
You know, it's like, is it referential? Yeah, maybe there could be something like that. But what I'm saying is, like, it just seems like if you watch any late night monologue, like 1 out of every 5 jokes is going to be like pushing some kind of like, you should feel this way about a political thing and laugh about it. You know
I don't watch it, so I can't relate. I don't watch that. I haven't watched Saturday Night Live since Saturday Night Live, like maybe the late '90s,
comedy is
the
like
latest
such an effective
2000s.
way to comedy is such an effective way to modulate people's thinking on a topic.
I think, yeah, like I said, I haven't watched Saturday Night Live because it just turned bad, and I never looked back, and I don't think I've seen it in a decade.
Yeah.
Like I don't even care to watch it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But
So if you're watching Saturday Night Live for secret messages, I'd say you're wasting your time.
Why?
But I get the overall I get the overall message.
There's a huge influential
because if you're correlating missing jets to watching Saturday Night Live, I would say, listen, man, you're kind of going a little too deep. Life is way more beautiful than that. You should get out of your fucking chair and go outside and go for a long walk. Because if you're getting messages to your brain that planes are disappearing and you're watching Saturday Night Live and you find a correlation, brother, come on.
Okay. Thanks, Data, for all the judgment. Yeah, so this is like me in like whatever 2011 or something, or I don't know what. Maybe
it's not judgment, dude. I'm trying to help you out. You have to look at the rationale of it. You
would have to experience it, like.
No, see, I understand. I can relate. I can relate because if I applied that logic, maybe I could find something, but I could never prove it, right? So instead of thinking, well, you know what you know, why don't you show me what you can prove? And that's a better position to be in, because wasting time on things you can't prove.
Yeah, your head's fucked. It doesn't matter. Don't even worry about it. Just
So
just pretend
yeah,
like I
dude,
didn't say it.
I don't watch Saturday Night Live for secret
It's okay.
messages. So they're correct. You can
Why
have
why why
these.
why would
You
I
can have
presume
these
to do
ambitions. You can have these
Who
ambitions
does?
in life.
Who else do you like? I don't know. I know one other person that I did this with. That's the only other person I can say that I've ever heard anybody try to watch movies with or try to watch like
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's,
programs
like I said, they're
to
called
look for.
cookies, right? But it's not what you
Okay,
it's what you can
right.
prove.
So if you even if you're just trying to look for the number 33 in the show or something like that, where you'd be like, oh well, these few episodes
You
do
know what I
have like
found
that's
about
interesting.
the number 33?
Or
Is
that in all
is
of the Star Trek episodes, they either featured like the numbers 74 or 47.
sure. When I was first introduced to the rabbit hole, and oddly enough, one of the first two people that introduced me to the rabbit hole was a call for an uprising and Russian videos. And I watched two videos, I think, from either one of them. I was like, okay, I'm going to use this calculator. And I'm gonna apply it to the groups of people that are associated with one another, like hashtag same team, right? And when you do that, there's actually this really interesting thing that happens with Chaldean and Pythagorean numerology.
Numerology.
And hey, and like I said, man, I was completely newbie to the rabbit hole, and all I did was watch, like I said, I think two videos of Russian videos because he had a calculator. So I just tried to find a calculator that would emulate his answers, and doing so, I would just apply the names of these groups through flat Earth. And it's funny because as you discover more things about 33, it has it's a numeric part of our numeric system too, right? Like 33 vertebrae, water. There's a vacuum at 33 feet, so water can't you can't suck up water past 33 feet. So there's these really interesting. Oh, and water boils at what is it, minus 33 degrees Fahrenheit or something, or whatever the alternate to Celsius is. I think it's minus 33 something anyway. So there's these really interesting things and about it, but what I find is I didn't make it up. I just copied a process, right? So did you copy your process or did you make it up by
About
watching
what?
that? Well, you obviously
Oh
thinking
no,
that
no, it
by
wasn't my
watching Saturday
process.
Night Live.
No, no, my person I knew suggested it, and I said, "You're crazy," is what I said.
Yeah,
The boiling
so
point
you,
of water is 212 degrees.
what's
Not 33.
33? So I'm thinking something as water is 33. Like, well, I know 33 feet. It can't be more than it can't be sucked up. It creates a vacuum at 33 feet. And then
And
there's
water
30,
something.
freezes
34
Well,
degrees is
to
freezing.
0 in
that's what I
Celsius.
meant. 34. I
32.
thought it was 33 degrees was
32.
freezing. Sorry. Yeah, 33 degrees was freezing, something like
No,
that. So
no,
it's
32.
34. Is it 32?
32.
My when I came across the records, it was like 33. You say
Everyone's
34,
collectively
32.
is going crazy right now. Okay.
So whatever. Anyway, I just find it really interesting. 33 reader rate. There's also a ratio to the human body, a 33-to-1 ratio, and I think it's the crown, the circle crown of the human skull to the human body. It's a 33-to-1 ratio or something like that. So it's really interesting, this 33, where it applies into mathematics and reality and physics, and then
There's so many like
also into the occult, and also into secret societies, right?
yeah, but also like I think overtly within the man. Sorry, is it Hindu? I don't know if it's Hindu per se, but like the um, Brahman, who is like the triplicate god, their triangular god, um, is composed of 33 different stars. So it's even back that far, and it may even back before that. Who knows? It may have references like memes that we don't even get. Like why, like why is that a tag? You know what
Well,
I'm saying? And so like
it
we can
comes
look
from
back at yeah. We can go back to it. I'm just gonna
comes from the
rattle
sexy
on this.
decimal system, right? The sexy decimal system, the 60 by 60 by 24.
Why does 33 figure into
Well,
that? Because I
24 or
know
36. What's that?
I don't find that 33 figures into it. So, well, it is a prime of the.
It,
You know,
it,
maybe
it,
okay.
it comes
Well,
what comes
maybe.
from yeah,
Yeah.
it has to,
Yeah.
because it's a sexagesimal system. It's 60 by 60 by 24. Without that system, 360 degrees, 12, 24, 36, none of that 33 would work. Like, for instance, the pentagram is apparently all of the planets lined up at a position,
I don't find any
right?
like natural symmetries in 60, and I work with 60. So, but like, yeah, 33, I don't find it like as a underlying structure. You know what I mean? Like where I find like 5 equals 10, I find that to be totally.
Yeah, but it's not just 33, it's 11, 22, 33, right? 66, right? It's that whole sequence. So those have
Well, it's just like a
somewhat,
double odd number.
yeah, whatever. But I like I said, I didn't make it up. I just looked at it, and then I just tried to apply it, and then tried to understand it, and then researched history about it. In fact, I'm just donating two Freemason books right now to the secondhand store. I just finished reading them, and it's it's a interesting interesting background, man.
Sure.
Trying to dispel a lot of the conspiracies behind it, right? I didn't know it, kind of in the way like how they've been actually kicked out of places before, and like banned from certain countries and stuff. So I find that interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, before the ability to just spy on anybody, it was like, conspiring people were often looked at as like.
Well, I don't know. I just, like I said, it's new to me, right? And so I had to maintain. I have no personal preference or bias in it. I'm just, like I said, I just had to learn about it, right? So you like the Freemasonry?
Have you bothered learning how to use celestial navigation? I know you own a sextant.
Yeah, so it's all good, bro. It's I navigate over a planar surface, just like if I have a map with me, and I know the height of an object in my map, and I take my sextant, and let's say I have like a 2 degree just a 2 degree angle to it. I can take that quick calculation of the height and find the linear distance to the object very easily, right? Just using basic Euclidean straight lines and angles. So when I can do that, and then I use a map that's
That was the
two-dimensional.
funniest. Oh, keep going.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's the funniest. Would you like me to give you a formula?
No, yeah,
Would you
keep
like
telling
me?
me how to do celestial navigation because you.
Yeah, I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm telling you how I done it, and how for me, how I operate on a planar surface. For you, you can think that you don't operate on a planar surface and that you're operating on a sphere. But for me, I use straight lines and angles. If I have a two-dimensional map with me, then I know that I can use dead reckoning on it, which is a straight line on the map. There's no curve in the map. There's no curve that I adjust for. So when I apply these principles, I'm operating in a two-dimensional format of distance and elevation, where I get my elevation angle and I get the distance to the object. So these are the two functions.
Real quick. Hold on. I want to sum up your answer. No, Kool-Aid. I still don't know how to use my sextant, and I still haven't looked into it. That's all you need to say.
I have my sextant. I know how to use it. I can describe a method.
How do you use it?
Well, what do you mean? How do I use it? Why do you want me to go through how I use it? I look through it.
Because I don't believe you're telling me the truth.
And then I try to make that angle hit the horizon. Wherever the angle of elevation is, I lower it to the horizon to get my degree. So the point is, listen, man, I don't need to fucking prove jack shit to you.
You don't know how to use a sextant.
You can think you live on a ball, bro. I don't give a fuck. Do you understand? You should not care that I live a planar stationary Earth. You should not care.
Is this a conversation, or is this just
you religious? Listen, you religious zealot. I don't care if you live on a ball.
I don't want to be here.
I don't care if you live on a ball, bro. Do you understand?
Can I get a little help here?
I don't care if you live on a ball. The way I use a sextant, is I use straight lines and angles, and I get a linear distance from me and the object, and I use a two-dimensional map to do that, which is straight lines and angles again. Please spare me your bullshit. My practical applications on a planar fucking surface. I ain't traveling 5,000 miles. I ain't traveling 3,000
Oh my God,
miles.
you're just going to talk over me.
I'm
Just
traveling a
fill the
couple
room
hundred
with your
miles,
noise,
bruh.
Data.
I'm
Don't
traveling a
allow
couple
anyone
hundred
to
miles,
talk. Just
bruh.
fill the room with your noise.
Do you live on a
You're
fucking tiny
literally
cylinder, bruh? Traveling
literally
200 miles is nothing if I'm living on a massive sphere. You moron. That's why everything you do is straight lines and angles on a two-dimensional map. Stop wasting my
Jeremy, any
time.
chance I can get some help here?
Just stop wasting my time, please. I don't care if you live on a ball, bro.
Okay, you've
One at a
muted, so
time,
please.
Johnny List.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to Jeremy mod for you.
Okay.
I
So
muted him. Dude, there's no name calling, Data. Come on.
Right.
I didn't call him.
No, you just filled the room full of talking noise when all you had to say
I
was
didn't
no
name
Kool-Aid.
call you, dude.
Seriously. Okay, this is why you guys can't get normal conversation in here. You have spurgs like this who can't even allow somebody to finish a sentence. Fucking ridiculous.
You muted both of them?
To be fair, I'm not muted. I just disengaged because it's not worth the effort.
Oh man, come on. Go ahead. What do you got?
Yeah, celestial navigation and the very relationship of 1 degree is 1 minute of, I'm sorry, 1 minute of angle is 1 nautical mile, destroys flat Earth.
So you travel in a straight line and the star lowers, right?
No.
Or rises.
No, that's not correct.
Really?
Yep. You travel
So what
along
happens?
you travel along the surface. You don't travel in a straight line.
Well, you see the star lower, right? You don't see ground bending. Am I right?
Right. So you are correct when you see the object, the astronomical object, the star or whatever, lower as you travel over the surface. If this was a flat surface, you would see that relationship become exponential or at least logarithmic. If you are on a curved surface looking at a curved sky, you will get a linear relationship. Anybody want to guess which we see in real life?
You don't see anything except the star lower and rise as you go north to south.
Or east or west?
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Well, east and west and north to south are perpendicular, right?
How do you see a star, the North Star, rising going east and west?
Maybe you wouldn't use the North Star for that. I personally like the star Betelgeuse. It's very bright and easy to see.
Oh, okay. Dude, when you look at a map, like with my buddy here,
I'm talking about
you
celestial
know the height
navigation.
of a lighthouse. You know the light of a like, dude. This is a
Just
practical
gonna-
example to show you that when you're operating just in the basic assumption of straight lines and angles, you're using a two-dimensional map that is straight lines and angles. That's all you can put on this map.
Data,
And
will
when
you
you know that,
address
let me
the
finish. Let
argument
me
I
finish. Let me
made?
finish. When you know the height of the, when you have a map and you know the height of the lighthouse, if I look through my sextant and I can get the angle to the top of the lighthouse and bring it down to the horizon, I will get my angular degree. Whatever that is, there's a calculation formula that adds in refraction, right? Because it's optics. I can take that calculation and get a straight line to it, which creates a right angle triangle to the top of the lighthouse, to the bottom of the lighthouse, to the distance from that bottom of the lighthouse to me, the observer. That angle of elevation creates a right angle triangle. I devise my ratio from that. I can get a angular relationship approximation. There is no 100% in these calculations. You're assuming
Whenever you're done.
you're assuming 1 arc minute is 100% perfect. It's not true. You do not get a perfect measurement. The Earth is not perfectly shaped in this perfect sphere that you describe. There is a variation, so that's also not true. So best calculations you can do is coming close as a mile to your location with added calculations, because there is errors in the basic geometry. So whether you want to talk to me about a sphere, whether you want to talk to me about a flat Earth, the application,
Can I respond?
let me finish. The application at base level, the pragmatic, practical approach is in a two-dimensional map, which means it's only straight lines and angles that you're using. That's what the application is. Okay.
So my question and what I brought up, which you failed to address completely, is 1 minute of angle is 1 nautical mile.
That's not entirely true, brother. Okay. That's
It's
not
the
100%
definite.
true. No, it's
That's the
not.
definite.
It's an
Would you please?
approximation.
Come on,
As you
dude.
change,
Stop, Data.
as you change
Stop.
latitudes,
No,
as
seriously,
you change
Data. I'm
latitudes,
done,
as you
guys.
change
I cannot
latitudes,
have a conversation like this. He talks for 10 minutes and then I get half a sentence. Fuck
He's
this.
trying to respond to the thing you just said, though. Plus, we got to deal with a lot of your guys that like to go on and on a lot. Let's try to keep it concise, though, Data. What do you say, kiddo?
I'm just
All right,
saying
if he wants
practical
to
application.
respond,
I'm using, listen, am I using a two-dimensional map with straight lines and angles? That's all I want to know. Am I using that? Is that the application when I do the calculations?
I have no interest in discussing anything other
There
than
you
1 minute
go.
of
So it's
angle
just weak.
equal.
You have no, the 1 minute, it's
Jeremy,
just an approximation. It's not 100%, buddy.
come
I
on,
hope you
dude.
understand that. Listen, if you
Yeah, Data,
traverse
what
from
the
the
fuck,
north to
bro?
the south,
Data, you cut him right off, dude.
no, I didn't, dude.
You definitely did. Go listen back on the live stream. You cut him right off. Come on, man.
So the only thing I care to discuss with you is 1 minute of angle equals 1 nautical mile. That is the definition. I don't care if you say it doesn't work. You're wrong. That is definitionally
No,
what
I
it
said that's an approximation.
almost got
Again,
a
you're not
sentence.
listening. It's an
Almost made it.
approximation. Don't, you're lying. You're going to get interrupted when you're lying or misrepresenting. It's an approximation. Okay. I didn't say it was wrong.
Definition.
I said it's an approximation. And even with the best calculations, you're going to still be approximately a mile off from your destination. Okay. Using
No,
celestial. Yes.
that's
Okay.
wrong.
Dude, I read the people and watched the videos and watched what they do and what they do for the math and application. So you
Then do
are
it.
just beacon off here. You're just
You
beacon off
said
here.
you
I've actually went out
when
and
you
watched
said
these
you knew how
people.
to do it, and I asked
Listen,
you how do you
I
do it.
went, yes, I had to
I'm
learn
sorry.
how to do it before I apply it, right? So when I learned it, I had to
You
learn it
haven't.
online. That's why I got a sextant, right? So I can apply it, right? I just described how you can apply it. I just
No, you
described how you
didn't.
can use the
No,
sextant. I offered you a calculation
no.
for it while you apply the application of using a sextant. I also told you that it's on a two-dimensional map using straight lines and angles. And I'm going at short distances, okay? I'm not going 500 miles, buddy, 600 miles. Do you understand? You're going at short distance, maybe a couple
When
hundred
you're
miles,
done
200 miles,
talking, let
maybe.
somebody else know, okay?
So the point is, you're not going these crazy distances that you think you are. You're doing small little sections, because if you did these crazy distances, you'd fucking lose yourself, man.
So one more time, you have not done it. You do not know how. When I asked you how, you gave me a
Okay, so I just
procedure.
told you again, you're lying, you're straw
Seriously.
man, you're not even addressing the argument,
Okay,
buddy.
I'm done.
You're
Bye,
using
guys.
a two-dimensional map. Yeah, this was, it's just straw man after straw man. I told you what
No,
to
I
do.
cannot get a sentence
I
out.
just
Even the
told you
mods
what
have
to
told
do.
you to shut up.
Dude, you're not arguing from a point of position that's fucking valid. You're trying to attack me, my character. I just gave you a description of how to do it. I told you how I apply it if I have a two-dimensional map.
What I'm
You
attempting to do
understand?
is finish a sentence. You don't allow me to finish my sentence. I'm going to
Stop
be
lying.
annoyed.
Don't ad hom.
Seriously,
That's
you
it.
were just doing it right there.
Yeah, I don't care. Stop ad homing. Stop fucking making bullshit up. Stop trying to attack my character. I'm using a two-dimensional map. I just
Jeremy,
described the
am I
sextant.
making up that he's interrupting me?
I just told you how I'm using the sextant,
I was
which again,
talking to
if
one
I
of my
have,
coworkers. I don't know if he interrupted you or not. I'm guessing he probably did, but let's let him finish, Data, and then you can address any ad homs or lies he said after, please.
No, that's his argument, though. He's not addressing the fact that it's a two-dimensional
Just
map.
be quiet and let him talk, please.
He's not addressing the fact that I told him how I used to
Data.
stick.
He doesn't have the capability. I'm sorry, he's
There
a
you go.
child.
This is it. That's it. You got nothing, dude.
The definition of a nautical mile is 1 minute of angle declination change.
The true definition of a nautical mile is the hypothesis that the Earth is a spherical nature. It's a unit based on 6,068 feet versus a mile unit, which is 5,280 feet. So fuck off with your religious belief, dude. It's just a unit of measurement. It can be
That's not correct.
Yes, it is. It can be transposed at whatever system you want to use. SI unit, whatever you want to transpose it, kilometers, mile, it doesn't matter. The hypothesis the nautical mile comes from. But true, it's really about airspeed. It's really about up in the sky. Do you understand? The whole point with the ground that you're trying to claim spherical, you have a two-dimensional map. Do you
Kool-Aid, are you
understand
saying
that?
we can't go? Kool-Aid, are you saying we can't go? If you go a nautical mile, it has to be on a curved surface. Like you can't do a nautical mile in a straight line, horizontal or something.
If you had a straight path, a nautical mile would change length over the surface of that surface.
Yeah, if we have 1 nautical mile, can we go in a perfectly straight line, horizontal, for 1 nautical mile?
I don't know. Let me think about it.
I'll give you a spoiler alert. You can, because it transfers into miles, and we can go a mile in a horizontal line.
No, so that only recently has the definition of nautical mile been changed to have a statute mile equivalent. The actual definition of nautical mile is a minute of declination change.
Whatever the definition
false.
is, whatever the
It's an
definition is, though, we can
approximation.
transfer it data. Whatever the definition is, though, we can transfer it to miles, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and we can go a mile.
No, hold on, Jeremy. A nautical mile on a different surface would be a different length, but it would still be a nautical mile. For example, on the moon, it would be half a kilometer long, and the lunar nautical mile is half a kilometer.
Okay, so if I travel a distance of 1 mile, I can say how many nautical miles I went, right?
Only if you know what surface you're on, but assuming we're on Earth, yeah.
Sorry, what was
Yes.
that?
Yes, you can, assuming that we're talking about Earth, you can say 1 nautical mile equals whatever the statute miles is. And that
So I
is
can transfer nautical.
That
So
is
nautical
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so nautical miles can be directly transferred into miles. So if I go a mile, I can transfer that and see how many nautical miles I went.
Correct.
Right?
And
Yeah.
the only reason we can do that is because the distance of a nautical mile does not change. It
Jeremy,
remains.
thanks, buddy.
What's up, Data?
Just wanted to say thanks. You just got him to go 180 on what he just said. He just made him do a 180. Thanks, buddy.
I didn't.
I mean, if we can transfer. Go ahead, cool.
A nautical mile is the same distance, whether we're talking about one near the North Pole, one near the South Pole, one near the equator. A nautical mile is in the same distance, and that same distance is a result of a curved surface. No other surface works.
Here, I'm going to read you something. I'm going to give you a preview of what's in my book to help you out. Okay, I'm going to read you a page
I
from
don't
the
give a fuck about your book. No one does. It's never coming out, and it's fake. So either address this conversation or fuck off.
So I'm just going to teach you something about your
I'm
own
just going to
model.
leave if he starts monologuing
Hold on, don't
again.
leave. Don't
No,
leave.
if he monologues, I'm leaving. I'm done. That kid is insufferable.
Just hold on, Data. Let me get 2 minutes. So if we can transfer, I don't know what the word is. If we can put miles to nautical miles, right? We can interchange those. I can travel 1 mile and say I've went X amount of nautical miles.
Sure.
Then, yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Then I could obviously go 1 mile horizontally and say I went X amount of nautical miles down this horizontal line, right?
Theoretically, yes. But if that horizontal line was, say, 10 miles long, the first nautical mile would be a different length than the last nautical mile.
Does each mile not equal an X amount of nautical miles?
On a curved surface, it sure does. On a
So I'm
flat
going to
surface,
educate you,
Whatever.
Jeremy.
Hold on, Data. Hold on, Data.
on a flat surface, it would be a logarithmic or an exponential relationship.
Okay. Regardless of what the surface we're doing them on, miles translates to nautical miles. Like there's a ratio, right?
No,
There's not a ratio of miles to nautical miles?
not unless we include the surface we're on. This is
Well,
why I was
let's Google it.
This is why I was explaining the lunar nautical mile or the Martian nautical mile, which is a kilometer.
Here we go. I got a conversion. In 1
Right.
mile, there's 0.869 nautical miles. So if I travel 1 mile horizontally, I have went 0.869 nautical miles.
On the surface of the Earth, yes.
Nope, horizontal line. I can go 1 mile in a horizontal line. We know that. And that will
Okay.
equal 0.869 nautical miles because that is the conversion for nautical miles to miles.
On the surface of the Earth, yes.
Nope, horizontal line. Horizontal line, 1
And
mile.
no, that will not
Yes.
be accurate.
Incorrect. I don't know where you're getting your information from. I have it so that it goes from miles to nautical miles, and every mile I travel, I will have gone 0.869 nautical miles, which means that
Where
if I
I'm
go 1 mile in a horizontal line, I'll have went 0.869 nautical miles.
where I'm getting my information from is the Bowditch, and the history of celestial navigation as brought to us by our good friends, the British Navy.
I have a calculator that converts miles to nautical miles converter.
Right.
Hey, Jeremy, in the chat, I
That's
just
correct.
posted you.
Because
I just
on the
posted you. I
No,
posted you a
Data,
page.
somebody else is talking, dude.
Yeah, I
Have a
posted you a
little
page
bit
for
of
my book, Jeremy. It's in the chat there, the live
All
text.
right.
You
Bye,
can read
guys.
it.
I'm sorry. The twat won't
This guy
actually
here just
shut up.
just spoke the British Navy, and he's going to be embarrassed. But you're going to read this in my own book. It's actually, he's going to learn about his own model too. So, Jeremy, if you actually want to read it to him, it's in the
All
chat.
right. Bye, guys. I hope you have fun with Data because he's too insufferable a twat. I'm done.
He was trying to say that the 1 minute arc is the 1 nautical mile equivalent. It's 100% equal. I just gave you an excerpt that shows you that it's not, according to the own model, due to the flattening of the poles. So there you go. In the image I posted there, you can read the actual true problem with the nautical mile and the arc minute, and why it's not equal.
I bet Xana can't wait to get your book. She's gonna read it like 3 times in the first night.
He's gonna fucking jerk off to it.
Oh, I'm sure the book will be ridiculed, picked apart, whatever. Again, it's just like I said. I don't know why you guys are here. You guys are committed too, right? I mean, you've been building a servo geo for what? How many years now? 3 years? 4 years?
Oh, the server's been live for about 1.5 years.
What? Then I've been paying attention to how long your server's been around for.
Yeah, it was like September 2022 we launched it.
Oh, good for you. It's good. It's in fact, the problem is there's not much when there's actually good and really good information.
Sorry, I mean 21. Sorry.
Yeah.
9, yeah, September 2021. So yeah, it's like 1.5 years. Sorry.
That's all right. So anyway, maybe I exaggerated a little bit. Going on 2 years, let's say. Anyway, and Jeremy, you've been here for fucking what? How long? 5 years now? If longer?
Well, I've been involved in these discussions for much longer than just this server, but
No, but what about Jeremy? How long you been around now for, Jeremy?
I don't know if he's by his mic. I want to say maybe 18 for him, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so it's been 5 years kind of thing. Yeah. Just wondering if there's going to be any more ranties. You know what I came across is I don't know if you've seen this yet, but are we live? Are we recording live?
Yeah, but I can.
Well, I don't know, man. It's public knowledge. I just find it fascinating that the Premier of Canada did a like a meeting, like a town hall meeting, right? If everybody come down and talk to him. Do you know one of the subjects he brought up? Just out of curiosity, what do you think he brought up? And this is like a liberal, right? And I noticed a pattern recently. He was he said he's very fascinated with flat earthers. He began to tell the town hall meeting.
Who is this?
The Prime Minister of Canada. This was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Did you not see the video?
No, I don't think I've seen it.
So he goes on to talking about how he claims that these groups of people get together and they all convince themselves the Earth's flat, even though we have space pictures and even Columbus knew that the Earth was round. We circumnavigated the globe. But he says he's fascinated, and then the speech goes on to talk about how the flat earthers won't necessarily harm people, is what he goes on to say. But then it kind of gets convoluted and the video ends. So I only got to that far. I haven't really seen the conclusion of the town hall, but I find that interesting. He's fascinated by flat earthers.
Well, yeah,
that means he's either listening or like he's in. You know what I mean? Like, how would he know? How would he know what they think, and how would they know what the? Right?
Yeah, he may not really know much. I mean, it depends, but they do put it into those guys' speeches and the rhetoric. You know,
if I was loaded and I had, you would probably be online going, "What are the crazy things going on?" You probably would be, wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't see if Justin Trudeau was a dramateacher, pot smoker, or whatever. Then maybe that part of his life never really changed, and he's kind of like into conspiracies and shit. Because it's just a little weird that he's fascinated with flat earthers. And like, again, it's.
Oh, no.
Do you guys remember?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you guys remember Obama in like 2016? How he came out like talking about flat Earth like 3 times?
We ain't got time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
You remember that?
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
He was a Democrat, right? So yeah, but here's the thing: has any conservative really mentioned it? Has it been just more Democrats mentioning it? Like liberals and Democrats, because so far Justin brought it up, Obama brought it up, And then like look at all those science people, like Bill Nye is a liberal guy, brought it up. Like they keep talking about it, is what I mean, giving it air to breathe. You know.
Christians never mention it. Now that you think it's always like, people that worship science and like, leftist people, atheists, they're the ones that attack it the most. And then I guess if you're like, if you're like a right-leaning politician that has Christian, if you mention something about the flat earth, it's either they're going to think, oh my God, this guy's a religious weirdo, or it would be a little bit too mocking of the Bible for maybe his constituents' taste and stuff. I don't know.
Maybe.
But yeah, it's always lefties that mention it, like Obama and Trudeau and,
Bill Nye,
Yeah.
the health director of the United States there.
Well, I mean, they're all different cases, I think, in terms of maybe what their agenda is with it. I'd be interested to hear this Trudeau one if you said it was just a week or two ago, but they do try to put it into that category of, going back to before there was science and, the old, sort of archaic, outdated, they try to kind of categorize it that way. That's why, they use that term. I mean, that's partly why Obama was putting it in the speeches too. It's like used as a ridicule term for, do we all really want to go back to when people thought the earth was flat, kind of the archaic old ages, so they do kind of try to use that, and they try to use that in terms of like, science denial or whatever sort of agenda they have with it. I mean, that was like when it was written in Obama speeches, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Is sort of saying that like,
he said it like 3 times. Like he referenced like he was like at least 3 times I remember I think definitely 2016, 2017. He was like, and it was just I found it odd. And then you had speeches of Hillary Clinton talking about the firmament, the glass ceiling and stuff. Now, whether these videos were perfectly edited together to have a message, I do remember seeing those things before all of that stuff kind of became chopped and put together.
Yeah,
Do you know what I
people
mean?
have interpreted I hear you on that, but people have pieced together the idea of that she meant some kind of a dome glass ceiling, but that's a term that's used, for like wage differences and.
Oh yeah, I get the analogy for sure. Yeah, I'm just saying that
I never connected those dots, like back, like when she said it live during that election cycle. Like I didn't even know what flat Earth was. That it's weird, now thinking back on how often it was mentioned, and I didn't even know it was a thing.
Do you know what I came across? Actually, I don't know if you've seen Taboo's video came up, but I remember the Pop Goes the World video. Have you seen it? If there's a way for you to if there's a way for you to play that video and discuss it, you're gonna laugh your ass off. It's too funny.
He had a video drop today that I meant to watch.
I totally forgot about the Pop Goes the World until Taboo Conspiracy brought it up again today.
You mentioned Ranty. I mean, yeah, he basically said he was getting out of this whole discussion. He was giving his channel over to Brandon, which he did. Said he was just done with it. It was, just kind of past that time in his life, and he's just not really interested anymore. And then he disappeared for a couple months or whatever. Brandon started running his server and show. And then all of a sudden, Ranty has a talk with Ruhif and Conspiracy Cats, and then says that this photo or whatever of the Blackpool Tower thing, changed his mind or whatever. And then he tried to do like a whole circuit of gaining popularity with that. Like, I used to be the flat earther and now the globe, whatever. He did a couple debates. It just seemed like that wasn't going anywhere. Like his channel, I think he kind of, a lot of the flat earth people, saw him as such a fraud that they didn't really want to associate with him. And then the Globers like kind of clung to him at the beginning, thinking that he was going to do something for him. And then they quickly realized that he really wasn't, there was nothing there, I guess, to do anything with. And then he just vanished. Like what his channel now he did videos on the Johnny Depp, Amber.
Yeah, he got like millions of views. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to rack up money on that. Yeah, and then I don't even think he's involved in any of these discussions anymore.
No, but like some of his videos was like 7 million views and stuff with that trial. Like he got pretty, like, I mean, he was getting some traffic for sure. But I mean, do you make money on YouTube if you have a video that gets? I mean, I don't even know how that shit works. Like, you have to be like that consistently, though.
Right.
I don't know if his channel's still like that. I mean, do you think he was a real like? Do you think he really was genuine about thinking the Earth was stationary? Or do you think he was just an actor from the beginning? Because I never even knew who he was till he was already a glober. So I never like, was he like debating people about it and coming up with like flat Earth content and then just flipped, or was he just
Basically.
somebody on Discord?
No, he was finagling with the flat earthers. He created the round table, tried to bring people together to discuss it. I had a lot of fun in the shows if you played the character, and then you played the part for the idea behind it all, and it was entertaining. But I did ask him point blank. I think one of his rounding it out anyway. I said, "Well, how long are you going to be here for?" And he said about 5 years, and literally to the day, 5 years he was gone. As far as doing the FE stuff, anyway.
Well, I mean, he kind of started like with the Nathan Oakley guys. He was on there and stuff, and then he kind of branched out, did his channel. Like you said, he had that roundtable show thing for a while. I don't know. I guess I don't have enough of. I haven't really seen enough of his content to make enough of a decision myself as to what his whole situation was. Because even back in the early days and whatnot, when he was doing stuff, I was just never really attracted to his channel. There wasn't for me. I just didn't resonate. I mean, I had seen some of what he was doing, but I didn't really sort of follow his whole thing. So I've seen definitely clips and things throughout the years and when he's been on shows and things, but I guess to me, never really stood out as having a lot of potent information. So I kind of just didn't watch too much of his stuff and focused on other stuff that I found more value in. But he did a lot of like pictures, like he did long distance photography and things, but he didn't have like a huge like series of arguments about the Earth necessarily. It was just sort of his photos and then kind of spurring the conversation up, on his channel.
But I mean, he was pretty much genuine, maybe, or at least he appeared like. I mean, up until he flipped, no one thought he.
No.
See,
I was
you don't think so?
No, and even Brandon too. But there's some of the things that they said. It was more of like. Anyway, it's just a way to bait. It was just like the way I looked at it is you got to create content, right? Without a way to create content, you need you got nothing. So you got to create controversy by doing so. You'll create more content. So whether it was intentional or misleading, I think both render the the effect.
I mean, if you're going into like the Asian discussion, I mean, the thing about that, like I don't know. I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself, but I feel like people tend to just want to call everyone agents, but I think there probably are some, but I don't think there's a lot of them. But yeah, whether like the ranty Brandon thing, yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I mean, he did give his show to Brandon and they were kind of connected, but Brandon worked for that military industrial complex company and then he quit there and then he was on Alex Jones and stuff. I don't know. Some people have speculated some things, but
the thing is, though, either you're an agent or you're psychotic because you can't pretend. I mean, that's completely acting. Like, I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther for several years, and I'm going to flip and become famous. Like, that's either you're doing a job or you have severe like issues. I don't know. But like I said, the only thing I've ever seen is that whole debate. I think it was like him and Witsit with the. That photo with the mountain and the village, how the village is missing or whatever in front of it.
Yeah.
So I don't.
The height of.
I've never seen any of his content for real. He gets mentioned all the time, and I really. Oh.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Am I roboting?
No, you're good.
I'll tell you right now. I think Randy flipped for the money. Right? There's always this money thing about him. Remember the thing with Anthony, Sleeping Warrior, and over that money, and you know what I'm saying? He was always talking about money and shit.
He got like a $2,000 drone and didn't do anything with it.
You're right, though. A lot of his, like, if you want to call it dramas around him, were always about some money thing. Even to that whole thing with what's that woman's name that he got into it with?
It was always about. I just feel like he flipped for the money. He saw the Globers getting a lot of fucking money.
Right.
Hey,
well,
I'll buy you a $2,000 drone. Say you're a Glober.
Well, then he ended up flipping to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to really make money. So, I mean, yeah, that seems like definitely was his motivation.
Dude, he was the flat Earth cameraman in air quotes, and then a picture flips him. Like that doesn't even make sense. Just that on its face.
Yeah. After taking photos for years and talking about lack of curvature and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden to just find this photo on Facebook that he didn't even take, and then just misinterpret it the way that it.
Right. Not only that, arguing for the fact that, sometimes, we'll call it refraction, whatever, but sometimes stuff is cut off in half. Those oil rigs on the Black Swan, there's days you go out there and you can only see half of them. So you got to, but you already know what, how that works. So to see something that's cut off in a photo, then it's either going to be like he got paid or he was an agent, I don't know, or he's not healthy. Because that was the thing that I was confused about, because I'm like, well, he must have been a flat earther during the Black Swan thing, and then there's tons of videos where the oil rig is cut in half, but that's still technically a Black Swan, blah blah blah. So I don't know.
I think Ranty was legit at first, but I think just I don't know, this money thing got in the way. If you're trying to get money, like this ain't the spot to be getting money at. We're in it for the truth. Like if now you're worried about getting money, see, that's what I mean. If you're only worried about money, you start going down different paths that you might not go for the money.
Well,
that's why we're in this whole problem now. That's why.
Yeah, but if you're a prominent, or in your mind, a prominent flat earther that has somewhat of a, I don't know if he had any like kind of YouTube following or anything like that, or was just popular on other flat Earth shows and stuff, and all of a sudden you flip and say, "Wait a second, flat Earth's retarded." I mean, there is potential there to get yourself a kickstart and start making money on the internet doing that for sure. So, I mean, if it was a money, like, I could see how that would, in his mind, like, well, it just didn't happen because clearly he's irrelevant with the exception of, Hollywood court cases and stuff. He doesn't come on here. I don't think I've ever seen him on any Discord channels or anything.
Yeah, he's gone on Gems at times over the years.
I've never been over there. So, yeah. But I
don't think he's ever gone there regularly, but he's definitely gone in there at times.
Like this is pretty much, as far as Discord, this is like pretty much like the heaviest room with the most people in it typically. So I don't I don't know all these other channels and stuff. Discord's weird because you can't just like search places. You have to like be physically invited by somebody. So it just seems like it's kind of hard to find all these other areas. So you guys were arguing earlier about the 1 degree every 60 nautical miles or whatever from Polaris. What do they do on the equator if Polaris is invisible? If there's no other thing that's stationary in the sky, how do they do that?
How do you do celestial navigation, you mean?
No, I mean, not celestial navigation. But the thing is, like, the whole 1 degree, like, Polaris sinks 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. That's how you know Earth's above. But you can't do that with Jupiter or Betelgeuse because they're drifting through the sky as the night goes on and as you're traveling. So, like, Polaris is the perfect example because it's supposed, because it doesn't move. So is that's something that can only happen? Like, that's what I'm saying is you can't do that anywhere else except for, because there's nothing in the south that does that. And Polaris, once you get a little beyond the equator, starts becoming invisible. You can't see it. I don't know, I'm just thinking about it. That argument's never really sat well with me because boats can't even travel in straight lines. It's impossible. And then Polaris isn't 100% 90 degrees. It's slightly off. People say, flat earthers say even that, it has its own little rotation throughout the night. I've never seen that, but So I mean, there's like
it's got its own little rotation.
it just seems like the 1 degree every 60 nautical miles has a bunch of issues where there could be a lot of errors from a lot of different places.
Yeah, I've also never seen it validated like 1 degree every single 69 miles and have that to be actually measured. You know,
Right.
Well, apparently you can do it yourself. What you need is your vehicle and a known distance to the star, or sorry, a travel distance to the star. So you can, let's say, you have your vehicle, you take a part of your vehicle, you line up an angle to the star to where your vehicle is, and then you draw that angle relationship on your vehicle, and then you can move, let's say, 70 miles. Use your vehicle at the same location you measured the angle, then measure the angle difference, draw it out, and then measure it. You'll get apparently 1 degree change. So a guy on YouTube has done this. He did it on the side of his van. So he basically aligned the star on the square side of his van so you could see the angle difference. So you can do practical things like that to see if it works, but then again, it's just going to be coming down to how of a fine tune can you get with your device, angling measure device, right?
Right, but then is it 1 degree every single 69, or are some of those 1.1 degrees or 0.9?
Well, in the
0.2?
video,
Right, exactly.
in the video, he claimed it worked out perfectly to what is described. So going 69 miles, and then of course using the odometer to track it, and then he measures the angles again, and then you got that 1 degree change. Now, did I verify it? Did I go to his location and drive the distance to see if it was true? No, but I think there's only actually maybe a handful of guys that have done this, but apparently you can do it. So.
Yeah, but don't you have to assume Polaris is that perfect 90 degrees when really it's at like 87.3? And I feel like that's gonna
Will you
add
use
up
your
over time, and then
use the right
your
angle triangle,
elevation.
right? Yeah, so you're assuming a 90. You're using a right angle triangle to get the ratio.
Right, you got to assume a 90, but Polaris isn't 90. I
No,
mean, it's
but
not.
that's
I mean, if you're being technical, it's like 87.3 or whatever, or it could be like 85. I don't know.
no, it's like 80. It's 80. It's
Or
89 something. Yeah, it's not. That's not like crazy.
there,
It's
there
like
we go. I mean, yeah, it could be.
like a
Yeah,
degree off, right? So it's not
89
crazy,
point.
crazy off. But the same with the South Pole. Apparently, the South Pole's a degree off too. So
There's nothing. There's nothing to look at in the South Pole. Yeah, South Pole. Oh, okay. Like what you think is the South Pole. There's nothing there that's not moving. I don't think Sigma Octantis is even visible with the naked eye.
You got the rising and the falling of the stars during the Southern Cross, right? So the way it rises up, and the way it rises and sets, you can get to that.
You sound really echoey.
The Southern Cross, the way it rises and sets, apparently you can get your southern position.
Yeah, but that's still the thing's still moving at like 15 degrees per hour to the east. I mean, to the west. And like if you're traveling and that's moving through the sky, so like that 1 degree every 60 nautical miles, that really can only work at a very essentially half of what the Earth is. Because there's nothing that's stationary that stays put in the sky to go, oh look, proof right here. If you can't see Polaris, you can't use that as an argument. And I mean, I don't know. I've heard the argument for that taken down pretty well. I haven't memorized it and don't know where that stuff is I've seen, but I'm not really. I don't know. It just seems like one of those things. There's so many variables, especially like when you're traveling. I mean, boats cannot travel in a straight line. I don't know. People talk about doing it.
Well, you're dealing with swelling water. You're dealing with water that is it's not going to be perfectly flat. No, but when you navigate, when you no, I know, but when you navigate, you're using a 2-dimensional map with using straight lines and angles, right? So that's why when you do added in calculations over, obviously if you're doing longer distances, you're going to be off your intersection point. You're going to be off it the farther you go. So you make smaller increments and more measurements. You're better off to not be off. Anyway, this is what you're instructed to do. It's just really Anyway, whatever. I mean, I haven't done it
Yeah.
more than a dozen times, so I'm nowhere near proficient in it. And I do, if I don't, if you lose it, you don't use it, you lose it, sort of thing. But the application is Euclidean, dude,
Excuse me.
on a 2D plane.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Everything's flat lines and angles.
that's the application, right?
I just remember, I think it was Ruhif, we were talking about this one time, and he got to the point where he pretty much said the only possible way to do 1 degree every 60 nautical miles was to accurately track yourself through GPS. I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. It just seems like
Everybody that I studied off of or learned anything off of on navigation, you're never going to be 100%. Like the idea
yeah.
that we as people are going to be using these equations and they're 100%, it's just stupid. And I think that's the kind of magic that's with the formulations and these equations. This the assumptions that they work. No, the assumptions is that they work sometimes, and sometimes they work horribly, and sometimes they're pretty good. But the idea that they're not 100% is, or the idea that they're claiming it's 100% when it's not, takes away from the idea why it's not 100%. It's because these calculations are basically like rules of thumbs, and because if you have an assumption that your ground is perfectly flat when it's not, well, of course your measurement's going to be off.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
thing about
just
straight
like
lines, it's really
okay.
interesting about straight lines, is that they don't care about the surface of the earth.
I know, I think about that all the time because where I live, it's all relatively flat. I mean, it's all pasture and stuff like that. Big fields. And I'm thinking, like, if I stood like in my yard and then like went like a half mile down to where the intersection is, I'm like, I wonder what the height elevation like. If I was to just have like a laser and just beam it straight, like how high up would it be from this spot? Because I think about that because I'll walk my dogs down to that area and I'm like, I wonder how. I don't know. Yeah, because flat. Yeah, flat's definitely not a good word. The only time I ever think about flats when I'm thinking about the actual water. But
Well, it's not flat. It's just the association, the description. It's not flat, but that's what it feels like overall. I mean, it could feel that way, but it's not, right? It's got
yeah, I
beautiful
mean, now if you're
undulation with
flying, it's flat.
trees. Well, it will feel like it's flat again. It's your senses are saying it's flat. Everything
Well,
around it
because
says you're
it looks
flying on a
completely
plane.
flat too from a plane.
Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah. You don't
Yeah.
you're never chasing the edge of the curve. You're not trying to wait for the you're just kind of doing your best to fly a straight line.
Yeah, dude, up in an airplane, it is very like poignant. Like once I came to my, understanding the Earth is not a globe and so on, and that being up in an airplane, it is like that much more awe-inspiring when you see just the way the horizon does rise up. I'm not saying it rises exactly to eye level. It's definitely a little bit under, but like it rises towards eye level. But the nature in which it does that definitely has that planar geometry to it. Like it doesn't have what the globe would indicate. Like that, and then just the grandiosity of just the size of it. You can really take it in terms of that altitude.
Geo, did I tell you that? Did I tell you the first day I went to pilot school in my 20s, got sick, I couldn't continue, so I went back when I heard about this flat Earth thing. Did I tell you what my instructor said the first day back into school when I went back to go to get my light wind ticket? Just add more hours to my light wind ticket. Just just like a Cessna 152 piece, just small little plane, right? So, what do you think he said to me day one? You heard me tell you this story before?
Always adjust for Coriolis.
So he goes, it's flat. And of course, I'm in this class because of fucking YouTube and Facebook, right? I'm gonna see the fucking flat Earth. I'm gonna go see the globe. I'm gonna go see what, because that's the way to tell, right? The higher you go, you'll be able to tell something's spinning, rotating. Let's go up and see. Let's see what's happening with it. But of course, he didn't.
Wait, that's why you try to get your license?
I didn't get my license, no, because again, just life
Well,
gets in the
I
way.
mean,
But
that's why you went to like flight school, like to try to fly a plane.
well, I went back because of fucking Facebook and YouTube with the flat Earth thing. And the first day back in the class, my instructor goes, "Don't worry, it's flat." So I asked him. I said, "Why would you say that? Like, why?" Because people have the impression that it's spinning and it's spherical and all this other stuff. And I was kind of like set back. I didn't say anything while I was there because I was like, this is like when flat Earth was really new. So if I said that and I was in their class, they'd probably been like, they probably just wouldn't want to. It was really, really touchy, man. Everybody was really, really touchy back then. You couldn't say fucking flat Earth at all. People just get really. The pandemic, they sucked the fucking hate out of them. Hate out of them. Anyway, so he said that, and I was like, well, this is crazy. Da, da, da. So I'm like waiting and asking, and I'm trying to go. Every class I go, I'm asking more and more questions about longitude, latitude, and about operation, trying not to. I already irritated the other instructor. I got back to him too many questions. Kind of not, implying my real goal. It's just getting him to answer in a certain way that would validate my bias. But in class, he didn't instruct anything to do with a sphere. None of it. Even in the simulation, when you go to use it, yoke, your flaps, your pitch, your yaw, stalling, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's almost like I'm a little birdie and I can fly anywhere I want. I'm independent of anything around me. Like I'm like rigid in my own 3D space.
So, do you think the instructor like has any idea that it is, or like do you
Oh,
think he put the two dots together?
No, I never pursued it after that. But what I did do is I went down to the local airport after I had a flight, and then I asked 3 pilots in one sitting, basically, as I was exiting the airport, one on the plane and then one outside the plane as he was leaving. And I just asked them some basic things. I'm like, well, the first 2 pilots I asked, so it's pretty level up there. It's like it's flat, right? It's pretty flat, and they're like, yeah, it's flat. But again, it's not like when they say it's flat. They're in their mind, they're not thinking like a flat earther, it's flat. And that's what I found really intriguing, is because they can see that it's flat, but the horizon is what really thinks that it's not flat. So it's like this really interesting thing that they see the horizon as due to the sphericity, and a flat earther will see the angular, the illusion of convergence, and understanding that it just continues on, right?
Right.
Anyway, it's just anyway. The other pilot, I said to him, well, if I had a protractor and I calibrated it to the plane in cruising altitude, and if you came to a halt at the airport and you came to a rest at the airport, what would the protractor? This is what I asked him. What would the protractor be at an angle when you come to rest? And he goes, "Oh, I don't know, 3 to 4 degrees." And I said, "Yeah, thereabouts." And sure enough, my protractor, as we're descending, it's like 700 miles we traveled, right? And I got maybe the last 40 minutes, an hour into descent, and then as it was descending, you could see that the plane would dip down really quick and then pick back up. You could see all those measurements, but they're all linear measurements, right? It was really interesting point is that I calibrated it to the chair that I was sitting in, because the chairs have to be all parallel to the plane, right? All parallel to the surface. So if the plane is tilted up and my device is calibrated to the way the plane is tilted up, when the plane became level to the surface, because the plane is always going to be tilted 3 to 4 degrees in the air during cruising flight, that it would show nothing but the linear path and the degree at which it had its nose tilted in 3D space. And of course, that's what it showed. So when I asked the pilot that, I says, it should detect curvature. He goes, "You're right, it should." I says, "Well, what can we do to detect it?" And then he goes on to say something about we need an outer space gyroscope.
Oh, the fuck's an outer space gyroscope? That's funny, man. You know what the thing is? Like 99% of people, it's just something that they've never even thought about. I was all like nose deep in the Boston bombings and all kinds of different stuff, and like I think the first time I heard about flat Earth was like probably like 2017, which is weird because I was like watching it, like it didn't really pop up that much. Which I guess maybe it was always been, you know, kind of censored or whatever. But oh, shit, I lost my point completely. Never mind. Okay. I got distracted by something. I'm sorry. I completely forgot what I was saying. Oh no, but anyway, okay, I got it. I got it back. My bad.
We were
Okay, so like
discovering
once
the flat Earth.
yeah. Shit. I just took a hit off my vape. My bad. Okay. So like I remember I took a plane in 2002 to go see my grandparents, and like I remember the one thing like I was really excited about seeing the curve of the Earth because I was told that like we go up in an airplane. I was like shit. I was like 11, 12 at the time. So like I was always told like once you go up in the airplane you can see the Earth curving, and to this day like because I've been on a plane a couple times since then in my 20s and mid 20s or whatever, and I didn't even have my window open. I just slept the whole time and got off the plane. Just it was a short flight. I didn't even think about it. But like I was super stoked when I was like 12, staring out the window, and I'm like, I got so fucking mad. Like I'm sitting there, and I asked the flight attendant, I said, "How come?" She goes, "Can you see the?" I said, "How come you can't see the air curve?" She goes, "Oh, honey, we're not high enough for that." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I was like so disappointed. I was like, "Why is it flat out here?" Like I remember saying that, like, and then like once I got into flat Earth, that's one of the first things that popped up in my head. I'm like, "Holy shit, yeah, it really doesn't curve at all." And the fucking flight attendant said it doesn't. Because I thought for sure you would go up and it would just kind of, start like looking like an upside down bowl, like just start tilting away. But then, of course, the higher you get, the flatter it gets because that's, what a ball would look like. It's stupid. Like, we can't see the curve from the airplane, but then they want to say, hey, look, it's built into this bridge right here, and that shows the Earth curve. Anyway.
Well, that's why I went to pilot school, because I was just finished watching like Bill Nye or Michelle Thaler talk about how you can prove Earth curvature standing at the shore, and I never thought about any of these things before. Like that's a proof for the ball. The scale, okay, the scale. When I saw them talk about that, and the Greeks stood at the shore and saw boats disappear, I first of all, it didn't make sense because I was like, well, how tiny is this Earth? Like that's that's the first thing I had. I couldn't understand how you could claim to see curvature at such a short distance. It didn't make sense. And to prove that claim, at least the way I saw it, is I went and asked the average person how far away the horizon was. And I have a handful of people, at least a dozen people I've asked this question, and they come up, and they usually say 30, 40, 50 miles in between that range. And so you think the globe model, the globe model, they claim it's 3 miles away, and that everything past the 3 mile position for a 6 foot observer, everything's going to go over the edge. And ironically, I asked Ranty, because when Ranty flipped, I asked him that question in the book that I wrote. I asked him, I says, do you believe that for a 6 foot observer, everything goes past the horizon over the edge of a sphere 3 miles away? And Ranty's response, it's brilliant. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it's in the book. And he actually, the way he responds is just perfect, because it shows you where he flipped, and his response would be somebody who would come, the way he responded is it would come from somebody who is an obvious flip.
What was his response?
All right, I'll tell you. His response was, well, if I believed in the globe, I would have to think that, wouldn't I?
Ranty said that.
Yeah. I would have to be. I would have if I believed in the if I believe in the if I believe in the globe, I would have to think that, wouldn't I? Let me just double check.
Yeah, it has to be.
I'm
There's no other
paraphrasing, right?
option. Right.
Well, according to the math, a 6-foot observer, everything is going to go past the edge of the sphere because that's what it would be. The sphere is the edge there. Everything's going over the hump of it, right? They're gonna appear to go down.
I need that phone charger plugged back up.
Get the phone charger, sister.
Yeah. Where is it?
The extension cord?
Oh.
Was that a dude or a girl? I thought I heard a girl voice.
Oh no, that's my wife. And then I
Oh,
asked
did you?
what she said something about phone charger. Hold on a second.
Hey, Blue, I don't know if you're at your mic, but what happened earlier with Rakia, dude? I heard you guys kind of start, and then I had a phone call, and I didn't really hear all of what went down, but it sounded pretty crazy there for a bit.
Yeah, it got a little crazy. I don't think Rakia likes me.
Blue, who's not to like you, Blue?
Rakia. I make him mad or something. I don't know.
You've been here for a few years now, Blue. How many years have you been kicking around the flat Earth scene now? 5 years? Around 5 years at
4
least.
years, I think. Maybe 5.
Are you done? Are you done? No, I think close to 5. Are you done now at 5? When are you going to be done here?
Now, let's see. Let me see when I started my channel. Because I honestly don't remember.
Let me ask you a question. What's going to replace the serotonin rush that you get from destroying flat earthers?
February of 2019, so just over 4 years.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, go ahead and on the 5-year mark. Eh?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not trying to destroy flat earthers.
What would you say you're like?
That's just trying to be funny there, Blue, for you.
Yeah, I say that to Ruhif too. Like I joke around with Ruhif when he's telling people what he does when he comes on here. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just poning flat earthers all day, no problem." That's what he thinks he's doing. So I joke with him about it. But well, so Blue, what would you say you're like? I mean, what is your strongest like interest or motivation? And I mean, because if you're very strong that the Earth is a globe and so on, like what? You know what I mean? Why be so involved in something that is so the opposite of what you think is the case? So like, do you feel like you're trying to like learn for yourself more things about it because you're interested in it? Or do you feel like you're trying just to write what you think other people are wrong? Or are you trying, like, what's kind of are you trying to save science from science denial or something like some people think or whatever? Like what would you say your kind of main, like,
I think the argument is interesting. I really do. You know, when I first heard about this, I guess it was listening to. I made the mistake of listening to a video by Cool Hard Logic. Actually, I guess I blame him. And I had no idea what was going on, honestly. And I thought, gee, surely in 2019, nobody, or 2018 at that point, probably, nobody really thinks the Earth is flat. And boy, was I wrong, right? Quite a few people.
Oh yeah, you were wrong. I couldn't believe it just as much as you couldn't believe it either, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that. So I thought, well, hell, this is easy. I'll just start a YouTube channel, straighten this mess out. Yeah, a few months we'll be done. And it doesn't work out like that.
Yeah, you're not going to convince anybody.
Yeah. So I quit trying to convince anybody. I really, I mean, I don't know what the shape of it is, and I don't argue about the shape of it anymore.
So in your mind, with all, you know,
well, you said you don't know what the shape is.
Yeah, I
that's
do.
Interesting. I mean, that's cool.
No, I know what the shape is. That's that's
Maybe a
settled
square or
and been
something.
over with for a long, long, long time.
So in your mind, like, is there any possibility that the Earth actually is a stationary extended planar surface in your mind?
I don't see any. No, I don't see a possibility of that.
Not even a possibility. So if we get to the point, when I say we, I mean, well, groups that will be doing these types of work. If we get to the point where there's a physical, validatable, 100% measurement of the lack of curvature, and you can test that and verify it yourself, what then?
Well, that would be the shock of a lifetime for sure. And I'm not opposed to having a look at it, but I've got to see that, and I've not seen anything come close to it.
So it's possible. You just think the probability is very low.
Yeah, well, I think that's all you can say, isn't it? I mean, what guarantees do you have of anything, really?
Well, Blue, do you perceive it as this then? Because this is how Ptolemy perceived it, and I can send you the book, maybe take a picture. He perceived, because there's an honesty in men, and the honesty is that we're really tiny, and that the surface is horizontal and planar for hundreds and hundreds of miles, right? So even Ptolemy mentions this, to the idea, without a presupposition to what the horizon is, that the globe model, he couldn't proceed further. He needed to have a presupposition of what the horizon was, which is a tangent to the plane, because he said in his writings, he says, as a whole, we have to take the Earth sensibly spherical. Now, what the paradox for me is, Blue, is that when I do traverse over this Earth, whether it's to the surface or high above, I don't see any of these effects that have been described in the model of the globe. What I do perceive is the concept of a two-dimensional surface in 3D space that is on a large spherical body that is perceived to be horizontal and planar because of the size of the person that's viewing it, which would mean essentially that everywhere we traverse, it would appear to be horizontal and planar to our senses. Do you understand where I'm at?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I get jumped in because I was listening on YouTube. I don't know how far back I am, but I just found that kind of perplexing, because I think you said, Blue, that you found it like endlessly interesting, but then at the same time you found like there's no possibility that it could be like what we all experience, like we all experience a stationary level plane. And so why would it be no possibility of that being the case? And then if it is no possibility, how could this be so interesting? And how could we be talking about it every day for so long if there's no possibility?
Well, you just put words in my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and reiterate.
I didn't say that. I didn't perceive it. You may not, and to you, it may appear to be a stationary, a flat plane. That's not the way I perceive it.
Oh, I didn't say that you perceive it that way. Hold on. I was just saying that we all kind of agree, at least people that have been in the discussion, we all kind of have to at least acquiesce that we all experience a stationary level plane, which is part of the reason that, this side of the argument seems so strong to begin with, right?
Well, you perceive exactly what you should perceive.
I said experience.
Yeah,
not
or
perceive.
experience. Yeah, okay. And you experience exactly what you think what I would think you should experience on a globe that's rotating at the speed of one revolution a day.
Right. Well, it's the concept that makes you think that you should or shouldn't see it a certain way. I'm just saying, like, without the concept or the idea of what we should or shouldn't experience, we all have to agree that, if we had no idea about the globe, we might most likely, of course, we would all just assume that it's like it seems, right?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
That might be the case. Probably would be the case for the vast majority of people.
So that's why it seems like when you put that in the category of totally impossible to be possible, like in the realm of impossibilities, like it might be like it seems. That's why, and why would it be interesting? That why would this topic be interesting if it was totally out of the realm of possibilities?
That's just the arguments. You guys come up with some clever arguments. There's no doubt about that.
Like gas.
You mean that reality is like it
questions
seems
about the
not really
container.
clever. It's kind of direct. Like reality being like it seems doesn't seem very clever. It just seems kind of obvious.
To me, it just seems clever. Honestly, I think that.
What do you mean by clever?
I think it's well crafted.
Blue, can I ask you then, if you think it's clever, then can I get you to visualize this then? Because here's something that's actual reality that's not clever, but you may have not perceived it the way it's described unless I describe it to you. So maybe you have perceived it. So you standing in the space that you're in, we're going to call that 3D space. And as you look away from you, nothing is changing in 3D space. But what happens is that you have this spatial relationship to objects that change the apparent size.
Of course.
So everything that, yeah, but it's an illusion. In other words, nothing's actually changing size. It's still in Euclidean 3D space, but we have optics apparently changing the size. So if you can imagine yourself looking 3-4 miles into the distance, nothing is actually changing size, Blue. So there's actually no convergence. It's a linear distance.
Yeah,
it's all linear.
Of course.
Hold on.
We're well aware
Okay,
of
so
that.
you understand that. So if you understand that, then you have to understand how a flat earther thinks, because every horizon that they see is an optical illusion based on the convergence factor due to optics. The convergence factor is where the apparent junction comes together and converges into a vanishing point. None of that is happening. That is an optical illusion due to perspective. So if you understand a flat earther's true position, you'll understand that if you take the optics out of it and surround yourself with that 3D space, nothing is changing angular size. You'll understand that though everything is parallel.
Well, angular size. Wait. Angular size definitely is changing. It is the actual size that's not changing.
Well, the angular size is an illusion, right? That's a spatial
relation. Size has to change with distance.
Yes, that's
the apparent size. The apparent size.
Yeah, that's the angular size.
Yes, the spatial relationship that you have between the observer and the object, but nothing is actually changing size. It's an illusion based on optics, is my point.
No. That's right. The thing you're looking at is not changing size.
Correct.
But its
so
angular size does change.
Right.
That's easy.
Yeah, but it's an illusion based on optics. Okay, based on the spatial relationship between you and the observer. So it's not actually changing size. So if you can think about that as a whole, as you look off into the distance and there is no convergence, there is no apparent size change, there is no angular relationship, when you remove all of that, you're now officially in 3D Euclidean space, right? Add in optics, you get converging parallel lines. So that jump between those two principles, if you look at in the things in the distance, open it up, remove the convergence, and look at it all parallel lines, and then put in optics together, you will see that's how flat earthers see things, and that might help you understand why we think it's flat.
That's just very simple geometry as far as I can tell.
Yeah, but it's nothing. It's an illusion. The horizon's an illusion, right? Nothing is converging. Nothing is joining. You have to realize that. And how we know that is because when we change our height position, we can change the convergence point. So that convergence point is an optical illusion, right? Nothing's actually converging, nothing's touching, nothing's changing size. That's how you have to think about it, okay?
Yeah, we're well aware of all that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not just how flat earthers see it. That's how everyone sees it.
Yeah.
It's how everybody sees it, but how they interpret it is different. For in this argument, for instance, in this argument, the horizon's only 3 miles away. But the average person, when I ask how far the horizon is, they'll say 30, 40, 50 miles.
Well, because they've never been in this argument.
It doesn't matter. It's perception.
They've never gone into those details.
We got it, Blue. But you know what's really interesting is when you actually tell them the details, they go, no. They disbelieve it. They go, that's impossible. They actually, when they first perceive the distance of the horizon themselves, and they say 30, 40, 50 miles, and then they're told the math, they think the Earth is tiny. It's like there's no way that would be Earth would be tiny, right? That's what they think, but hold on, they still think the Earth's a ball, even though they're pushed to think in a mathematical terms of distance and in relationship to how big the Earth is, because that's what you're saying. The Earth is this big, therefore the horizon's this far away. When an average person are presented the actual numbers, they're in disbelief but still believe the Earth's a ball. You understand that? That's a fascinating experiment.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second.
Maybe he's taking longer than a second to come back. I don't know if we're waiting for him, but yeah. So the whole idea that it's all about interpretation. That's the most important thing. It seems like it doesn't matter what we're talking about as far as perceiving it. And when they try to include like perceiving it, including the interpretation, right, is what this all kind of hinges on, right? Like there's no way that they could describe anything about their experience being a spinning ball other than their interpretation of what they perceive, right?
Well, that's the bigger issue, I think, is the fact that they think it's their perception. It would be truly their perception if they were given the argument and then they were to perceive it based on the facts of the argument. I think that would be the beneficial rather than just being taught to perceive it, taught to believe somebody else's beliefs. I have a saying, it's believing somebody, it's your perception, but it's somebody else's belief, right? And that's basically what most people has. People perceive their existence based on somebody else's belief.
I always like to make sure that the point's made that it doesn't seem like that flat Earth was ever considered a belief before the ball idea came around, right? There's no reason to believe that your reality is like it seems before you're starting to think that, it's the opposite of what it seems. That's where the belief came in. They didn't walk around going, we believe it's flat before the idea that it's not flat came around, right?
Well, the idea is that the Greek mind came, the sophisticated Greek mind came.
Supposedly, yeah.
And they took Anaximenes' version, and Pythagoras decided to turn it into a sphere and hang it from a string. And
right.
I think the primary motive too, as well, is that the sphere was a religious symbol as being perfect, holy, and whatever. Right. So there's a combination.
Would you agree that it was intentionally deceptive from the start? Then, like they never really actually believed they were on a ball, especially because they never even had the idea that gravity would work the way it does before the idea of the ball. Right? None of it would have made sense with the gravity supporting the idea.
Well, I don't know about that, but objectively, looking at it, I don't see anything inherently bad with the ball. But what it maybe potentially could be would be a mockery towards God in a way that, see, there's two angles to it. So God said, well, here, I'm going to send you here. You're going to have to figure out where you live, right? There's that angle, or that God describes where he is. He tells you what it is, and then you go and you disagree with what he says. You ignore what he says. Like, for instance, if in the Bible it says the sun moves, and you can see the sun move, but then you say, well, no, there's something wrong with that. Maybe it's not the sun that's moving. Maybe the earth is rotating. I'm going to go against scripture. Scripture says otherwise. So there's that other angle, right?
Sure. It could be that, and not to even try to go down that line of thinking, at least from my end, as far as it being bad or good or evil or any of that. It's just that it seems like this was the idea that the people created, knowing full well that it couldn't be that because it goes against all of our common sense and our common senses, right? It would take a lot to convince somebody that's with your full common sense and your full common senses completely being acknowledged. It would take a lot to convince somebody that they're upside down and right side up, on a daily basis without noticing anything about that happening. And now that we've got years and years added on to the idea and the explanation, it seems like, with the idea that we're moving in this pace, with this, wide an angle, then it could seem a little more plausible. But without all that, the common sense man, it is such an extreme claim. You'd think that there would have been a lot of extreme evidence to really make the thinking man believe it from the
Yeah, so they
start.
did. They did. They have what's called the armillary sphere. Do you know what that is?
No, what is that?
So basically, it's two spheres. One's for the North Pole, one's for the South Pole, and they show opposite
Oh, yeah.
rotation. It was an instrument created over 2,500 years ago called the armillary sphere. So yes, they had indication that these two spheres would indicate they live on a ball Earth, the way that they designed it.
Well, that's
Right.
one indication, but it would take a lot more than just that to convince somebody they're right side up and right side and upside down relative to, their
Well,
original position.
they also have this. So the armillary sphere also matched the star rotations, right? So if
Well,
you
I
take
know.
the
Yeah.
so you
Celestial
have
sphere.
that. Yeah, so that's the whole point. So I get now the idea behind flat Earth and the journey of it, and the paradox at which you come to if you understand the math and the physics, and you understand, this is not a new argument, and that actually this argument is put in place to purposely change minds because of what is. Are you familiar with Andrea Barnes' documentary?
Yeah, you've talked about that before. Yeah, that whole,
Yeah. So
yeah. And then
and you
flat Earth, like I think we might be in agreement that flat Earth is a psychological experiment to some degree,
100%.
regardless of
Yeah.
whether it was rolled out or not, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100% for sure. Yeah, and there's
But then I think
definitely
when you
people
hear
disagree.
that, someone unfamiliar hears that idea, thinks, oh, it's a psychological experience. It's a psyop, meaning that,
Yep.
oh, it's obviously a ball and flat Earth is just a psyop, which we all know isn't the case. It's like, no, flat Earth is the common sense, obvious truth of the matter to some degree, whatever you consider flat Earth in quotes. But it's obvious that we're not on a spinning ball once you look into it. In fact, impossible. Have you looked at the Brenner comp section at all that I put together? You might be
No, I haven't
fascinated with
seen
that,
that.
of all people. Oh, there's a
Uh,
section in this server where I put together, Michael Brenner, I've referred to him before. He's this
Michael
guy on
Brenner
Quora.
sounds familiar.
He's been on Quora since 2016, just, flat smacking other educated normies for, like in fine fashion. He's studied mechanical engineering and linguistics at the University of Vienna.
Yeah.
And you might get a lot out of it, especially with your book if you haven't already finished it. But yeah,
Pretty much done it, dude. It just like I said, I can keep adding to it, but anyway,
he
yeah. Sorry, go
understands
ahead.
the math. You would get into it because he understands the math and he lays it out. I mean, the orbital mechanics literally wouldn't even work. So I mean, it's not. I mean, the conversation's over in so many ways when you look into what he's saying. That it's not
Well,
like,
there's
oh,
no
they have something that theoretically and mathematically works out to work. No, it doesn't.
yeah.
Not even that. They don't even have that.
Time to
It's not even
distance proportional.
theoretical.
Well, here's the issue, right? Like even they write about it. The equation of time is an issue. Not alone that, the elliptical path is an issue. So you have a true anomaly, plus you have what Kepler uses as a way to get rid, because you would have an elliptical path. You would have these speeding up and slowing down motions, right? Like
Well, one of the main points that he reiterates in a lot of different the comps that I made. See, I took screenshots with my phone and I put them in Photoshop and then compiled them so that people could just reference it in one page. There's also a download that someone else that got one of my comps got from a friend of his who saw that and became a Brenner fan and then made like a drive that people can actually just download the text without the pictures of all of his answers. But one of the things he reiterates is that they're using geometry and kinematics as if forces are involved, right? But what they need to actually do that is dynamics, right? Their math does not include the dynamics of large bodies in relation to each other in movement, right? The dynamics are totally excluded, including the idea of centrifugal force when it comes to orbits. They just like conveniently ignore a lot of things that are essential for it to actually work, as we, of course, would assume.
There's obviously angular momentum problems, the elliptical path problems. Like it's just a mathematical description.
It would need a tether. Yeah, it would actually need a real tether. They don't have the tether. They can't say gravity works that way either. It's not a strong enough force.
Well, not only that, it doesn't
Not even a force.
It doesn't play fair with it doesn't play fair subatomically, but it doesn't play fair with the orbits anyway, right? It doesn't.
Right. Not at all. Contradictions everywhere.
Yeah. So Anyway, we live in a. This is where I'm going to go back at it. So the Greeks, anyway, with the armillary sphere, the idea is that man is trying to determine where he lives, right? So what I've concluded through the whole, let's say, 3 years of researching and studying, 6 in total. Actually 6 in total, yeah. So 3 years of writing and 6 years of researching and just learning about all this rabbit hole shit. That the idea is that they all acknowledge that their tools at the time, let's say 1800s, you could still assume a sphere, but they still had no way to get outside and create the model and create the WGS84, like all the stuff that succeeded afterwards the 1800s, right? They didn't have the mass, they didn't have the formulas, none of that. But it all comes from outside of our senses, on the presupposition of like I said, if you have the opposite rotations of the stars, it's pretty good indication for a sphere at work. You have those armillary spheres. So you'd have all of these basic principles to give you judgment. But the paradox would be is that everything appears to be horizontal stationary. And the problem for me, why I wanted to write about it is if are they just more interested in face value, like instant face value of what somebody sees, and that's Earth curve, or are they because there's a difference between knowing the curve of the Earth being spherical at your local state as a normie. Oh, I'm
Right.
looking at
Hey,
the
somebody
sphere.
else was trying to get in. What was that? Someone said, when you said the opposite rotations. Who was that?
Oh
You
no,
mentioned?
no. I was
Yeah.
just I don't think that's a good argument. I mean, because
Yeah.
everything's going east to west regardless. Whether you're in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere, everything's going east to west. So I mean,
Well,
I think it would work on a
clockwise
sphere
and
too, right? So,
counterclockwise. East to
yeah,
west
but
isn't
that I
necessarily even accurate because it's actually circles. So you can't say a circle is east or west, really.
depends
yeah,
on
but
where you're
it's still
standing on what
going
side of
east
the
to
circle, right?
west.
If you're on the inside of the circle, outside of the circle, it's going to appear to go in a different direction, right? So that's the idea between the armillary spheres being inside the circle or outside the circle, right? If you take
Well,
a
no, I mean,
flashlight,
sorry,
if you take a
my bad.
flashlight,
Go ahead. I apologize.
if you're inside the circle and you have an armillary sphere pointed to the north, and you're outside the circle and you have an armillary sphere, like what I mean by the circle is the pathway, the totality pathway of the sun, right? Then you're going to get the same kind of effect, except for the opposite rotation doesn't happen on the plane, right? So it's a paradox for sure, because the observer, if you observe and pay attention to your senses, it definitely will feel flat and stationary.
Of course.
But you have this phenomenon, right? So either the sky is twisted in a Tootsie roll, or they had to come up with a way to explain the phenomenon of this unseen reality, because truly it's an unseen reality.
That's funny. You said Tootsie Roll. It is a Tootsie Roll. That's funny. I mean, it's not really, but that is a funny way to say it. Like, it's kind of twisted. Well, at both ends. But the thing is, like, corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays make that exact same structure.
I tried the anti-corpuscular rays. I couldn't get it to work. I don't know. I looked at P-brain stuff, man. I don't know.
What about Walter Bisland's model? You looked at that?
Too big in the question, man, as far as all those bendy lights coming down from the little observer. The idea, like I said, okay, so what I come to conclude now.
Wait, hold on, wait. Just real quick on the bendy lights thing. It seems like, or at least Witsit was talking about this actually on Glowbusters yesterday. And he was showing that part of what Walter Bisland did, because we know he's an anti-flat earther, but he made like what seems to be a pretty interesting, possibly accurate flat earth idea with this model of his personal dome inside the big dome. But if it does work that way, he was saying that those bendy lights are kind of exaggerated, he thinks, maybe on purpose to make it seem like, oh, that's impossible on a flat earth, even though this is how it would have to work. That actually it would just be our sense of perception and, the angular size of things or almost a perspective that causes these things. And the bendy lights are kind of exaggerated is my point that he was kind of pointing out, that he was trying to make that like, oh, it doesn't work, but here's how it would work if it did work, right? But he might have actually unknowingly or unintentionally given us the perfect model to actually refer to, just to have quote unquote a model, not that that's even possible or necessarily represents reality.
See, the thing is when I asked Dearth because I was engaging with Dearth a few years back, and I said, "Can you?" Because I addressed the rotations. I've always kind of put them aside because I was more interested in optics and looking at creating calculations and formulas. So I put aside the rotations for a bit, knowing that the Antarctic argument is probably one of the best arguments you can have and keep going and keep talking about. Is if you're going to audit NASA, you definitely should audit Antarctica.
How do you
So,
audit Antarctica?
great question, but you got to do it at it, which would
What do you
mean,
mean by that?
well, if the idea would be that there is unlimited resources, perhaps other new lands, well then why couldn't you audit and find out if there is other new lands? Why are you not allowed to audit the people that are there?
Oh, or the people that are there, or the land that's there? Like,
Well, the when I say people, it's I mean the
the people in
ships that are
charge of
there.
exploration, then, right?
I mean the
Okay, yeah,
ships
that's an
there,
idea. Right, yeah, like can we discover, like, what's the, like, as an audit process, whoever's in charge of the land there, well, what is there to see and why can't we see it, type thing?
Oh, Antarctica doesn't have an entity. Like, no one is in charge of the land there. That's the whole weird point.
That's what they say, but that's not
Yeah.
true. Like
Well, it's not
if
like
you here I can always refer. As of late, I'm just going to refer to my book so that maybe people will be like, "Hey, that's in the book. What else is in the book?" So I did some price checking, and just to give you an idea of what it will cost you. And this is to actually go to the land, go to the bases, and go up in the trails. Where the fuck is it?
I suspect that the idea that Antarctica surrounds us 360 degrees is maybe not accurate, and that there's actually a little island called Antarctica, and that there might still be like land all around us, but it could
There's a
be
map.
that
There's a map that exists like that.
disinformation that's kind of been implanted into the flat Earth idea that's eventually going to be maybe proven wrong, and they'll be like, "Oh, Antarctica is its own continent. Flat Earth is dead because it doesn't surround us the way they all think." And I think that's just like
no,
something we
that's
can't
if
prove.
Antarctica was a continent, we would have flights going around it. Like, you start east from one direction of the continent, west from the other, and meet around in a couple hours.
Yeah, they say
Right,
they
you
can't
would think.
fly. They
You
say
would
they
think.
can't fly over it though, right? They can't fly directly
The thing
over
is,
it. So
if I travel exactly, like, if I just like hover like 500 feet above where I'm standing right now and just go south in a jetpack and I never run out of fuel, I'm gonna hit Antarctica from anywhere that I stand on in the world. So yeah, it makes perfect sense that it is completely encompassed.
Well,
and surrounded.
what about this? Hold on. What about if there's like a landmass that has a little bit of a way, like a little pathway that meets up with this landmass that surrounds us? But technically, the little area we call Antarctica actually could be circumnavigated. It's just not, because it's so close to the rest of the landmass we're not supposed to know about, right? And that's why the planes don't go there either.
Yeah,
Right.
just have a chunk of rock sticking out of the ocean the size of New Hampshire. You could trick everybody.
Right, but I'm saying
Okay,
if that's the case, that's just like, it's so. Think about if like the amount of land it would take to surround us 360 degrees, like that'd be something that would be pretty easy to find out if that's Antarctica, right? And that goes along with the AE map idea that it's this encompassing land, whereas the maps might be totally deceptive on purpose for this very reason. In fact, if you look on just a Mercator map and you look at the amount of land that they put at the bottom there, you could take every continent and fit it into the amount of land that they have represented just for Antarctica, which is like, what? There's no way that little ice cap they're showing us is going to encompass all of the continents we know, just in what they show us on a regular map, like, when you look at it.
Yeah.
So,
but you could also take that continent, and there's that much distance of water that you have to traverse before you even see it, that you're not allowed to go into.
right. But I'm just saying that, but maybe like there is a little area that's.
You can't even. The thing is, we can't even get close enough to even daydream about what it looks like. We would get intercepted, and that's the one thing. Like, Glover's like, "Oh, it's impossible." Like, what do you mean it's impossible to know if someone's going past that parallel? It would be so easy to intercept anybody at any point.
Yeah. They've got the perimeters secure probably at this point as far as military.
yeah.
But who knows if it's a perimeter? It could be a lot more land north. I think that maybe it's a
What do you think of
misdirection. A
one?
lot of us have thought about the idea that it's a misdirection to look south when actually north
Yeah, but the
is
thing
where
is,
all the more land is.
you could get intercepted by Japan, by the United States, by Sweden, by Russia. You could get
Sure.
intercepted by Norway. It doesn't matter who. Like you were going to get, you could get intercepted by South Africa.
Right.
I
It's
mean, it wouldn't
the
be hard
treaty's
to
like
keep
signed by how many
a
continents? Right. Yeah. They're all
Yeah.
the different countries signed it. So
What do you think
North
a
Korea
1 day,
would find a way to
24-hour
intercept
trip
somebody.
costs? A 1 day, 24-hour trip. How much do you think it costs to go
Oh
there?
yeah.
Antarctica.
Go back to that.
well, none of us know how far you'd have to go to actually reach
So-
anywhere civilized. So how
Well,
much
this is
would anybody really take that risk? Like if you were just like going to go
well,
trek across this land, how much would
now
you,
this is
maybe it's like hundreds and thousands of miles before you even reach another civilization or not at all? Who knows?
this is a general estimate anyway. 1 day 24-hour trip is priced at $13,000. A 5 day trip is approximately $50,000, and an 8 day trip is at $98,000. Now that's basically accommodation. You can go roughly. There's 1 or 2 bases in with that range you can go to. I didn't specify the base, but it goes. I go on to say I must apply for a permit here in Canada to get permission to travel down to Antarctica. I need approval for everything related to research. Taking a cruise is another deal of its own and less complicated, but of course it's a cruise and you'll be limited to the ship or the dock. You're not allowed to venture off on your own. There's simply no permitted freedom. It's highly controlled. That's when you take the cruise and do the cruise ship. Even when you do the 1 day, 24-hour, you're only subjugated to the certain section you can go to. And what they claim is harsh weather conditions, abrupt weather conditions, and then they'll get a search. You'll need a search party because the weather will change like in 20 minutes, and then it's like a blizzard. That seems to be the most common reason for it. So
Yeah, the weather. I mean, those are the most dangerous oceans in the world, and that's whether you go south from, Chile, or south from South Africa, or south from Australia, or south from anywhere. Once you get into that region, I mean, that's the worst oceans to be trying to travel in the first place. I mean, granted, the north, up around the north in Alaska and I mean, that's no picnic either. But I mean, if we're on a ball, like it would be way more even. I mean, because I mean, thousands and thousands of square miles of ocean where like it's all ice, but then you go up in the same proportion up in the north, and it's like England, the most like diverse region in the world. I mean, the only place that truly has 4 separate seasons, and none of them are that bad. But then you go to that same area in the south, and it's a wasteland.
and
I don't see how that makes
apparently
sense on a global.
apparently it's assumed that there's 6 months of daylight there, and all I can find is maybe 2 months of daylight, like continuous daylight. Right? Because if it's a sphere, it's going to be 24 hours of daylight, 6 months in the
And
north, and
I've
then 6
seen,
months in the south with daylight, right?
yeah, and there's way too much footage of like time lapse, like 24-hour time lapses and stuff that is like completely fake. Like if it's a real thing, what's with all the fake footage that's obviously fake? Like you can watch it and the shadows don't line up. Like, if it's real, why do you have to make fake footage? The same thing with NASA. Like, I treat Antarctica just like I treat the ISS. Like, if it's real, what's with all the fakery? What's with all the tricks?
Production, cheap, budget, right?
And yeah, and the thing is, like, to fake a snowy wasteland would be the cheapest thing to do. You could do it in any field in Vermont for 6 months of the year. It's ridiculous. I mean,
Doesn't really make sense, does it? I mean, if your only mission is to make fake video, it would seem to me that you would make the absolute most perfect fake video you could possibly make.
Right, but instead we get a bunch of fake ones that are obviously fake, and you can see the shadows are wrong. And this, I mean, if it's real, why fake it? Like, why do those fake videos exist? I mean, is a bunch of flat earthers making fake Antarctica videos? I mean, no. They're all sourced. It's all source material that Jared doesn't do. Got like videos sent to him from people that are the ones that are claiming that made the 24-hour videos from Antarctica, and they're fake. Whatever your opinion is on that YouTuber, I mean, it doesn't matter. If it's fake, it's fake. It doesn't matter who says it's fake or who shows that it's fake. If something's not true, it's not true, and no amount of lying will make that truth a lot. Yeah, come on. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would you make all these fake videos?
Which one's
Well,
fake?
if you're not really doing it, then you've got nothing else to spend money on except making fake videos. Why wouldn't you make the best fake videos anybody ever thought of?
Well, that's the whole
Well,
point
I
of,
think they do their best in a sense, but like even in movies, you know, where they have editing teams that spend thousands of hours editing movies. You know, I'm talking big mainstream movies. There's even errors in those. So
Yeah.
these guys doing this NASA, and well, you're talking about this 24-hour sun in the South. There's a couple different people that have put those out. So we could go through all those. But I mean, in terms of like, you know, just some of these bigger space agencies, in my viewpoint, doing a lot of the fakery, I'm just saying that they're not even like A-level Hollywood. They're like B or C. Now, you would think if they have all this money that they would be the best, but they're really not, because in order to get people to agree to lie, essentially to have a psychopathic personality issue, there's not very many of those numbers-wise. And the ones that are not necessarily the best of the best, which is why I think they had to get Stanley Kubrick involved for the moon landing, because they needed a guy that actually was the best, who actually could make it look at least the best they could. So, yeah, I think that they don't have the ability to necessarily make it perfect. They're not able to do that.
No, the best thing they can do is to,
Although the most
convince you
recent
that,
one,
well,
in terms of the 24-hour sun in the South, there is a reason. What's that guy, Robert Schwartz? Is that his name? There is a recent one he put out. Now, he's been putting them out for years, every year. And every year, the fakery, we catch it, and then he changes that part. He fixes what we catch. It's literally been happening for years. And he's been on the BBC and all that stuff. He's done big documentary on Antarctica and all that. So he's definitely in the system, as it were, to some degree. He's a media guy and so on. And his most recent one is the best we've seen yet. That is true. But he's been doing the fakery, and we've been catching him on it for years in terms of the 24-hour sun in the South.
I was watching one not too long ago, like where the clouds stay the exact same for the 24-hour periods.
yeah, it's pretty bad if you look at all the footage that's available to you. It doesn't seem there's a
And
lot
it's
of convincing
always
footage.
it's always the clouds that trip them up, whether it's like pictures of Earth from space or 24-hour footage. It's always the clouds. They can never get clouds right. Because they're so random, and I mean, they never stay the same shape for more than a few minutes.
It's a great way to keep a debate going, though.
Yeah, I mean, when you're faking something, you're coming from the wrong side of things, meaning you have to make it look real instead of actually just being real, which is effortless. So anytime there's anything that has to be fake or forged or doctored, all those terms that we use, it's funny that word doctored, how it's also used for.
But in a psyop, isn't it true that the idea is to actually make something that's unfalsifiable to the person? You can't. Nobody looking at that footage can falsify that footage going there and checking the location, whether they can
It's
verify it, right?
unfalsifiable to blue. I mean, it's absolute truth to certain people.
No, you have to be able to truly know the result. You'd actually have to be able to go down there and to do it, right? Because if there was the intention to create an argument and create controversy, in other words, bait and switch, right? The idea is to draw it in to misdirect or whatever, especially if there's other political things that require intention and other events, right? So if there's in the back pocket a real video, let's say of the South Pole, but in the intern we can make all these fake ones anyway. There's still an intent behind it when it's a psyop.
Hey, let's give them some prop. They've come a long way since the Zapruder film.
What?
Faking stuff. They've come a long way since the Zapruder film. So we should give them a pat on the back.
What is the Zapruder film? What is that?
The JFK assassination, the famous film, the
Oh,
Zapruder film.
okay. My
Yeah.
bad. I've always
That
skipped
thing
over
is such a
JFK.
hacked up. It's an absolute hacked up composite. Hundreds of problems with it that are all there's missing frames. There's cuts around the road where the street lamp is. Anyways, it's the most hacked up composite video. One of the most I've seen.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So I'm just saying, from that fakery, they've come a long way, at least to some degree. They've even come a long way since the 80s and 90s space fakery stuff. It's at least better now, even though some of the stuff now is really bad too. But
dude, the Boston bombing, that stuff, like you see the crowd of people that are shocked because there was just a loud explosion, and there's dudes walking around with this powder. They're just dumping it on people. There's a guy behind them just throwing water, and it just starts turning red. Like it hasn't gotten that much better. With the JFK thing, from what I've seen of it, because I've never looked into it. I don't care. JFK just never interests me. But the way that Jackie or whatever, the way she reacts, and she's like trying to climb out of the car, I'm fully convinced that the dude was definitely at least shot in the face. But whether that was somebody in the car with them, but like her reaction, like, I mean, that's how somebody would react if they just saw somebody get shot. Like she's like trying to climb out of the back, like, and then she gets pulled back in and gets forced to get down and stuff. So, but I don't know. I've never looked. That's why I didn't even know what the fuck, that film you just said was.
Dude, I saw videos of them trying to claim that Jackie's the one that shot him in the face. Like it's just so. This is what I mean. There's
her
so
reactions, like her reactions, and unless she's the best actress ever. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think it's very good at all.
You can't plan.
You don't
for
think
that.
so?
No.
No, just
We're
the way that
going to derail. I mean, not derail. I brought up this Zapruder film
Yeah.
more just to relate. I was just making one comment. Did we want to go all into it though, or
no?
Mm-mm. No, I don't give a fuck. JFK, like, I just don't care.
No, it is a big, interesting topic. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that he was not even killed that day. He was not even shot at all. It was the whole thing was a psyop. And the Zapruder film.
But then again,
I have a lot of reasons why I've come to that conclusion, but yeah, they didn't actually kill. I mean, JFK is one of their guys. Those guys consider themselves royalty. That whole bloodline, they're not going to kill their own guy. And I don't think it really was an authentic, shooting from some mafia thing either. Like it's a psyop. It's just like they do all these things. It was a death of the king, archetypal, symbolic play out. Oh, the king's been shot. King is dead. All that stuff, right in broad daylight. There's a lot of reasons why I've come to that conclusion. Which, I mean, unless I was going to do a whole presentation on it, I don't have to go on
Good way to
about it. But
good way to mess with a country too, though, right?
Oh yeah, what a psyop! Yeah, it struck fear into everyone while they're just laughing, and they pulled it off. Yeah, it's just a media. It's just to. Well, there's a lot of reasons I think they do these things, but yeah, it's to instigate more control over people in a lot of ways.
Did you get a chuckle when what's that piano player's name? Owen.
Sorry.
Owen Benjamin. Remember Owen Benjamin? He did this little bit about JFK and his best friend. Or did you see that?
I used to love Owen Benjamin.
But apparently Owen Benjamin has a theory that JFK was gay. And he was gay because his best friend lived with him at the White House and was always with him.
Lem Billings. You talking about?
Maybe I was always with him. Lived at the White House with him as his childhood best friend, and
Lem Billings is his name. Yeah.
Like what people gotta understand is like.
So what do you think of that when Owen Benjamin did that?
Well, yeah, he was totally gay. Dude, JFK was doing just as much blow as Steven Tyler. Like that dude was no. I mean, it's dead serious.
He was fucking Marilyn Monroe, though, bro. That's a little hard if you're gay.
Who knows,
I
man?
mean,
It's all media
dude,
stuff. I mean, who knows what they were even doing? I mean,
yeah,
at
yeah,
least
yeah, but
nowadays there's
deviants
like,
are deviants.
Well, Jack Parson was doing sex orgies, so he was very popular at that time.
well, yeah, these guys worship Baphomet, so they get all into this
Yeah.
transgender stuff. They consider themselves all trans, basically, essentially.
They're gods. That's why they transcend all that stuff. They claim they're God.
Well, not only that, dude. If
Gods on
JFK
earth.
wasn't
Well, I
assassinated,
think they
how would
worship.
he be looked at as a president?
I would
He
say,
wasn't a
David,
very
that
good president.
I would say they worship a demonic entity that they think is God, but they don't necessarily think they're God. They worship another entity that they think is God, and then they think that they're getting that godliness from that entity, while the whole thing is just a tale from the dark side, as it were, that really goes nowhere.
Like I said, Gio, how's it going to end, buddy? You said you
I
don't know.
know.
What's your theory now? I'm still, I've got the PDF loaded up, ready to go, all edited, ready to shine. I'm just looking for a title and maybe one last cap, one last final hurrah to final. I'm maybe looking for a quote or a phrase. You know what I mean?
Well, I got you. That's cool. Yeah, it's a good thing to be. It'll come to you when the right time comes, for sure. But
I'm asking you, how do you started this server for what purposes? I'm obviously looking for some. Holy shit balls! Obviously
What, are you
looking
about
for
to shut down your
some.
server or something?
No, man, my dishwasher popped open and it was fucking spewing dish shit everywhere.
Oh my god!
It was like right out of the horror movie, the dishwasher opens up and it's like.
Well, I mean, in terms of the shape of
There's
the Earth, like, so let's just go from like real quick the late 1800s, and then World War One, like around in that whole time, and the sinking of the Titanic, they established the Federal Reserve. We're in like 100-year cycle right now, if you want to call it 150, etc. But we're really like a little
More
more
like 80 years. We're going to the 8. It's the turning, right? 80 years. 80 years ago was World War II, right? Or
No.
2025 will be 80
no,
years.
it was.
Yeah, but
2025 will be 80
80
years.
But you
Well,
had
the 80 years is it's called the fourth turning. It's the 80 years. Every 80 years. So 80 years before 1945, 80 years before that was the another war, and then 80 years before that. So we're in the fourth turning right now, where it's got to go back to shit because we're in like the decadent gold age.
Well, I mean, you were talking about where's it all headed. I mean, I think ultimately with the globe paradigm, it has an expiration date, and it's already begun its process. So I do think the December 21st, 2012. Obviously, that was not the end of the world, and it never was even meant to be that in these ancient, a lot of these ancient calendars. It was really the end of a cycle, the end of an era. So I think it denotes the end of essentially the globalism, the whole globe model paradigm that has come with this current modern world as we know it now, the way that the system is currently kind of structured, which heliocentrism completely paved the way for, and they molded it through heliocentrism and other agendas as well, like the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm within science. So I think this cycle, December 21st, 2012, was the completion of this cycle. And we're now, 8 to 10 years into the paradigm of the new paradigm that's coming, essentially, which will be a transformed version greatly from what exists today. And I do think the shape of the Earth being established, because it needs to be physically established. I don't think it has been yet. So it needs to be established. And then once that's the case, I do think that we're going to live through a massive paradigm shift where essentially everyone on Earth is able to come to the awareness that we're not on a globe. And once that happens, the power structure that's currently in play will be, hopefully as peacefully as possible, but dissolved in a sense to where they won't be in power when it's all said and done. And I think this could be happening over the next several decades, essentially.
Or it could be happening a lot quicker, because maybe the whole cough thing that's happened recently is going to separate the wheat from the chaff, and It'll just become a new paradigm.
I mean, from the perspective that the Earth is a globe, I can understand these guys would say, "Oh yeah, of course, it's just going to be a globe. It's what it's been. We've got this whole system right now. We've got ever since after World War II and the way they established the school system, and then all these space claims starting in the '60s. That's what's wild when you think about it. All of space is as new as the '60s. You know how quickly that could go? That could be over in a snap.
Dude, that's a fad.
Yeah, it's a fad in the larger scale of things. In the larger scale of things, yeah.
JFK.
It's an
Speaking of
80-year,
JFK,
kind of like Data said. It's like an 80-year fad. Yeah.
JFK is on the phone, talking about budget and everything, all this stuff, right? And he's talking about people in outer space, and he's like, nobody gives a shit about outer space. Nobody's interested in outer space. He's like,
well, they got
totally
everyone to
backing.
try to care about it as much as they built this whole weird worship around it, where people are. So yeah, they've had to incite that in people. But people do like the idea
to the moon because it's not easy, because it's hard. Like they hammered it. I mean, they got people amped up about it, but then once it happened, a lot of people were like I heard, I don't know how true it is, but there was like polls taking, like a lot of people just thought it was BS anyway. Like it was interesting, but it didn't hit the way they thought it would either. But, yeah.
Space
Force.
I mean,
it's got to go down that way, though, bro. It has to. Like the truth, it has to rise up. It always does. And the fact that we're all aware of it, and there's been all this going on for the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years. I mean, it's started. It's already initiated.
Yeah.
In my viewpoint. So it's got to go down, dude. I mean, the whole globe lie, there's a great reckoning for that. It's built into creation that there's a great reckoning.
I'm pretty sure I saw somebody wearing a hat that said flat life today. I don't know like where you guys live, but like on the back of people's cars it'll say salt life or lake life or sea life. Like just some weird thing. And this dude, he was wearing a hat that said flat life, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh, I'm curious. I don't know. I want.
Let me
is that a thing?
Geo, like to me, it's not so much of a lie, dude. It's like even the astronauts like that claim to go to the moon and all that. Like I mean they might be lying about that, and you could tell they're all down and mopey during the interview, like they don't want to lie, but they're having to anyway. But even they think it's a globe. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see
who the people lying about it.
If you think it's a globe, I mean, I think there's a few liars. I mean, obviously they're lying about going to the moon and the astronauts and all that. They're playing their script and all that. But they still think it's a globe. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I don't think so at all.
I don't think Buzz Aldrin thinks it's a globe. He knows it's not because he had to go up there and they had to say, "Hey, dude, sorry, but space isn't real. We're kind of making some shit up. Go along with it, or we'll fucking execute your wife." And then he kind of just, that's why they became fucking weird.
Well, dude, those those structures. Yeah, I mean, in my viewpoint, like whether you call it secret society, the Jesuits, the Freemasons, this whole kind of cabal or group, they don't all necessarily know everything what's going on, but they know that it's like a family business in a sense. And just like a family business, like, Coca-Cola, they don't share their recipe, with anyone kind of thing. So that's kind of the way this world is set up. It's this kind of corporate ownership, secrecy world that we live in. The way, we're not like open humans that are all, frolicking in the sun and working together. It's like there's a whole thing of ownership and kind of it's that whole corporate control thing. And so I think they view it as like almost like a business in a sense, although it's such a big business. It's the business of, having control over the governments and the United Nations and the whole situation. And the Federal Reserve is when they kind of got that level. So it's kind of just like a big family that has that level of, and they see it as a family business. So to them, they see the whole globe thing and a lot of these lies as just the peasants' propaganda, the propaganda that they feed to the peasants. And then within their actual network, they all just know what they know within their kind of level, those like levels of sort of Freemasonry and the way that those systems work. And so it's all kind of like the military is, it's compartmentalized. So, the higher ups only know things that the lower ups don't kind of thing. But they know the globe's not real. I mean, especially all those astronauts, in my viewpoint, they know they're faking it. I mean, Now, they might not have a complete understanding of it, but I mean, it's not that hard to just look at humanity, the whole history, and to see that they've always seen the Earth as a stationary, plane of existence. So they just know that as the default, of course, like everyone does, and then they're just not brainwashed by the globe.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you're a fighter pilot and you think you're about to go to the moon, and then you find out it's all fake, I feel like he would come to the same conclusion that we all have. Like, oh wait, oh, so we're not a spinning ball. Oh, and then it was, oh, okay, I see what you guys are doing. You guys are hiding some shit. Okay. I don't know. I feel like by default they must, because dude, like Neil
Well, I think
Armstrong
Brian
became like a
commented.
drunk recluse that kind of, like they were, none of them seemed like they were very, like they could function well in society.
Brian, did
Like
you
they were
mean
all
that?
alcoholics and shit.
Brian, did you mean that you think that they actually believe it, like people that are faking it? Like you're saying that they're not actually lying that it's a globe, Brian? You're saying they just believe that it is? How could that be the case? When
Yeah,
they're
yeah. I'm
making?
saying they're obviously playing their script, saying that they're fucking we see stars. I says that's part of their script and all that. But yeah, they still think it's a globe. Is what my point. I don't even think they're so much as lying, but they're lying obviously, but not about their beliefs. Like even they believe it's a globe. I believe.
How would they though when they know they're faking space for some organization where they're not actually going?
Well,
If you knew that you were,
I don't think they have access to. I don't think they see these videos, man, of us fucking exposing them and shit, bro. I think they, like that guy, with the bubbles in space. He wasn't prepared to answer that question. Who was it, Scott Kelly or somebody? Like he wasn't prepared to answer that. And then his brother or his twin, when he got pinned down, walking in another building, and guy asked some questions. Remember me? Like, and I think it was his brother, his twin brother, but they're not prepared to answer them questions. They have no clue these videos are being made and all that shit. I think they're under
Yeah.
strict. I think they're in a different class of society, kind of, if you will. I don't think they have access to that, or he'd have been prepared. He'd have been prepared to answer that, bro. He totally caught his ass off guard on stage. Can we agree to that?
well, I mean, I guess it'd be speculation as to what those guys think the Earth is or whatever, and who they actually are and what they're connected with. Because to be completely lying about being a spaceman, basically, which is what he's doing, you have to know you're part of some organization that's absolutely lying about space. Therefore, the globe goes right with that. So I think I mean, that's a big question. I guess we could only speculate in terms of what they may or may not know in that sense. But when he was asked that bubbles in space one, I felt like what he was a little bit like, it's like when like getting caught with your pants down kind of thing. Like I think he kind of was taken aback by it. I think he knows that that's a thing and that it existed. And I think he kind of quickly had to write it off and kind of pretend like he didn't know what it was. And that, he had, to me, it seemed like he was faking, kind of having to, bubbles in space. And then he kind of came up with a quick response about, flecks of, paint or whatever that was flicking.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bubbles in space? What do you mean? Oh yeah, that's paint. Sorry. Yeah. Of course. Have you guys seen the Chinese stuff? Like all the like when they're launching their Chinese rockets and stuff, there's so much bubbles in their stuff. It's almost like, okay, you guys aren't gonna call us out on bubbles. They're gonna put bubbles everywhere. Like all their launches, like when stuff disconnects, there's bubbles everywhere on the Chinese stuff, and I feel like that's intentional.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Brian, do you think are you saying, Brian, that like some of these guys may have been like just like not in any secret society, but they're just like a civilian guy who worked his way up in the military? Then they kind of told him, all right, you got to fake the space and be an actor, and that they would still believe in the globe? Just trying to think about that. Like that they would actually still think it's a globe, but they just were convinced to, is that what you're saying? Just to kind of go along with some military operation of the propaganda? Or like the guys actually making the fake globes, they've got to know it's not a globe. They're literally making the fake one right there. How could you believe it in that case? Like, oh yeah, making this fake thing, and this is what the Earth is like.
But then again, you can just tell the astronauts, "Hey, we can't physically do it. We can't go up that high. We don't have the tech."
Or
So
like
maybe
they
they
could
don't.
tell them that they could tell them that they actually are doing it, and there's a secret space agency, and that they just need to fake it for the public.
Yeah, but the thing is, those dudes that were selected to go on Apollo were the best of the best as far as like, pilots, people that had combat in Vietnam and stuff like that. Like, they're like, wait a second, what do you like? Who's better than I am? Like, as far as that's why they were picked. You could say, hey, listen, guys, we can't actually do this, but we have to beat the Russians. Like, we got to make the Russians can't do it either, but maybe they'll think we can do it, and then maybe you could, convince them all it's still a ball. I mean, I guess, yeah. Not every like U-2 pilot is a flat earther, and they all go up just as high, and it's just as flat to them too. A lot of people just don't put two and two together. They don't like. I never would have thought about flat Earth before, like if it wasn't like brought to me. And I'm not a fucking U-2 pilot, But I don't know, Buzz Aldrin, that guy's on some. He's on a different level with some bullshit though. Like he knows that. Like you can tell. Like he looks so guilty. Like the older he gets, it's like he wants to say shit so bad. You can tell. I kind of feel bad for him in a way. I feel bad for all of them because they don't seem like they're terrible people. They just got put in a really effed up situation. And then you look at like, but see, like you guys were talking about, like running into certain people and stuff. I guarantee nobody will ever bump into Chris Hatfield in a grocery store. Chris Hatfield, that guy's got to be pretty high up. He's like the quintessential, like he's the modern day Buzz Aldrin. You think of astronauts, you think of because it can't be who's the other one? He's bald with glasses. That goofball, the one that invented that coffee cup to drink coffee in space. The fuck's his name? Look, if you look at the astronauts we had in the '60s versus the
You
ones
talking
now.
about Tim Peake? I don't know if anybody said anything. I was gone for a split second, but right in the middle of talking about that. But you talking about Tim Peake with the coffee cup thing?
No, not Tim Peake. He's one. He's a dummy. Like, oh god, what the fuck's his name?
That's all of them,
He's
bro.
got glasses. It's right on the tip of my tongue too. Okay, think about like when they asked it, like, can you see stars in space? And they both look at each other. Oh, no,
Mike Massimo.
No, it's.
Oh, you talking about fucking the coffee, the guy saying he'd go to space in a nanosecond.
Yes, but we don't have the tech. Yeah, that guy.
That's Don
What
Pettit.
the fuck's his name? Don Pettit. Pettit. Yes.
Man, you need to get what you gotta study up on your astronaut names, bro. You might be called to call on them on Q, bro.
Oh no, I but the thing is, like, look at Don Pettit versus like the astronauts they had way back in the like the guys back in the day, like the Buzz Aldrins and Neil, like they were a little more believable than these goofball.
Bro, it's pathetic. You seen greater, better science
like,
or what is it, man?
Like
better,
they look like
better,
military dudes,
Like better
Sorry.
science every day. And he asked Don Pettit. He's like, so what do you do if they're if a meteor hits or something? and it makes a hole. He's like, well, then you have a leak. Like, dude,
There's a hole. There's a
Kosho
hole.
like Kosho or Ruhip or somebody would have answered that so much better, bro. He's like, I'm sure there's a routine to go through that. If then there's a leak. Like, are you kidding me, bro? I can't believe he said that. He's like, I'm sure there's some way to fix it, some procedure. I'm like, oh my
There's a
god, dude.
protocol of some sort. I don't know it. How often are you up on the ISS? About 12 months at a time. Sometimes 14 months.
Bro, here's my question. They act like I heard another podcast acting. No, I heard a thing about these space capsules. How they're like inflatables and they can join to other ones in the ISS and all that. And they're joined up with NASA, of course, but they're in the middle of making these things and testing them. And they're talking about they were doing a little interview, and the main guy was saying that, like, yeah, it ain't like the movies where all the air gets sucked out. You know, he's like, they've exaggerated that in the movies, but he made it look like it's no big deal at all. Like, if there's a leak, you know, it just comes out slow. And I'm thinking, bro, what about even on an airplane? Like I've heard, and maybe it was rumors, but like I heard that like if one time one of them windows broke and mangled a guy, pulling him out the window, like, I mean, which one is true, bro? Am I just hearing bullshit stories, or are these super low pressures, you know, up there, and airplanes and ISS, all that? Is it dangerous? I mean, I don't know.
Depends on
Look
the
at a
size of the
U2
hole,
pilot.
right?
Look how a U2 pilot has to dress. They put on this big ass suit. They got a briefcase that they have to fucking carry that breathes for them. Like, and they're like going up like, and people in the ISS are going like hundreds of times further. It's ridiculous. Like, so I can go up to the ISS with a motorcycle helmet and short sleeve shirts, but just to fly in a U2, I have to have a fucking briefcase that breathes for me. It's ridiculous. Like, what? Like, they have a cane and they hold a cane and they use that to like hit all their switches and shit. Like when they're like, because you know, like the space shuttle's like standing up at a 90-degree angle, so they're like leaning back and they can't reach the controls. What the fuck happens mid-flight if they drop their cane? Like, it just like, if you drop it, you drop it, and it is what it is. Like, fuck it, because you're flying so fast, you're not like gonna be able to reach around and grab another cane and start hitting your buttons. uh, well, then that's awkward. But again, you know, outer space, ISS, it's all the same thing as Antarctica. If it's real, why do you have to fake it?
You still there, Brian?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go back to your question. It depends on how big the hole is, buddy. You blow an entire window out of an airplane, and you're 10 psi higher inside the fuselage than you are outside. That is a shitload of air that's going to go out through that hole. And
No, it's instant.
Yeah, but it should only take 10 pounds of. It should take 10 psi to fill that hole. That's not going to kill somebody, bro. They're just going to plug the fucking hole.
It's the surface area that we're talking about, Brian. 10 psi. Think about the area of one of those windows. How big is the window?
Yeah. It's. I'd say it's about a foot, probably a square foot or so. But I think psi should
that's
work the same.
144. That's 144 square inches times 10 pounds per square inch.
Right. So psi.
1,400 pounds.
I'm good with that.
on that
I
window.
see what you're
Okay.
saying.
Now,
Point taken, but hold on before you go. Let me say one other thing. Like when they say like it's because of all the way to the atmosphere that's crushing like the oil tanker that they crush, but it's still, if it's fucking 14 psi, it doesn't matter if it's 100 square inches or 100 square feet. It's still pounds. I mean, I understand as far as structural wise goes, but as far as the pressure, it is what it is. Square inch doesn't matter what size it is. It's going to be like 10 or 14 pounds per square inch.
that's exactly the
on
point,
every
right?
inch, right?
That's
Okay.
exactly the point. It's 14 pounds per square inch. Now, square inches matter if you're talking about the total force on an object like a window. On the other hand, 14 pounds per square inch, put a 1/4 inch hole in there, and all you got to do is stick your thumb over it. It's not a problem.
It's that surface area.
Duct tape.
Easily.
Who invented duct tape, Blue?
Beats me.
Yeah, what a
But
genius.
stuff was around when I was a kid. I don't know.
Blue, when you was a kid,
maybe.
and Jesus crossed or Moses crossed the
Oh,
Red
don't
Sea.
start. Come on, man.
Now I was gonna say you was on the other side. Blue, you was on the other side fishing. No,
Yeah, come on, man.
I was just joking. I even messed the joke up.
But that's the answer. You start spreading that pressure out over large areas like the area of an aircraft window. And now, if a body gets pulled up there close to it, that section of that human body is going to be subjected to 1,400 pounds.
I understand that, but let me just say that the PSI system is just like a one. To me, this is the way I would explain it. It's one system to make sense of everything here on Earth. But in reality, like take a plunger, okay? And I've said this one way before. This is totally different. You take a plunger, and you pull on it, and you're pulling a vacuum. You push on it, you're pushing pressure. So right in the middle is zero. If you can't have infinity and have zero. If it's infinity, then it's infinity. And the way they set it up is to have a zero and then a fucking infinity, when that's bullshit. Like this plunger, I can pull and put more and more power pulling it. And theoretically, I could pull the strongest vacuum known to fucking anything ever. And I could even add more to pulling it, just like I can pushing it. Like I can push more and more pressure on the plunger. And there's no limit except for to the power I can put pushing it. So the way infinity works is there's no fucking zero to infinity. And so it's an infinite both ways. There's no you're just right by zero and it's a little bit more. Bro, in reality, you could keep going infinitely lower and lower pressure. It's negative pressure, basically, zero being ambient.
No, zero is zero.
Yeah, but then in
That
infinite
is
the
an
other way,
absolute.
though?
That's an absolute. Zero is zero. Going the other direction, pressure-wise, yeah, there's theoretically no limit to it.
About that.
But yeah, you start talking about infinity. Which infinity are you talking about? Look that up sometime. What the hell is infinity anyway? What if you add one to
Never ending.
infinity? Okay, now I got infinity plus one. What if I add two to it?
Like, I don't believe in any of that shit. Like a teaspoon of a star weighing 4 billion tons. That's so stupid, bro. If that's not an obvious fix to fix your universe, then I don't know what is. Like, to have Jupiter raining diamonds. Of course, bro, you need it denser, so you have it as a gas, but then you need to make up for the density. So next thing you know, it's raining fucking diamonds. It's just like all obvious, right in your face horseshit.
Where do the diamonds where diamonds collect at? And how is Jupiter not a fucking tire diamond if all it does is rain diamonds? Like, when does it stop becoming a gas planet? Like a gas giant is like a fucking solid planet out of a diamond.
It's probably like this. Well, okay. I don't know personally, but if I had to guess, it'd probably be like the water cycle, where it rains water, right, and then it goes down on the land or whatever, then it gets evaporated, and the cycle continues. Probably something like that, if I had to guess.
Oh, the diamonds just evaporate back up into the cloud. fucking diamonds, the hardest that we know exist, just evaporates.
I'm just saying. I don't know how it works. This is my little speculation. Like, if I had to guess, it'd
Oh,
probably be a
maybe
cycle of sorts.
maybe like a rainstorm on Jupiter, or is it Jupiter or Saturn that rains diamonds?
I don't know. There's a bunch of them that do weird shit, but I'm just saying.
But so what I was saying about
I don't know.
the plunger example. So, Blue, is it to your impression? Like, are you under the impression that there is a power limiting me from pulling more and more suction power on that plunger? Like, would you agree that I could pull it harder and harder and harder, and I could tie it to a freaking horse, and I could tie it to a semi truck, the plunger, and pull it out? In other words, I can keep putting more and more power, pulling a negative fucking suction on. There's no limit. The only limit is how much power I can pull the fucking plunger, bro. I'm saying same thing the other way, pushing pressure on it. The only limit is how hard can I push it and what can it withstand. You know what I'm saying? But theoretically, what's wrong with that?
So you're thinking about a plunger, right? And you start.
I'm using a plunger for just to visualize.
Well, think about a piston, okay? A tube with a piston in it, perfectly sealed, bottomed out up against the top of the cylinder it's in, and you start pulling on it. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, I'm just using a plunger because it works both ways. But go ahead, sorry.
And you pull and you pull and you pull. And is there any limit to it? No, you can pull forever if you want to.
Right. So the suction would get stronger and stronger and stronger, and it's infinite possibility. The only limit is how much power I can pull on that bitch. So the vacuum could theoretically.
Now the pressure inside it will never go below zero. Absolute though, it can't.
It can never get to zero, bro. It's infinite. I'm talking about. Look, it can't ever hit zero, and that's why they never have and never will hit zero, because you cannot keep pulling harder and fucking harder, bro.
Well, it's not about pulling harder. It's about finding the molecules to pull.
So I pull the plunger harder. You don't think it's more realistic that instead of finding molecules, I'm just pulling the damn thing harder, getting more suction, bro? I mean, let's.
You're not changing the pressure. When you get down to that point, you're not changing the pressure anymore enough that you can notice it.
The more power I put pulling that plunger, the more suction force I'll have, the more weight I'll be able to lift. Yeah. Period. There's no.
You're all right. You pull it down to the point that you're at 10 to the minus 6 torr. Okay.
No, this is a super plunger, bro. You know that.
Now keep pulling to 10 to the minus 7th. How much force did it take to change to do that?
But there's no way to reach zero.
No, we don't know a way.
But you think that 10 to the minus 17, you don't think it takes immense more power to reach 10 to the negative 17 than it does 10 to the negative 1?
I'm telling you that the pressure is the pressure from 10 to the negative 17 back up to 1, for instance, 1 torr is no different than the pressure from 759 torr to 760 torr. Same thing.
Wow, I can't believe
that's all it is. That's the way pressure works, Brian.
Okay, so you're saying that. Okay, so what you're telling me is that I can't pull vacuum force on that plunger by adding more power. That's
No.
what you're literally telling me. You just don't realize it, I guess.
No, I'm literally telling you how pressure works.
So there's a limit to the pull it, so you're saying there's a lit. So you're saying there's a 0 one way and theoretical infinity the other way. That's what you're telling me, and that's not how anything works, bro. In the real world, I'm just saying.
Oh,
You can't
it
have
absolutely does
zero
work that
and
way.
then infinity. You can't have 0 and then infinity, bro.
Sure you
Just
can.
think of that.
0 at one end of the scale and infinity at the other end. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with
That's
that
not
number line?
infinity, bro. That's
What is
not
wrong with that
infinite.
number line?
That's not dude. It duked you. I'm just saying.
Starts
I'm
at
just
0, absolute 0, period.
so
Nothing
there's a
below
limit.
0.
There's a limit. But let me get this straight there. Are you saying that there's a limit on how hard I can pull that plunger and let's say lift weight with the suction force created?
Oh yeah, absolutely a limit on that. You betcha.
No matter how hard I pulled, it just
No matter
I could
how
just
hard you
really
pull.
cut. So there's a limit on how much force I can pull, is what you're saying.
No matter how hard you pull, you will not exceed on this plunger thing we're talking about. You're never going to exceed 14.7 psi ever. I don't care how hard you pull.
Right, exactly. So I could always pull harder and have more and more suction infinitely, theoretically, depending on the strength of the fucking super plunger. Now you're saying no.
No.
You just said
You're
yes,
not,
and now
no,
you're saying
I did
no.
not. You can't
You just
pull.
said there's a limit.
You cannot pull down to infinity. You pull down to 0. That would be as far as
I could never reach 0. You just said I could never reach 0.
That's right.
We don't know
of a way, Brian. We don't know of a way to get to absolute 0 pressure.
Right. That's my point. So we could keep pulling harder and harder and harder and have more and more and more suction force pulling.
No, it
and
won't be any
still
different.
never reach 0.
It won't make any practical difference. There is no practical difference.
So where's the energy going, Blue? Where's the energy? Where's the energy transferring to? Let me ask you, where's the energy transferring to if I hit a spot that it just can't pull? It can't pull no more, but I add power. I add energy pulling on the plunger, and you're saying it's not making any more difference. Then where's the energy going? It can't be destroyed, right?
You're talking about
be transferred.
Work, Brian.
No, but I'm saying the energy I put into it's got to be transferred, right?
Work we're putting into it.
Well, there's a limit. If there's a limit to the work, then I want to know what happens with any extra energy I put in it. Where is it transferring to?
Nothing happens.
Because let me say this. Let me put it like this: if I'm pulling on that plunger and I could lift a certain amount, then it's transferring the energy to the to lifting the shit off the ground, and then I could lift more and more weight. I could pull and pull and pull. Then you're saying there's a limit to what I could lift with that suction.
Absolutely.
And then but hold on, I could still pull more though. So now what I'm asking is the energy was being transferred to lifting that shit off the ground and being stored in the lift and the kinetic energy. So now I'm asking if I add 1,000 horsepower to that, pulling harder, where does the energy go? It's got to be transferred.
Brian, you can continue pulling all you want to on this imaginary thing of yours, and it's not going to take any power to do that. Once you reach that point, all you've got to do is just maintain the pressure that's required, that 14.7 psi differential. That's it. You can pull till hell freezes over, and it's not going to change it.
Right. But where's the energy transfer to is what I'm asking.
It's not transferring any energy to anything.
Well, I'll just give an example, dude. I'm lifting weight off the ground. I'm lifting it, and I keep adding weight. And what I'm saying is if I hit a limit to the weight I can hold, but I pull harder, where's the energy transferring to? To me, I could just keep lifting more and more weight. I'd just have to pull harder and harder and harder. To me, that's the common sense, and maybe there's something I'm missing.
Okay, to you think if you just keep pulling on your plunger harder, you could lift an infinite amount of weight. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that if I push on the plunger, I theoretically could push more and more pressure, no limit. The only limit is it's a super plunger, so that's not limiting in this conversation. But the only limit to the amount of pressure I could push is the force I can put into pushing on the plunger. And I don't see why that would be any different pulling on the plunger. Food for thought, anyway.
You just draw yourself a little diagram of that sometime and think about it.
Well, I mean, I've learned a lot from you and everything, man. So I'm trying to stay within the rules that I've learned. I'm trying to keep it within the the rules of some of the physics. To me, some of these rules are just stop signs and telling us what we can't do. I don't like them all the time, but they are what they are, and maybe I'm wrong, but this one's a conundrum in my head. Like to me having a 0 and then infinity to me means it's not really. I don't know. That's kind of an oxymoron, kind of. But is that not okay? You said earlier we have like clever arguments, whatever you want to call it. That's a clever fucking thought experiment right there. If nothing else, like I could push on the plunger and and then the energy's transferred to whatever I'm pushing on, whatever I'm adding the pressure to. And then I could pull on it, and the energy, no matter how much I pulled, that energy is going to be transferred into whatever I'm pulling on. And how could air pressure limit how my pull? It's might get harder and harder, but if I add more and more energy, it's got to transfer somewhere. It can't just stop. And then no, you can't pull no harder. That's it. Like a cosmic sledgehammer comes out and bongs you on the head, tells you stop. I mean, I don't know.
You just simply have to analyze the forces on this thing. You got to think about the way forces are acting on this device of yours.
It's all kind of the thought process. Like I said, I don't really have the plunger like that. Just thinking in terms of how shit works to me in my thought process. I think we've been duped with the PSI thing and the Torr scale and all that.
Oh,
I think
no.
No, I'm not saying it don't work, Blue. I'm just saying, but the limits. I'm saying the limits are set, and nobody ever reaches anywhere near that shit to question the rules and all that. So I'm just coming up with the thought process and to question the rules and all that.
I think pressure's extremely well understood concept. I don't think we have any problem at all understanding that and how it works.
Well, they might scratch their head and be like, damn, why can we not fucking reach 0? We keep getting magnitudes and magnitudes lower, and we just can never reach 0. At some point, they got to scratch their fucking head and question things, man. Like same thing with temperature.
They do, and they have. I mean, there are lots of practical reasons why you can't reach 0.
Because there is no 0 in reality.
No, there is one in reality, but we can't get to it.
Dynamically, I don't think there is a 0. When you're talking about dynamics, I don't see how there could be, but I don't know. I think 0 is ambient. Whatever the temperature is around you, that's 0. And
Do you think 0 pressure is atmospheric pressure?
I just think wherever you're at, if you're up in the sky, then that's 0 where you're at. And then anything you add to that is positive, and anything you subtract, pulling on the plunger makes it negative, pushing on it makes it positive. I think
Okay.
ambient 0, that's a type of scale I would use if I was going to use like true pressure.
Well, we have two scales for that reason.
Yeah, but there's
We
still
have
a zero, so
we have
it's
we,
still not
we have gauge pressure and we have absolute pressure.
right. But even
For
absolute
that
pressure
very
has a
reason.
zero, so I think there needs to be one more pressure invented. We'll call it Leake's law.
Well, yeah, there's a zero in both cases, right?
And no, there's a
Even though
positive. There's a zero means ambient and positive negative infinity.
oh God, you can't have any negative infinity. Sorry, not allowed.
You can't have a stop if you're using, to me, if you're going to use infinity, it works, across the board.
You don't
There's
really have to worry
zeros.
much. You don't really have to worry much about either end of it, to be honest. You're certainly never going to come anywhere close to infinite pressure.
There's no, yeah. I see. I know what you're saying, man, but I'm think I'm doing a good job in wording my my thoughts. Is my contentions, like as far as infinite. I don't know, man. I've pretty much made my case, man. It's a head scratcher to me. Like I said, just you might want to pass that along and see what kind of explanations you get on your side as far as the plunger thought experiment.
Yeah, the plunger's not hard to figure
Where's
out.
the energy go? Well, the question is where's the energy go? That's the question. The ultimate question is where's the energy transferred to when I can't pull no more pressure out?
What energy?
The energy that the pulling force.
Oh. All right. Energy is just the capacity to do work. That's all it is, right? You start with your plunger all the way in, all the way up, right? All the way in.
Well, it's right in the middle. It's literally right in the middle.
Okay, you want to start with it right in the middle. So when
And
you
start,
let me finish asking my question, please. So the plunger's right in the middle, and when you start, you've got ambient air pressure on both sides of the cylinder. Is that right?
Yeah.
You got 14.7 inside and 14.7 outside. Correct?
Right. I have it's a split plunger. So it's closed on either end, and if I push, it's almost like a plunger to a dynamite thing. So if I push, I apply force to this infinitely strong plunger, and if I pull, I pull infinite suction. Let's say
now
that.
you're adding, that's not what you just described.
Well, I'm trying to keep it on with my head. I don't want to misdescribe my thoughts. I'm just doing it like that. So if go ahead with what you was going to say.
You've got a cylinder with a piston in the center of it, and it's sealed on both sides. So, right? Is that what you're saying? So that if you pull on it, you pull a vacuum on one side and generate pressure on the other side. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I push pressure on one side, and then I pull pressure on the other. Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, all bets are off. You're doing something really weird here. Now the power you're putting into that system to pull that piston is going two places. One is on the compression side to compress the gas on that side, and the other is the suction side. The suction side can reach whatever when it gets close to to ambient pressure. That's as far as you're going to go. You're not going to take it any further.
Right. So what happens to the energy that I put into it?
It won't take any more any more force to pull on it than what you've already put into it at that point.
But I can still pull harder, and I'm
Keep
asking
pulling, and
where
it
does
won't
the
take
energy
any
transfer
energy to do
to?
it. Nothing. It's nothing. It doesn't take any energy to pull it any further. It will take no more energy. You've done everything you can do.
So I can't pull it no further, right?
No. Yeah,
But
you can pull
I
as
can
far as you
pull
want to.
harder. I can pull harder, even if it's in vain. I can pull harder, and I'm asking you, where's the energy transferred to if
You
it's
can't
not
pull
applying more
harder
suction?
if it's not pulling back, Brian. You can only
Right, but
pull
it
as
was
hard as
making.
it's pulling.
Well, let me make my point. I was applying more and more suction, capable of more and more lift. Okay, but now if there's a limit, that don't mean I can't apply more energy pulling the son of a bitch. It might be in vain, and if it is, then that energy that I'm pulling, putting into it to pull that plunger, has got to be transferred somewhere. If
It
it's
will
no
not
longer
make
being
any.
transferred to the pulling force,
It will not make any difference, Brian.
that's my problem. If once, that's my whole entire problem, Blue. You just said it. Okay, now it won't make any more difference, but I can apply more energy to pulling it, and that's the problem, is the fact that it hits a stop sign, and then I'm wondering where the energy is transferred to if it's no longer being transferred to the suction, because I'm not getting any more suction.
Hang on,
So now
I'll be
where's
back
the
in 1
energy?
second.
Like, I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying. Like if there is a limit, I'm trying to think of this every way. So yeah, sure. If there's a limit, then but I could still. So I'm pulling in vain, but I could still apply more energy to pulling it, and what was being transferred, giving me more and more suction. Now where is it transferring to? Because I'm putting it into pull. I'm putting energy, more and more of it, into pulling. Now I'm
That's the
getting.
thing. You will reach a
Yeah,
point
yeah.
where you're not putting any more energy into it.
So there's a cosmic sledgehammer that comes out and puts me to sleep and says, "Quit pulling, don't pull no harder."
No, Brian. When you reach, you've got to analyze the force on both sides of that piston. I'm thinking about a piston that's open to ambient on one end and inside this cylinder thing on the other end, okay? And you start with atmospheric pressure inside your little cylinder gizmo and atmospheric pressure on the outside of it. Now, when you pull that piston and double the volume on the sealed up side of it, you'll drop the pressure. The pressure inside there will go from 14.7 to half of that, 7.35. And when you double it again, it'll half it again, and so forth and so on. Now, you will eventually get to a point where you reach the essentially atmospheric pressure, negative atmospheric pressure inside the cylinder. And after that, you can pull all you like. It won't take any more force to pull it.
I got that, bro, but I'm asking, like, there could be a reasonable answer. Like, maybe it comes out as heat or fucking sound or something. I'm asking, like, you would agree that I could still keep pulling on the motherfucker, whether it's in vain. I could keep add more and more energy to pulling on the thing, right?
Let's say you get the thing's got an area of 1 square inch. That cylinder has an area. The piston has an area of 1 square inch. When you get to the point that you are pulling 14.7 pounds on the rod that the piston's connected to, doesn't matter how much, it will never go above 14.7 pounds. It's not going to. You can't make it go higher. That's why you can't lift water any higher than 32 feet.
That's different, man.
That's exactly the same thing.
No, it's not.
That's exactly the reason.
So you're comparing gas to water. I knew, bro. Something told me you're going to go to freaking
It's the
liquids. But
gas that's lifting the water, Brian.
Yeah, but look, what's to say the gas? Okay, it's quantified like everything else. Okay, what's to say it's not just being stretched instead of being dispersed? Like, um, it's as far as it's being compressed. So we compress it down to infinity, but we can stretch it to fucking to a certain point, like that we can never reach for some mysterious reason. To me, because there's one molecule just dodging around in there. I'm being realistic. Like air is not these individual particles. Okay, just for 1 second, think with me. I know you're not going to agree with it, but think with me so it's making more sense. Like it's not these individual particles. It's this gas is different than the liquid, the solids. It's actually more etheric. It stretches. You can stretch it, you can squeeze it, and there's no limit to how much you could stretch it. Just more and more energy to do it, and no limit to compressing it. Just the limit is your plunger, I guess, your super plunger. But anyway, the energy you can put into it. So I think of it kind of in terms of like that. I understand that the quantifications of it make sense and all that, and it's a working model, and I don't dispute all that, but I think of it a little different, man, and that's I think them are fair questions that I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the best textbook I might be able to recommend to you to read. That would get into all of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm always interested in that. It's like when I was looking into even the liquids, like I was very interested when I found out that like if I have a column of water above my head, and see pressure ain't the same as weight, and they like to describe it as weight with the gravity, but man, it's really different. And I know that it's obviously different in discussion, but really even when you go down deeper, like so, if I have a column right above my head and I'm gonna have a certain amount of pressure, if I'm 100 feet down, so I'm in a tube that's just big enough for my body to fit in, and I got 100 feet of water above it, and I'm gonna have a certain amount of pressure. Even if I take and make it into a beaker, like where it's squeezing me where I'm standing, where I'm at the bottom of the 100 feet, but I can V out and have 20 times more water. Like in other words, instead of just a skinny tube above my head, it starts skinny where I'm standing at the bottom, but then it spreads out. It's still going to be, I mean, it could spread out to fucking 5 miles. And as long as it's 100 feet, I'm still only going to have that column.
That's right.
Of pressure directly. So no matter how much water I add to it, so that tells me that gravity is insufficient explanation to all this pressure and weight and stuff, man. Because if it was the case, the way it's described, then I'd have more pressure with more water above me.
No, you wouldn't. Why would you? You got the same amount of water above you. You got exactly the same amount of water above you, Brian, in either of those scenarios. You have identically the same amount of water.
Well, it makes sense with gas, Luke, because it's unbonded,
water,
right?
Brian. You got the same height of water column. It doesn't matter how large in diameter the column is. The height of it is the same.
Yeah, but I've got a ton of water compressing down to that same width tube.
That same
so all that
amount,
all that water, if it's pushing down like you say, I've got 20 times more water, and it's all compressing down to me at the tube at the bottom. So, and it's the same pressure. So it's not pushing down with weight like y'all are saying.
Yes, it is, Brian.
Okay, well, if it's confined,
yes, it is.
Well, let me throw this.
The pressure per unit area does not depend on how much is above how large the volume of it is.
It would with solid. It would with solids.
With solid, yeah, okay. I'll give you that.
So I think that liquid, solids, and gas are all different. I think that liquids, solids, and gases got to be separated, not just fluids and solids. But let me ask you this: this is an interesting question, Blue. If I increase gravity, do I increase buoyancy?
If you increase
Yes.
gravity. What are you asking now?
Yes, you do.
Yes. If I increase gravity, do I increase buoyancy?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, so to me that would be nature's way of leveling things out. So if I was on Jupiter, I'd weigh the fucking same because there's more gravity, but I'm floating in the freaking, like if there was a pool on the moon, would I be able to swim faster? It'd be less buoyancy, so I'd still have to spend the same amount of energy swimming because I wouldn't float as much. Same thing as if the gravity increased, where I would still weigh the fucking same, and it would take the same power to escape the atmosphere because the rocket would be way more fucking buoyant.
Wait, what?
I'm not following that.
Well, you just said, I think you said, somebody said that buoyancy increases as gravity increases.
Well,
That's true.
You flip and flop so much, Brian. It's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, well, let's go slowly with your conclusions from that. So what's the next step once we know that buoyancy increases with gravity?
Can you prove that buoyancy increases if gravity increases?
Yeah, it's the same force.
It's a mathematical, so it's just a mathematical proof. It's a concept.
No, it's what creates buoyancy is the weight.
The weight of what you're
fluid.
displacing, yes.
If the fluid doesn't weigh anything, there's no buoyancy.
If you make the fluid weigh more, you got more buoyancy.
Yep.
You can float on top of a tub full of mercury very easily.
On Jupiter, I would float above the clouds because it rains diamonds. So I would literally, I would weigh less on Jupiter if buoyancy increases with gravity increase. Because if it rained in diamonds, why would everything not be layered out according to buoyancy and density? I mean, with gravity involved, I would be less dense than the diamonds that are about to rain down. So I would be layered out way above them.
Why would you be less dense than the diamonds?
You don't
think
that
you're already less dense than the diamonds. So you'd
right.
Yeah.
So it rains diamonds on Jupiter. Okay. If it rains diamonds on Jupiter, then I would be standing on the cloud, literally.
Oh, it rains water on the earth and you don't float all the way up to the clouds because of that. That's not how it works.
Yeah, but I mean, how much are you going to change the fucking so you're going to precipitate diamonds now? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I have no idea how the diamonds rain work. I have no idea.
Well,
we don't have water pressure figured out yet here on Earth. Why are we talking about diamonds on Jupiter?
No, well, my question was with the buoyancy. The buoyancy, if the buoyancy increases with gravity, then if I am on one of your planets with more gravity, I'm going to be more buoyant.
So this is a pointless discussion, Brian. You're not on Jupiter.
Yeah, now you're talking realistically, bro. That's the best thing you said so far.
There's no point in even talking about it.
Trying to make you see logic, man, and all the contradictions.
These are not contradictions. These are misunderstandings.
What do you mean it's not a contradiction?
It is not a contradiction.
It's thought experiments, okay? So I don't agree with any of that bullshit. I don't agree that there's any diamonds anywhere other than fucking Earth. Everything up above is above our heads, bro.
I do not give a shit.
I'm oriented the same way as you, man. Right now,
I
know you don't. I know in our heads.
That's just theoretical. That's just theoretical anyway. Nobody's ever seen.
In our heads, we're tilted away from each other, right? Huh? So in our heads, in your heads, like we're tilted away from each other right now, but we're not. We're oriented the same, and if we started running like the Flash toward each other, we'd run head on. We'd never circle. I know that it's with the maps and the stars. You know, there's something going on where you could mistake it as a ball, but that's beyond human conceptions, man. It's beyond us, and we could model it different ways and shit. But we're on a chessboard, bro. There's no upside down. There's nobody upside down for me right now, man. I know that.
And I know the other is true.
So if I start digging, and let's say you're upside down, or let's say Bacon is upside down.
Don't worry about digging.
From me. Well, no,
There's
because
a sphere,
no, there's a big
people living
point to
on the
this.
other side of it.
There's a big point to this. So if I dig and I hit the middle, I'm weightless, right? That's what Google tells me. What's your thoughts on that? If I hit the middle, I'm weightless.
Yeah, as long as yeah, if
Yeah,
as long as you're
yes.
surrounded by an equal amount of mass, yes.
Okay, so you're not telling me that I just hit that point and all of a sudden I'm weightless, right? It's a gradient, right? Like everything else in nature. So if I dug down, I would weigh less. If I dug down quite a ways, it would gradiate down to zero, right?
Not immediately. You would start weighing more first, and at some point you start weighing less.
How would I start weighing more, bro?
Because the distribution of mass isn't it's concentrated in the center
uniform. That's the problem.
So even though you're
talking
getting
about
more
the first few miles, okay? I'm talking about like
Exactly.
like percentages of the way down. So I've got a tunnel that goes down, and so I'm 10. So I'm 10% of the way down. It's fun. Hey, it's fun discussion, Blue. You gotta give me that.
No, you're
it's
driving me
interesting.
fucking nuts is what you're doing.
Well,
It's
I'm not trying
fun.
to, man. I'm trying to pose interesting questions, man. I'm not trying to drive you nuts, dude.
There's nothing interesting about this.
You just got mad because you ain't upside down from nobody, man. I'm just kidding.
No damn good and well I am too.
You're on a fucking chessboard, Blue. No, I'm just kidding. Look, but anyway, this is an interesting thought, though, because I'm not the first one to bring this up. So if we go down 10% of the distance to the middle, then we're going to basically weigh 10% less, in my understanding of it.
That's how it works. That's not the math.
Well, so I could use the sine and cosine. I could use sine and cosine, okay, to be more accurate. Okay, but still, I'm going to hit a point where I'm close to 60% of the way down. I'm away half as much or something like that. And it's got to gradiate down to zero though, right? It's not just a spot where we're floating in the middle, right?
How did it form in the first place if that's how it works?
My point is this: if there's supposed to be so much fucking crazy amounts of pressure down there and all this shit, yet shit floats down there, bro. Everything about the fucking model, if you look at it deep and you ask the questions, bro, there are contradictions. It can't be so fucking dense at the core where shit's so hot and molten if nothing weighs anything down there, bro. Just think about shit, dude.
What I'm thinking about are these crazy ass hypotheticals that you come up with that can't happen to begin with. Make it an ambient temperature, homogeneous sphere of material that's the same size as the Earth, and then let's have the discussion from that point.
That's fair. We could do that too, but hey, it ain't like the questions I was asking Rumpus. Like I was intentionally, like on your channel, bro. That was so funny. That was epic. Like Rumpus, I'm asking Rumpus questions that are so off the cuff, dude. Where everybody's like, "Dude, shut up, Rumpus." Like, why are you answering this? But as long as he's gonna keep answering them, I keep firing questions at him, and I'm asking him. Like, to me, these are serious thought experiments. What I was asking Rumpus is crazy. Like, if you have a balloon falling and it's full of helium, but it's on top of another balloon, like I'm just spitfiring shit because he's brainstorming trying to answer it. But that was on Blue's channel, bro. That was epic, man. You remember that, Blue?
Yeah.
Rumpus will literally, like, instead of drawing the line somewhere, he'll defend the model to the death. Like, he'll answer any question you fire at his ass, dude. I give him kudos at the end, like, for even attempting to answer some of the problems I was throwing at him, bro. But these here are serious. Like, we would agree that in the core, it wouldn't be dense, right?
What do you mean?
Maximum density would have to be on or right around the surface. And then as we go
Why?
down, density's got to
Why?
decrease because it goes down to nothing. We all just agreed that in the
No,
center, you're
weight.
weightless. There's
No, the
no weight.
the weight goes down to nothing, but the pressure increases.
Ah, so the weight and the pressure. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we are getting somewhere. So the weight and the pressure have nothing to do with each other, right?
Yeah, but that pressure has to do with the density.
So gravity has nothing to do with the weight.
It does. What do you mean?
Nothing
It is
to
the
do with
weight.
the pressure? Wait, does it have anything to do with the pressure or the weight?
Yeah. It has to do with both.
Well, then how do I weigh the pressure? How do I weigh the pressure down there?
How do you measure the pressure, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know, with the barometer?
Okay, so you're telling me that I can bench press any amount of weight down there, but it's so pressurized. Think of what you're saying for a second. Don't just spitfire an answer. Just think about that for a minute.
Yeah, the more you go inwards, the denser it gets, the bigger is the pressure, but the less weight you have. The pressure is being caused by the upper layers that are.
So it's not gravity causing the density, right? And the
It is not.
pressure.
It is, but not acting at that point, but acting
It
in what's
can't
on
be,
top.
bro.
1 second,
I
Brian.
don't.
Brian.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the gravity acting on what's on top of that, not on that directly.
On top of that, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about the other side of that? What about the other side? There's gravity. Hold on, there's gravity working both ways. So now you're saying that the gravity's pushing around. It's pushing down from all sides.
Yeah.
Until I start going down. Now it's not. Now it's now it's not the gravity compressing everything because it's pulling equal and opposite down at the middle. So now there's no weight down there, but now all of a sudden there's supposed to be pressure from the gravity compressing, but the gravity's pulling equal in every direction from the center.
Gravity
all
is
the outer
pulling
layers.
everything, Brian.
all
Gravity is
the
pulling
outer
every
layers are.
particle toward the center of the mass.
I think this, y'all ain't thought this too.
No, we have thought it through.
So let me just say this. So the weight on the surface of Earth has nothing to do with gravity, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what about the center of the Earth? What about the center of the Earth?
Every particle of everything that the Earth is made of is being pulled toward the center of the mass.
Right, but at the center, there is no pull. It's pulling equal and opposite in every direction.
At a point, Brian.
At a point, it's got to gradiate to that point, Blue. It can't just all of a sudden you hit a point.
I'll give you some more. Let me give you some more bad news. Make it hollow. Let's make 1,000-mile diameter hollow place in the middle of the Earth.
More likely than
there.
According to the rules, your rules of your model.
What do you think?
Let's see if it's hollow. It's like the same size, and there's just a shell, right?
Yeah.
So I'm believing in gravity now, right?
Right.
I think it'd be the same shit, dude. Earth might as well be hollow. It'd work the same way. Like the most weight would be on the surface, where there's the most mass pulling against you. There's no more place than the surface where there's more mass pulling against you other than the surface.
Inside that hollow area, this is a very famous derivation by Newton, actually, called the shell theorem. Inside that hollow area, there would be no force acting on you. All the forces will cancel.
Yeah, sure. The same thing if it ain't hollow, though. At the middle.
No, it's not the same.
Well, it'd gradiate anyway. But my point is, without the weight, so is it or is it not weight and gravity that causes pressure? I want just a straight answer. If it's gravity causing pressure,
Weight is caused by gravity, Brian.
I think I understand
I
the
didn't
point.
ask you. I asked you about pressure.
Can I try to steelman your point, Brian, just to see if I get it?
Absolutely.
Right. So, yeah, we are saying that the pressure is caused by gravity, and as you go deeper inside of the Earth,
No.
you
I'm
get
asking you if the pressure is caused by gravity. If pressure and weight
yeah.
are all
We are seeing
affiliated, are they tied together? Are they what's causing the pressure? That's what I'm asking.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So, is it the question that you're bringing that if as you go closer and closer to the center, there's less and less weight, which means less and less gravity, then the pressure shouldn't be
Which
increasing.
means less and less pressure. Right.
Yeah, but
That's why I
yeah, I
asked.
understand
That's
the
why I asked
reasoning.
if
I
it's
don't think
gravity, if it's the weight that's causing the pressure.
right, but that doesn't change the pressure being applied from the outer layers. Like
Whoa.
yes, so the top layers are creating pressure in the lower deeper layers. It doesn't matter if you get less and less weight there, because you still have all the pressure being built up by the upper layers, the outer and outer layers.
Yeah,
Even
but
though
without the weight there, then there's no pressure.
yeah, but no. You don't have weight there, but you have weight in the outer layers. They are the ones that are creating pressure, and they're creating pressure in the inner layers too.
Bro, listen to what you're saying, bro. Listen to what you're saying, please. You're telling me
Yeah,
that I can have plenty of pressure but no weight.
yeah, that's exactly what happens in the very center.
So weight doesn't cause pressure then. The gravity
It does.
doesn't cause pressure.
It does, but in that very specific point, it's just indirect. You have the weight of the. Try to understand. You have the weight of the outer layers. The weight of the outer layers is what's creating pressure in the inner layers. So in the very center of the Earth, where the weight is 0, you still have the pressure being created by every layer on top of that point. Every layer surrounding the center.
Bro, without
is
an equal and
pushing
opposite force, look, everything in nature has an equal and opposite type of force. Everything is duality,
But that doesn't
basically
make
night,
pressure
day,
go away.
hot, cold. Bro, listen, your gravity will never work. I'll always be able to come up with these conundrums that you're just breezing past somehow, because there's no equal and opposite, bro. Y'all,
Yeah, there is,
the way you
Brian.
made it, bro, I can keep throwing more and more
Brian.
conundrums at you.
You
You
don't
can't
have
have
any
pressure
conundrums.
without weight.
The only conundrum's in your head, Brian.
No, the only conundrum is y'all just breezing past. You're trying to say
there
there's
are,
pressure but no
equal
weight.
opposite forces, Brian.
I can
It's
give you an
all
example.
pulling toward the center.
I can give you an example. If you push your hands against each other as strong as you can, you're
I can weigh
pushing
that, right? Hold on, I can weigh that, right?
the what?
Just
Your
making
hands?
sure before you start going off in the la la land. If I push my hands together, I can weigh that. I can measure that as weight, correct?
No, you measure a force.
I didn't understand that. Can I just finish the analogy? Maybe that won't be necessary. So if you're pushing your hands against each other as strong as you can, and they aren't moving, the net force is 0. The force is cancelled out because you're not moving your hand to the left or to the right, which means the net force is 0. So even though the net force
the weight
is 0,
increases, though, the weight increases as
Well,
well as the pressure.
no, there's no weight increasing. What is increasing is the pressure.
I thought we agreed I could weigh the pressure that I'm squeezing
didn't
my hands with. I'm not going to let you separate pressure and weight, no matter what you try, because it's in reality, in your reality, the gravity causes the weight which causes the pressure. So don't try and separate the two, bro. That's not intellectually honest.
Well, one causing the other doesn't mean they're the same thing. The example of the hands is when the force is zero. There's no acceleration in your hands. Your hands are not moving at all, so they're not accelerating. So the net force is zero. So the force right in between your hands is zero, but you're creating a lot of pressure there.
Is
Just
the
because
pressure
the
zero?
net force. No, the pressure is very high.
And
So
is the weight zero?
I don't understand what's the weight there. What do you mean?
Like I said, if I can weigh, I can use a scale to weigh the force that I'm pushing. I can.
That's the pressure, Brian. Force per area is pressure.
It's not moving anywhere. You're trying to confuse things to moving. So it's not moving anywhere, but so it's not analogous because there's still pressure and a type of weight that I could measure.
No, the pressure isn't weight. The pressure is force per area, and when you're pushing your hands against each other, you're creating a lot of force per area. But there's
bro, y'all are like
net force.
Bacon, bro. You're dancing like a ballerina to answer these questions, man. You can't have pressure in your world down at the center. You're not going to have all these crazy pressures and me be weightless. There's nothing down there that's going to be weightless and pressurized, like because everything about your model says that the gravity causes the weight, which causes the pressure. That can't just fucking flop, and that can't just stop being true all of a sudden, bro. I understand about the equal and opposite forces. But the equal and opposite forces will pull against each other, so you will have no weight. You'll be floating. Therefore, you will have no pressure because it's that weight that's causing the pressure. And if there's no weight, there's no pressure.
You're weightless there, not the Earth. The Earth is still have weight, and the Earth can still exert pressure on you, even though you're weightless. The fact that you're weightless when you're at that point doesn't mean that the force being applied from the Earth on top of you.
So exert some weight. So you're saying it's going to exert weightless pressure on me?
No, you are weightless. All the rest of the Earth isn't.
What do you mean all the rest of the Earth isn't? If what's in the center has everything pulling away from it, okay, then it's going to weigh nothing also. Everything down there in that region is going to weigh nothing, bro. It's a freaking conundrum of gravity, bro. You can't escape it.
The whole Earth surrounding that point, it still weighs, and all of that weight points at you. So there's enormous amount of pressure caused by all of that weight. The pressure is still being caused by the weight. One second. The pressure is still being caused by the weight, not your weight. The weight of the rest of the Earth surrounding you.
Okay, and it gradiates down to zero. So the most pressure and weight is going to be where the most matter is pulling against me. So that's going to be on the surface. I'm going to have the most pressure and weight, okay, on the surface. That weight, you can't squeeze down to nothingness. Like you can't squeeze down to weightlessness, bro. Just think about what you're saying. Please just think about what you're saying. You're saying that everything is squeezing down to weightlessness.
Yeah, I'm not confused, Brian. It's pretty clear to me what's going on.
I promise you're confused, but unless you just say this. All right, do you agree that all the weight of the Earth is squeezing down to weightlessness?
That doesn't make sense. It's not the weight that is
You're fucking right. It don't make sense, bro.
Yeah, but no, the sentence doesn't make sense because it's not the squeezing that is making you weightless. Your position makes you weightless because all the forces cancel out.
I'm just making sure it's the gravity that's causing all this stuff, and I'm trying to keep you pinned down and keep you from squirming, or that's a bad word, sorry, from deviating. I'm trying to keep you from deviating away from what's causing it in the first place. And if it is the mass or the bending of space-time and the unequal distribution of the mass, when we get down to the damn center, and the closer we get to the center, the less weight. So when we get down to the very middle, when we're anywhere near the middle, bro, we're going to have gravity is going to be working away from us. It's not going to be squeezing shit to the middle no more, bro. If gravity is from the...
I understand,
What?
Brian. I understand your
Oh,
point.
right. So it's going to be pulling outward. If it's in the middle, then gravity, and by y'all's definition, space-time is going to be bending outward. Okay, mass is going to be bending. I mean, it's going to be pulling outward. It's going to. So you got to think of where the most pressure would be. It certainly wouldn't be nowhere near the center. It would be on the surface. It would be the highest pressure. Would be maybe just a little bit down below, maybe a few miles, depending on the shape of your ball or whatever. But don't get lost in the facts that if the gravity works the way y'all claim it does, down anywhere near the middle, it's shit's pulling away from you, not squeezing in on you, bro.
I didn't understand anything this time. Now you're going to relativity. I don't think it's necessary to go there.
Yeah. I thought somebody was going to get technical, so I shouldn't have really said that. But if it's the mass, whatever, if it's the mass, then if I'm anywhere near the middle, then I've got the mass pulling me up. If I'm at the middle, the mass is going to be pulling me up, and everything else is going to be pulling me up. But I'm gonna be weightless because it's pulling in other directions too. So I'm gonna be weightless. So I'm not gonna have all this pressure squeezing down.
Okay, I
because
think
it's
I
pulling.
have a good analogy for you. Have you ever seen a rubber ball? I think it's called a rubber ball. Let me see. No, it's not a rubber ball.
Like a racquetball?
A ball that you make with a lot of elastic tapes. Elastic.
Oh, you like a golf ball, where you start unwinding the strings.
Yes, but with elastics. Right. So if you
with a hard candy shell.
I'll send a picture.
I know what you're saying. But the point is you're not describing gravity there. You're.
Well, let me try to make the analogy first. I sent, just in case just to be sure you know what I'm referring to. I sent a picture in the Livestream on text. So, if you have all those elastics, they're all pushing down on the ones that are in the inside of the ball. The inner part of it has all the pressure created by the outer elastics, the outer rubbers, right? But at the very center, the pressure is very high there, but the elastics are not pushing the middle in any particular direction because all the forces cancel out. So even though all the forces cancel out, you don't have any direction being that the middle is being pushed towards.
Yeah, but let's talk about the cause of the force. I'm good with all that. Hey, have you ever cut a golf ball, like cut into one, just out of curiosity? That's what a golf ball looks like, except for it's usually the same color. I've never seen multiple colors, but I used to cut them open when I was young. And if you start unwinding it, once you get past the shell, you get all them little strands, and you start peeling them off. It's like elastic, and then you hit a certain point, and it just starts growing, like it starts expanding by itself. It's pretty cool. But that's what a golf ball looks underneath the shell. But yeah, that's not equivalent to gravity. That's an absolute, and there are absolute equal opposite forces with the elastic and all that. I'm talking about gravity, and if we're going to describe that as mass, the mass pulling. So if I'm on the surface, I've got the most mass of the entire Earth pulling me there. So, but as I go down, I've got mass pulling me back up. Okay, and as I get toward the center, say 3/4 of the way, then I've got almost just as much mass. So we're talking about what's causing this force in the first place.
No, you're not getting less and less mass.
If I got just as much mass pulling me up, then there's got to be a point, a most pressurized point in between them two areas where the most is pulling one way and the most is pulling the other way. But it all equalizes, bro. In the real world, everything equalizes and finds equilibrium. And
yeah, you're describing the rubber ball.
I don't see how this is escaping you, bro.
Everything you're describing applies to the rubber ball. You have all the force being built in, and as you go to the center, you have as much rubber pushing you to one direction as you have pushing you to the opposite direction. So the net force at the very center of that ball is zero. It points to no direction. But you have the bigger pressure there because you have all the pressure built in from all the elastics and that in the very center.
All right, so if I cut it in half, if I cut the Earth in half, then and separated the two halves, I'd be getting pulled up. So all that pressure wouldn't be all that pressure.
What do you mean?
If I cut the Earth in half, and now I'm no longer in the center, nothing really changed. I just took one half of the force away, but now basically I just made my down up, right? And now, in other words, I'm on the surface but upside down. If I'm in the center and I cut the Earth in half, then I'm getting pulled the opposite way. Okay, so think about this.
Wait. If you're in the center, you're not being pulled to any direction, right? So I don't understand what's the opposite way of no direction.
No, I'm getting. What do you mean? I'm getting pulled. I'm getting every direction is pulling back away from me. That's why there's no pressure or weight.
No, there's no force of gravity on you.
Right, there's nothing pushing down. There can't be no pressure or
there's
no
a lot
weight.
of things pushing down.
There can't be.
Gravity's not pushing you.
Any pressure that might have been there is being pulled off of me by gravity.
No, the gravity is not doing anything to you if you're in the center.
So it's not the weight causing the pressure.
Not the weight of you. You are the thing.
I'm not
that
talking
is
about me, bro. Oh my God! Why are you trying to separate me and my surroundings? I'm using me as a reference, but I'm talking about everything in the center. Every mass in the center has.
Yeah, but that's not what's
has mass. Whatever pressure and weight you had you thought you had on the center, is being pulled by the mass of everything on the outside. It's being pulled. All that weight and pressure is being relieved by gravity.
No.
So gravity stops working, bro. All of a sudden, when we get toward the middle, it's still a force, right?
When you get in the middle, gravity there doesn't do anything. It's like there is no gravity there because it's the same in all directions. It can't do anything if it's the same in all directions. But the pressure of the center is not caused by the weight of the center. It's caused by the weight of what's surrounding the center.
They have mind warped you, bro. Just listen for 1 second. Open your mind up for 1 second, whether you believe me or not. But please hear me with a fair mind. You got to hear me out. If they've got you thinking about like elastic bands and stuff pulling toward the center, that's not the case, bro. Okay, maybe on the surface that's what it looks like, but these elastic bands wouldn't stretch to the center because when I get to the center, I've got equal bands pulling the opposite direction in every direction. So whatever pressure and weight you think you had down toward the middle, it would slowly have been relieved by them bands. The deeper I get, the more bands I've got pulling me the other way. So all that weight that's caused by gravity would be relieved from the elastic bands pulling in the opposite direction. So it wouldn't be till I got toward the middle where it would be even and I'd lose all weight and pressure. But it would but the pressure would start dropping as gravity relieved the weight pulling from the opposite direction. Because that's what caused the weight, right? So if that's what caused the weight, that'll also be what relieves the weight.
When you cancel out forces, you don't cancel out pressure. If you put a force,
I'm canceling out the cause of that pressure, bro.
If you're what's causing the pressure is not where the force is being canceled out. What's causing the pressure is from the surroundings.
So there's no way gravity can relieve pressure then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So all the weight that's sitting on me when I'm down there, so gravity can't. So what if I'm at the middle, and a giant star passed by, and just started sucking everything up, okay? And it started with the top layers, okay? You think maybe that's a bad maybe that's a bad comparison, but my point is this: is you can't just turn gravity off. If gravity's what's causing the pressure, then gravity will also relieve the pressure when pulling against the weight causing the pressure. If gravity is relieving the weight that's causing the pressure, then gravity, it's got to.
But it's not, because it's canceling the weight of what's in the middle, and the pressure is not coming from the middle. The pressure is coming
Ain't
from
just
the
the
outer.
middle, bro. It ain't just the middle. A quarter of the way down, you're gonna have a lot of elastic bands pulling. You're gonna weigh a lot less. There's gonna be a lot less pressure a quarter of the way down. I mean,
there's
I'm not
no-
gonna do the exact math, but you're gonna have a lot of gravity relieving the weight. You're not gonna have
Yeah.
as much weight as you had because you're gonna have shit pulling the opposite way.
That doesn't make the pressure go away. Canceling out force doesn't make pressure go away. It actually
Okay, so
like just like if you push your hands against each other,
that's
you're
not
canceling out
analogous,
the
bro.
forces. It is. You're canceling out the forces at the same time that you're
No, it's not.
increasing the
That's
pressure.
pushing force. We're pulling, bro.
That doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. We're talking about fictitious, crazy, stupid forces.
Okay.
And you're
So
talking about reality pushing my hands
no,
together, bro.
it's
Look,
attractive
listen,
force.
hold on.
One second.
If I'm pushing my hands
It is
together, okay, if I'm pushing my hands together, but I've got them cupped, and I'm pushing harder and harder, and there's pressure in there, so I can't, that ball of air, I can't squeeze it down to nothing, right? But I can push harder and harder against it. That's not analogous because there's nothing pulling against it. Okay, now that pressure from that air pocket and in between my hands, if I started pulling back on my hands, then that pressure is going to decrease because I'm not squeezing down on that air with as much force. I've got shit pulling my hands back now. So you can't compare that to gravity, bro. It's not in no way analogous, bro. It's a horrible example.
Two magnets. Okay, two magnets that are attracting each other. So we have an attraction force, just like gravity. If you allow those magnets to smash against each other and they get stuck with each other, at the very point in which they're touching each other, at the very center, net force there is 0. But the pressure is higher. The force
There's
has
no
to
pressure points in magnets, bro. There are nodes. I mean, there's no
Right.
pressure point.
If you put two big magnets, if you put your hand between two big magnets and allow them to smash into each other, it's going to crush your hand.
Bro, why do you keep talking about my hands? We're talking about fictitious gravity, bro. Now you're
It's-
talking about actual. You're
it's one
talking
hand.
about actual forces, bro. Look, you're
It's
talking
one
about magnets, and once again, I'm going to demand that you put a bubble of air in between the two magnets to where when you're pushing, when they're squeezing together, they're causing the pressure because the gravity causes the weight that causes the pressure. I'm not going to let you out. I'm going to keep telling you this over and over. I'm not going to let you give me examples and escape the fact that gravity causes the weight that causes the pressure. You keep giving me examples otherwise, but I'm going to put you back in an air bubble because I'm going to give you real world pressure. And then the magnets, okay, if they're squeezing down, then they're going to cause the pressure to increase in the center. Okay, but if I get other magnets that start pulling against the magnets, then I'm going to lose the pressure in the center that's caused by the two magnets. If it's the magnets that cause the pressure from squeezing together, when I start pulling the magnets apart, okay, I'm pulling against them the opposite way, then the pressure is going to go down.
Yeah, but gravity isn't doing that.
It can't not.
They're not being pulled away.
I can't have a weightless, super pressurized zone in the center. It's got to gradiate. It's got to gradiate to some extent.
You can't because as the force starts to cancel out, the pressure keeps building up. You don't get rid of the pressure.
So if I'm down toward the center, what's causing the pressure, please?
The weight of the entire Earth towards
The
you.
weight, right? The weight. Okay? So the gravity, right?
Yeah. On the rest of the
Okay.
Earth.
The gravity. So the gravity is causing all that pressure toward the center. What's causing the weightlessness?
The canceling out of the forces on you.
So no more mass pulling inward. Now I've got more mass pulling the fuck outward, bro. I'm losing my patience. Sorry, man, but bro, if I've got more mass
You're not being
pulling
pulled
outward,
out.
then I'm not going to have that pressure caused by the gravity if the gravity is no longer pulling inward.
You're
Now it's
not
pulling
pulling
outward.
outwards. You're not pulling
Oh,
out.
God, dude.
You're thinking
I
it's
wish you could
wrong.
come back to this, bro. You're being unreasonable.
No. I understand how you're picturing it, and I see what's the problem. I'm gonna.
You haven't given me one logical explanation yet, except for using magnets and hands. And dude, you're not using pressure and gravity in your example.
You're just using your intuitions wrong. Let me try to draw
Even if
it.
I am, Bacon, I'm giving you actual examples and thoughts experiments. You're giving me stuff that's not analogous, brother.
I'm trying to explain why your reasoning is not correct.
There's no not correct, bro. I'm just telling you how it would have to work, bro. It would have to work that way.
That's what's not correct.
If it's mass causing mass, if I'm in the center, then I don't have mass squeezing in on me no more. In fact, I've got the mass pulling out. So everything that was giving me and everything around me weight is now taking away that fucking weight, brother. No pressure, no weight, no pressure.
You're picturing like the left part of your body being pulled by the left part of the earth, and the right part of your body being pulled by the right part of the earth. Like it's stretching.
No, I'm thinking about all the material around me being pulled away from me.
Yes, but the same. Each pick any atom of your body.
No, go. You're the same what? What was you about to say? The same. You know what you was about to say. Just say it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You said the same.
Oh,
and I want you to.
I don't remember what sentence I would make. But let me try to explain what I'm trying to explain. If you pick any atom of your body, it's not being pulled in any particular direction. Each individual.
You got it. Individual, yeah.
Yeah, individual atom is being pulled in all directions with the same amount of force. So that atom compared to the other ones isn't being stretched or anything. All the atoms have the same net force of 0. So that doesn't affect their pressure. It doesn't affect the pressure.
So I could take a pressure ball. I could take a ball of pressure, and I could move it to the center of the earth, and now gravity is going to be pulling in every direction away from that ball, relieving some of the pressure.
It won't relieve the pressure.
How will it not when now gravity just goes on strike? What exactly is happening? If it's the mass that's pulling, then it's going to be giving me weight in the opposite direction.
No, because for each individual atom in your body, all that force would be canceled out. So that force existing and not existing at that point is exactly the same.
That's what I mean. So gravity's existing and it's pulling and it's pushing but not pulling now. So now the mass is pulling, but then it stops pulling.
It can't be if the net force is 0. It can't be relieving your relieving. No.
Actually, hold on. Yeah, relieving. I guess it's relieving. I guess that's a weird one. I never used it.
I feel much better now that a native speaker also don't know how to enter. Anyway, so there's no relief of your pressure.
Relieving. Why was that so hard for me? Yeah, relieving. It's relieving. Oh wow, man. Oh,
I tricked you. Yeah. It can't be relieving your pressure if the net force is 0. If the net force is 0, is literally doing nothing.
Yeah, you got me second guessing now. Yeah, it's definitely
relieving. Let me see if I can steal, man. Do you understand what the whole issue is here, Arma?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, oh, I started a whole lot there. I understand
Can
it.
gravity
Basically,
relieve weight? I'm just asking. Can
well, hold
gravity
on.
relieve the weight? All right, go ahead, Arm.
Well, I think I get what Bacon's on about, and it makes sense too, or at least I think I understand it. The idea is that like everything in the center of the Earth, right? If it's all being pulled by everything else around it, right? You have to treat each thing as like the atom, whatever. So if the atom's being pulled to the right, but it's also being pulled towards the left, then there's like no like movement there, right? So you can treat it as if like nothing is happening with it really. But the stuff around it is still gonna be attracted towards it though. So it's still gonna like condense and go. I don't know, but I think I understand it though.
The whole point that I'm trying to make is that the pressure doesn't go away because the force is starting to cancel out. Just like
So
when you
y'all are
push.
fucking, y'all are fucking mental ballerinas, dog. I'm just saying, dude. Y'all have convinced
Oh,
yourself
I
that
can even
mass
try.
attracts mass, unless in the center, and then mass stops. Then mass just stops doing any fucking thing except for a person. It crushes him while weightless. Listen to what you're saying, bro. I'm just fucking
Yeah,
with you about the ballerina thing.
that's
Hope you know
not a
that, but
contradiction.
listen to what you're saying, bro. You have a weightless motherfucker smushed to oblivion. You have somebody weightless and compressed to oblivion.
Exactly,
Genius, Bacon.
because
Genius, Bacon.
what's compressing them isn't weightless. The rest of the Earth is what's compressing the person, and the rest of the Earth
Gravity.
isn't weightless.
The gravity's a biased force that only works on
When
the
it's not
outside
zero.
of objects. I guess there's. So if I had 100 spears surrounding me in every direction, I would. I guess before they even touch me, I'd be weightless though, right? Wouldn't I? If I had 100 spears surrounding me in every direction, I'd be weightless, right?
Yeah, if
I wouldn't be
they're
crushed though, would I?
distributed evenly. Yeah, if
I
they're
wouldn't be crushed.
distributed evenly, yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's nothing.
Okay,
There's
no.
nothing.
If I had if you loaded up one side, if you loaded up one side of it, then like if I were down like 3/4 of the way, so load up 3/4 more of them spears on one side of me, and then I'm gonna be pulled. Then whatever is around me that's on top of me is gonna be pulled off of me, right?
I'm lost. In the.
I know of course you're fucking lost, bro. If you have a bunch of spears surrounding you, bro, bunch of giant spears and think of gravity. Now, if I'm equivocating being 3/4 of the way down, if I load up one side of them spears, so they're stacked all around me, hundreds of them, but if I load them up on one side and I've got 3/4 of them thicker on one side, okay, I'm gonna be attracted. So whatever pressure was being pushed on me is gonna be pulled from that direction, right? It's whatever weight or pressure I had, now it's going to be pulled from the extra mass on that one side, right?
Wait. In this example, there's just you and the spheres, nothing else, right?
Well, just say you're in a fucking packet of jelly, whatever, dude. You're in embryonic fluid, bro, and they're squeezing down on you. Okay, now if I load up,
it's very hard to picture.
3/4. So if I load up 3/4 of the spears on one side, it's going to pull the pressure of that fluid. It's going to pull that fluid, or it's going to start relieving the pressure of that fluid toward the loaded side, right?
I guess.
It would have to. That is analogous to being 3/4 of the way down. I've got shit pulling back now. It's not pulling down because now most of it's fucking above me. And now that same mass has got to be pulling up, bro. If it's the mass, then now there's more mass up above. So now the mass is pulling up. It can't work any other way in your paradigm.
I'm struggling to be sure that I'm picturing what I should be picturing. The spheres example. It's a very weird example.
Rob, I'm running out of ideas to teach you. Gravity's got to be constant. It can't be biased, bro. It's got to be constant. If it's mass,
But it
then if it's
is.
loaded on one side, then it's going to pull in that direction. Period. If that's what's causing it, then it's going to pull in that direction if it's on the other side of me.
Bacon.
Yeah, the whole issue is that as the forces cancel out, the pressure doesn't get any smaller. It keeps building up, even if the
There
force
can't
is.
be weight. There can't be true weight in your paradigm, bro.
Hold
Because
on.
ultimately, if I get down to the center, I can't weigh nothing because everything's weightless. So how I could put the whole Earth on a scale and it's weightless in the middle? It'd be point to point. Go ahead.
Well, hold
Jarvis.
on. I mean, yeah, I think maybe you'd be. Hold on. Maybe I'm totally wrong about this, but maybe you'd be weightless, but you'd still have everything else around you crushing you, though. Does that make any sense? Or like, I feel like we could draw this out. I feel like if you do like
How's it crushing me how's it crushing me if it's pulling everything around me?
You're weightless.
If it's pulling it off me.
Well, hold on, you're weightless, but that doesn't mean the things around you are experiencing.
Yeah, so just me. That's what Bacon tried. He tried making just me fucking weightless. When me, I represent everything in the center, and now it's not pulling toward the center anymore. Now all the mass is on the other side. Now it's up. All the mass is up and out. So instead of pulling down and in, now the mass is up and out. So it's going to pull the other mass toward the mass. If the mass is attracting the mass, then it's going to pull it away.
All that does is that it makes the force of gravity on you 0. That's all it does. All the pressure that was built from all the weight of those layers
from the
is still
gravity.
there.
Go ahead. From the gravity.
Yes, at those layers, the gravity is not canceled out yet, so it can build up pressure.
Whoa! So the gravity caused all that pressure. Now the gravity is in an opposite direction, and it just goes on strike. Now it's not pulling the weight off of me now. But does it make sense, bro?
Wait, so we should draw this out. I think if we draw this out like with circles on on like MS Paint or something, and then be like like you know what I'm saying, like what, maybe I should draw this out because I think, not that I know enough about this to really argue it, but I think I have an idea. But yeah, we should maybe draw this out though. I think that'll be good. Because I think
Arma, by you saying we should draw it out, I feel like you at least understand my point, if nothing else. Whether you agree with it or not, you understand my point, and it's fair enough to put in a diagram.
I'm gonna real fast.
Good afternoon, Ruth.
Let's just when your diagram, just keep gravity consistent. Okay, that's all I ask. We're out in the middle of space. There could be, and I'm weightless. I could have a ton of fucking matter around me. I would have no pressure. If we're free falling, I repeat, I would have no pressure because there'd be no gravity. No gravity, no pressure. Now, if it started, bundling up and shit, then you have gravity pulling in. But if it's pulling in, if mass is clumping together, then you're going to hit a point. If it's the mass causing the gravity, then it's going to pull every direction. It's not a one-way force, man. And if I'm going to be weightless in the center, I'm not going to be compressed to oblivion and weightless. That's ridiculous.
Why are those mutually exclusive?
I could use a little help. If there's any flat earthers listening, I'm getting outnumbered here.
Yeah, I'm gonna
just your mic sound very far.
They're drawing diagrams on me, man. For God's sake, man, give me some backup. What's up, Riff?
Is my mic bad?
It sounds far.
It ain't too bad. I mean, it ain't great, but I can hear you.
Yeah, there's like a bit of like an echo, a bit of a reverb. Other than that, though, I don't think it's. Yeah, I think it's.
Okay.
What are you You're drawing? In the bathroom in the garage. You probably sound there. That's better. You sound like you're in the bathroom in the garage, maybe, but we could hear you. That's better though.
Well, to me, it sounds like his microphone is in the bathroom, but he's not.
I've got a decent mic. Why isn't it coming through well?
What are you drawing?
Is Discord getting the correct mic?
Good question. Good question. Hold on.
Yeah, and while he's doing that, let me real fast do my screen share because this is going to be settled once and for all. All right, this whole thing. Okay, so here we go. Pretty colors, all right. So this is how I see it. All right, I could be wrong. This is just how I see it right now. the idea is that the center one here, right, is being pulled this way, 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 and this way, right? So yeah, I guess maybe it's weightless, but like, it's just, it's not really doing anything. It's chilling out. All right. Now let's say this one here. This one is being pulled by, all of this here, all of this here, all of this here, and all of this here, right? But I think there's technically more on this side. So there's a bit of pull on this side. This side wins a little bit, all right? And then the same thing here. This side, once again, wins. There's still stuff on this side, but not as much. So this side wins, but even stronger.
Can you add a few more columns, or would it be a giant pain in the ass?
I could add a few more, I guess.
Can I point out one thing? Can you zoom there a little bit before you do that? Right. So the orange ball on the right is the one that feels the more weight, right? Because it has the entirety of the mass in the left part and none of the mass in the right part. So the orange particles there are the ones that feel the most amount of force, correct?
Well, they are.
Yeah, that's my whole point, bro.
I think they're.
That's my whole point. Gravity's going to be strongest on the surface. Weight, pressure, and gravity will be strongest on the surface.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess they have the most pull, but the thing is, the sign one has the most everything else coming at it, I guess.
Yeah, but that cancels out. The net force let's talk about net force, right? So we don't confuse things. The net force on the cyan one is 0, right?
Yes.
And the one with the largest net force are the orange ones, right?
Okay.
So let's go from the center out. So let's go to the cyan one first. The net force there is 0. It doesn't feel any weight. Okay. Now we go to the next one, the green one. The net force there is positive to the left. It's very small, still positive to the left. So that green particle is going to push on the cyan one very slightly, right? If it was just the green part, it wouldn't do that much. Now the yellow part.
This is where your brain fuck, bro.
Hang on. Bacon.
Let me move on a little bit.
Well, hang on, Bacon. I did a live stream with Barney, who did a lot of he's a physicist, like he has his own theories and shit, and he explained it like this: don't think of it as
just a second.
Don't think of it as the center of mass. Think of it as
I know it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it's the mass.
Oh, okay, so put the yellow sphere back there, please. So the yellow sphere gets pulled towards the left more than the green one, right?
Yeah.
But it also pushes on the green one that is pushing on the cyan. So the cyan doesn't only feel the pull of the green one, but also feels the pull of the yellow one, plus the pull of the green one. Now, the orange one...
If I got a scale that you squeeze on, that you squeeze if you push or you pull, okay, let's call the outside pressure. Let's call the inside a vacuum. Let's use equal forces that we know exist. We can call it hot and cold. We call it whatever the fuck you want. But let's use forces we know exist and let's equivocate it. So it's just as good using pressure and vacuum in the center and to describe it. Don't use just some one-way force. Equivocate it with reality and something that can be canceled out.
Where'd my pen go?
Not sure if I got that. But the whole point is that the cyan one still feels 0 force because all the forces cancel out, but it feels the pressure of all the other particles on it because the outer ones push on the middle ones, they push on the lower ones, and so on.
So you're saying that it's not pulling on all the particles around you too? So you're saying it's just pulling on you and not the particles that are crushing down on you. So in other words, if you're the blue one, if you're in the middle and you're the blue, then whatever was crushing down on you is not being attracted to you any longer because the majority of the mass is on the outside, and now that weight or pressure or gravity, whatever you want to call it, is now being pulled and relieved off of you, rendering you weightless. You can't maintain the pressure while relieving the pressure.
But the pressure is coming from the outside. The pressure is being built up by all the layers. As I said like 1,000 times, even though the net force is getting closer and closer to 0, the pushing of all the layers on top of it don't get any weaker. The
You're thinking
pushing
about
portion.
all you're thinking about is it or me. Think about everything, bro. It's not you're not thinking about the particles themselves. Themselves are
right.
being pulled. Whatever you say is got the weight pushing on it is what's being pulled. So
If you're
what's
standing
causing the
there, right?
weight is what is in contention. That's what's being pulled. So what's
If you're
causing the
standing there,
weight
right?
is now being pulled the other way, therefore not to cause any weight. That
Right, you're
direction.
standing there. Me and Bacon are on opposite sides of you, pushing on you. Right? You're not moving, so your net force is 0. But do you feel the
No,
pressure?
you wouldn't. No, y'all would be pulling. Why would you be pushing? You got to load up one side to push. Y'all would literally be pulling on me. And then not just me, you'd be pulling on everything touching me. You see, think of everything, not just me. You'd be literally pulling. If the majority of y'all were on the outside of me, y'all would literally be pulling everything off of me. Not just me, but everything else would be pulling that direction.
We can write a simulation to show that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, if not a graphic, yeah, maybe we can math it out with like
No,
simulation.
yeah,
kind of thing.
mathing it alone is not the strong of a point, I think, because usually, I don't know, for some reason it's not that convincing. But if the math has visuals, then
Let's make it all liquid.
basically
Make it
what
all
a
liquid.
simulation is. It's math with
Make. Let's pretend it's all liquid, and it's a big giant planet. And on the surface, okay, I've got a certain amount of buoyancy due to the amount of gravity. Okay. Now, that's because of I'm in a position where I've got the most water causing the majority of water is opposite of me, and that is happening on the surface. So it's pulling everything on the surface down. Okay. Now, as I start going down more and more, okay, now the mass above me is pulling back. I'm going to hit a spot in the middle where it's going to be not pulling down anymore because now it's all the mass is on every other side of me. So it's pulling all the water, not just me, but the water is pulling back that direction. Can't happen in only one direction, bro. If it's mass attracting mass, well, let's do the Cavendish at the very center. Okay. Or let's load it up on one side so we're not quite down to the middle. We're 3/4 of the way down. That shit's gonna happen different because gravity is gonna be affected differently, not on just me, but all on the water. So it's a stupid way to think. It's no wonder they quit saying mass attracts mass, bro, because just this thought experiment alone just stupefies gravity, bro, on its face. Mass attracting mass. Can't be that.
Yeah, I'm creating a simulation. I hope it doesn't take too long.
Yeah, there's.
I got a minute. Take your time and do it good. Armin's was Armin, you getting better at that shit? It's whipping up diagrams and examples.
Yeah, right. I mean, no, it was kind of shitty, but I don't know. I thought maybe it would help.
It was quick, bro. It was quick.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, we might be debating on what's it called? The modern day debate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. You and Ruhif are going to be doing modern day debate.
Yep.
Nice.
I can't get him to respond to me, Bacon. So I don't know what's up, man. He scheduled last time he did the same thing. He scheduled it. I never heard back from him once he gave me the schedule. But I'm not saying you could email. It's emails out there. It's the same email I use, and he probably gets tons of them. So I guess be patient. But I'm not beyond changing. I don't want to. I'd do both. He's willing to reschedule, but I mean I ain't beyond it. I could if you twist my arm, I guess. But I don't even know. I
messaged Nathan, and he didn't know nothing about it. His schedule's not open that day, I don't think.
Which Nathan?
Yeah.
Oh, Nathan Thompson.
Yeah. He didn't know nothing about it. So I just told James I'll do whatever. And told him what's going on. And as of right now, we're scheduled for the 25th. Me and Rip and I guess Nathan and Bacon. And so there's obviously, I guess it's up to us to try and sort this out. I'm doing my best. So I'll keep, as soon as I hear something, I'll let y'all know. But Bacon, are you able to make arrangements and do the 25th or what, man?
Yeah. It's not a deal for me.
Yeah, good, because I hate to lose a slot, bro. That's a primetime slot, and they are not easy to come by, bro. I really hate to give up that slot, bro. Just saying. Because that's a time that's good for, not too bad for UK. It's not too bad for y'all. You know, it's early, but in the next day. But for here, everywhere around here, it's like prime time. It's Saturday night after dinner, bro. It's the best slot, man. Would really like to keep it.
Holy cow, you're already streaming, Bacon? You must be coming close then.
Bro, well, everything we talked about earlier would have been an interesting topic to have on that channel. In-depth gravity and its implications.
Gravitas. All right, let's see. That is so cool looking cool. Let me see if I'm skilled enough to understand this, because probably not, but let me check it out. Actually, I can't even see it, so never mind. Let me see if I can. Okay, what do we got here? Constants. Okay, those are variables. Got for loop.
You like my new graphs, Bacon?
Sorry?
Do you like my new graphs?
Let me see. Where are them?
Showing them off everywhere.
Let's see. Oh, the last ones you sent on the
Yeah, I sent on the group chat.
Yeah, I do like it.
Nice.
I'm not sure if I parse it correctly. But, I do like it.
One question to be fuck that all them graphs, bro. I can't wait to ask it to you.
Okay.
But no, it looks like you put a lot of effort into all that, bro. I'll give you kudos for that.
Kudos.
Oh, it took me a couple hours, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to create two forces, one attractive and one repulsive, to simulate like collisions. So if two particles get too close to each other, it will create. That's why I have two constants here. One's the repulsive force constant, and the other is the attractive force constant.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I was like thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute, because obviously if you just have the one force gravity and everything is attracted to each other, then things would be kind of like they'd be missing each other and just doing orbit. I don't know, they'd be doing some crazy shit.
Just assume use weight. Like the trick, I think, where you're, to me, okay, this is just my opinion, where your brain is kind of mind fucking itself and they're not seeing the simple point that I'm making is this. And maybe you've got to point me the same way. I'm just saying, in my, it's like and they're good at this, shifting back and forth. I just say, let's just talk about weight, because that is what gravity causes, the weight. So at this point, let's just call it weight. Let's talk about what happens as we get toward the center. To me, we get less and less weight. Then you got to start thinking about other things and deviating instead of just keeping it right on topic and thinking about everything around me losing weight and not just me, but that's my thoughts on that.
Let's see.
To me, this thought experiment is why they had to drop mass attracting mass.
We'll see.
Oh, I think I'm going to make the repulsion force cubic and the attraction force quadratic.
Ooh.
I've done this once. I'm not sure if it works very well. Or let me think. Or I can make the repulsive force based on the distance between the surfaces, while the attraction force is the distances between like the centers. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Oh, let me first just do the
Well, actually, that
attraction.
does make sense actually, because I think what you're saying is, like it would start at the surface instead of like I don't fucking know. Maybe I think I know, but just
Oh, I'll try it like this for now. Okay, so I have dx and dy, which is the vector from A to B. I gotta normalize it.
Also, by the way, thank you for
gotta
teaching me.
you got to oppose either the vectors or the force. You can't oppose both, right? Oppose the vectors.
What do you mean the
Or the
vectors
force.
and force? Forces are vectors.
You can't oppose them both, bro. Then you're going. Then that ain't what gravity is, right?
They're not separate
That's
things.
correct.
Forces are vectors. They're not
Right.
scalars.
So that's the only thing you got to oppose. Then you don't got to oppose anything else. Just the vectors, right?
Yes.
Vectors. Yeah, thank you for teaching me about that bacon, like the vectors thing, because I kind of knew about it like before, but like I got like a good understanding of it when you were like teaching me about that. When remember the whole like orbital thingy, but without like the cosine and sine like trig thingy. Like I learned a bit there, so that was pretty cool.
You're welcome. Okay, so here's how I'm doing it. I have particle A and particle B, and I'm going to do their interaction. I'm going to update their. Oh, I need to set a speed for them, not just a position. I'm going to create a px and a py. I mean a vx and vy for their velocity. Okay, so force is going to be first the attraction force. It's going to be the constant divided by the square of the distance. And the pushing force is going to act only if they're close enough. That's why I check if the distance is smaller than the pushing distance. And then, but it's going to be in the other direction, so it's going to be negative. But it's still going to be the repulsion force constant divided by the square of the distance. Okay, now this n here, nx and ny, is a normal vector that points from A to B. So my acceleration is just this vector times the force. I can assume everything has 1 kilogram, so I don't have to deal with inertia. Everything is cancel out. So I have an acceleration A and acceleration Y. I mean acceleration X and Y. So I'm just going to add that to the speed of the particle A and subtract from the speed of the particle B. This should update the speeds. Now I have to apply the speeds to the position.
Don't forget about the buoyancy.
Buoyancy, it doesn't have to be created here. It's going to be an effect of gravity. I don't have to create
I'm just
buoyancy.
joking, bro. I'm just joking. Don't respond to that. I just
But,
said
I mean,
just
it's a
use
question.
vectors. I'm bad in buoyancy. That was sarcasm, bro.
Yeah, just like gravity causes buoyancy. If I create a simulation where gravity applies, itself it's going to create buoyancy.
Ooh.
I think this should do the trick. Let me see.
Look at that. That's some cool stuff right there.
Let's see if they're going to accelerate towards each other. Oh, they are accelerating towards each other. Very slowly.
You are the king, by the way.
They are. Thank
The
you.
king.
Looking.
So
Why
not
are
as
they
much.
accelerating with each other?
They got
If
to.
No, but the attraction force and the repulsive force have the same constant. It should be 0.
They have no choice if that's what's causing it.
Oh,
Then how can it not uncause it?
No, it's because the repulsion force only acts when they're too close. Let me see if that works now.
That's what I'm saying. There'd have to be a point somewhere, like I would think, close to the surface of just a little bit down, with the most pressure, the most weight, the most gravity, whatever you want to call it.
It's just how much. No, 1 second. The distance I have to use is just how much past the pushing distance it is.
Right. So if I'm past that point that you're referring to where it's pushing together, if I'm beyond that, closer toward the center, then I'm getting pressure relieved from me, not pushed on top of me, literally relieved.
Let me see if it works. Let me share the screen. Oh, it disappeared. Is it too strong? Maybe. Let me see. You're on more iterations. Fast.
They blipped out into out of existence. That looks cool though. It's like
That's true. Okay, so this should, as distance becomes smaller than pushing distance. Pushing distance minus d should be close to 0 in the beginning, right? Why is it pushing that far? Or maybe I just
Because it's the vectors, bro. It has no choice, bro. That's the command you're giving it. If that's the rule you're giving it, that's what it has to happen, bro.
No, I understand, but it's not making sense to me that it's going that fast.
Man, they must have been going like fucking light speed at that point. They must have accelerated so fast. I don't really know what's going on, but that's what I assume.
Oh, I think it makes sense now. I get it. Let me think.
Yeah, you're gonna try and make me one of them particles, or separate the two. But the point is forget about the me. Just think about the particles. If the weight going down,
it's
is what's
multiplying.
causing. There's gonna be a point where them arrows, touch, and that's gonna be your heaviest gravity right there. And then if I'm on top of them arrows, I'm gonna be pulled down toward the where the arrows touch. And if I'm underneath them arrows, I'm gonna be getting pulled up toward where the arrows touch.
Nice. That looks nice.
Yeah, they're going there, bouncing.
Fly.
These motherfuckers are bouncing.
Nice. I'm going to make it so when I click on it, I add new particles.
Yeah, do that. Yeah. You could just spawn in a bajillion and then just. The way I would probably do it is left click would be 1, and then right click. If you hold it, it just fucking like machine guns it. Oh, look at them! They're bouncing around.
If I click on them too close to each other, they will like disappear because they just shoot at each other at like insanely high speeds.
Yeah.
And they're being still attracted by them. That's why they're going up. Because they're being attracted by the ones that were shooted to space.
Above it. That's
All
my
right.
point.
Now I gotta color them when they collide. So the more they collide, the warmer they get. showing the pressure. Let's say.
Yeah.
Pressure there suffering.
Just show me the point of the maximum collision.
Yeah, I want to see.
I want to see the point of maximum collision. I want to see above it and below it.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, and then scale this to the size of I'm just fucking around.
Yeah,
I was gonna say scale it to the size of the universe as a joke. Replicate every single atom in the universe, but a 2D version of this world, though.
In 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yep. And then we can reverse engineer it. Like we can go back in time. Like we can use this to like look into the future and the past because we know every movement of every atom, but in 2D though. So it's gonna be fucking useless because we only have a 2D representation of this universe in this little program. But nonetheless, it'll be cool as fuck. Oh shit! Those ones glitched out a bit. Oh, look at them. They're like.
Yeah, that look nice.
That's pretty cool.
I might create some friction in space so they don't keep bouncing forever. They kind of slow down and stop.
These clusters need to start charting. Come on, let's do this. Let's get this. Come on, go ahead.
Speed it up. That is pretty cool, Bacon. Pretty cool.
Thank you. So the friction it opposes movement. So I'm going to have to again go for each particle.
Now here comes the adding shit.
Well, they're never going to form a cluster if I don't add any friction. They're going to just bounce forever. There's no heat or loss of energy.
So gravity. So that's our argument. Like you're talking about gas particles out in space would never cluster.
No, it has nothing to do. It has to do like they aren't atoms. They're not particles, so they don't bond like atoms do to create particles. In which atoms get tied to atoms based on the electromagnetic force. That's not going to happen with my particles. They're just
I'll
too
accept
simple.
that. I'll accept that in.
And then I think a little bit of friction will do the trick. So it's going to
It's
be
a little bit of friction.
Yeah, what is the equation for friction?
Frick. Friction. Well, actually, what causes friction again? What is that exactly?
Friction,
like on
friction is like if you let's say you put an object on top of another object, the surfaces of the objects aren't perfectly flat. If you look like microscopically, they have a lot of.
So I think I get what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. They kind of stick to each other, like they create obstacles to the movement. So if you force them into movement, you're gonna have like billions and billions of microscopic collisions that are going to turn into heat. And the collisions are always in the opposite direction of the motion. That's why the force of friction is always in the opposite direction of the motion.
Wow. That's pretty cool. I like that.
I think the friction doesn't increase with speed, or does it? Let me see. Coefficient of friction, normal force. Yeah, it's constant, right? Like if I make it faster, the friction doesn't increase, does it? Or does? Rohit?
Second.
That one?
Like
if
would have to exponentially, right?
Say that again.
If the speed of something increases, does the friction also increase?
That's a good question.
Well, if you think about terminal velocity, you would have to, right? The faster you... Air resistance is the same as friction?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to
I don't know.
Bunch of angry
There's a
dogos
very
in the
easy.
background.
If you're thinking of it in terms of particles, bro, if you're thinking of it in terms of particles, then the faster you go, the more particles you're gonna encounter. So it depends on how you think of it, bro. If you just think of it as a constant, and then the friction, the heat from the friction. I mean, either way, it's more friction, I guess.
I think this should do the trick.
It depends. Are you asking what's causing the friction? Like it's constant, and you're just encountering more of it.
I guess that's kind of an
now they're
interesting
gonna
way to look at it.
Hehehe.
Oh wow!
Now they can cluster. Seen that?
I'm liking these very hexagonal, like, well, because that's like the whole thing with circles or spheres is that they kind of.
Yep.
This is the closest they can get to one another and whatever. So you get these very nice hexagonal looking shapes. Yeah, very nice. That's
right.
pretty impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't create particles and occupying the same space as other particles.
I like how they just they just lock in like. That's cool.
I'll try to make something not like a sphere. And see it collapsing into a sphere.
Hold on. So I just noticed, they're sort of like locking into place. I take it that's because there's a bit of that what's that other force you have? The one that repulses, like, pushes it away. So it's okay, that's interesting. Wow, look at that. That is so cool. Yeah, look at that. That was like it's like a chunk that's like.
Nice.
That's so
fantastic.
cool.
That is much cooler than I was expecting. They're like
and
it's like asteroids. The smaller they are, the weirder shape they can get. But if they get too big, they start to like collapse into spheres.
That's cool though. Just a bunch of a few simple like rules, kind of.
Shit.
Oh shit!
Explore the whole thing. Yeah. Damn.
What, did you click one inside another one?
Yeah, I have to make it bigger.
Wow.
I'll make the particles smaller. That would make it easier.
That is pretty cool. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, this is universe creation stuff.
Yep.
Fantastic.
This poor shit.
Wow.
But that's 2D. It would be interesting to see what 2D do. Oh, what if I create their radius a little bit random?
I don't know how many times I got to tell you this. It's a sphere, God damn it. Now, Brian.
They're only forming these perfect shapes because they have all the same radius. If they had slightly different radius, they wouldn't be able to form these perfect shapes anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Hey, Ed's here. What's up, Ed?
Ed
in the house.
Who is Ed?
Ed.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh,
Ed.
That's
right.
Ed.
Woo. What's up,
looking
bro?
down the list, going, who the fuck's Ed?
ED. Right? ED.
Erectile dysfunction.
What's new, Ed? What's
caught me
the
off guard.
Not much.
Gio, hey Gio, did you manage to catch any of that conversation we just had? Like, was that making sense?
Thanks, Ruth.
No, I was on a phone call, so I didn't hear it. I just kind of tuned in. I'll
give you a brief description, okay? And I'll give you blues if you want it after this. But so I'm arguing with Bacon that if it's the gravity that's causing the pressure, causing the weight, okay, as we go down toward the center, when I get to the middle, okay, then you Google it and it says you're weightless. So that means that every particle around me is also weightless because there's shit pulling away. There's more gravity pulling away. And so the point I'm telling him that I'm going to have no pressure down there, like they try to say, because the gravity is now pulling everything off of me. And I'm trying to tell him there's a point where there would be maximum gravity, and it'd be like the arrows pulling down and pulling up, or pulling. If it's the mass attracting the mass, it would have to gradiate down to that weightlessness. It couldn't just be your weight and more weight and more weight, and then all of a sudden you're weightless. It would have to gradiate depending on how much mass is on whichever side of you. And so that's pretty much, and he's like given some type of argument against it, but it didn't. To me, it was not a good analogy. I don't know. Before that, it started with this. I was explaining to Blue.
Holy cow.
That if we had a plunger, like we were talking about air pressure, and I told him that I don't think infinity should have a zero. It shouldn't be infinity. We could put infinite pressure on a plunger, but then hit a zero. So I asked Blue, I said, so if I have a plunger just ambient in the center, and I can keep pulling and keep adding energy to pull more and more suction, calling that the vacuum. And I could also, theoretically, if I had a super plunger, I could keep pushing and pushing and pushing, adding pressure, or keep pulling. There's no limit to how much suction I can pull. It's just the limit would, if it's a theoretical, infinitely strong plunger. And I asked him, he said that it hit a point where you'd be pulling in vain. You'd be pulling in vain because there's no more gas particles. And I said, okay, well, where would the energy go? Because energy can only be transferred. So now I'd be pulling in vain, but I could still keep pulling harder and harder, or adding force or energy pulling on the plunger, whether it's in vain or not. Now I'm asking him, where would the energy go? In my world, if you're going to use infinity, then it's going to not stop up or down. I could pull infinitely hard on that plunger and cause an infinite suction, infinite vacuum force. And that's the way, I think it should be thought of. And that's a breakdown.
Interesting.
Because the force was going, all the energy was being transferred to the suction. So I could lift a certain amount of weight, and more weight, the harder I pull. And that's where the energy is being transferred to the suction lifting the shit. And same thing with the pressure. I can apply pressure and lift more force, and then the energy is being applied to the kinetic energy of lifting me up, and there's no theoretical limit to how much I can push or pull, and he says that there's a limit, and he proposed an argument, but it was a good civil conversation. It led to where we're at now, but to me, the question still stands. Where's the energy being transferred to if it's no longer being transferred to the suction?
Yes, Geo even. Okay, he's kind of. Hey, Bacon, real fast. Could you check, like if there's a particle under your mouse, so whenever you spawn a particle, you don't like spawn in the same spot as another particle? Because I noticed.
I could, but that's might take unnecessary time. I might just be careful when I'm.
Fair enough, yeah.
Just your typical globe conundrums, Gio. But it sounded like somebody was trying to get in. It sounded like somebody was trying to get in.
Well, I heard
you were going to give a brief explanation, Brian. This lasted several minutes.
Yeah, I did listen to it all, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I'll say that. But yeah, it was a lot of different parts there. But I do. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the weight is connected to electrostatics, and yeah, I don't think it doesn't have anything to do with matter attracting matter. Ultimately,
I think Bacon, it collapsed into a black hole. That's what actually happened.
I think it collapsed the whole thing. Maybe the attraction force is too great. Let me make it. Make it quicker.
By their laws, Geo, if there's a black hole with infinite gravity, did not have infinite buoyancy. So it just balance itself out, bro. I don't know. I don't know why they can't comprehend this one-sided force. This one-sided force that they try and apply two ways. It's just a conundrum, man.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I was actually correct about that then? Like Bacon? Like was that? Do you think that's what happened? Like it actually collapsed?
Hey, you guys, I don't know if you guys are just having your own kind of combo here. Like, you're on the live stream, right?
Oh shit. Might be.
Well, no, I hear you. I don't know.
kinda-
I mean, if Bacon was doing like a presentation or something, but
They ran out of argument, man. They started trying to diagram it and shit, and they just got tied up in the shit. What nobody else really saying anything. But yeah.
well, are you guys trying to model what Brian's saying?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that's what Bacon's trying to do. Yeah, because I don't want to take credit. Obviously, I didn't do shit.
But
For this.
at the same time, I'm
Yeah,
really,
I see
I'm really having
Bacon's
fun.
screen share. So what are you trying to model then from what Brian was
Virtual
saying?
particles being attracted by something like an attractive force, and see if the pressure builds up in the center.
Oh, right. Yeah, you would think it would, right? I mean, if you have like this force that's clinging things to a ball, then yeah, you would expect it to increase as you would get to the center.
Yeah, but not if it's the mass attracting mass though, because if it's the mass attracting mass, then everything that's squishing me in the center is the mass is now around on the opposite side. So now it's being pulled the opposite direction. If in fact it is the stacking of the mass. So I can't be weightless and everything around me weightless and crushed at the same time. That's the conundrum it leads to. Like everything around me in the center is weightless and crushing me at the same time. It's just ridiculous.
Depends on if you're actually in the center or near the center.
Leave it to Ed to get crushed by weightless matter.
Yeah. Did you not listen to what I just said?
Yeah, you said that it depends if I'm in the center.
If you're actually in the center or not, or if you're close to the center.
Well, in that example, I was in the center. I'm just fucking with you, Ed. Good.
That's not his accent.
I know, I'm working on it,
that's
man. I
Mikey
still got a ways
racist.
to go. I'm working on my impressions, man. They're so far better than
That's
they were,
like-
but not very good.
Yeah, what's mine? What's mine? Do mine
That's
real
pretty
fast.
racist, Brian.
Hold
Ain't
on,
nobody
let me-
coming
Like,
in
if I'm a-
and sound like you.
No, hold on. I want to hear his impression of me real fast.
If I'm gonna do arm, I'm gonna be like, I just, I mean,
Okay,
I
there you go.
think
Good. All right. Yeah.
I think if I really, hold on. If I, well, hold on. If I,
I don't.
That's good.
I don't want to get into teasing people, but somebody did say, Arma, and this is not meant to be a dig on you, but somebody said that you sounded like a Valley girl in the chat the other day.
Right. Okay. Well. God damn it.
I think Arma sounds cool, man. He's got a very unique.
No,
way of
I'm saying
expressing-
it. Maybe I shouldn't have even repeated it. So I'm just saying someone was typing that in the chat, but that's maybe that's kind of a rude comment. Maybe I shouldn't have even repeated it.
No, it's fine. It's okay. It happens.
What do I sound like? You got to make fun of me now.
Bro, we're used, Geo, you got to understand, we're used to all the things like that. Like they might be a little more delicate. We're maybe not as thick-skinned as we are. We've experienced years of crushing insults, way worse than that. But they don't experience it like we do. So you got to maybe go a little gentle, man.
No, I don't think you sound like a Valley girl, but I think sometimes when you get a little bit excited, you'll be like, wait, what about this? What about that? Which I kind of.
Oh shit! Did he cut off? Did he cut out, or is it just me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
I heard the joke of why do blondes wear shoulder pads? And dude told me the joke. He's like, so they don't hurt their bump their head when they go, I don't know. And he waves his head back and forth or side to side. That shit's funny.
Oh, you're cool, Arba, dude. I think it's awesome that you're willing to look into all this and calculate stuff and think about it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
History will show that you were at the cutting edge of the paradigm shift.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Hey, you guys are right then. I mean, at least I was there, at least arguing,
Can
about
you
the topic.
see?
Arguing
As
for
a
the
friend-
wrong
Yeah, yeah.
side.
Yeah,
Fair
but
enough.
as a friend, though, I recommend, as long as you keep doing it, to just maintain your fictitious identity, bro. That's as a friend.
Yeah. In any case,
Oh,
it's,
I don't, dude.
all right, go ahead.
I'm just saying for myself. I think like as things move forward, like there's going to be more of a move towards more like I don't know, this whole thing of like hiding identities or whatever. Like, yeah, this truth about the Earth is so. Let's see if I can kind of word this. Like, okay, I'll just say it this way. Like, all right, from the perspective that the Earth isn't actually a globe, then obviously there's some criminal organization, and it's also kind of a dark thing to like to see.
It's true. It would be a dark thing.
Etc. So I feel like those of us that are in it, there's like this thing of maybe not sharing exactly who we are because people might attack you or call your job and tell you, like has happened, like that's why some people, just because it's whether, taboo or whatever term you want to use, like it's so not accepted in the world to think outside of this particular thing, which should show you right there that there's something to it when there's that much resistance to it. But I'm just saying, like in the future, I think that's going to be less and less of a thing. Like, and those that want to speak out about this, like as it becomes more, I mean, it's up to each person, obviously, what level they want to share about who they are and all of that. But I think that there's going to be a lot more of that. Like I know for me, I realize that that's fine. Like if people know who I am, people already do know who I am in all kinds in my own networks and groups and friends and all of that as well. But I don't know. I'm not just speaking for myself, but I'm just saying that I think as there's more acceptance and legitimacy for this, not only the conversation but the research, and I think a lot more people are more open-minded these days. I think that anyone who really wants to be involved with this, if they want to be a public person, as it were, it's going to be inevitable. So,
see, here's the thing, though.
Hey, look at that!
Oh wow. Yeah, look at that. You got the.
I make them redder if they're under more pressure.
Well, real fast, can you do it with because I think right now you have the unequal or you have a randomized radius. But if you didn't have randomized, do you think it would be like more of like a nice gradient, or like what do you think?
I think it would create those weird shapes, like those hexagonal. I'll make it. I'll show you.
Yeah, because I want to real fast see how the pressure, the pressure would look though, because that might be interesting.
That was very cool, Bacon. Sorry. Very fucking cool.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking neat.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
You're actually right. They get a lot smoother.
like that's why Tesla's so well known, because he was doing things that were extraordinarily advanced, and so.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, look at that.
If you're going to do that, pressure, right?
If you're going to do that,
now
bring
I'm
it to
going
the
to
world.
color gravity.
Say again, Bacon.
Sorry, I'm going to color gravity, so we can compare gravity with pressure.
So the red was pressure.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we're right, aren't we? Right. So the pressure at the center is immense, but the weightlessness.
Yeah. Now I have to show that the gravitational force there is zero.
Yes, and strongest on the surface. Yeah.
Or the weight.
Yeah, the
like
weight.
Brian, if there's if this sort of discussion, research, etc., becomes more and more on a larger sort of stage, as it were, by various things happening, how do you feel about that? Like, would you want to be public figure within it, or
if I ran a server like you, I mean, I would I wouldn't just go throwing my information around, But as far as like just a independent channel or something like that, I'd give my name, or just random part of the argument, part of the debate, But like I can't. What I meant with these ballers, like they, I guess if you dug deep enough, you get their names. But I mean, they're smart giving fictitious names, bro, because they know that they don't have all these arguments down pat. It's like there's glitches in all their arguments that they have to kind of just throw in bullshit variables, make new variables up, and there's no way to prove any of this shit, man. And I think deep down subconsciously, that's why they don't want to give their names or show their faces. Most of them, anyway. They know they're on the wrong side of the argument. Even if we're wrong, they're still wrong.
What?
Come on, Brian.
Come on, get the heck out of here.
Come on, Brian.
Get the heck out of
No,
here.
it's actually a good point. Yeah, no, that's true, dude. That's totally true.
Their model,
in
their
some
model is
cases,
so
yeah.
dead.
I think someone said that earlier. Like even like with what some of these guys have done, yeah. Let's just say that the Earth is a globe, and they're totally right. What they've done is like in some cases is like, I'm not just saying just they, because it's happened on all quote unquote sides and so on. But
Correct.
I'll just put it this way in my viewpoint, like on the spiritual plane, which I think is the one that precedes this whole physical plane, and just to look at it from the perspective of like good and dark, light and evil, etc., and just use that word demonic for the evil. It's like I do think that it's like this topic, this truth of what the earth actually is at this current time is like just being swarmed by demons in the spirit world. And those demons come through in different people that are either attacking people or, these dumpster fires and shit shows and attacks on people trying to call their place of work and some of the stuff that has gone on. It's like there's just the demons are just swarming. It's like there's people that want to shut it down. There's people that want to do all kinds of things, to try to snuff it out in all kinds of ways. And then there's even people.
Shows too.
Yeah.
Well,
But then there's even people on that. Yep. I was just gonna say just the end part of it, but then there's even people on the, stationary, planar, flat Earth, etc. side who also are even doing some, certain things too, tactics, and that might even be motivated to push people away too. So it's like it's happening on both sides. It's like every man for themselves, like what your perspective is one thing, but then what your influence is on others and on Mother Earth, ultimately, they all, I think, are registered meaningful, karmically as well.
You can tell the people that are genuinely trying to learn on both sides, like especially like on the flat Earth side, like who are open to new evidences and stuff, but yeah, people who are arguing something or have no room for being wrong about anything, then the aggression starts kicking in. And yeah, it is definitely a spiritual debate, man. That makes perfect sense to me, man.
Yeah. I like.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when you think about it, so whatever action someone's taking, it's like in relation to nature, to what nature actually is. So what more spiritual than what the actual earth you're on and in? Whatever one thinks they are, and I suppose some people, maybe if they identify as atheist or agnostic, they would say they have maybe some would say they don't have a spirituality. Some would maybe say they still do, but just from the basic perspective that like in spirituality, that like kind of how you relate to the world, and that includes other people, it includes your family, it includes, the earth. Like
the earth. Don't know. Is it me or is he cutting out? I don't know what's going on.
And even in addition, like whether you're in harmony with that.
NASA, like you could tell that when we bring up like NASA and start showing the where they messed up clearly, some of them are defendable, but some of them are not, obviously, and all of them are excusable. You can make an excuse for any of them, but some of it's pretty fucking embarrassing. And you could tell the ones, like a lot of them get emotional when you start pointing that out, like Jim Panda, and not so much as the guys here, maybe. And I mean that. I ain't just saying that because it's the fucking guys here, like literally calmer side, the more rational side of the argument here that you have in your room right now. But a lot of the guys like Globers, like FTFE, Jim Panda, like you show them things, they start firing back, like attacking, like we're just showing you the shit that we spent hours to dig out to try and wake you up to what's going on. and
Oh,
you're
but come
fucking
on, you,
getting mad
you
at me.
guys.
Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Brian, you guys have your bad apples as well. You know,
Yep.
it's not like everyone on the flat Earth is just cool. You guys have your Nathan Oakleys. You have your flat Earth datas. You know, come on.
Yeah. Cunts.
Data's not that emotional, man. He's just persistent.
What?
He's not really emotional.
Huh? All right. Call it what you will, man. But data isn't a good
I know what
representative.
you're saying there. I'm not saying there ain't no flat earthers like Oakley and them guys. Like I've changed my mind on 100 things since this debate started, and I think they're locked in pretty much where they don't even they don't even lend an ear.
Yeah, like who do
Anything
you
you have
think
to
is
say
worse though?
goes against the script.
Pando
That's like
or
y'all.
Nathan
That's
Oakley?
exactly how y'all are, though, Nate.
Well, yeah, but who do you think is worse, Jim Pando or Nathan Oakley?
Or who would you rather have a conversation with?
Jim Panda any day of the week. Oakley
I would
doesn't even
compare Nathan Oakley to fight the flat Earth, bro.
I've had some
Jim-
good talks with Jem for sure over the years. I have gone into that server at times over the years, and I've had some good talks. I've even had some good, just like personal bonding moments with Jem. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I like him.
Here's Jim Panda, though. This is one I'll never
Obviously,
forget.
when people are around, Jim tends to put on his show, you know. But
Yeah,
if it's
Jim
just
ain't
you
as
and
bad
him,
as Nathan, bro. I'm not
Yeah.
saying he is. Here's the funniest thing with Jim Panda right here. I think Gio, I think you might have been there. Okay, Pebbles on the Pond's doing a demonstration. He's doing a little experiment where he set up the lights. Y'all probably remember on the warehouse floor, and he's about 100 feet away, and he's got one light down close to the ground, one up just a little higher, and one up a little higher than that. And he opens the garage door and he lets in some cold air, and the light disappears. Like they couldn't say it was the floor because we're looking at the light before he opens the door. I mean, we've tried to cover every base here, and Brandon's sitting there showing this to Jim, and Jim goes, "There's no way that light just disappeared in front of my face. There's no way that light disappeared with line of sight." After the motherfucker disappeared with line of sight, he gets mad and starts bickering and just leaves, just like that. Never to discuss that again. Like, boy, I'll never forget that. But no, he ain't as bad as Nathan, bro. I'd compare Nathan to like Fight the Flat Earth.
Nathan.
But way smarter than Fight the Flat Earth, but just as nasty.
Fight the
passionate.
Fight the ether Earth. Fight. Oh man, those guys said they were going after the ether. They were gonna, what'd they say? Exterminate the ether, I think they said. Maybe that was QE was saying that. That was his stream name. Exterminate the ether. Whew.
I went on there, man, and he reamed me and said I was married to the and I was literally before that fighting, arguing it myself, just arguing for density and buoyancy. And even though in the back of my head the whole time I'm like, dude, there's down's different, man. I mean, no matter what I'm saying, I've got good arguments, but still it's nagging me. So I give it a lot of thought, and I could put up a fair debate, but it's still nagging me. Like down is different, man. So, and to me, I went on his show to try and find out, why are y'all so against ether? Like, what am I missing? Like, what's it ruining? And I never did get an answer, bro. By the end of the stream, I was married to the ether. But I was like, maybe I'm missing something, because I know if there does exist an ether, they got a lot of explaining to do. That collapses their whole entire model. So why would you be against something like that? Or they'd have to restructure their whole model, and they're fighting against it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say like too much because obviously they're not here, and it's a different channel and so on. So I don't want to, say too much, say any, etc. But since they're not here and so on, but I will just say, just in terms of the historical, we all know that this happens. So this is just kind of the way of the way it all went out, where there was a shifting point to where they seem to really go after the ether in a sense. Really, really, almost kind of going through the community, like a chopping block. Like, oh, if you're in any way related to the ether, boom, you're out of here. You're just, banished basically, from our conversation or group or whatever. Like that was kind of the whole thing. And they were even saying that stuff as well, I think to some extent, and then just barreling through everybody. And I know Dyslow went through a whole thing with them, and there were, I think, they were kicking and muting and banning and all the rest of it. So I think maybe they've chilled out on it a little now. I'm not sure, but I think, they really went after it. So, I mean, that's just
they never
historical.
did tell me though. it wasn't just Daslo. It was fucking St. Cleanser, Austin, me. Oh God, I could go on it. Lemonbird. Freaking. I mean, I could probably name 4 or 5 other people, but they went really hard at them and kind of divided the community. But bro, they were calling like interferometers, parlor tricks. Like they're calling Mickelson Morley a parlor trick, and I was like, I went on QEs and I was describing it like, bro, I can form that into an experiment just as good as you can your fucking quantum eraser or your double slit. So what's your freaking your independent variable, whatever, or what's your natural observation, diffraction. You know, that's what they're pretty much diffraction. So what's the cause? You know, that's what we're trying to figure out. Is it the what you call it moving? Is it the is it what anyways, is it the device moving or is it the light that's moving, whatever? And it's pretty much the same as they say the observation for the double slit is. They say it's diffraction is the natural observation, and then it's the which path, you know. So I say which path with the Mickelson Morley. It's the which path, you know, and for the interference. But I forgot. I did a lot better of a job on air. I had it replicated almost perfectly, but they kind of shut me down when they seen where it was going. But you could formulate.
Yeah, I definitely don't think
experiment.
Morley's a parlor trick at all.
Hey, sorry to
I think
interrupt.
Cavendish is much closer to a parlor trick. Mickelson Morley is actually direct result.
Bacon.
Yeah.
Cavendish is a tricky thing that doesn't really even always give the same result. It's a wobbly, wiggly mess that they have to use like averages, and then they have to try to finagle it in the direction they want. It's just a mess. I mean, there is an effect that's causing those balls to wiggle, but it's not mass attracting mass. So that's more of a parlor trick.
Anyway, Bacon.
Can I show my thing here?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brian, you on the live stream? Seeing the live stream?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you seeing the live stream?
He's asking if you're looking at his screen he's sharing. He's showing animation.
Yeah, I'm about to go do it now, but I already watched you work it out, and I've seen the arrows pointing toward each other, away from the middle, and so that told me everything I needed to know. Yeah, if you tell me everything you added to get that to change, or you tell me what you added to change that, because you had it pegged right at the very beginning.
Well, I didn't draw any arrows. But what do you mean?
You're saying the arrows are pointing toward each other, but they'd have to. The arrows would have to point toward each other. If it's the mass causing the force, then the arrows would have to be pointing toward the greater mass, right?
Well,
in other words, if I go on the other side of the arrow, if let's say this, I got an arrow pointing down. I'm standing on the surface. The arrow's pointing down, and that's causing me to weigh. It's pulling me toward the center. It's causing everything around me to weigh. Now, once I get past the center and I go halfway down, now I've got arrows starting to accumulate that are also pulling up. Now, when I get down to the middle, they're pulling up in every direction away. So what's giving me the weight is what's giving everything around me the weight is now taking away that weight. What was giving it the weight in the first place is now taking away the weight. Now the mass is pulling away from me in every direction. It's pulling everything around me away from each other. It's separating everything, making it weightless. So I can't be crushed by something that's weightless and pulling away from me, because in the middle, the gravity is still toward the surface, not pulling down now, pulling away.
Can I explain what I did in the live stream?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So as I spawn those particles, they attract each other and they collide. I can choose to color them based on the net force of weight, so the net attraction force, which is what's going on right now. So as you can see, the ones in the middle are pretty much white, which means the net attraction force in the center is 0. and the ones in the edges or in the outer layers are the redder, which means that the net force there is the biggest, the strongest. But I can also color them based on how strongly they're pressing against each other, which would be the pressure.
Right.
That's
So
how
where it's
on a
reddest,
globe,
then
wouldn't you get less gravitational pull as you got closer to the center because there's less mass as you go further in?
like a Lagrange point.
Well,
It's
I'm
exactly
saying,
the concept.
yeah, like let's say you're like 500 feet in. Well, now you've only got 3,500 miles. Let's say you were 50 miles deep. What I'm saying is at that point, your pull to the center would only be a 3,500 mile radius, not a 4,000. So as you got to the center of the Earth, there would be less gravitational pull. And at
That's what's happening.
At the center,
Right, so
I don't know if
everything's
it's
gonna
all
lose
just
weight.
made up, but I guess at the center, there would just be like infinite space. Well, that would be in a real.
Everything is going to lose weight. The further down
Yeah.
you get, the less weight everything's going to have
what's
because
happening.
the arrows pulling down are now starting to accumulate pulling up. So it's not
That's
they're not
what's
going to
happening.
weigh as much.
That's what's happening in
So
the simulation.
as you get toward the center, everything's going to weigh less and less until you get to the very center where it weighs nothing at all.
Yeah,
It's not
what's
going to be
happening.
instantaneous. Got a gradient.
Right.
Brian,
That's
that's
what's
That's what
happening
he's
in the
showing you.
simulation.
yeah.
In the simulate, now I'm coloring the weight force, the net force of gravity of each particle. And the stronger it is, the more red it is, which means that the ones that
Bro,
suffer
I
the
got no
most.
problem with that, Bacon. Bacon, I
One
appreciate
second.
everything you did, bro. You're demonstrating. You see how the color gradiates down to white.
Wait. Yeah. Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Bacon, real fast.
That's my point.
Bacon, real
It's-
fast. I think just for the sake of not confusing anyone, you probably, and you don't have to, but you probably should have color coded it differently. Where maybe like what blue was like gravity, but
Okay.
no, I'm
One
just saying
second.
for the sake of no confusion, because I feel like sometimes that happens. You know.
Fair enough.
So can we all agree that everything, if gravity's giving it the weight, as we get toward the center, we will get less and less weight until we're weightless?
Yes.
Can we at least all agree to that?
Yep.
Okay, so at the center, why is it weightless?
Because the net force is zero.
There's
yeah,
no
because
more
there's no
mass
weight.
to
There's
pull
no
within.
weight on me, right?
I know, but
Right,
why would
everything's
you even
getting
do
pulled
that,
off?
though? That's the
Everything's
thing,
getting pulled off me, not
No,
pressed on me.
There's no net force, but there is pressure. There's no net force. Like I said before, if you're standing there, Bacon's pushing at you from the left, and I'm pushing at you from the right. There's still
Not
no
pushing,
net
bro.
force, but you're under pressure. Yes.
Bro, you're pulling, bro. The pushing is you pushing down on me, but something now is pulling against you. Okay, here's the thing. You're saying that everything around me in the center is weightless, but crushing me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
So
what's
give
happening.
me
in the
another
simulation.
example in reality of something weightless that's crushing me.
Okay, I think
That's the one.
That's very specific. That's something that only happens in the center of the Earth. So of course, we won't give you an example of it.
I think I see where the issue is coming in from, where Brian's getting. I mean, I he's wrong, but I see where he's getting at though. So I think the idea is that he's thinking that because
If I'm wrong, you're wrong. All I did is explain the way what y'all are explaining to me. Everything at the center that's weightless is now crushing me. So I'm getting crushed by weightless particles.
See, here's the thing, right? So yes, in the center, you're getting pulled in every direction, but that all cancels out, right? But the thing is, those things around you, though, those things are not exactly weightless. All right, the very center.
Right, well, quit referring to me, bro. I'm talking about what's crushing me is now weightless, right?
Well, the things that are crushing you, they're really close to weightless, but they're not quite weightless. And the farther you go out, the less weightless they get. But nonetheless, they aren't quite weightless, so they're going to be pushing.
Why are
on
they
you.
weightless in the center? Why are they weightless in the center? Just asking.
Because there's no net force. Think of it that way.
Right.
Think of it as
Right.
there's
So what was pulling down is now being pulled off me,
nowhere.
right? Now,
No, pulling nowhere. There's zero.
So the
net
mass
force.
above me is not pulling.
No.
All that mass that was
It's
below me
net.
that's now above me, you're saying is not pulling. So it only pulled me down, but now that it's above me, it's not pulling up.
The
That's
net
what you're saying.
force. No, the net force. You have an equal amount on either side. The net force is zero.
So I'm being crushed by weightless particles. So show me where
No,
else
you're
in the
the only
universe, in your
weightless
universe,
point.
where I can be crushed by something that's weightless.
The absolute
What?
center is the only weightless point. Every other particle around you has
Yeah,
weight.
it can't just all of a sudden be weightless.
Not all of a
Okay, as
sudden.
I go down, I've got more and more shit
Brian,
pulling in the opposite direction.
Hold on, Brian. That's why I said the things around you are next to nothing, but they do have weight though. And then the further you go out, the more weight they have, whatever. So it is a gradient, right? But the thing is, the things that are next to you, right, or top, above you, in front of you, wherever, right, the things that are around you, they're next to nothing, but they're not nothing, though, right? So
Bro, as long as y'all agree that I'm being crushed by a weightless center,
no,
then I've got no
No.
argument. That to me is comical on its face, bro. I'm good with that. If y'all keep claiming that I'm being crushed by weightless mass, then
The
I'll go
things
with
that are
that.
crushing you are not weightless.
What do you
The
mean?
only weightless point is the center.
Brian, all you need
Right?
to know is that you're being crushed by dark matter.
No, what the hell?
You're being crushed by dark gravity.
No, I mean,
So I got to say, how good is Bacon for doing this live and just fucking
Well, we did.
crushing
You're
it?
right. He already showed me, bro, with the color gradient, the arrows, everything about it is backing me up. And all you're doing is showing this tension, the pull force. Okay, here's the thing. You can't just ignore that force. Here's the thing. That's why I asked that we make the entire Earth, in this example, water. We make it all water. And so the thing that's giving the water the weight is the gravity. So let's not confuse the two. Let's join the two and call the pressure, the weight, the gravity. Let's call it all one because it's all intertwined. Now, as we go down, okay, then there's going to be more water above me. So that water is going to weigh less gravity, less pressure, whatever you want to call it. The further down toward the center I get,
You
the
just
less that
confuse
water is
weight
going to
and
weigh.
You just confuse
Until I
weight
get
and
to the
pressure.
very
there.
center. Yeah, but when I get to the very center, it's going to weigh zero because all the mass is pulling whatever weight and pressure would have been on me. It's getting pulled off of me now. So now I'm getting crushed by weightless water.
You just equated weight and pressure again.
Weight and pressure.
I'm trying to pin the argument down and you're using gravity as a one-way force here.
Sorry, is it 4:30 a.m. Bacon?
That's right. But
The
I'm
fuck
on
you doing?
vacation. I'm on vacation.
Jesus. All right.
But thanks for the concern. Okay, so I'll do one last
How
time.
can it be four? How can it be four?
He's
It's
sitting
4:30 a.m. where you're at, Bacon.
He's got a.
Yes.
He's working on planning a new event.
Anyway,
We'll leave that for the messages of the winds.
So where's the most gravity or weight or pressure, whatever you want to call it? I would like to contain what we're talking about. Because if
calling
gravity
gravity
causes weight and pressure, then let's just keep it one thing. And where is
No,
the
but they're
most?
different.
Where am I going to weigh the most?
Where it's blue. Where it's blue.
On the surface,
Blue-
right?
Blue,
On the surface.
blue is weight, yellow is pressure. Blue is weight, yellow is pressure.
Anywhere in that what you drew, where am I going to weigh the least?
In the
center, you'd be weightless in the middle.
In the center, okay. And so everything around me in the center is going to weigh the least. The closer it gets toward the center. Okay.
Yeah.
So where am I going to weigh the most?
On the surface.
Borders.
Okay. So are you saying that the further I go down, the more an opposing force pulls that weight off of me?
Sorry, the weight pulls. I don't get that.
Well, if it's the mass that's causing me to weigh the most, now that I don't have all that matter below me, now it's pulling up, right? Now it's pulling everything around me up more and more. So now I got more and more arrows piling up the further down I get. And then when I get in the middle, I got everything around me is getting pulled opposite.
Which
You've
leaves
got
you with
equal mass on both sides, equal mass all around you. So the net force is zero.
So I can bench press shit off of me. Like say I'm got a bubble
Oh, no.
around me. Can I with a force squeezing in where gravity's the most on the surface? Okay, I can have the hardest time stretching out and extending my legs and extending my back. At the center, I can easily do it because there's nothing. Everything's pulling. I'm weightless. Everything around me is weightless. I can easily stretch my legs. I can
No.
easily straighten out my back.
You're,
What do you
you're
mean
under
no?
you're under extreme pressure.
No, I'm not.
It's
I'm
weightless
weightless, and
with
so is
pressure.
everything around me.
Wait, it's
This-
weightless.
this-
With, wait, hold on, Ruhiv. Is it weightless with pressure? Is that what you just said?
It's
Yeah.
weightless. At the center, you have no weight, right? Because there is a net zero force on you. All right. But you have all these particles around you pushing on you.
Yeah, that do.
Oh my god!
Just like in the simulation. That's what's happening in the simulation.
Yeah, like look on the screen. Like this
The
is what Bacon
simulation
has
shows
done.
the center weightless. I'm not talking about me.
Yes.
I'm talking about everything around me in the center doesn't weigh anything at all. So I can easily straighten out my legs because it doesn't fucking weigh nothing. Weight is the resistance, dude. What are you talking about? You're trying to give me the maximum pressure at the surface and then
No.
give me
Maximum
even more
weight.
at the middle.
Maximum weight at the surface. You're just conflating weight and pressure.
So I'm getting crushed by weightless mass.
Well,
Very
the-
good.
The mass around you is not weightless. There is a single point of weightlessness in the middle that you're at.
It's dark
Right, but
mass.
we can pretty much.
It's
Sorry,
the newly discovered dark mass.
So the central 10% is compared to everything else is damn near. Just think of and not even 10%. How about 1%? How about we got a 1% spot that's got only 1% of the weight in the center. So there's miles around me on each that is being pulled toward the mass above it. At every point, that shit that's around me, that let's say 100-mile radius, okay. The 1%, or let's say the 10-mile radius, the 1% is all the mass is now above it. So the gravity is pulling it upwards, making it way less as it gets to the center. It's not going to crush me, bro.
Hold on.
I've used this analogy a couple of times. You're standing there. Bacon and I are on either side of you, pushing on you. There is no net force. Right, but you're under pressure.
Hold on. Am I weightless when y'all are pushing on me?
Yes, there's horizontally at least. Yes.
Okay, so everything around me that y'all are pushing on, okay? So now y'all are weightless. Now push on me weightless. No, Roof, you give me an example. Let me give you one. Now you tell yourself that you're weightless and so is Bacon. Now push on me, Ruhiv.
No,
If you and Bacon are
we're not
you can't
weightless.
push on me, can you? Can you?
Bacon and I are not weightless.
Yes, you are. If you're in the
No,
center,
we're not.
you are
No,
most
we're not in the
certainly
center.
damn
You're in the
near
center.
weightless. No,
You are in
no,
the center.
bullshit. Yeah, but the whole 10-mile radius is at the center. So now you barely weigh anything. You barely weigh anything at all. Okay, you're not in the very center. So you weigh a teeny bit, just a teeny bit. But now push against me. Y'all are just gonna push yourselves away because you're getting pulled off of me by gravity.
No, just not. Bacon's turn.
See how he just denies the example? He wants to push on me, but when I claim that he's damn near weightless, he just wants to just put his fingers in his ears and la 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 la. That's weird.
Well, that's what's happening in the simulation.
Yeah.
Right.
All we have any validation of.
This is a
the-
physics
is the real
simulation that
physics.
Bacon's whipped up.
I know,
Fucking
but what
awesome.
we have actual access to in reality is actual physics, where that's not happening.
Well, you can't go to the center of the earth.
We just have weight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all theoretical. It's all reified.
I mean, it's
Reification.
based on very simple physics.
It's basically a massive reification.
No.
Yeah, but Brian isn't saying it's
Just because
not
things have
true.
weight to them doesn't mean they're doing this at the center of a presupposed sphere. And
Sure,
then all
that-
these
but
things
that's
you're
not-
saying would happen.
The argument is not whether or not this is true, but why Brian's saying that there's a problem there. This shouldn't happen.
Well,
Which
how
is
much
different
can I
than saying
bench?
that
How
it's
much can I
true.
bench press? How much can I bench press at the center?
Zero.
Unlimited,
'Cause
right? I
you're
could
on,
bench
no,
infinity,
because you're
bro.
under so
Infinity.
much pressure. You're under so
I'm
much
not.
pressure.
Wait, I can't bench press because of pressure. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
So you just
You've got
said
all
pressure
these
ain't weight.
particles.
You just said pressure
Right.
ain't weight, and now you
Correct.
want the pressure to be weight. So now
No.
you got me
No.
bench pressing pressure.
Shit. I give up. I give up.
Everything around me is weightless, right? In my 10-mile radius. Okay, that's the center. You're trying to make it a tiny little point, and I'm just saying, let's make it. I even shrunk it down to 10-mile radius. Okay, how about a 5-mile radius? Okay, so that 5-mile radius weighs nearly nothing. Okay, so how much can I bench press?
It weighs nearly nothing.
So how much can I bench press?
I can't put it any more simply than the analogy of me and Bacon pushing you from either side, and you are in the center. I can't make it any simpler. So
How much can I
give
bench
up.
press though, bro? It's a simple question. Just forget the pressure. Let's say I'm immune to it at this point. How much can I bench press at the center with a 5-mile radius where everything weighs next to nothing? Let's say it weighs 1% of what it does on the surface. How much can I bench press? It's easy math, right?
Well, hold on. I think I figured something out. Maybe this might work.
From what they're saying, you wouldn't even be able to move your body. You would just be frozen with all the globe. You'd just be crushed by globe. You'd be fully globed up. You'd be an actual globe head. Actually, you'd be your whole head would be the globe.
I'd be literally crushed by weightless mass.
Brian, hold on. Brian, hear me out there. Hear me out. All right. Here's the thing, right? You say it's weightless, but here's the thing, right? Let's say the stuff around you, right, is just for the sake of the argument.
Google says it's weightless. Sorry, but Google says it's weightless, bro.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Let's say the stuff around you is, let's say, 0.01 pounds. All right. And then let's say the stuff around that is 0.1 pounds. And then the stuff around that is 1 pound. And then the stuff around that is 10 pounds. And the stuff around that is 100 pounds. Then 1,000, then 10,000, right? Obviously, the stuff right next to you, the 0.1 isn't maybe going to crush you. But the stuff afterwards is going to crush it's going to start the compound.
The stuff out there is pulling the shit right around me away off of me. That's what you're failing to understand, bro. You're trying to use gravity, and your brain, you've got it as this one-way force, bro. That's not reality. If you're going to use it fair. And so that stuff around me that you say squishing down on me is literally what's pulling the fucking weight off me, dude.
No, okay, so.
That was a little aggressive, bro. Let me back it up a notch, dude.
You've been poetry
dude.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just
that's straight poetry shit. That's straight fucking rap battle right there.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to so the stuff in the center, obviously you're being pulled from all directions by all things, so therefore you're weightless. But the thing to the right of you is going to have a little bit of a bias to the left, right? Because the idea is that there's slightly more stuff to the left than to its right. All right. So it's going to push ever so slightly on you, on your right and to its left. And then the thing to the right of that is going to do the same thing. It should compound. I'm not really sure if. I mean, I feel like my graphic, as primitive as it was, I feel like that should have gotten the point across. I think. Remember my little graphic with the orange and the yellow and the green and the blue. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Is my mic fucking up? Hello?
No, you're all right.
Okay. Sometimes it'll do that crackly sound because it's the I have like a, what do you call it? My headset has like a detachable mic, and so I should replace it, but it's kind of fucked where if I touch it, it gets all fucked. But anyway, I don't know. Brian, I don't know. I'm trying here. I get what you're on about, but it's not that you're missing something there. But also, that is a really cool thing Bacon's doing. Real fast, Bacon, are you like sort of like tweaking the like, what do you call it? Maybe the contrast, but are you like tweaking like the color?
Yeah, play with the colors.
Yeah, like the gradient, like maybe it fades off a little bit, like less harsh or whatever. Yeah, I could tell.
Because they have very different magnitudes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just playing with the numbers, seeing what makes the colors look more easy to spot.
Nice, very very nice.
But it does look cool, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. How big can this get before it like collapses on itself? Like,
let me see. I'll just let it run.
Okay. Because I know you tweaked like the strength of it, right? Is there like, just for the sake of like doing math, like in our heads, like, is there a way to like, calculate how big the radius of this would have to be in order for it to collapse, like based off of what you had before? Because I know before you had
I
like
have no idea.
Oh, you know,
I'm
okay.
not that good at math.
Oh wow, look at this.
It's very nice to see the pressure reaching equilibrium. I mean, when it's suffering all those collisions, you see like pressure varying a lot, just like you're seeing right now. And if I stop adding particles and let it set, eventually it
like
reaches
it's like
equilibrium.
like
That's so nice.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You see gravity. Yeah, it's still zero in the center.
That's pretty fucking neat.
But it's getting very slow.
Yeah, because there's a lot of shit it has to calculate.
Yeah, the amount of computation is going to be the square of the number of particles. So it's a geometric function.
Damn.
It's not linear. It's polynomial. It's getting very slow now.
Oh jeez.
I don't think it's collapsing anymore. I mean, maybe at some point.
Might just crash before it fucking collapses.
But it's looking more and more like a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Slowly turning into a two-dimensional
computer
planet.
is screaming. My cooler is making noise, loud noise. If I was doing this in C instead of JavaScript, that would be a problem.
Right.
Look at that. So cool.
I'm sorry about that, man. Did anybody come up with any anything against the weightless? The fact that the reason what's around me, the fact that the reason the shit around me is weightless, damn near weightless, is because the mass is pulling it away from me, right? What was pulling everything down is now so it only pulls in one direction. That's what you're saying. Because I was under the impression that the mass attracts mass, so all that mass above me is pulling the mass that's around me off me.
Yeah, but what you're not getting is that once you add up all that force, you end up with zero. So there's no effect of that force.
So it takes a break. Is that what you're saying? It does it
cancels out.
So well, let's go over this again. Where am I the heaviest? Where's everything the heaviest?
At the surface.
Okay, and why is a quarter of the way down? Why is everything lighter?
Because there's more stuff above you and less stuff below you.
Okay, so now when I get down toward the middle, there's nothing pulling down on anything around me, right? Nothing at all pulling down around me. It's all the mass is now pulling away from me, right? So all the mass in my 5 square mile radius, all the mass is did it stop pulling, or is it biased, or is it pulling is it pulling everything? Is it pulling all the mass off of me?
You can pick any direction. You can just choose any direction to be your up and down. There's going to be as much stuff above you as there will be below you. So you cancel out.
So you're going to stand behind. You stand behind that I'm being crushed by weightless material.
No, you're being crushed by the whole Earth. The whole Earth is pushing on you, not just the matter that is close to you.
The whole Earth is pulling on me too, bro.
Yes, but one thing
How is
is
it pushing it?
No,
How
no,
is
no,
the
it's
Earth
not.
pushing on me when I'm at the middle and I'm weightless? Now it's not pushing on me no more, bro. There's no mass to pull in on me, bro, no more. Now every bit of the mass. Hold on. Now every bit of the mass is now pulling. It's not pushing, bro. Quit saying it's pushing in on me because there's no mass to push in on me no more. It's all the mass is now pulling off of me.
Brian, what you're forgetting
Gravity
though.
cancels out, pressure doesn't.
Yeah, but
there's a reason it's called weightless, bro. It's because all the mass is now pulling. There's nothing left to pull. It's pulling from above in every direction, making me weightless, making me not be crushed.
Hold on.
Why in the simulation, I have at the same time the particles in the center have zero weight, and the particles in the surrounding have the most weight, but the pressure is biggest in the center.
Yeah, Brian.
So weight doesn't cause pressure. I'll be good with that.
It
So
does.
the weight of the atmosphere is not what causes the pressure then, right? Or do you want them both?
Weight causes pressure. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so weightless causes no pressure, right? If there's no weight, then there's no pressure, right?
Yes, if there's no weight, there's no pressure.
Okay,
Yes.
hold on.
Thank you,
hold on,
Zanuck. Thank you, Zanuck. Whoa, Zanuck.
All right, fire up the race cars. Zanuck's here. He's ready to race.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's address.
You just heard it here first from Zanuck. No weight, no pressure.
Yes, but hold on, maybe. But hold on, real fast, Brian. You're forgetting one thing though, right? You
The Earth still have weight.
Well, but also you forget one thing, Brian. Though you're saying, the stuff around me is weightless. You're forgetting it. It's next to no weight, but it does have weight though. That's you keep fucking forgetting that, but it has weight.
No, it
doesn't.
He's confusing hydrostatics with weight.
I'll make the particles bigger.
Yeah, guess what? As it gets away from me, like on the edge of my 5 mile radius, it's got like 1 little % of weight. But as it works down to the middle, there's no weight.
But weight nonetheless, though it has weight.
By the way, Zanuck, I think it's a presumption to assume that someone is confused. If you don't agree with them or have a different viewpoint, I don't think you can just blindly assume that they are confused. You're like asserting some thing onto them. It's just not valuable either.
Well,
It's just a condescending kind of like belittling thing.
Maybe you're right. Let me reword it differently then. You're on the vomit comet, and everything's weightless. The water's weightless, everything around you. But you still have air pressure in the vomit comet. How is that possible? If things are weightless, how does weight cause pressure? If you're, I don't know, I would say confused or don't understand that, ask the question, we can explain it. It makes a lot of sense to us because you can have the windows open in a vomit comet.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that if I'm weightless, now you're changing it to it's not weight that causes pressure. Now, so you just now, if I'm not mistaken, you said no weight, no pressure. Now you're saying weight, pressure.
Still have pressure, still have weight. Everything still has weight. You can, just like something in the pool that has a equilibrium will still have weight, even though it'll be on a scale weighing 0. Still has weight though.
Does it really?
Of course it does, Brian.
Okay, we got a lot to talk about then, my friend.
Well,
so now I don't need weight to have pressure. So now hold on. Let me respond, bro. So now the atmosphere has nothing to do with the pressure on the ground.
Of course it does. Absolutely everything to do with it.
Now you want it both. Now you want it to have weight and matter and not have weight. You see what they do?
They understand hydrostatics. You do not. And I'm not being condescending. It's clearly you don't. Because hydrostatics.
Bro, you are literally stomping on your own tongue, bro.
Let's talk about.
You're not coming in late teaching me something, Zanuck.
Let's talk about why and how we can show that air has weight. Let's talk about go with the fundamentals. What is
Zanuck? So you were wrong then, right? When you just said no weight, no pressure.
If you are sincerely concerned about this topic, and you do want to learn
Just
about
want clarity,
it,
bro.
wait, hold
You're
on.
confusing me, and I want
Let me
clarity.
finish, Brian. I'm in the middle of a sentence. I swear to
Dude,
God,
you
I'm gonna
guys
do it.
need like group counseling. Like, dude, Zanuck, apologize for personally attacking him. Say that you respect him enough to have an actual conversation, and then speak actual information that is valuable, please.
Yes.
And give him a hug.
I am sorry. I am
Give him
sorry.
a hug and sing "Kumbaya" as well,
Yeah,
please.
I'm sorry I insulted you, Brian. And I know if you're here to learn, let's break everything down to the basics. Like what is air pressure? And then after that, after you hear all the things, 3 things that'll stack up from here's what air pressure is, here's what weight is, here's hydrostatics. And then if you don't like it, you can say, it's all bullshit. And then you can give me your story. But at least listen to the mainstream indoctrinated science that we've been taught in physics school.
I'm
At least
listening, bro.
understand, because I don't think you understand what the mainstream and what the physics books actually tell you and how this actually works. So what causes air pressure? Let's talk about what cause. If you're sitting there on your couch and you want to measure air pressure with a barometer or whatever test you want to use, what causes that air pressure?
Break it up, bro. You're breaking up.
What causes
Let me answer that, okay? Please uninterrupted for 2 seconds. I will answer. Okay, I'm gonna say what I was taught just now. I thought maybe it was gravity or whatever. Okay, but you just now, and give me clarity. You said that no weight, no pressure. So were you wrong? Or are you changing that? Do you still stand behind the fact that without weight, there's no pressure? Not just air pressure. I'm talking about pressure. Please don't talk about air no more. We're never have we been talking about air.
How can I not talk about air pressure when that's what we're talking about? No weight. If air did not have weight.
With this response. So no weight, no pressure. Were you wrong when you said that?
No, I'm not wrong. I'm the citation. You know that.
You just said no weight, no pressure. So if there's
no weight,
then you said
no pressure.
If I'm free falling, then I'm weightless but still pressure. So which is it, please?
You still have weight. It's the reason
So
why
no weight,
you free
no
fall,
weight, no pressure.
and when you hit the ground, why there's an impact and why there is a proper force involved with you hitting a fictitious force.
So why do I have weight? And why do I have pressure?
I said, the only way I can do this with you, Brian, is if you break it down to 3 things. What is pressure? Hold on. What is pressure? What is weight? And how hydrostatics works. If you want to learn about it, I will tell you about it.
Literally,
and then you
you're
can,
way
Brian. Remember, Brian.
You're backing the conversation back up to the fundamentals, bro. We already discussed the column of
What
water above
causes
our head.
pressure? What causes pressure?
We've already discussed all this, bro, and we know what the mainstream says.
What is pressure?
Okay.
Please tell me.
I don't agree with you. What you think causes
you
pressure?
tell
I'm
me.
just getting you to clarify.
You tell me, and I'll tell you my story. We can have.
Can we get some moderation? Can we get some moderation, please?
Yeah, I'll chill out, Joe. I'll chill down. I'll tone it down a notch, man. But I just want to say that we already talked about.
You're talking
Brian,
about.
we have to go one at a time. So go ahead. What is pressure?
Pressure is weight.
No, pressure is not weight. What is pressure?
Weight. Gravity.
Pressure is not
whatever
weight.
you want to call it. It's all the same to me, bro.
No, weight actually is a vector, and pressure is scalar. So they're very different.
Okay.
You know the difference
Weight
between scalar
and
and
pressure.
vector.
To me, pressure is basically, I mean, you want the mathematical, the force over.
Come on. I just want to. I'm honest.
Okay.
An honest.
So here's where this whole thing started. Let me catch you.
Why
up.
do you got to talk
Let me
over
catch
me
you
every
up.
time I say something? Why?
You're asking me questions, bro, and I'm
you
trying
guys
to tell you
got
where this whole
to
thing
take
started.
turns, dude. Because Zanuck, you're jumping in with little clips and stuff, and I know that but dude, it ends up being like you try to like dominate the airwaves, and then you keep talking, and then you say you guys got to just go one at a time. Just say your piece for like 20 seconds, pass the mic, let the other guy go. You got to just let each other do your full 20 seconds so we can at least hear what's being said.
Yeah,
please.
that's fine. Go ahead.
Janik, would you like to hear where this whole thing started?
No,
Are you
I just
curious?
want 3 things I want to go over.
Just don't do the little quick. Just don't do the little quick back and forth because that doesn't seem like you guys can do it without over talking. So just try to.
Right. We're bad at that. We're bad at that.
Brian,
Go
show
ahead,
them
Zanuck.
that they're wrong. You show us we can actually have an adult conversation. Go ahead, Brian. What causes pressure?
What causes pressure
What is pressure?
very complicated. It's what causes pressure is pretty much your surroundings. It's how far back do you want me to go?
No,
you want me to go all the way to the root cause?
The one sentence description of what pressure is.
Pressure is pretty much is force over area.
Oh, now you get it. Now you got it right.
I'm just saying,
Force
but
over
here's where
area.
this whole thing started. This whole thing started with a column, me standing in a little tube with a column of ocean water 100 miles over my head, and then me measuring the pressure. Then I expanded the column where it's just a tube right where I'm at, but it V's out into like 10 miles wide above me. So now I've got all that water collimating down. I've got like 1,000 times more water all coming down on my head, but the pressure is exactly the same as just that column of
Correct.
water.
Correct.
Okay, so now that's where you know.
we
So
got-
that's
we had
that
a
was
look-
the beginning.
You gave me so it's pressure is not just force over area, because you're implying that there's some kind of direction. It's a scalar quantity. It's what it is actually the molecules are bouncing off each other, and if you have a container, it's bouncing off the container as well. And that force that's over the area in all directions is what pressure is. And it's greatest at the surface. And it's
Sorry.
greatest at the surface, and it goes down as you go up exponentially. As you go up.
Fair enough. I agree.
Okay, good. Now, what is hydrostatics? No. What causes weight? What causes things to have weight? And can you weigh gas? Can you weigh a bottle of gas? Can I put gas in a bottle and weigh it and actually get a value?
I think he might be AFK.
Did he short circuit? Did Brian short circuit?
No, I think he had to quickly do something. I thought I heard like a door
okay, no
open or
problem.
something.
But I just thought I would just lead him toward what the molecules are doing inside of a container, and then why the pressure now is greater at the bottom than at the top, like a big tall welding container of oxygen, not in liquid form, just a gas in form.
I feel like all physics could just be summed up in just it is what it is.
That'd be kind of tough. You'd have a lot of failures and probably be very dangerous if you didn't understand physics. Because
No, I'm just saying it is what it is. Like it functions how it functions. So if you're gonna build like a race car engine or something crazy, yeah, it's just you have all of the physics that just exist.
Yeah, but
in actual reality. Not like centers not like outer space ideas and centers of balls and things that are not real, but what's actually here and real is what physics is, and it functions exactly how it functions.
Well, because all the physics is important, especially when you start going up in the atmosphere and you're flying an airplane. At what point does it? Are you not?
Yeah,
able
but that's
to
still
climb?
real physics. Yeah, that's still real physics. An airplane.
Yeah, it's still real physics, and you're still flying up. Yeah, near the air is very, very thin. 1 or 2% of the atmosphere is only available to you to fly in. Why do you think the U2? I mean, all these designs are built around. And why is the speed of sound based on temperature and not density? I mean, there's all these questions you're going to have if you don't just say it is what it is. You'll never understand anything.
Nate, you're hot, Mike.
he's rocking out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Nate. Maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be falling asleep.
Or he's not listening.
Right.
Hey, Bacon.
Dude, it do what it does, and it just is what it is, bro.
It is what it is.
Yep, it's all ether. It's all love. It's all good.
Nothing but a chicken wing on a string. The Burger King.
Was I hot, Mike?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh, my bad.
You had a rap. You had some rap going on there.
You were hot, Mike.
I do like the pressure equalization, Bacon. Very cool.
Yeah, pressure mediation.
Pressure mediation. So what was Brian saying, that there is no gradient, or the gradient is caused by something
No,
else?
he's getting confused. Like the weight has to have a direction,
Right.
But in the center of the Earth there is no direction. The net force is 0.
Right.
Someone, what's going on, Xanax? Is your mic playing
No,
the
it's not
video?
me. It's not me.
I think it was
Not
me.
me.
Sorry.
I thought that was mine for a second, but I didn't have it open anywhere.
Ooh. I'm locked down. I got nothing.
I'm using the speakers.
Well, it's coming through your mic, yeah. It's like a re-recording of what we just said.
Oh yeah, what the hell was that
Yeah,
about?
who is that? But bacon's not lighting up. What happens?
So it wasn't me, was it? Huh?
It
Well,
might
then
have.
who is that?
I think it might be like a Discord thing because I swear I had myself deafened and I was still hearing it.
Yeah,
That shit
someone
is
needs to
weird.
apologize to me.
Well, no,
Sorry,
dude, there was
I'll
music
apologize
playing
to
through your
Zach,
mic,
man.
Nate.
Yeah,
Nate, there was like
Phone
rap
died.
music playing through your mic, some kind of music.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Zach. My phone died, brother. The
problem.
pressure, my phone couldn't handle the pressure.
No
But let me ask
problem.
one quick question: is there more pressure at the center, where the almost weightless shit's around me, or like halfway up? Where would there be more pressure, crushing
center.
pressure around me?
The
Around
center.
you?
Yeah.
You have to
Would it
mute
be-
Bacon's stream probably
Bacon.
to have it not feedback.
Around you or where? Up halfway up in the atmosphere, you said?
I'm saying, would it be the weightless material crushing me at the center, or would I be
Center of
crushed
what? The Earth?
more?
Center of the Earth?
Would I be
I
crushed
jumped in
more,
late.
like
So
halfway down, or what?
are you talking about the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's talking about the center.
There's more pressure at the surface in the center of the Earth.
More pressure?
No, there's more weight at the surface. We're talking about the
More weight.
pressure of all the mass around you.
So we're all in agreement now
center-
that the weight's not causing the pressure on Earth.
The weight
Weight
does cause the pressure.
That's
That's why I want to go back to the bottle, the big tall welding bottle full of oxygen. So can we weigh a gas? Not in liquid form, it's purely a gas. Can we weigh that bottle? Can you actually put it on a scale and actually determine whether there's
No, oh yeah, you
20
can put it in a
pounds of-
bottle. You can put it in a bottle and weigh it, but that's the only way you're going to weigh it.
Okay, so what is the communication?
The only way.
How does that gas inside the bottle communicate with the scale? How is that transferred? How is that actual force transferred? You agree?
I'm
that weight's
asking you,
force,
man.
right? Well,
That's what I'm asking you, bro.
Okay, well, because the air inside is bouncing off for the first part of this.
So,
The three
okay.
things, right? The first thing said the reading we have pressure is the molecules are now colliding with each other and we're colliding with the surface of any container.
So we
Doesn't
don't need
matter,
gravity for
hold on,
pressure then, right?
Those, come on, man. Those impacts, those elastic impacts, are over a square area is the pressure, and it's in all directions. So then we went over to how do you weigh a bottle of oxygen, and now I'm going to tell you how that happens. They're going in all directions, but the velocity downward is slightly greater because weight has a direction down, and so because the speed velocity is greater in a downward direction, the force at the bottom of the container is going to be the highest, and so that interaction is how bottles will register weight on a scale because the force is actually greater at the bottom of the pressure is greater at the bottom of the scale than at the top of the scale, at the top of the bottle.
Yeah, the net acceleration or the net force.
Right.
Of all the particles.
Right. You take all those collisions out of the bottle, empty the bottle, so it's just got the same air inside as you do out.
I don't need gravity for pressure,
So
right?
all your weight is the bottle.
So I don't need
So now
gravity
we just
for pressure,
showed.
right?
Now we just showed. Hold on. Now we just showed that the air inside is having a higher velocity downward, so the impacts at the bottom are greater than the impacts at the top, and so that bottle now registers on the scale and has 10 pounds of air in there, 10 pounds of oxygen in there. We can weigh it. 4 kilos of oxygen is in that container, and so that pressure, if we emptied it, would be the same as the outside, which is 14.7 psi. Where'd the 14.7 psi come from? It comes from the weight of all the air above it, all having one bias downward, going slightly faster downward than any other direction. And that speed downward is what gives you the hydrostatics effect, where everything piles up on itself to the surface and backs up against the surface. That's where it all stops. It's all 14.7 psi at the surface, and it exponentially goes down as you go higher to almost nothing. With balloons, we can get close to 0.05 psi with balloons. Think about it. That's less than not 0.1, not a tenth of a psi, but a half of a tenth of a psi. It's nothing. It's basically space. That's why it takes a huge balloon to do this because of the buoyancy.
Brian, do you agree that there'll be huge pressure in the center of the Earth?
No, not on your scale. I would say this. So I don't need gravity for pressure, right?
What do I need for pressure? I don't need gravity. Simple fucking question, guys. It ain't even
You
my
need
point.
weight. You need weight. Air has to have weight.
What do you mean I need weight?
I
All
just
I
got
need
to
is
telling you how
containment.
hydrostatics work. The air
God,
has
so
weight because there's a velocity. It's slightly faster downward, and that speed downward, those collisions downward, pile up, and that's a fundamental basis of what causes hydrostatics.
I don't need gravity for pressure, right?
Yes, you do, because it's weight. Weight is gravity.
So the only way to get pressure is with gravity.
Yes.
Not the only way.
Not the only
You
way. No,
just
no, sorry.
explain oxygen in a
In the
tank,
atmosphere.
dipshit.
The atmosphere. The only way the atmosphere can have.
Sorry, dude.
No,
That
actually,
was uncalled
there's other
for.
ways
Sorry.
you can have. There's other ways. The actual
So
you
I
know,
don't need
object
gravity
Okay,
for
sorry,
pressure,
Mike. I
right?
can't do it. You need to have gravity
Answer,
to
brother.
have atmosphere. To have atmospheric pressure, you need gravity because air has to have weight. The only way
You're
you can have
cutting off
weight.
my point, bro, by not even answering the simple damn question. That wasn't the shebang. That's everything you're describing. So I don't need gravity for pressure, right?
No, you do need gravity for pressure. For the
Atmospheric
atmospheric
pressure,
pressure.
yes.
Never mind. I give up.
Well,
Yeah.
guys, hold on. Let's try to
Wait, hang on.
clarify. Let's try to clarify. All right. So, I think
He just went on explaining about pressure in a tank of oxygen, and
Mhm.
so I'm just
Oh, okay. I
confirming
get
that.
it. I get it. Sorry. So you don't need to get pressure. That's why I always said for atmospheric pressure. But to have pressure, you don't need gravity. You just need a force, right? And that force can come from packing as many molecules at a certain temperature and certain mass into a container, and those collisions will manifest themselves in a form of pressure. But of course, there will be still a gradient inside there because the air still has weight. But we don't. We ignore the gradient. We ignore
Except in
that.
the
And just
ISS.
say, yeah, now like in the ISS,
Yeah, there's
there's no
pressure in the ISS, but there'll be no gradient.
there's no gradient. Yeah, exactly. So now we just created pressure in the ISS, Brian, and there is no gradient. So there's no atmospheric characteristics like we have, no stacking up of the air, but we still have pressure because we've forcefully put oxygen and nitrogen in that container and pressurized it with a pump.
Okay, now
Yeah, it
if
will
I were
weigh
in the
nothing.
ISS,
That's
hold
what
on.
she said.
If I filled the ISS up with just water, no air pressure around it, no trying to push extra water in, just a full ISS with water, okay? Would I have water pressure on me?
Yes.
So the water free falling. So
Yeah,
you're
it
trying to
doesn't
say
have
there would
weight.
be pressure, so I can make a density tower, is what you're saying basically?
No,
On
you can't
ISS?
make a density tower. You can't
Why
make a
not?
density tower
Why not?
because there's no gradient.
There's no
There's no
pressure, right?
gravity. No, there's pressure. There's pressure, but there's no
So the
weight.
water would be the water free falling with me.
Mhm.
Oh no, that wouldn't give you any pressure. No.
No,
The
come
water.
on, get y'all story straight, geniuses.
Water in he's saying water in the ISS. What would happen if you just filled the ISS with water and you didn't create
Yeah.
any pressure? Just
What
drop
do you mean
water in there,
didn't create
filled
any
it up.
pressure?
It would be all free falling. The water would be free falling. There'd be no pressure.
No, there would be pressure, but no weight. Let's use gas to make it.
Yeah. You
clearer.
can't really have it. You can't have it in there without pressure because if you did, it would turn into a gas. So it's kind of a interesting kind of. It's hard to answer that
You
question.
telling me I couldn't fill the ISS up with water?
Not unless you had pressure.
Yeah, but then you compress it, and you've got
What would stop
compressibility
me?
issues with water. So let's do
Right.
gas, right? Because it's easier.
Yeah, just do
Right.
gas.
No, I'm trying to teach. That's my whole point.
You want to teach
I'm
us?
trying to teach y'all
Hey,
knuckleheads.
Rufy,
It's
he's going
different.
to teach us. He's going to teach us about.
I'm literally
hydrogen.
trying to teach you reality and that the
Yeah,
gas and the
teach me
water
about-
are different.
Yeah, thermodynamics and hydrodynamics. Please teach us that, Brian. You understand if you have water in the ISS, it's
So,
not under pressure.
Ruhip, you agree now
Brian, you heard me talking,
water,
right? Brian?
No, I didn't hear. I didn't
Brian,
hear you. No, I didn't. Go
Brian,
ahead.
you understand that if you put water in the ISS and there's no pressure in there, that it would turn to a gas because you understand there's a triple point of these liquids and these
Okay,
gases.
so let's say this. Let's say there was water pressure, there was air in there, but I filled it up with water, and the air just went bubbling on out. Bloop, 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 bloop. Now the water's free falling. Okay, the air has escaped into space, and we plugged the freaking hole. Now the water's free falling with me in the ISS. Is there pressure, or is it free falling with me? Is the pressure
It's,
just
it's
on me?
what,
Is it,
when you
is it
say
every-
free falling, you're referring to weight.
I'm referring to me on an ISS that's full of water.
Yeah.
Is
If you
water
jump in
weightless?
there, then there should be
I'm already
pressure
in
from the
there.
water
Yeah.
on you. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get you in, Zenic, to get your story straight because you said one thing and he said the other. Have y'all come to terms yet?
I was
I
talking about
think
it
we
happening.
I think we need to sort this out with gas first.
No. My whole point is to show you that water ain't the same as damn gas.
That wasn't your point an hour ago.
Yeah, and that's what we understand. We all understand that, Brian, very, very clearly. Coulombic bonds
trying to
of
teach
a
y'all
liquid
something, man.
in the gas. We get that.
Y'all act like you're beyond learning, okay? My point is,
Dude, you're
have
not
y'all
teaching it. Brian, you're coming from a point of incongruity. You do not understand the concepts at all.
I'm asking questions, Zanuck. How am
That's
I coming
fine,
to
but
a
don't
point of
tell us you're
incredulity when I'm
if you're
asking
asking
questions?
questions and you're not
Your
teaching
brain
us.
is shutting yourself down, pal.
Brian,
Your
if
brain
you're
is shutting
asking
down.
questions, you're not teaching us. Quit telling us you're
I'm
teaching us.
trying to teach y'all if y'all would get your story straight so I can finish. Now,
Well, we don't
is the
understand your
water?
story to be able to answer correctly.
I'm asking questions. Now, is the water?
It's like you guys want to hear each other's perspectives, which is why you're having the conversation. So you actually do want to learn something from each other. That's why you're listening. Now, it doesn't mean you need to like, it's not like you're trying to change your whole worldview or whatever, but the point is you're trying. So why don't you just communicate on that level then?
Yep. Okay.
Just actually just talk about the information. If you don't agree, so be it. But that's the point of a conversation, is to work out whatever components that you do or don't agree with. And if you have like some agenda to have to convince someone else, to kind of change their mind or make them see it differently, then it changes the vibe from being able to actually just explore the ideas.
So what Ruhaf said is that we have this liquid being added. I mean, what Brian said, we have the liquid and we're injecting it into the ISS from, let's say, an external tank. It just starts pumping it in. And as it pumps in, it starts pushing out the air. And the pressure will stay at 14.75 the whole time this is happening until there's just a little bit of air left, and then boom, it's gone. Then it's solid liquid, right? That's what you want, Brian, right?
Yeah. Now the bonded liquid is free falling with me.
Yes, it's still
Okay.
free falling because it has weight and it's free falling.
No, it doesn't have weight. If it's free falling, it doesn't have weight. If you jump out of a plane,
Sorry, I was looking at the TV. He has pressure.
Y'all,
He has pressure.
so far y'all agreeing on
No,
nothing.
no, no.
I just
I
want
was,
you to
I,
get
I
your
was looking
story
at something else.
straight so
Yeah,
I
it
can
has pressure.
continue.
It has pressure. It has pressure, still not weight.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you can
what have y'all
add.
concluded? Can y'all both agree that there is no pressure, or there is pressure, there is weight, there is not weight? Which is it?
There has to be pressure, otherwise it would be a gas.
There is pressure. Yeah, there's no weight.
Okay, so there's pressure on what? On everything? On the walls of the ISS while free
Yep,
falling?
sure. Yep.
Everything. Yes.
Okay, so there's pressure. How much pressure?
It depends how much water you put in. That's why I wanted to do gas, because water is difficult to compress, whereas gas, you've got free moving particles. It's much easier to understand.
Exactly.
You got to say like SC. You got to say Gaz.
Gaz.
With a Z.
I need to, so if
Shout
there's
out to
pressure,
SC.
okay, so if there's pressure and I blow air out of my mouth, where's it go? It goes against the pressure, right?
Yeah. Would you be able to blow air out your mouth? Probably not.
I'm just asking. So there'd be a gradient then. There'd be
No.
pressure,
No,
pressure
There's
gradient.
no gradient. No.
No gradient.
What's
the
going to
water's
cause a
weightless.
gradient? Yeah,
Where's
you're
the
weightless.
pressure?
Yes.
The weight will cause a gradient. If there's no weight, there's no gradient.
So free falling water is causing how much pressure?
However much water you put in there, how much pressure are you putting the water under? Like I said,
Okay,
this is
so
easier with gas, right?
If I'm at the front of the ISS, is there more pressure than if I'm at the back?
No.
So it's just weightless, right?
Maybe you go back to the vomit comet, where let's say we have a glass of water in the vomit comet. We do the parabola flight path. Then we have where everything's weightless. The water starts floating, and you see little balls of water. It's completely weightless, but there's still pressure inside the ISS. Is there a gradient in there? No gradient, because the whole thing's free falling. All we did was remove the gradient. The
So it's
pressure
the
is
same
being
pressure
kept.
everywhere.
Same pressure everywhere. The reason that we have pressure in there is because we've added pressure. We've added air to it for the certain volumes that we have 10 psi in there, about 10
Okay.
psi.
Now,
That's funny.
And once it levels off, then there's a gradient in that airplane. When it
Sure.
when it free falls, there's no gradient. That's
So
the difference between pressure in both scenarios, but the distribution of pressure is slightly different when you're in free fall versus level flight, where air you can then measure the air the weight of the air.
Okay, now if I made a density column out of the ISS, a great big density column,
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
free falling around the Earth, okay? Yeah, what do you mean it wouldn't work? There's
wouldn't
pressure
work.
in there.
There would
Of
no
course it wouldn't.
gradient.
Wait, according
no
to y'all,
gradient.
according to y'all, there's pressure.
Yes, pressure doesn't cause a gradient.
You're saying that there's pressure, so it wouldn't sort out. The pressure wouldn't sort itself out.
The pressure doesn't sort it out. It's not pressure. It's weight. Weight and buoyancy is the density column.
Right.
Dude, y'all are full. Oh my God, y'all are so full of it. So
in order for
Is there a video?
So the water would the water crush me? If
depends how
ISS
much
was big
pressure.
enough, hold on. If I'm extended the ISS to like to be the whole entire Earth size, okay, and it's free falling, so it's weightless, would it crush me?
Depends what the pressure is. How much water are you putting in there?
It's free falling.
Brian.
There's no weight, Brian.
We established the pressure. We determined the pressure.
Tell me what's giving it the pressure, please.
Brian. We've established the pressure to be 14 psi in the ISS. Even the water has 14 psi pressure. Okay, everywhere in there.
No, it doesn't.
14
That's
psi.
wrong.
Okay,
that's wrong. That's
it's
wrong.
Not wrong. You can't.
Yes, it
correct
is
us if
wrong.
we don't
It's
understand.
wrong. Trust me. Okay, now wait. I'm asking you. Okay, how much water would it take to crush? How much free falling water would it take to crush me?
None. It doesn't have weight. The pressure might, depending on how much you
I
pack
didn't ask
into the
weight.
ISS.
I said pressure. How much water? How big would the ISS have to be to crush
Not a
me?
matter of size. Not a matter of
It wouldn't
size.
matter. Infinite water, Brian.
At what
if you're
point would free
orbiting,
falling water crush me?
Brian,
It's not a matter of weight or size. It is a matter of how much water you pack into that space. That determines the pressure.
You don't got to pack it in, bro. It's bonded. It packs itself in.
Oh
Okay.
my
Let's
God,
use
Brian.
gas,
It's
please.
free.
Brian.
Listen, here's
Please
the
use
answer,
gas.
y'all. Here's the answer. If I had the whole outside of the scale of the ISS, okay, ambient, okay, just ambient filled with water, there'd be no pressure on the outside of the ISS if it's free falling. I don't know how y'all don't understand this with the mathematics, but
There's no atmosphere out
pressure
there.
on the walls of the ISS
Brian,
if it's free falling.
it's zero pressure outside. Zero pressure. Inside you have, let's say we had 5 or 10 psi, which just kept that water in a liquid state, or kept it from changing states, which would put pressure, would raise the pressure. I mean, you got to understand gas laws, or even some
Bro,
basic
you're dead
rules.
wrong. There's no pressure on the ISS.
Brian, we've
Janet,
already established. Brian, if we're at 5 psi, the water will not crush you no matter where you go in it. I don't care how big the ISS is. Well, eventually it'll start having its own gravity, and it'll start having a pressure gradient. But on its own, the ISS, there'll be no weight. There's pressures equal everywhere, and that pressure is being kept by whatever we decided to establish it at.
Be no water pressure. Okay, now let me
Brian,
respond.
outside,
Can I
outside
fucking
the
respond, dude?
Sure. I just want to say.
Okay, every time Ruhib said something, you were like, "Oh yeah, I'm wrong." No matter what I say, even if you totally contradict it, I could say you said this, and you just lie and say you never even said it, which is why I got so many videos on your ass. But listen, if the water is free falling, there would be no pressure on anything on the ISS for me. If it's free falling, there would be no water pressure. It's not the same as air, guys. Look at the mathematics.
It doesn't matter whether it's air or liquid. It doesn't matter. It still will have whatever.
Wrong.
Brian, it has nothing to do with free fall. The pressure is not related to it.
It has everything to do with free fall, which is why I put you.
Brian.
Dude, right when you go to talk, you just start puking on me. It has everything to do. That's why I put you in the ISS, bro.
Okay, I'm in the ISS. We have air in there. There's no pressure gradient. We have pressure, 14.7. It's free falling. It starts to decay its orbit. It starts to crash into the Earth. Hits terminal velocity. Suddenly, there is a gradient inside there. Pressure is still 14.75 average, but at the very bottom, it's 14.3. At the ceiling, it's 14.7. I mean, something like that. There's a gradient because air has weight. When it
Free
reaches
falling
terminal
water
velocity.
will never crush me, bro. Just saying.
What's that?
Free falling water, no matter how much, will never crush me.
Well, it depends how much pressure you have on it. The
I don't have
pressure,
any pressure on it, Zan.
might break my bones.
Brian, it's the pressure that could crush you. If you had it at 1,000 psi, you would crush you. It doesn't matter whether it's free falling or not. That
I don't
let's
have
say
any
we have
pressure on me.
let's say we had
What's up, Flatter Day, bro? We need some breakup from these guys.
Yeah, we
need
do,
to-
man. We do, man.
Yeah, I was just saying sticks and stones can break my bones, but a Glover will never hurt me. How you guys doing?
let me close with one thing, Brian. Brian, if you had 1,000 psi in the ISS, it would crush you. And if you landed this ISS and see it really come into the atmosphere, fly it, and land it on the ground, you'd still have 1,000 psi inside there. It wouldn't have changed at all. But the difference would be there'd be a pressure gradient between the bottom of the ISS floor and the ceiling. I can't really make it any more clearer than
air
that.
pressure with external air pressure. You're
All right,
mistaken.
you have two ISSs, one filled with water and one filled with air. One has 14.7 and has no gradient, and one has 1,000 psi of water. Two ISSs. They're both going to come in for a landing. One has 1,000 psi, one has 14.7 psi. That's air. They come in for a landing, they land. We have sensors on the ISS everywhere in there. What we notice when it's both of them are landed, the air pressure now is 14.5 at the bottom and 14.7 on the ceiling, and the water is 1,000 psi on the bottom, and maybe 1,000 or 999 at the top. They're both going to have a gradient now on the ground. Pressure didn't change all that much.
Gradient.
It is
So
now
I
a
could have
gradient.
I could have a density tower because of the gradient, right?
When they land and they're on the ground, there could be a density tower.
So there's a gradient, a pressure gradient for everything but my density tower. Is that what you're saying, Zanuck?
You need to have weight, and you're not
Don't
having
divert,
weight when you're
please.
free falling. So let's say you had a density tower on the ISS. Both of them are all scrambled, whether you have 1,000 psi on it or you have 14.7 in the air. Both of them, density towers, are not working, even though there's a lot of pressure. When they land, both of those density towers in both of those ISSs, one filled with water, one filled with air, will now orient themselves in layers as a density tower would, because now these objects have weight. And weight works with buoyancy. Buoyancy is whatever that object's mass is, volume, whatever it's displacing, that is the force acting up on it.
So I'd have a density tower would work just fine, along with the rest of the gradient, right?
Okay.
What about a Faraday cage around the ISS? Maybe a density tower, a water tower, or a Faraday cage. You know what I mean? Some weights, they could lift weights and stuff. You know what I mean? We could make it like a floating prison yard that circles around the sky.
You don't understand why a density tower works. You're not listening. You're laughing, which is mockery. And we've tried to teach you something really basic about what buoyancy is. Do you understand?
Danik,
Buoyancy
you just
is
said there's a gradient, bro. You just said there's a gradient.
Yeah, there's a gradient when you land.
Okay,
When it lands.
So there's
When
so
it
the
lands.
density tower. So that
When it
only
lands.
when it lands. Okay, so no gradient
Only when it
free falling,
lands.
right? No
Not when it's
gradient
free
free
falling.
falling then, right?
Correct.
Right? You just specified the amount of gradient during free fall. That's why I was laughing.
No, I did not. There's no gradient in free fall. Only when it landed. I was very clear about that. Go play the tape back. Clear as day.
Hey, I'm just curious. Has the ISS ever landed? Has it ever landed?
No. We're just trying to give because Brian does not understand the difference between free fall and what weight is. So we're saying
Well, it doesn't look like it's free falling. It looks like it's continually circling.
Okay,
How's
Brian,
it
let me get
So no
to
pressure gradient then, right, Zanuck? So no pressure gradient and free fall,
two
right?
ISSs. Brian, shut up. Two ISSs, Flatter. One's filled with water at 1,000 psi. The one's filled with air, 14.7. They're orbiting. There's a density gradient tower inside of both of them. Scrambled. There's no preferential
So
gradient.
the pressure's not from gravity, right? No gravity
Pressure's
necessary.
not from gravity. Correct.
Thank
It's not
you.
from gravity, and it won't be when it lands. Okay. Now both of them are going to land on the Earth. This is Flatter. This is a thought experiment. When they both land, one will still have 1,000 psi, but the gradient density tower will establish a gradient, and there will also be a gradient in the water where there'll be a higher pressure at the bottom versus the ceiling. And just like the air ISS, it'll have a higher pressure at the bottom than the top, 14.6 versus 14.7 at the top, whatever, something minor. But both gradient towers inside will be active and will gradient. those
Gravity
different
not
density.
necessary.
I
Thank you,
have a
Xanax.
question. I have a question about the ISS real quick. So, even though it's going 25 times faster than a bullet on Earth, they look like they're moving 25 times slower, right? When they're doing like their little spacewalks and whatnot, they're moving super slow. Even though they're going 25 times faster than the speed of sound, it looks like they're going 25 times slower, right? So, shouldn't every single object they have when they're on a spacewalk imitate them going slow? You see what I'm saying? Like, if on Earth they move faster than they do in space, right? Shouldn't everything that's in space on their spacewalk move not as slow as them, but slow according to how fast it moves on Earth? Do you see what I'm saying? How backwards it is? Now, look, when you see those little what are they called? Those little satellite dishes, you know, that they have it, and those things are freaking spinning, dude, so fast while they're doing spacewalks, right? So how is the RPM on that still the same as it is on Earth when they're totally slowed down? But they're supposed to be going 25 times faster than a bullet. You see how confusing it is? But that's the discrepancy right there. How is that thing spinning at the same RPM as it would on Earth? Anyone?
I'll defer to Ruhif on this one. Go ahead. You can take the tough guy.
That's Xanix's way of saying he doesn't know.
Bueller.
No, it's my way of politely backing out before I say something I'll be regret. So
yeah, you
can say anything you want. I'm a masochist. I love the pain. Bring it on.
Really?
Humiliate me.
Okay.
Dismantle me, please.
Gio, I'm going to be frank with Fladen. You are dumb as a box of rocks. Right? That is the dumbest thing I've
Right?
ever heard anyone ever say.
It is so dumb, huh? Isn't that dumb?
You said you could take it. I just want to give my honest opinion. Now I can answer the question. Things
Okay,
aren't
answer that.
going slow. They're not going slow on the ISS. They're going 17,000 miles an hour. They're going very
Yeah.
fast.
So when I said they're doing a spacewalk, it looks like they're going slower than they would on Earth, bro.
From what perspective? Speed is always relative. From what perspective are they going slow?
From the perspective of my eyeballs looking at them going slow, it looks like they're moving underwater. That's from that's an objective reality.
Mean like their motions, like their hands motion and their heads
Yeah,
turning.
they move slower than they would move on Earth.
Yeah, they have.
You see what I'm saying? They're moving slow mo.
They have very bulky pressurized spacesuits, which don't give them a lot of mobility. So things they do with wrenches and things are just like you'd see them on the Earth. Things that are spinning.
Okay. I wasn't talking about wrenches though. I didn't even bring that up, but I'm glad you probably heard me say that last year though. I'm not even invoking the wrenches. You don't want me to go there. I'm invoking the little satellite dishes they have spinning. So even without the bulky suits, when they're in the ISS, they're still moving slower than they would on Earth, as it is in heaven. You know, hallowed be the ISS name. See what I'm saying? So the ISS, you got the 91616, and it's always flipping upside down. So that's 61616.
I'm just gonna be polite and back out a little bit. Not because I don't understand you're saying. I just think it's funny.
Huh?
Xanax doesn't have the wherewithal to be able to take in new information that you're describing.
Right. So I might blow his brain if I ask him what. So there's no pressure. Okay. So let's go outside the ISS and the astronauts. So the air bubbles coming out of their suit. Okay. What's causing the air bubbles to move a different direction than the astronauts or the ISS? What's causing the air bubbles or whatever you want to call it? Whatever it is. Whatever it is.
Air bubbles in space.
Listen to me. Almost
There's
done, bud.
particulate. There are particulate.
Whatever.
There's no air bubbles
Almost
in space.
done, Xanax.
Stop
Whatever.
it.
Let me finish my question. Whatever it is, what is causing it to move in a different direction than the ISS and the astronauts?
Whatever force was imparted to the object will transfer an accelerate. Will give it an acceleration and accelerate.
What's transferring? I'm sorry, I missed you.
Whatever made it move. Whatever it kicked something. Particle came off of the ISS when he tapped it. Whatever part of the force on it will cause it to move.
Can you show me one of them particles anywhere in ISS history cruising right along with them?
Why would it cruise along with them? Because how would it get outside of the ISS unless it had an acceleration? I want to finish the sentence, Brian.
Okay.
Control yourself. Anything that leaves the ISS would have to be a force, since nothing's going to stop it. It will continue to move. So no, it won't ever hover alongside it unless it was able to get kicked out of the ISS and then something kicked it back with the perfect amount of force to where it matched it, and then it would hover alongside.
What about the bubbles coming out of their suits? Okay,
There are
the
no
bubbles or whatever you want to call them coming out of their suits.
Particulate.
Okay, that we've demonstrated several times, and we've even demonstrated things moving when they went to turn the wrench. Before the wrench got to the hose or whatever it was, the hose moved. What made the hose move when the wrench never even quite made it to the hose yet?
This is kind of
I
like
know the answer. The pimp. The pimp made the hose move. The pimp made the hose move.
We're very much off topic.
Could it be because they're underwater and the water pressure and the velocity from him reaching toward the hose with the wrench made it moving? Could that be why the bubbles are escaping here and there? And we've caught it several
there are
times.
no bubbles,
and why none of them have ever moved with the ISS and the astronaut.
There are
whatever
no
it is
bubbles.
coming out of the
if there are bubbles,
astronaut
then they
suit.
all go in a certain direction, and they go in different directions. So that blows your bubble idea right out of the pool.
Maybe they're embers from fire. From the fire from the sun.
Maybe they're in a pool. And that's exactly what we would expect in a pool is bubbles every now and then.
Bubbles go
And
up.
we would expect
Bubbles
hoses
go
to
up,
move
they're
before the wrench hits
particularly
it.
going in all directions. So that's not bubbles, Brian. So get out of the pool. It's not a bubble.
Zanuck, if you want to deny all the bubbles we've showed you and deny the hose moving before the wrench got there, then that's exactly what we would expect in a swimming pool. Maybe they train in a swimming pool. Maybe there's cameras down there. Maybe there's green screen.
He's a hose
Just so happens
denier.
there is green screen all around the damn pool, and it's the clearest water. They keep it clearest water known to man, crystal clear. And that's where the bubbles. Maybe that's why they drowned in space. Maybe that's why they keep reporting. Bro, are you that blind where motherfuckers are drowning in goddamn space while we show you bubbles, we show you hoses moving before the wrench even touches them, and then they literally show you a pool with green screen around it, and you just deny it, bro. You are defending crazy psychopaths, bro, and you don't even realize it, apparently. Bro, it's so fucking obvious. It's right in your face. We've took the time to pin it out, circle the bubbles, show them you, and you just make excuses. Why are you defending these people?
Hey, I remember I asked the guys on the ISS, what part of a little boy do you like best? And they said, we tap the chrome and we scrap the rest. You feel me?
No.
Pretty accurate though, huh? Wouldn't you say? In a nutshell. Bueller. Crickets? Fucking crickets, man. Fucking crickets.
No, you don't, no. You don't even get crickets, all right? That's how
I know. Fuck. Jesus, dude. No crickets. No.
Come on, Arma, give him some crickets at least. Throw a couple cricks in there.
He's like, oh yeah, there's flat earthers in the flat earth room, but there ain't no crickets in the flat earth room. You know what I mean? Fuck. Damn. Not even crickets. Yeah. And if you think that shit's weird, you should hear the shit that I say to people that I know on the street. Like, God, I'll be like, yeah, you know what I mean? I'll go up to give them a high five, and they look at me like, what the fuck did you say?
Arma, what would you say your level of significance is for you? Do you have like a high? Do you feel like you're significant or not significant, and why?
And what related to what? Like relative to what? Like reality or like in this?
Yeah, I guess
server?
so. Just you as you, yeah.
Compared to free fall and water pressure, bro. Compare your significance to free fall and water pressure.
No, hold on. We legitimately answer this question. So, all right. So it's because of philosophy, whatever. I don't really know. It's literally between 100%. Like I'm all important, or I am not important at all. Because I don't know.
You just butchered the word literally. Really bad.
Somewhere on that spectrum of complete opposites. Okay, well that's descriptive.
That's surprising. Arma just goes all or nothing, Gio.
Well, no, okay, let me reword that. Okay, the extreme is obviously all important, all right, like a god, and then the other extreme is not important at all. I am just a speck of dust, whatever, right? I could also be in between. I could be like 50-50, where I'm just like I like a god has made me, whatever, and there's like a plan or whatever. But yeah, it could be anywhere between those two, obviously. But I don't know. I just went with the extremes though, because with the philosophy that I have. I don't know. It's a weird little universe. So yeah.
To the extreme, he rocks the mic like a vandal.
But yeah, sorry if I went like extreme like that. I wasn't trying to go extreme. It's just yeah.
You're an extremist, bro.
But it also could be like it doesn't have to be like.
Armus, so you're saying like a 0 psi, maybe 1,000 psi, or maybe anything in between, right?
Literally anything in between.
Sure, man. I don't know. But yeah.
If you knew that the positions of the wandering stars correlated in cycles of very meaningful and regular cycles with your life in a way that is synchronistic and incredibly multi-layered and complex, and that's all related to you, would that change your feeling of significance if you knew that was the case?
What, the stars? Wait, say that again. I kind of blanked out there. I blanked there for a second.
All right, if you knew that the wandering stars, as they say, the planets in the mainstream model, that the positions of those are intricately, synchronistically aligned with the cycles of your life,
Okay.
like meaningful, correlative, actual cyclical patterning. If you knew that that was happening with the heavens, the sky clock, that it was directly related to you in all these intricate detail, down to every moment, as it were, in that sense, would that change your feeling of significance?
I mean, I guess in one hand, I'd be like, well, shit, like that's, like there would be significance in a sense because it's like, well, that's like for me, or at the very least, yeah, something like that, yeah. But on the other hand, it's like, well, shit, that shit's already kind of like planned out. That's kind of like, I don't know. It could also be kind of like, eh.
Well, I don't
Are
see
you a
it
flat
being
earther?
planned out. Like, I don't think it's determined. I'm not suggesting it being deterministic, but for example, like if you're gonna go sailing, and okay, the wind's coming from the east, or you have the weather report kind of thing. But once you get out there, anything could happen. So that's in a sense, that's how I see like these alignments. It's not deterministic, like, oh, this is exactly what's going to happen concretely, but the energies will be there in terms of
okay.
what the alignments are. It just may come through in different ways.
Oh, then yeah, sure. Then I guess that would give
Sort of like the
some
weather. Yeah. Like, okay, if you have like a certain alignment of the moon and Mars in your chart, it's kind of like, okay, you're going to have moon Mars weather, basically. Now, what that weather will look like exactly, will be dependent on, I think, a lot of other factors. You, how you respond to it, what your particular life is, what's going on for you in particular. But the weather is still there, basically, like the energies or the conditions of the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Which plays into like what an archetype is, like basically the idea of they're archetypal. So like the archetype of Mars is a lot of different things the way an archetype is. Sort of like a mother is an archetype, for example. So we all have our own unique mothers, which have their own energies and everything. But there's like the great mother, basically, that nourishing, loving, supportive, yeah, all those components we know of what a mother. So yeah, so they can come through in multiple ways. But my original kind of question was more that, like, if you knew that the heavens were synchronistically and cyclically aligned with your life to a great detail, would that make you feel? Would that potentially raise the level of significance, knowing that some creative intelligence is aligning your particular life specifics of what you're going through with the heavens above, essentially, like the way that these things align themselves and the way they're aligned?
I mean, yeah, I guess that kind of, goes without saying. I guess like the fact that it's, yeah, sort of, yeah, sure, definitely.
Is there any way that if that's happening, that those correlations are happening to that intricate detail, is it any way that you're not significant at that point?
No, I guess not. I mean, because like significant, like I mean, no, I guess not. In terms, like definitionally speaking, anyway, I don't think that really checks out.
Yeah,
Is he not a flat earther, huh? Or Armador? Red Amra. Are you a flat earther, Red Amra?
Armada.
It's Red Ram.
Yeah, Red
Red
Amra,
rum.
are you
Red rum.
you a flat earther?
No.
He's
Well, keep coming back, bro.
aspiring.
Keep coming back. It works if you work it. You know what I mean? You know, I remember when I came into these rooms, bro, I was, I'd been using the globe for almost 38 years, bro. You know what I mean? The globe wrecked my life. It cost me my family, my job, everything, bro. I lost everything. And then I came into these rooms, bro, and I found people who could relate to what I was going through with I have almost 6 years of sobriety from the globe. And it's amazing, bro. My family's proud of me, and I'm getting my life back, bro. Just keep coming back, bro. Keep coming back. You know what I mean? I could help sponsor you if you need a sponsor.
Recovering from post-traumatic globe disorder?
Yeah, it's all bad, bro. You know what I mean? Thing fucks people up, bro.
Hey, my
Really
name's
bad.
Brian, and my name's Brian, and I'm a Glober.
You're a
Hi,
Glober?
Brian.
No, congratulations, man.
There you go. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
So, Brian, how many times a week would you say that you push the globe?
My globe is way different than their globe. I'm gonna tell you that right now. My globe doesn't have a radius. My globe is a little different, man. Their globe has a radius, has 7/6R. My globe doesn't have any of that. My globe level's horizontal. Water finds its level. You know, there are
This
straight
globe is
lines.
my
In
globe. This
my
globe is
globe
your
reality.
globe.
In my globe reality, there are straight lines.
Now, does it feel good to protect the globe, Brian? Is that what motivates you?
What the fuck is going on right now?
Hi, my name's Dave. I'm a recovering heliocentrist.
Hi, Dave.
Dave.
Glad you can make it.
Yeah. It's been like a month since I referred to the place I live as a planet. I sometimes just kept doing it, because of like out of habit, and it's been like a month. I don't think I've
Peer
ever
pressure.
said it.
It's peer pressure.
The best thing on the planet. I used to say that a lot, and I just had to break myself of it. That was one of my biggest hangups.
And when did you first find out you're not actually spinning?
Oh man, it was 2017. Yep. I mean, it was just like the most obvious thing, but then at the same time, like the most shocking thing, which is weird, right? Like, how could the most obvious thing also be the most shocking thing?
And you've been heliocentrically sober for how long now?
It's been since 2017, so I guess coming up on my 6-year anniversary, and
wow,
I got maybe I got chips. Yeah, I got lots of chips. Got lots of globe chips, or flat chips actually. They're like little, how
they're round, but they're flat, huh?
Yeah,
They're round and flat.
They're like coins. Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
and they have a little continents drawn on them. Yep, sober Glober. Arma, I think that you might have a chance of beating this thing, dude. You might, if you stick with this, keep coming back, like my man said.
The globe brings nothing but jails, institutions, and death.
Just every time you feel like, every time you want to spin, every time you want to feel like, or say you're spinning, just picture the air bubbles, bro. The air bubbles in space, and repeat. There's no air bubbles in space. There's no air bubbles in space.
Hey, bro, they say globe fellows make globe fellows odd bedfellows.
Arma, please just tell us your story. How did you come upon the idea that we're not spinning, and why is it that you still are rejecting the idea that the obvious is not the case?
What now? You said, how do I come?
Well, it's obvious that we're not spinning, right, to us at this point. So why is it that you still think it's not obvious?
Well, I mean, in terms of, no, we're not gonna do this because then we're gonna get to me just talking about shit.
That's part of the process, man. It's okay. It's part of the process.
Yeah.
You still want to keep the globe. You want to keep nipping at the globe. Makes sense.
We're not judging you.
No, because I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna be like, oh, it's because of this. And you're like, well, you see this, and I'm gonna be like, okay, but this, and then
yeah, that's what happens. We all get like this fear because we end up like contradicting ourselves all the time, and people call us out on it, and we're like, wait a minute, what am I doing? It's okay. We all go through it.
Okay.
You know what's funny, Dave? I was thinking for myself, dude. Like, I never defended the globe, bro. Like, not even once for a second.
Right? No.
I literally
Me neither.
I
Even
questioned
though I
it
loved
when
it,
I was a
I loved
child.
the idea. I loved the space physics and all that. I was in Stephen Hawking and stuff. I was proud to like be able to reiterate some of his ideas.
Dude, I love Stephen
Like I had
Hawking.
to
Have
get
you guys?
out of it. Like I had to. I definitely
You
went
guys
through
ever,
a process, but it like I never felt this need to like
Right?
push or defend or like no, it's a globe. Like not like I had no
Yeah. You didn't get
energy.
mad at the people that were saying
it's
it
called ball
whatsoever.
control. It's called ball control, guys. Ball control. You know what I
I
mean?
was more just like I was almost kind of laughing when I figured it out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they
Right.
did this. Yeah, it was more just
Well, we
like
all have something in common, I think, most of us at least. We've all realized that 9/11 wasn't what they were telling us, as well as some of these other big things, which is part of the,
Well,
almost requirement, it seems, to understand
7-Eleven
how
was
it
a
could be.
part-time job, I think.
how it could be. Yeah, exactly. To understand how, yeah, exactly. It is part of like unwinding the
Yeah.
mechanism behind the curtain. Basically, it is all connected. Yeah, because it's the same group doing a lot of the shit. So it's like
Yeah.
once it all drops into place, it's like, yeah, we're just living
Yeah.
in this like globalist paradigm propaganda campaign thing that's
Right.
meant to just like entrap our minds in certain ways and keep us limited and keep us dependent on this authority because we always think that there's lack of resources and
Yeah.
global warming, all this shit. Yeah, it's crazy.
And
You guys,
and
you guys
and I
ever?
think that we
Oh,
might have
yeah.
also psychedelic experiences in common, most of us, where
You
you're
guys
like,
ever heard of Fabergé
inducing a
egg?
psychosis and okay with that. And flat Earth is kind of like inducing a psychosis because you realize everybody else is tripping. So, like I say, it's a permanent hit of acid. Sorry, go ahead, Flat Earth Day. What were you gonna say?
No, I was asking, have any? I'm sure you guys have heard of Fabergé egg.
Yep, we're one inside
Fe
the other.
Fe
Yeah, yeah,
Fe.
yeah.
No, that's
No,
the
no, no, no.
Fe,
I
the
know what you're saying.
Fabergé.
Yeah, yeah. Not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
not the
yeah.
dolls, but the Fabergé egg. I've
Yeah,
heard of
so
it.
supposedly there's only like, I don't know, 38 or 58 of them, like actual ones that are still around. A couple of them went missing, but and then they kept like branching off of the company, having different names like Fabergé Paris or whatever, right? Well, their cologne, the line that they came out with is called Brute 33, and it's called the double-headed eagle as their symbol, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Right.
anyway, there's a lot of it's really interesting. I think they had it labeled as FE because these are elite people that actually knew the Earth was flat. To be part of that 33, I think it's Mando that they know the true nature of the Earth. They're copying the great architect, whatnot. But I just kept, dude, as I was reading about it, just the history, I was like, whoa. That's how I've come to understand history is by reading stuff like that, where um it's not really what they say, it's what they don't say. So there was a guy, his actual name was Armand Hammer, who bought the Fabergé company. It went through many different hands, right? But the strange thing is a lot of the dates correlated with the whole 846, what was it, Labor Day, May 25th, 2020, where George Floyd, that thing in Minneapolis or
Right.
whatever, right? Well, I kept seeing numbers popping up, like as I'm reading the history of the Fabergé egg, the 846, the May 25th. Let's see what. Oh, okay. So, do you know that? Have you guys ever heard of the story called George and the Dragon?
Sounds familiar.
It's about how this dude George he slayed the dragon, right next to like this raging river or this flood. It was like a flooding water, right? So I went back in the etymology. The word flood breaks down in English nowadays. The name is Floyd, right? George Floyd. Anyway, it's really
Wait,
weird. All
what?
these dates.
What? Why does Flood break down to Floyd?
Like, okay, so in the Russian and French and like German tongue, when they moved over to this country, they often like tried to Americanize their name, and over generations it like altered slightly. Do you know what I mean? Like different names,
All right. Mm-hmm.
like Schwarzenegger, for instance.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So the etymology of Floyd is flood.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Isn't that
And
strange?
then, wait, that way, how make the connection for me then. So you're saying then George and the dragon connected back
Yeah,
to that.
yeah. So it's all connected with numbers like 33, double-headed eagle, doing the whole Hirma Biff, taking the one knee. You know what I mean? always the one me. It's just
Yeah.
you could recognize a tree by its fruits every single time.
Right.
You know,
Yeah. It does seem
every
like they
time.
do have intricate ways of connecting, like the way they control reality, and it's all to keep their power, well, and like if they can make sure that every detail is worked out by the number in the way that they intend, that shows how much control over every little detail they have.
You know, okay, so you know how when we look at like the cathedrals and these old magnificent structures, how symmetrical they are, even up to the ceiling, like all the patterns are symmetrical, right? And I think that's because the electricity, the ether, the energy, whatever you want to call it, it flows along these lines, like if it's water though, and it's flow. I think it will always go clockwise if it's flowing the correct way that's organic and helpful to humans, and I think it goes counterclockwise when it's non-organic, harmful to us. Maybe breaks away from how long we're supposed to really live, or all these powers that we could have or that we should have. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they reverse it,
like
right?
yeah, like think about even when you write the number 6, you start at the top and then you loop it around in the middle, so you're going counterclockwise. Even just that number in itself, like I notice how they make the numbers and symbols, like the word parallel, right? The word parallel has L's that are right next to each other in it. So a pair of L's next to each other are literally parallel. You see what I'm saying?
That's
It's
good,
just
right.
it's just a trip how they put this shit. Like
Right.
it's hard for me to really explain it, but I think you understand how.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is really interesting. Also, yeah, I know the way. I mean, I don't know what you mean by they. I mean, that language I think goes far beyond. If you're talking about like the sort of controller people or whatever, I mean, they didn't create the language in my viewpoint. I don't know if you meant that or not. But also the word level is level. Level. It's like it's got EL and EL on either side of it with a V leveling it out. It's amazing. It's incredible.
Yeah.
No accident there.
No accident.
Oh, you guys gotta both dive into this thing that Michael Brenner talks about a lot with this, where he thinks the origin of all language comes from. This 9x16 grid of symbols, like a symbol matrix grid that he points out, and he says he thinks it's basically like the key to the ether, like it's all describing the ether, and that's where all of our language stems from. Here, I'll post some of the stuff, including the actual thing I'm talking about, and it's got the swastika symbol in there, both directions, and he says it's completely forbidden, of course, so if you want to look at some forbidden shit, that's right here, that might be really useful in figuring a lot other shit out, or even maybe learning how to control or manipulate the ether. Check that symbol out. Okay, and then this one, he says at the right above where he prints this, where he posts this symbol matrix, or the symbol code, or symbol, what do you call it? Depiction, symbol graph, or whatever. He says all our writing systems stem from the ancient Slavic runic system called Karuna, something that is off the record, of course, completely off the record and forbidden knowledge. But once you study it, you realize that these people understood everything about ether physics. So yeah, and then he goes into detail on some other ones. I'll post everything that has something to do with that if you're interested in diving in, which I think Flat Earth Day, this is down your alley, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's like
right up your alley.
it's like throwing a hallway down my hot dog. You know what I mean?
Right? Exactly. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the man. I'm telling you. Have you dived into any of these? Have you looked at any of the stuff I put together on Brenner, Geo, at all? It's overwhelming. There's so many of them. But as far as for the argument, we're talking for this topic, I mean, what a better resource than the guy that really understands it and uses the math and shows exactly why it's impossible for it to be a globe. Like, there's no possibility. Like, the orbital mechanics doesn't even work. Literally. Sorry, Arma, if you're still here. if you want the facts, bro, just check out the Brenner stuff and you'll see why it doesn't work. One of the main points that I was saying earlier to somebody is that they're using geometry and kinematics as if forces are involved, right? They need the dynamics. That's the physics of it. The dynamics is totally not involved in what they're talking about, which makes the whole thing completely fallacious. You have to have dynamics, not just kinematics and geometry, because those are mathematical only. They don't involve forces. They're kind of huge, right? Sorry, I'm going off on my Brenner diatribe.
That's cool. Have you heard? Have you heard the song? There was an old man named Michael Finnegan. He grew whiskers on his chin again. Have you heard that shit?
Yep, I love that.
Okay, what about? There was an old man named Chemtrail Disbursements. He grew lesions on his hands when cursed with hexagons falling on his epidermis.
Nice. Did you rewrite it for that?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, I was just looking up God Grant Me the Serenity. I thought we could rewrite the version for the globe.
Oh yeah.
All right, because they always say that prayer in rehab.
I rewrote it. I wonder if it's still in the drawer.
Did you
I rewrote
already?
it on the mirror.
You did it. You did it for the actual words, or are you talking about rewriting it for the globe or getting over the globe?
Yeah, well, I rewrote it. Yeah, it's kind of like flat Earth orientated. But now I'm gonna have to really do one for the globe because we've had a lot of brothers and sisters in this organization over the years that have been doing really well, and then they fall off. And look where they're at now. They OG'd. They're overglobed. And there's no coming back from that. You know what I mean?
I don't think there's ever been a true flat earther that went back to the globe. Ever.
No. You know what I mean?
Never.
No way.
Once you realize something, you can't unrealize it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like you these guys that are claiming they were flat earthers, I don't believe.
Like you could pretend you're going back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Or you never realized it to begin with. Right.
Yeah, it's one or the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's one or the other. Yeah, there's no way to anybody. It's like, you ever have you ever busted open like a York peppermint patty like next to your ear and just hear it crack and do it like that?
No.
How about, have you ever had one of those vape cigarettes that's like brand new? You buy it in the box, and like when you take the first hit, you hear that little layer. It's like a little film, like that keeps the air out.
Little popping.
Burst, like it's like basically devirginizing, like whatever it is. Like with the mint, you can hear it go like that. It'll only do that when that sound like once. You know what I mean? But
right. That's you're saying. Yeah, once you pop your flat Earth cherry, there's no way to like pop it again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, unless like you experience some traumatic event, like where severely brain damaged or something, an accident or something like that. Then, but even then, who's to say that you're still not a flat? Who's to say you're still not a flat earther? Even then, just because you can't talk,
Well, yeah, we're all flat earthers by default, right, Arma?
Yeah. True.
He's still here. Did he leave? I'm not looking. Yeah, totally. It's definitely not something you go back from. And I don't know what these guys that are really like been in this conversation. I don't know what their deal is. I'm not trying to call anyone an agent, but it just like it really does seem like you're just totally in such deep cogdis that it's just like a really traumatic thing going on. It must be going on for you, or you're just like lacking common sense, which doesn't seem to be the case with a lot of these guys. Like you can have a regular conversation with them where it's like, okay, yeah, common sense about this, common sense about that. Oh, you think you're spinning with no proof of it? That doesn't seem like common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what keeps me interested in even talking to them still, is like to try to like somehow figure out what kind of affliction really is going on here.
You know what's interesting to me is one thing that I'd say like 98.6% of these guys that I overhear, or even that I experienced the joy of talking to them, they may use the word literally every 37 to 78 seconds. They'll throw the word like in there, I'd say between every 12 to 52 seconds. And they could go on for minutes and minutes. So they'd say the word literally about 5 or 6 times, in their monologue, and then they'd say the word like probably like 8 to 15 times.
Imagine's another one. They always use imagine. Imagine that you're on a ball. Now believe it. Right?
Imagine. It's like the intro to the Reading Rainbow show. You know what I mean?
Right.
So random.
Picture this. Imagine you're on a plane and then going several different directions at different speeds. It's just like that.
They're like, okay, so imagine, you've been chilling with this chick on the couch for a couple hours, and like you're just waiting for her mom to leave, so, and then imagine what that feeling of blue balls is like, and then imagine, like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine getting a woman pregnant at the same time.
Right. It's like it's required that everything that you would assume is not the case. It's totally scientifically not the case. In fact, we were trying to think of something at the party. Oh, too bad you didn't come to the party, man. It was pretty cool.
Dude, I feel so bad, dude. I had to work though, dude. I couldn't. It was just like not feasible.
Yeah,
You know what I
it was
mean?
cool though. I was talking with Sasha. You met Sasha, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Anyway, she's cool. And we were just talking about like a parody of like the whole thing with flat Earth. Like people are like, it's like you're in a house, like it's a regular house, and your parents have like convinced the kids, or you and your brothers and sisters, that this is actually like outside doesn't really exist. It's just like when you walk through the front door, it's some kind of like a portal, and everything outside of the house you're just imagining. It's not really happening. Right. And like, you're like, yeah, I was outside earlier, talked to somebody, seems like they have a house too. I don't really think you're right about that. And like, no, they're like insistent on it. No, this is the case. Scientifically, we've proven this. And then we can't show you exactly how, but that is the actual truth. Whatever it is, like that's basically what we're dealing with. Like, it's obviously not what they're saying, but mathematically they're convinced it's not only plausible but provable. And then you look at the mathematics and it doesn't even work out. Like,
it doesn't even make any sense. They're just like random numbers and letters they scribbled on the chalkboard. It's completely preposterous,
It's preposterous that any of that would take precedent over your direct experience. It just
right? Yeah, that's some serious mind manipulation, dude.
Yeah.
My hat's off to those people. They did a really good job.
Right? Bravo. You really have to hand it to them.
That was their goal in life. They completed it.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're faking it poorly on purpose to eventually use flat Earth against us, which I suspect, because it seems like it's exponentially going to grow no matter what. Like now that it's the flat is out of the bag, right? But
I don't think it will, bro. I don't think it's going to exponentially grow. I really don't.
It has to. Talk about.
I know. I used to want to believe that, but I don't think it is. I think the people that really realize that are the chosen ones, and there's not that many. I think more will fall away than will be saved, so to speak.
Well, I almost think that might be the honestly, I think that might be the best case scenario, because if they ever do like announce it, it's not going to be for our benefit. It's going to be only to benefit them. Like,
nothing's for our benefit. Anything they make announcements for is definitely not for our benefit at all.
So ironically, having everyone realize it's the last thing, having everyone realize it might be the last thing we'd really want.
I know, exactly. That's why I've thought about that many times, bro. You know what I mean? Because if the consequences of it completely overthrow the hierarchy, the foundation, and the very arctic
it'll cause the chaos that they
system,
want. It'll cause the chaos they want, maybe. Right.
Well, yeah, because imagine if everybody knows
that the perfect excuse to have a real reset. Right. Yeah. All of that shit. All of it. Right. But I mean, they can control it. They could actually, like, they get in front of it. The problem is, if they get in front of it and then act like they're admitting it, then they could attach a bunch of pseudoscience to it and say the dome is exactly this high and this thick, and we know it, even if they don't, and say, the air is contaminated. Now you got to get in these little smart city domes to protect yourself from the air inside the big dome. And the outer ponder invasion, is just, that's where the UFOs come from. And now you got to do what they say. Here's directed energy weapons they have, and they're going to zap you if you don't do exactly what we're saying they say.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry I always bring this up, but it does seem like that would be the perfect thing for them to do, especially because they hate that some people know, probably a lot of us know now, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, just knowing it would be, and having just the cool people that realize it without having to be told it by the authorities. Because if the people think that it's flat just because the authorities told them, then what have we really accomplished?
No. It's something that clicks inside of us, and the clicking is like
Yeah.
the equivalent of popping that little York peppermint patty by your ear.
Yeah.
You know?
And what they're going to probably do is go in and say, now we're announcing it because, you know, and give all the excuses that they need to say, you know, well, we lied to you because it's better than feeling trapped. We realized the human psychology can't stand the idea of being trapped. And so it was a gift to you. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We could sit and worry about what they're going to do and say, but really, it's just best to have good intentions and be pure of heart as far as that's concerned. And then, no matter what's thrown at us, we will
It just feels
overcome
like
it.
maybe it is good to talk about, like, if they do it, if they do absorb it. Like, I heard Witsit on earlier talking about, like, a lot of these, like, some of my famous people that are like totally came out and are planning on coming out and talking about flat Earth. So once that happens, and it either makes me think that that's what they're supposed to do, or that's what's happening organically. Regardless, it's going to, once, like, Ye talks about it, everyone's going to be talking about flat Earth, regardless of if, you know, he's looked upon
He'll never bring up
fondly by
flat
most
Earth.
of us.
He's not going to bring up flat Earth.
It's going to get to that point where, like, well, he said that Sam Tripoli's about to, which he's already teased at, as well as there's another Sam Tripoli.
Oh.
It just seems like there's going to be enough of those kind of like minor characters that are just like talking about how laughably obvious it is, and you know, it's going to get to that point where it's going to feel dumb to just stay on the globe for people like Ye or whoever else, you know. Or to say not to stay on the globe, but to say that you still believe in it. You know, that's going to become laughable to more people. Not that it's not already to us.
Yeah.
And that's what that might suck, you know. And then they're gonna, if they do come out and start doing all this other pseudoscience shit or psyops, you know, about outer ponders, how are we gonna know? Then what do we do, right? Then we're going to be like on the opposite side of that, saying, "Wait, no, hold on, wait a minute. Yes, it's not a ball, but it's not what they're saying now either. Fuck."
Right?
Right?
Yeah, they are. They're already there. You know what I mean? No, I get what you're saying. It just totally obfuscate everything except, like, point is in every direction except the truth.
Right? Or use the truth to sell us more lies.
Yeah.
But I don't think they can save it. Like, I think that they built this whole system around the globe. It's like this globalist cycle that we're in, and it's so embedded into everything. You know, it's found. So I don't see a way that they could kind of try to throw it under the bus and just accept, you know, this and integrate it into their system. I mean, I'm not saying they're just going to give up control instantly, but like, we know, like, the people know at this point, like, how many, that's a question. It's a process, but it's like, we know, and that's not slowing down.
The paradigm shift already happened. It's just that most people don't realize it yet.
Yeah, exactly. You seen that meme where it's like, shut it down, they know, you know?
Right? But that's why I suspect that they're going to have to absorb it and then use it in whatever advantage way, whatever way they could take advantage of it. You know, it seems like that's their only choice at this point. If they didn't plan on that already from the very start.
I guess it just depends on how it goes down and how the people respond to it, you know, as well, because it's sort of, what is that? Fool me once, fool me twice, that whole thing. So it's like, if this all unravels, you know, it's like I don't see an out for them. Now, it just depends on how people, it's almost like kind of smoking out the dragon, you know? Meaning that, like let's say there's, like, the analogy, like, there's a dragon that's, like, you know, breathing fire and killing everyone in the town or whatever. And, you know, someone needs to go kind of slay the dragon, as it were. And that's in that kind of archetypal sense. And It's like we already know where the dragon is. We know what's going on. And so as like the people, like instead of just one guy, like in this analogy, instead of one guy slaying the dragon, if like the people know more of what's going on and the sort of, it's going to start revealing more of this like power structure and what actually is going on. And so at that point, then I'm not saying like literally people with pitchforks, but at the same time, like just that, you know, like a lot of what we've felt like, oh my gosh, this is happening. And then what else are they doing? And, you know, how are they making our lives worse overall? So then it's like, people are going to be, you know, I don't mean like some violent, angry thing, but I mean, people are going to want like a reckoning, you know, like there's going to have to be a resolution.
Well, they'll politicize it and they'll make their favorite, you know, pundit like have to go through that process with them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll be like, okay, so big news. We're actually not on a spinning ball. And yeah, of course it's shocking. And then, you know, they'll have Rachel Maddow, like, you know, go through her emotional or her like, oh, of course I knew it all along. And, you know, her little like quips that make it all like, okay, it's fine. That's great. But we still have to worry about the environment because, you know, our pond needs to be cleaned up and it'll be all about the pond instead of the globe. And it'll be just the same kind of propaganda probably. If they have to do
They're
that.
going to be like, they're going to be like, we are the outer ponders.
Right. Yeah. Right. We're not the center pond. We're not the center pond. We're just a miscellaneous, insignificant pond. We're just a speck of a pond in a swarm of ponds.
They're going to be like, we have you surrounded. Please move into our smart cities as soon as possible.
Right. It is the perfect way to get into the smart city. I think I have a point with the air contamination inside the dome. They could convince people of that pretty easily then.
Well, they've already got people thinking the air is going to kill them. So yeah, maybe if they think that
right,
the air outside the protected area or something, it could be. Yeah, I mean,
it's the perfect way to get people to want that or feel like they need it.
Honestly, though, like
who would want to live inside a bubble?
Yeah. I mean, I think overall, though, my sense of it, I think it's going to be more of a coming together of humanity rather than some huge, like, I think we've already been fractured, you know, like it's already been happening for 100, 150 years. So I think it's actually going to be a soft landing overall. I'm not saying there's not going to be crises, and who knows, they might try to pull off Project Bluebeam and God knows what else. But I think that,
but that's why it's the perfect New World Order plan, though. The coming together, it will unite the world. That we all have that new truth, that we're across the plane from each other. We're more united that way.
Yeah, I see what you mean with that. Yeah, it could kind
It'll bring the one world together, right? It'll be a unifying soft land. That's what they want.
A soft land. That's so funny.
Well, I was more kind of saying that, like, I think that it's going to be a soft land, in a sense, a soft landing for humanity. Like, as this kind of unravels, I think it's going to be more, I guess I see it more as like a peaceful revolution rather than some huge breakdown. Like, I think it's actually going to be.
I hope you're right.
Like, instead of a breakdown, it's going to be a break up, like an upgrade.
Right. And you know, unfortunately, if that's the case, it's because they're orchestrating it still, and they're going to give us this like version of this revelation that they are also in control of, and to some degree, that's like the best we can hope for. Maybe, you know, like they're going to give us this next era, this golden age, right? That may be a lot more good than this, right? But it'll probably be smart cities and all the bullshit we don't want too.
Yeah, the comfort you guys have demanded is now mandatory.
Right? Now, if you believe it's a globe, you're going to be persecuted, just like the flat earthers were. Sorry, we can't have it both ways. They're just going to politicize it and use it. And it seems like, you know, especially with Len Wood coming out as a flat earther, who's like, you know, big, huge Q guy, right? And then Trump probably being quote unquote reelected in 2024. I don't know if there's going to be anybody else even they're talking about as a possibility already, even though they're talking about him as the last thing possible. He's also the only thing possible. It's crazy.
I think it could be possible that throughout all this, they will, in a sense, try to do something of like, you know, like try to like split themselves and then compartmentalize it and say that, oh, we're getting rid of the corruption. Oh yeah, there was a group and this is what they did. And you know, they whatever, who knows if they try to bring in some other thing like, oh, we were put in under hostage or something crazy. Maybe they even try to link it with the alien thing, like, oh, like these other beings like the one. I'm just speculating, obviously, completely.
Yeah, the Outer Ponders made us do it.
Could they even do something like, yeah, like okay, there's this alien threat, and we've known about them, and they're threatening this, and that, and this is just wild speculation, but just entertaining it. Could they kind of try to say like, we had to tell you this to protect this and that, or to hide their identity? Who knows? Like some way that they could try to claim that like they had to do it for our protection, and then now they're getting rid of the corruption. We all need to come together now because this other, invader or whatever, they're the bad ones, and they're the ones, so we all got to come together to fight them or whatever. It's possible they could, in the kind of gasping breaths, they could try to twist it like that, because it's pretty wild to think about this fully coming out to the point to where someone is obviously there's all linked into the government and NASA and the whole thing. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yep. I think they've got the plan in A, B, and C already, either already going to go exactly like that, just the way that they wrote the pandemic out and they're following that script. They probably have a script for exactly how flat Earth is going to be dealt with. And I don't know which way they're going to go with it or which way they plan to, but it just sucks that it seems like it would work to their advantage if they wanted it to so easily. There is something about that. Like I almost would accept to some degree the idea that, we were raised like that we live inside a dome and there's only so far you can go, whether that's true or not. If that was the paradigm we were raised with, psychologically, it'd be completely different, right? Like, it would feel kind of like you're trapped, even though there's nowhere to go on the globe anyway, and you're trapped in a different way. I don't know why that makes us more free, that we're spinning in like a void of space, but for some reason that, like, I guess just the idea that you could go to some other desolate planet is somehow a saving grace for that idea. But it's the same thing. But I can understand the idea of feeling trapped and inside a dome, which is different. And maybe some of these ballers feel like that's what even if they know it's not a ball, maybe that's how they justify fighting for it. Like they're like, oh shit, we don't want the destruction of humanity. This is going to cause it, regardless if it's true. I'm going to fight against it. Or I don't want people to feel trapped. I don't want to feel trapped. I'm going to fight against it, right? For those reasons, because there's so many negative things that you could say flat Earth might cause, or they could use it to cause. I don't know. Sucks because we can't do anything but tell the truth because that's the only right thing to do. But they might be using that to, I don't know, like we might be falling into their plans because it's so intricate, like we were just talking about with like Bravo, like they did such a good job with the psychology of this and tying it in with globalism and recycling. And I mean, it's just so intricate and so well done that I can't imagine they wouldn't have tried harder to get rid of flat Earth if it was actually going to cause something they don't want. They could have done a lot better job. That's what I'm saying. Seems like they're keeping it at bay. Maybe these guys, if they are agents, are just like keeping us or keeping the idea at bay long enough for them to actually be able to implement in the way they plan. I don't know. Is that giving them too much credit? I don't know if we could give them any more credit than, just observing what they've done already. Down to like 9/11, having controlled opposition from the very start and creating the truth movement, literally on purpose because of the information age coming up and knowing that controlling information is the most important thing. Like, I don't think they're worried about losing control whatsoever. And they don't care what we know because it's all about controlling the narrative. Like I always say, they don't want to kill any one narrative. They just want to control them all.
Dave.
Yeah.
When I look at the word information, it's forming on the inside, right?
Like from the form, like the root word form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as I look at the flow of information in our circles, we pretty much, very much direct information on the outside.
When you said that, I was thinking of information.
Yeah.
Like when something is like when the whole flock of birds is in
Right.
formation.
Get information. Like, yeah. Line up and receive the data.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not always, you don't always know what's going on. You have to experience it. It's a place, maybe you could say it's a place with eyes because we have the third eye, but I am now convinced that the third eye will become the first eye in the new age.
That'd be great.
And what it means to me, and on top of that, the functioning of the eyes will also change, but that's a deep conversation. What it will more or less result in that you will not have to talk after the fact of your act. It comes before your act. The first eye. You understand that in perspective in perspective of consciousness.
I think we were talking about this a little while back, in that one of the things that's interesting about reading each other's minds, at least one of the things I was saying, was that, like, if you were to read someone's thought, like, I think we read each other's minds like intuitively all the time. We just don't really like recognize how much we are doing it. You know, like, I think it's something that we naturally do to some degree. But like,
I think that in a kind of way, the Matrix tells us that we are connected with threads.
We're under the assumption that we can't read each other's minds, so we ignore that whole part of what we could do, right? Or what we're already doing unconsciously. Like, when someone's in the room with you, you kind of know what they're thinking, but you never put it into words, is my point. Like, if I were to say, I read your mind, I would put it into words, but it's not like those are the words that you were thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, like, I think when we talk about like, okay, try to read my mind, that I'm going to just keep repeating a sentence that I'm trying to get you to hear. But that's not the way to do it. It's more like an understanding of what the person's thinking that doesn't involve words.
Yeah, spiritual.
Okay.
Yeah, spiritual meanings and physical meanings are somewhat connected, but they are not on the same level. Yeah.
It's almost like you're reading their intention or their disposition, or it's like more of an abstract thing that you're in tune with, rather than like an actual sentence that they're thinking. I think that's like the idea, that misinterpretation of what it would actually entail, right?
Yeah, and it could work like this, that as I said, the spiritual world and the physical world are connected, but they can be different on certain components. A lot of difference, actually, and when you connect, you are connected in thought, and you interpret it for physical gain and physical result. Let me call it physical result and not gain. Physical result. Then you are away from the thought of somebody else, right? So then you expire it. The expire mind.
Expire mind. Okay, I get you. Ment means mind. Interesting. A couple good ones there.
And of course, as a contradictory to expire, you have inspire. So what is meant to be inspired sometimes gets expired.
Also, the experiment was like, if the ment is mind,
than it is to get it out of the mind and like to stop talking about it, but try it or whatever. Experiment. Sorry, I just woke up.
Yeah. Great, good one.
Shit, I totally missed it, Snack. I was getting fucking ice, and it made me not hear exactly what you said about the mint is mine, and what was the...
Oh, so with experiment, then it's like the question is in your mind about the thing. You get it out of your mind through experiment, right?
Okay, kind of like expiring, like it
No,
oh,
kind of like it's. Forget
like
it.
extracting it from your mind almost.
This is like after the. Forget, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
I get
move
you.
on.
Okay. But yeah, the inspire experiment. There's some other good plays on words that were here. Where Flatterday was bringing up earlier. That you might have missed. He's always good with that kind of stuff too. Actually, Stack is like the king in my mind of the flat Earth word meisters. I don't think that a lot of people here have really heard the depths of his punnery as well as ability to manipulate the symbol matrix in a way that's very clever. Now I put the pressure on you, Snack. You better come up with something good soon. But yeah, I wrote down some of the stuff that he said before, just because it was like the perfect way of like, oh, what was it? Something that comes to mind right away is something about, oh man, it was something with white rice. What was it? Light. It was something about light that you did. It was such a great twist of the words. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Wait, you made a joke about
Light
rice. It
tree?
was hilarious.
It was rice. No, it was.
It's about white
It
people
was
with
like
rice.
just how we have these little turn of phrases, you know. It was like you always like turn the turn of phrases into something else very well.
Yeah, I just like to make people around me crazy.
Especially with the Dick Earth stuff too. It's so funny. Oh my god. Something interesting going on earlier. Oh yeah, the whole thing about belief. You know, they get us with the belief, right? And like the conversation earlier, and not to go into the details of all that, but there was a lot of Bible talk going on, and some of the conjecture of why maybe a flat earther might either run towards it because it reifies the whole idea of the earth being flat, and maybe they but then at the same time I think a lot of us are very tentative about saying they believe anything when we were believing that our reality was totally what they were telling us about the globe. So who knows how much of it's been manipulated, especially as far back as the Bible was written, and some of those things might be also part of the getting us to buy into something that we're not sure is true. And it obviously works to control mankind in some ways by persecuting him, using the shame against him, using like the ways of like making him follow these rules, which are kind of innate to us all anyway. But it's the belief thing. I feel like I'm trapped when I say I believe something. Then I feel like if you didn't really believe it unless you were totally committed to it. And then if you have to doubt it at any point, that means you weren't really committed to it enough to believe it to begin with. So it traps you. Right.
Well, I think about trying to understand how that functions in people's minds, because I would say, like for myself, I wouldn't say I ever really have believed anything, meaning like I'm blind faith.
Right.
I wouldn't say I've ever really functioned that way. I think if certain things, if I don't have validated, I would just leave it as, oh, well, yeah, that's what has been said, or
right,
what's claimed this way and that. But until I've come to a conclusion on it, I'm either just, what's the term? Like, not concluded yet, or like not yet resolved.
Considering it, like holding it in content. Well, yeah, considering, or just like even if you say you're concluded about something, or you don't want to say you believe it, it seems like it's. I guess I always say it seems like this is the case. It seems like this is the case. This is the best I can do. Right. That's what seems to be the case.
On the fence.
Not even on the fence, because the alternative to what seems to be the case could be like completely not the case for sure. Right. You know what I'm saying? There's no fence there. There's no like, oh, it might be this or it might be that. It's like, I don't have any other thing, but this is what seems to be the case until further notice, right? But if I say I totally believe this is the case, then you add that commitment that makes it feel like you're never going to consider any other option. And that feels like a trap. It feels like I'm trapping myself by saying I believe this, instead of like, I think this is the most likely the case.
Well, is there anything in your life that you are committed to? Anything at all?
Is there anything I'm committed to?
Yeah, anything.
Absolutely. But committed is totally different than putting your credit of your mind on the line with this belief idea. Committed and belief are not synonymous, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah, but people can be committed to a belief, though. That's what. Yeah, exactly. It is interrelated in that.
Yeah, exactly. Like some people are trapped in a country where they're born into some type of a cult or religion, and that's all they know.
Yeah, well, committed in the way that seems like the best, like the way I think of committed is that you're committed for a reason, right? But it doesn't mean that you have to believe. It's not about belief. It's like there's a good reason to be committed to this, right? It has something to do with your your effort towards it, rather than your reliance on the idea of it being true.
Sounds like faith.
Yeah, faith is a hard thing, I mean, because it's like if you have faith in something, right, and you say that, then you've totally committed, right? Because then if you doubt it, you've doubted your faith, right? That means you never really had the true faith to begin with, right? Because you weren't committed enough to totally withstand all of the doubt about it.
Right. That is interesting how that's interrelated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you have faith in something, but you don't really know for sure if it was the case, but you just have faith, if you are not necessarily fully sure about that, some people might want to try to force that faith onto others and get others to believe it too, thinking that, hey, if more people believe this thing, then it's more likely that my faith is valid.
Exactly.
Whereas if I can't get them to believe it, then, oh shit, there's less of us. And then all of a sudden, yeah, exactly. That can fuel people's
the idea that there might be something that contradicts it that is really totally way more valid is totally not considered, because then it's doubting your faith that is committed to something else.
Well, it's just like running a business or starting a business. You have faith that it's going to work because you trust your business plans and your skills and the people around you. But then when you see something failing, that's kind of that's the way out, and that's what we see. We see failure everywhere. We see stuff that we use our discernment to recognize that things just aren't right.
Yeah, well, again, it may be a little bit semantical difference between the faith in yourself or believing in yourself, right? Or the faith in your company, or the faith that your family is going to come through, or all these things, right? That's not something that you're putting your epistemological ideas of the nature of reality in, because if there's something that's unknowable, that we life after death, there's no way to know for sure. But if you have faith that it's going to be a certain way, let's say there was something else that happens after death that's totally different than what you expected, but you weren't able to embrace it or use it or be a part of it because you were expecting something different. So therefore you were disappointed no matter what it is, right?
Exactly. I mean, you have faith in the economy, right? You could invest all of your hard-earned savings into a business, and then the economy goes down, and you had faith in that economy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made the investment, and that's the investment that you're putting into some type of religion or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little different when you're having faith in something metaphysical, I guess. And I'm just talking about the word itself and maybe how it affects conversations. And it seems like especially with this topic, like people have faith that they're being told the truth about the science and the globe and these kind of things. And these guys are going to have, we all had, and these guys will have, if they ever acknowledge some of these things, that is going to be, it's going to be a crisis of identity that they have to go through. And that's what's crazy. That's why we're so addicted to talking about it, because we can't believe that, that it's so, it contradicts common sense so in so many ways that it could still be the most popular paradigm in the world, right? That it could have lasted this long, or that it could have ever, become so solid as far as what people think is like the basic common everyday facts of life. That's what's so funny about it. They made the most nonsensical thing seem to be like the thing that makes the most sense. Literally, that's what they did.
Yeah, it's just ultimate inversion.
Yeah, it really is.
This thing that's totally not real, we need to somehow convince you that it's the most real thing, and anything else would be absurd to even consider.
Exactly.
That's like the definition of mind control.
They did. Totally what they did. Bravo. That's why I'm saying that I suspect there's some kind of maybe some kind of something up their sleeve with the flat earth even, because if they were able to achieve that, they've got to top themselves somehow, right? Anyway, go ahead. What was it you were going to say, Carlos?
I was going to say, I saw a short video yesterday about that new technology of sound camera, so they can you can visually see sound.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Post
I'll
the
see
link.
if I can find. I can't remember the guy's channel, but it's I'll be able to find it. It's basically a whole bunch of cameras. They're doing like 30,000 frames per second or something like crazy. And you can watch an echo bounce around the room. You can see the sound, and there's an app that goes with it, or a software where they can put the cursor over different areas of the sound and see what frequencies they are. So like an engine, they could look at an engine and see, if there's any vibration or rubbing or that type of thing. And it's got quite a future to it, and I can see it evolving from the basic rudimentary frequencies that they're looking at into, even being able to go into a different spectrum.
If you want to
And
see
that'd
the
be
video,
cool.
I posted in live stream text.
That'd be cool to be able to see a visual representation of what it looks like to see the Wi-Fi in the air, or the GSM signals. What's the video you posted?
The one we were talking about.
Acoustic cameras can see sound. And you don't have to look for it. He posted it if it's the same thing.
Or I assume it is it.
What's the guy's name? He's quite a cool dude, eh?
Steve Mold.
Yeah.
Carlos, you've seen that stuff on Krilian photography, where they can see the fields, the biofields and stuff.
No, I haven't. That would be pretty cool. What the technology would that be?
Oh, there's a whole thing about it. It's not new or anything. I'll find a post. I'll post something about it.
Because it's really at the beginning stages now, isn't it? With this technology of that video that was just posted, it's right at the very start of the of this technology. I think it's just going to be able to, one day you'll be able to see all the Wi-Fi frequencies in the air, and you'll be able to go and see, you know, you'll be able to you'll be able to see how light reacts as a wave. You'll be able to know for sure that it's not a particle.
Right.
That's funny. I was pondering about hearing people that they hear voices inside, and I was asking myself the question: is that because I experience a difference? It almost feels to me that I see the voice instead of hearing it. And
here's a question for you: when people are born,
and I have a funny one for that, because there is the word appear. Is the eye an app of the ear?
That's interesting.
Is everything sound?
Your app.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When people are born with,
your eye makes sound visible.
Right.
When people are born deaf, what language do they think in?
Right.
If you've never heard a language, you're born deaf. What language are you thinking in, man?
Right. Yeah, it's visual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Such a
they
simple
probably
question with some depth to it. Yeah.
They see the words instead of the sound the word makes.
Sure, they can feel the vibrations of the sound, but that's not really a true representation, unless they've just been able to be so finely tuned to the vibrations that they can feel the difference in real subtleties of the vibrations.
They probably have such a more tuned visual spectrum to like that. It would have nuances to the words in a way that we wouldn't necessarily need to do. Right.
Hmm. How did you come up with that video so fast after I just did you just watch it as well? Is that some type of synchronicity, or are you just like, is it just something that everybody's YouTube had like a a referral to?
Yeah, I already saw it yesterday, and this morning saw it scrolling by. Still had the tab open, so I scrolled back up and then got it.
Are you subscribed to his channel? Is that why?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
You ever just think of something and you search for it, even though maybe it doesn't exist at all?
Like an idea that you think might be the case, just from like putting things together. You're not sure if it's even like.
Yeah, like when dubstep had first kind of came out, I thought RoboCop dubstep, and I just searched it, and there was like one guy that made a video exactly that shit. It was fucking incredible, and he took it down. They had all these clips from RoboCop. Oh man, unbelievable. But I mean, there's a zillion other examples that you could not even be thinking about thinking.
Yeah. I think we did when you were staying at my place. I think we had a few of those. Like, does this exist? I think it does. Yep, someone did it.
I think, yeah. Well, because I'll always make the joke like I'm the first person to ever think of that or something, and
Right.
kind of knowing that I probably am not. Except like sometimes there's an exceptionally strange combination of things. I'm like, I don't really. Maybe nobody's ever. You could have, but then it's like, okay, like RoboCop dubstep exists, but like Robot Cop is a meme too because people say rowboat like a robot, So
Right.
there's the meme of Robot Cop, and that shit's funny too.
Right.
I don't know. It's just amazing how many variations of all the information that are there, and that's what I'm getting at.
Gotcha. Now I'm trying to think back to there was someone's name that when you were here, like we were like going off on this association. Man, there's a couple things that I can't. All these, all this. I don't know. It's just so many things that are running through my mind that I can't place the one idea that I'm trying to get to with what we were talking about. I think this place that I live in has too many antennas or something. It's like I'll think of that one thing. I'm still trying to get to that play on words that I was trying to think of earlier. I hate it when I get stoned and I'm like, oh, I'm going to remember something that's really abstract. That's what I'm going to focus on. It sucks is I lost all my notes. I had downloaded an app that like wiped out my notes, my note app. Can't even believe it.
No way. Recently?
Huh? Not recently, no, before you were even here. I lost all my like passwords and shit and all my notes on people and like things that I was talking about. Sucks.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I lost
It was
my personal
WhatsApp.
dossiers of all the.
It was like in the dark. Someone said, "Hey, you got WhatsApp? Download that, and I'll message you." And I was doing it on my car, and I wasn't looking at the screen, and I was just hitting yes. And it was like it was so override these. It was like one of the things that came up again later, and I was like, "Oh, that's what happened." The fuck? Why would it? Why would it like give you the option? Like because there's not enough room on your phone to download the app, it's gonna just like erase all of your notes. That's gonna go away. The fuck is that? That's a terrible option. Almost feels like you're attacked.
It's,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's gonna take away
Yeah.
all of the notes with all your passwords and everything you wrote and stuff that you like want to remember forever that you happen to put in
Yeah.
your phone. We're just gonna take that away and put WhatsApp on your phone. The
It's
fuck?
like there's not enough room on your phone. Let's burn your house down.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, if that works. Okay. Can I get the WhatsApp now?
Right. Supposedly, like if it was in your phone, there's still a way somehow to like dig in there and get it.
Get it.
Yeah. If it was data that existed, it's not necessarily been overridden. It's just not coming up as available any longer. Anybody have any data? I also have to get data. My hard drive went out with me on me too, so I'm looking into how to get extracted data from this hard drive that won't that utility can't fix after many times of trying. It can't fix it, right? So, but then every app that says it's free, that's going to give you your data back, it has like an upgrade that you have to buy into. So if anyone knows like a totally free data extractor that doesn't cost anything, because it'll say, oh, we found files, but now you have to upgrade to Disk Drill Pro to get any of it. Yep. Seems like they're
That's where they
charging
get me with
get
Apple
charged.
computers. Apple
Yep.
computers, you have to buy that Mac fee or whatever it's called, and then
Caffrey.
you have to pay like fucking $200 every now and then.
Yeah, the internet. I'm always wary of the stuff that's trying to protect you. Like they're trying to like actually do the opposite. It's like a company that's selling alarms, security alarms for your house. You know, and they go into a neighborhood and they rob a bunch of houses and then make people think they need it. Or like with the banks, like the identity protection that they're selling you. They could be the ones stealing identities just to make people think they need the identity protection. Still got to get that. Do you think that, Snack, do you think that if I get the power supply for that unit, that would be worth the investment? It seems like after going back and forth about it, that might be the case, huh? Might be worth
guess so.
$50.
You know, it's funny. I bought like the 5.1 with no hard drive, but working for 110 plus shipping. And there's like, I would just say buy the 5.1 if you have to put money in anyway. You know.
Yeah, if I'm going to be paying $200 to make it work, I might as well just buy a new one.
Like, I don't even know if it's the power supply. Like, wouldn't that be a bitch? You spend like $80 on a power supply and it's not the power supply.
Then I have to try to resell it. Yeah. I know. That's why I'm still without the tower that I thought was going to be awesome. It has all the capabilities and programs I need on it. It doesn't have the video card. The video card's going to cost me something anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To get it back. It didn't have. Did you see the video card? Was it whether it was in there? Was it anything capable of what I would desire? Or would I have to upgrade that anyway?
Yeah, that's absolutely like a 2009 graphics card.
Yeah.
So I sneeze at that.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that there's not good stuff available. Probably for like $50 to $75. Probably in the $50 range for graphics card. But if you have to spend like $100, then maybe consider getting a new computer.
Right.
Or a different old computer.
Right. Yeah, the hard drive with with all the programs I wanted on it is the main thing anyway, which I can just keep, install it in something else.
Right, you can keep the programs.
I think a lot of what might have happened with my hard drive is that they're making it harder and harder to use old platforms. They want you to upgrade to the new platform so that you have to buy their CSS. Their creative.
Computers in 2010 were plenty fast. It's just the medium was too slow.
Right. But the operating system now with Macs is it's such a crime. Like I paid for the Creative Suite 5.5, and then they came out with 6, and then they came out with the cloud, which requires you to pay a monthly fee to use it. And if you upgrade to the latest platform, then your old CS6 that you might have paid full money for won't even work. You can't even use something that you paid $1,000 for at some point because now they want you to pay a monthly fee for it. That seems criminal. If you bought a program, if you bought something that giving you all the programs you wanted, you paid good money for it, they can't like a year later tell you that those aren't even usable. That $1,000 is down the drain. You have to pay us a monthly fee to use Photoshop. That's on another level, man. This is wrong, right? And then they make it so that it's harder and harder just to use your computer for basic things like getting on the internet, and trying to make you upgrade to their current platform so that you're then in the, you know, in the monthly service fee for other things. Ugh.
Well, that's NASA for you.
That's NASA for you, right? Same people, probably. Same mindset.
We just got to clean up the universe.
There you go. All the space
Do you have
junk.
the option? Do you have the Do you have the option where you live for prepaid, pay as you go, electricity for your house?
Well, that's what it is, right? Pay as you go.
No, so like what I've got here is it's a thing called Glowbug, and you download the app and you have your debit card or your credit card, and you can just pay $10 and keep your power on, and it'll tell you all your daily, monthly usage and stuff, and you can see like using $6 a day of power or whatever. And when you don't pay it and it's going to get disconnected, it'll just disconnect with warning, like a day's warning, and then
So
you
it's
can
pay
put a
ahead.
yeah,
Pay
and you
ahead
can
for
put a
you.
minimum. Exactly. I pay like $10 and my power will come back on, and there's absolutely no charges. Like normally you get a bill every month, and if you didn't pay your bill and it gets disconnected, they charge you $150 to reconnect it. But
Right.
with this prepay one, the $10 as you go, or whatever you want to pay, you can pay a year in advance if you had the money. But it's so good. I don't know if you guys have that.
Huh. No, I haven't heard of it. I don't know if we have the option here. There's something that you
And
maybe think of though that supposedly saves you tons of money on electricity.
well, first of all, they have to upgrade your meter to a smart meter. So it's all done. The smart meter puts out, it's like has a SIM card in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, people were
Yeah.
saying that the smart meters are actually the worst thing because they're getting you on that. Like they can pretty much say that this is what it says without it actually reading what you used, right? But go ahead. What were you
Yeah.
going to say, Sam?
Well, they can say that. I mean, I didn't really have a choice. The house I moved into here, which we're renting, it already had a smart meter. So, no matter what, it was there already. So I might as well use it. And it's like, it's just so good if you go away on holiday or for any reason. You can really manage your power, and you can see just by unplugging devices, turning switches off at the wall, how much power you're saving. It's like, do you know that even if you have a socket in the wall with nothing plugged into it, but you have the switch turned on, it's like 7 cents a day per socket that you have turned on with nothing plugged into it. It's just
There's
leaking
something that I
power.
just put on the live stream you could check out. It's called the Pro Power Saver, best gadget for major savings. Supposedly you just plug it into your wall and it saves all kinds of money for you. This unique gadget, you need this unique gadget. What's the one thing that you avoid doing at the end of the month? Yes, we're talking about checking your electricity bill. Terrible experience, blah, blah, blah. It says, meet the Pro Power Save. It's the power stabilizer that is selling out like crazy. Optimize your energy consumption today and avoid desperation tomorrow. And then the way they explain it in the videos, more concise, but team of American engineers unveiled a groundbreaking invention after many years of research. Just maximizes power effectiveness and minimizes the waste.
There was one invention I saw, and it rather than wiring, having to wire your house with Ethernet cables everywhere, Ethernet plugs and cables. It was an Ethernet cable adapter that plugged into your electricity socket in the wall, and your router from your Ethernet plugged. It had a special plug on it that went in just to any socket, right? So you could plug your Ethernet cable into any power socket in your house, and you'll get the Ethernet through that rather than having to go through an actual hardwired Ethernet cable system. So that the internet going through your power source with no Ethernet cables at all. The only Ethernet cable is going from your computer to the power socket.
You got a link for that?
You can run. I'll see if I can find it. You can run your Ethernet through your power cables.
Nice. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's like it's going through the ether, and it doesn't matter as long as there's a place to port, right? The ether's everywhere.
Yeah.
True Ethernet. True Ethernet. It's interesting.
Yeah, is that like a hijacking too, where they call it Ethernet to make it seem like that's the ether? You know, is this
Right.
internet thing,
direct,
the AI? Like this is now your ether, basically.
Right.
It's just
You
an
have to connect
Ethernet.
to it rather than just get it free, right?
The
Yep.
net of ether. And it's also
Yeah, that's
spelled
no
wrong.
mistake.
They spell it with an E. They drop the AE.
Right.
They drop the A. That would have been sweet if it was Ethernet with an A, like AE, Ethernet. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, the A and the E connected is the way it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Are there any other words that use that combination of the AE, whatever that symbol would be called? What do you call that? Is there a name for that? Guess I should have looked into it already. When the A and E are printed as one squished together symbol, AE, they form what is known as a digraph, a two-letter symbol, or a ligature. Ligature. This symbol represents a diphthong, one sound gliding into another within the same syllable. Diphthong, that's a new word. You ever heard of diphthong before?
Yep, good old diphthongs.
It sounds like a very bad word.
Says that it's actually it's in the English language to represent the sound of the word I. So I guess it's ether.
What is that word?
Well, the A and the E connected, like the way you're.
No, but the word itself. Can you write it down for me?
Ether. Well, ether.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the ether with the A and the E connected.
Yeah.
I'm
Adam
saying
and
that
Eve.
A
Adam
and
and
E
Eve, yeah.
connected. Adam and Eve. Yeah, there you go. Interesting, right? The union of that, and the union of the A and the E is supposed to be pronounced like the word I.
Okay,
So
either.
technically, if that's the case, then it would be the ether, not ether.
Makes sense if you're balanced in Adam and Eve. You are really I. Yeah.
Right.
You can see, and you can feel it. Yeah,
Right.
you're really there.
Right.
I
The one
am.
plus one makes three. The third eye.
I am. Yeah.
Right. The I
Yeah.
am. Interesting.
So it's either of either. Thanks for that one.
Yeah, that's something I felt like I should have looked up already.
I always, I sometimes say, eat her, get fat, be nurtured.
Right.
You're the Adam. You're the action figure. Get nurtured by Eve.
Right. That's interesting. The A and the E, the aether, the Adam and Eve, and how they're connected there. That's a good one.
Don't just eat honey. Also take some milk. Yeah.
Other words. Let's see. Here, I'll just take a screenshot of this. There's more items here. English terms spelled with that symbol. How many are there? Some of them aren't even at the beginning here. It's kind of an interesting list here. Check it out. Filling, whatever that one. I guess we should pronounce it with the I. So I feeling, archaism. Huh. Cyclopedist. Cyclopedist. What's a cyclopedist? Etat, itat, tropine, athelings, estimates. Let me get an estimate on that for you. Phenomenons? Phenomenons. What's the difference between phenomenon and a phenomenon? With the A and the E there. It's interesting. You see that? It's a phenomenon with the AE connected. Just an archaic spelling of it, I guess, yeah. A lot of these would just be that, I guess. They used to use that. So was there a time where they didn't even have an A and the E on their own, and this was just the way that the A and the E were? And then they separated them? Right? Or were they used like separately and as one? And why? Ethiopia. And proprietor. So proprietor, if you pronounce it like I, became proprietor. But it used to be proprietor.
You said did they, but I also take in consideration that it got lost somehow. I'm still looking at what is happening now. Also from the perspective what I heard about from Walter Russell, that we have been living in a lower feminine age. And what that
I
might...
thought it was we were about to go into the feminine age. We've been in it already.
Yeah, but it was a lower feminine age what we have lived in. So the bite out of the apple. An apple being symbolic of the Taurus field, which is space created by the feminine, the electromagnetic, right?
Mm-hmm.
To
No, are they
me,
described? Is that what they're? Are they inducing that themselves? Like whoever they are, is that something that we've been living in that because of what they're doing, or is it just like this natural cycle that we're talking about?
I'm looking at from the perspective of the natural cycle.
Hmm.
When because I when I look at the work, I'm not a great technical or scientific guy, but when I look at the work of Walter Russell, he is describing natural phenomena, not something that's influenced by outside source. Well, of course, the sources are in some way outside of our reach, but natural to the universe, or how you call the whole.
Yeah, it's hard to like know for sure exactly how much of this is natural cycle or something that they are aware of and play into, like or control themselves, or how much of it's controlled from the start. All those kind of things, like the Bible, and again, with some of the things that become prophecy and seem like they're playing out. Are they manipulating it to play it out, like some self-fulfilling prophecy, or is it, is it something about the natural cycle they know is coming, and so that's why they're timing things the way they do? That kind of thing. Plasma event, is that plasma event the return of the sun and the reset that causes, or is it some kind of real mystical thing that happens with an actual human figure of some sort?
Big questions, good questions, and I think many people have already said it. You have to do the big work on the inside, and maybe something in the inside can change that we react, act, and see different, right, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
So it's difficult to imagine that if we are in a certain position where we cannot see it yet. We cannot feel it. We cannot feel it yet. So we have to still take on this fight in ourselves and outside out of ourselves.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be like something we need to fight. Maybe it's the whole idea. Like maybe they're also inducing that. Like they're making us feel like there's some kind of fight that we have to have, and like some kind of thing that we have to overcome, when really like that's what they want us to worry about, just like a asteroid threat or something, keep us preoccupied thinking that it's going to be some kind of suffering that we need to go through, and so then we manifest it because that's what they're wanting us to think is going to happen. I don't know. Plasma event, something I was like, when even after Flat Earth, there was some pretty interesting videos put together. Remember that Flat Earth Universe? Martin Kenny, what's his name? Yeah, Martin Kenny. The Norb theory, that with the cosmic egg and the whole plasma reset was kind of tied into that a little bit, and other people talking about it. And then we see the melted buildings that look like mountains now, and it kind of reifies that possibility. And then there's the other idea that it was just directed energy weapons, even back then, that were doing it, and maybe they blamed it on a plasma event. Who knows? But we did have something like that with the Carrington event. But if they knew that was coming, that might be that would explain a lot of things. Is all I was saying at the time, and I guess still, if they knew that there was like a reset to the cycle of the sun, and that there might be a discharge that happens every so many years, and up until that event, they keep things under, and maybe right before that event they let all the information loose, because it doesn't really matter what people find out. It's too late. Those are some of the ideas that went through my head when I was convinced that it might be coming here pretty soon. Or the solar minimum is the other thing, that a lot of people still take very seriously and think that, there's data that you can directly look at that shows that we're about to we're going into a solar minimum, whatever that means. And on that note, I have to go, but I don't know if there's any responses to all that. But
See you, Dave. See you. Bye.
Yeah, good night. Night, my friend. Good night, everybody.
See you.
Yeah, so I definitely find like that the Andean flute music, it makes me feel like I'm in a different place if I'm in a familiar place. Wherever I have Andean flute music happening, it makes me feel transported and almost maybe a stranger to the place I am. It's very mystical tones of Andean flute music.
Jazza?
Yo.
I should say good evening.
Yes, sir.
What time is it in New Zealand?
It's just gone good morning, 12:02.
Seriously. 7 hours southwest. But you haven't changed your clocks yet, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, what you're saying? Changing clocks like daylight savings, you mean?
Right.
First weekend of April, so another couple of weeks.
So I think it's only North America that went quicker, or did I forget if Europe did or not.
Sorry, what was that?
North America does it sooner now. We did it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, yeah. Only in the last couple of years they made it a week earlier and then a week later on the other end.
No, it's like 3 weeks earlier, 3 weeks later.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. We don't even need it.
No, we should keep it the time that we are now, the time that you're going to be in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, what I mean is we're so far south that even without daylight savings, it'd still get dark at 10 o'clock in the middle of summer, but it gets dark at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, and it gets light at 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
People thought he was serious.
Sorry, man, you are roboting real bad.
Apparently, daylight savings time was a joke proposed by Ben Franklin, but he was taken seriously. He was the world's first troll.
Yeah. I thought daylight savings originated originally in like the 30s or something in Germany. I could be massively wrong. You wouldn't hear a flat earther say that.
No, it might have, but it was proposed by Franklin.
Right. But yeah, I'm 45 degrees south, so we literally don't need it. Half an hour at the most, not an hour. It's too much.
I think I'm 46 north. Must be a little bit less.
Oh yeah. So we're 46 north. I can't remember. I was talking to you the other day. So you're up Canada. Or Sorry, you're roboting real bad, bro. I don't know how to navigate Discord that easily. Is there a quick way to see what your ping is on Discord and your settings or something? That I can check my settings?
If you can hear me, I went into the physics toolbox, did the GPS. Jazza?
Yeah, I've got you there, strength 5 now.
Is that better, Jazza?
Oh, yeah, no, that's good. Got your strength 5.
I went to physics toolbox. Did you download?
I think it might be me. I'll drop out and come back. Yo, that.
It's definitely me. I was going through the hills.
Oh, okay.
And when we say through the hills, we cut the rock to drive through them.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
Let's me take a picture.
Like, you mean like a cutaway through the hills, or?
Yeah, we call it a rock cut.
Yeah.
Let's me take a picture. So it's been quiet here this morning or this evening.
I've only just got here, really. But this server seems to only be awake about 3 or 4 hours before now.
Well, earlier I went on and there was one person talking and then he stopped.
Yeah, it keeps going later when you get a super intelligent person like Witsit doesn't get shit and just keeps talking, and it goes later. But other than that,
I think it's pretty much on his clock.
yeah, I think the world revolves around him, to be perfectly honest.
Gonna win the top left. So.
He is the fucking Messiah, and we have to bow down to his time schedule.
I don't know. I had no time for the internet for the first 3 years of my kid's life.
Oh, the
Kids
internet.
alive.
Sorry, dude. Say again.
I said I had no time for the internet or Facebook or any of that when my kids were born for about 3 years.
Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely.
My Facebook photo is still me holding my 2 newborns,
Yeah.
and they're 15 now.
Oh shit. Wait, your 2 newborns, did you have twins?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Not recommended.
That's what I'm read. Because
What's
twins are genetic, aren't they?
Well, no, ours are boy girl, so they're
Oh no.
2 eggs, 2 sperm.
Yeah, sorry, what I mean is if in your your family tree, your brother or sister or down the line have twins, then down the
Well,
line.
that used to be true, but now with so many people getting fertility treatment, it's what 3,000% more common now than it used to be.
True.
The percentage of, or the rate of identical twins, I don't think has increased very much, if at all.
Yeah.
So if you're paying thousands of dollars or tens of thousands, and even in Canada we have to pay,
yeah,
you're going to take your chances to put 2 eggs in if you can.
Yeah.
They're cautious about implanting 3 eggs, but only 5 eggs.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, I didn't even think about it like that.
Yeah, probably my wife's because the girl is born with all the eggs she's ever going to have.
Sorry, bro, you must be going through one of those cutaways again, are you? I've just completely lost you.
Yeah, I'm just pulling into work.
Oh, yeah, good. You're at strength 5 now.
Yeah, I'm just pulling into work, so I'm going to have to go on mute, and I'll have to wait for some flat earthers to show up for you to put them right.
Yeah, oh, good talking to you, man. I'll probably bug out. The flat earthers, they're few and far between these days. They're really hanging on for dear life, but
Well, they couldn't navigate themselves together, could they?
well, that's the thing. They couldn't navigate themselves to tie their own shoelaces. That's why NASA invented Velcro.
I know. Watch out, we're going to get banned.
Uh-oh. I know, all good, man. We'll chat to you another time.
Right, have a good one.
Sweet, bro. Catch up.
What up?